To those of you watching on the platform that has a chat feature, good morning. Going to be with you in just a few moments. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to News Now from Fox. It is your Wednesday, December 30th, 2020 edition. Believe it or not, tomorrow is the last day of the year. The party, well, it's going to be underway here in Times Square in New York City. A lot smaller in scale than usual years, but still ongoing. I'm wondering how they're going to do crowd control. Like, if people are like, you know what? I don't mind about coronavirus. I'm going to go out anyway and try to celebrate in Times Square, try to take a look at the festivities that are happening, try to make it on TV because it's still going to be streamed, right? And put on television as well. I'm just wondering how they're going to be like, nobody who's not invited or should not be here cannot be in Times Square. But again, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from our News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. So again, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. Sorry, we were off to a little bit of a late start this morning. We had some technical difficulties, but your patience and understanding always appreciated. So again, thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. I've got a bunch of top stories from across the country. Perhaps you missed them overnight. Perhaps they broke into the morning. Regardless, I've got you covered. First, we are going to head on over to Capitol Hill because I know a lot of you are wondering, my stimulus check, am I going to get it? How much am I going to get? Is it going to be $600? Is it going to be $2,000? What is going on with the showdown on Capitol Hill? And I have that update for you right here on News Now from Fox.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell grouped three of President Trump's priorities, those $2,000 stimulus checks, but also repeal of Section 230 protections for big tech, and an advisory committee that will study the 2020 election and make recommendations to Congress on improving security, integrity, and administration of federal elections. Democrats are calling those poison pills and want to vote just on $2,000 checks. McConnell was vague today about timing.
Those are the three important subjects the President has linked together. This week, the Senate will begin a process to bring these three priorities into focus,
with no intervening action or debate.
The Senate Democratic leader tried to force a vote today on the $2,000 stimulus checks, but McConnell objected.
We should not adjourn until the Senate holds a vote on both measures, the NDAA veto override and the House bill to provide $2,000 checks for the American people.
Then Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders tried to force the stimulus vote today, and he was blocked too.
Is there objection to the request for modification?
Object.
Sanders had threatened to keep senators in session through the New Year's holiday to address stimulus.
Working families need help now. Not next year, but right now.
Senate GOP leadership is hoping to vote as soon as tomorrow to override President Trump's veto of the $740 billion National Defense Authorization Act. But that could be delayed by frustrated Democrats.
My Republican colleagues seem more interested in funding defense than in funding the defenseless. And that's what this debate is all about.
Democrats are hoping the political calendar might help with the critical Georgia runoffs, which will decide the balance of power in the Senate and a desire for those senators to be out on the campaign trail.
I'm delighted to support the president in this 2000. It's really a $1,400 increment over what we've already done. And I think with the vaccine coming, I think this is absolutely appropriate. So I fully support what the president is doing right now.
I've stood by the president 100% of the time. I'm proud to do that. And I've said, absolutely, we need to get relief to Americans now.
Right now, it is not clear if the new McConnell bill would have 60 votes in favor. The same is true with the $2,000 checks by themselves. 5 Republicans are on the record in favor of the checks. They need 12 to reach the critical 60 yes votes. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much for filing that update last night. That's why you kept hearing him say today, tomorrow, and the like. But again, that was the latest from last night from Mike Emanuel there on Capitol Hill. Here's a live look at the White House in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. The sun is beginning to rise on the East Coast. Probably won't be fully risen until about 7:10 this morning. We'll keep a very close eye on all these different live pictures across the country. Friendly reminder, NewsNowFox.com is your 24/7 source for news, and you can find out all the ways that you can watch us right there. Speaking of the president, he did not hold any public events yesterday, but he was happy to share his thoughts on Twitter, where he even targeted fellow Republicans. Fox News correspondent Rich Edson has the details.
2 bills, several controversial issues, and a president pushing divided Republicans from 1,000 miles away. Tweeting, quote, "Weak and tired Republican leadership will allow the bad defense bill to pass. A disgraceful act of cowardice and total submission by weak people to big tech. Negotiate a better bill or get better leaders. Now, Senate should not approve NDAA until fixed." President Trump wants Congress to repeal an unrelated law that gives tech companies legal protections. He also wants Congress to remove provisions in the National Defense Authorization Act that would scrub Confederate names from military installations and limit the president's authority to withdraw certain troops abroad.
These are things that the president believes we should address and that members of the Congress and the new administration believe we should address. We will address them. And we have an opportunity to do that. But we should not try to do that on this bill.
The president is also keeping up the pressure on Republicans to approve a House measure to more than triple COVID relief checks to $2,000, repeatedly tweeting messages like, quote, $600 is not enough. The issue has split Republicans between those who want to support the president and those who say they're concerned about adding nearly $500 billion to the national debt.
We've got a $27 trillion debt. It's money we don't have.
This week, the president must also decide whether to continue suspending visas for various categories of foreign workers to enter the United States. In June, the president halted certain work visas, citing concerns about the economic effects of a worldwide pandemic. That suspension expires Thursday. Conservative groups advocating greater limits on immigration are urging the president to extend the order. Business groups are pushing the administration to allow more workers back into the country, though if the president does extend this executive order and continue to ban these workers, he may leave this issue up to the next administration. President-elect Joe Biden has promised to reverse much of President Trump's immigration agenda. In West Palm Beach, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Not too far from us right here in Orlando, Florida. Again, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. A new variant of the novel coronavirus is now right here in the U.S., and health experts say it's at least 70% more contagious. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty has more on where the case was recorded and if vaccines could be enough to block it.
Authorities confirming the first case of new COVID-19 variant in the U.S. The discovery coming out of Colorado Tuesday. The mutated virus was identified in a man in his 20s with no history of traveling. This virus variant is the same one first identified in the United Kingdom. Medical experts at home and abroad are trying to understand this new, more contagious strain.
It is spreading faster than other virus variants. At the moment, the underlying mechanism is not fully clear. It could be because the virus replicates faster, and so you get higher viral loads, which means you're more infectious.
Experts are now asking the tough question. Will the 2 coronavirus vaccines already approved and in use be enough to help block this new variant? Medical officials believe they will, although more testing needs to be done. Dr. Anthony Fauci says so far reports from England show the vaccines are proving effective against the variant. But as vaccinations continue across the U.S., President-elect Joe Biden says they aren't being administered fast enough.
Trump administration suggests that 20 million Americans could be vaccinated by the end of December. With only a few days left in December, we've only vaccinated a few million.
President-elect Biden is calling for more government funding to get 100 million shots administered during his first 100 days in office. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Marianne, thank you so much for that update. We are now taking a live look at one of my favorite live pictures right outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City. I'm not seeing any more snow on the ground. That nor'easter came and went, but the snow that was on the ground that was sticking around turned to ice. Not quite seeing very much of it left. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. The party, it's gonna happen in Times Square. Not as large, of course, but many people are just so ready and excited to ring in the new year, myself included, as the end of 2020 is in sight. We're talking hours, everybody. Folks across the country are just eager for a fresh start. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more on how Americans plan to celebrate and the concerns that come with partying in a pandemic.
The countdown to the ball drop is on. Businesses and people across the country are rushing to put the last-minute touches on their New Year's Eve plans, all during a global pandemic. Still, many people think celebrations and safety can go hand in hand.
The people that want to go out will go out, and if they can follow the rules and be safe and stay with us during that time, we're happy to have them.
We just needed to reclaim some joy, and put some joy and hope out there.
But even as most businesses are trying to follow their local guidelines, many say the cards are still stacked against them.
Mandates by the state, which they are doing this to protect all of us, it's constantly changing. So we have no idea what's going to happen and could happen in the next 72 hours.
And with many states only permitting outdoor dining, the weather will also factor into the equation.
If there is any wind, we'll have an issue. So it's for what would be a huge closeout at the end of the year could very, very much impact our business and bottom line.
As we prepare to head into 2021, many Americans hope COVID vaccines will give them back their freedom in the new year.
We have been so isolated that I had such an emotional reaction to getting this thing, because it's like getting your get out of jail card.
Health officials are discouraging large gatherings, especially after a new strain of COVID-19 was discovered in Colorado just this week. Scientists say it's 70% more contagious. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
David, thank you so much for that update. We are continuing on with your morning brief right here on News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I am your host until 8 a.m. when Rain Augustine is going to join you all for a couple hours, and then I will wrap things out from the East Coast Hub from 10 to 11 this morning before we pass things off to our friends and colleagues at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So let's continue on with some top stories that you may have missed or you want to get up to speed on. Heading to Georgia next, where as COVID-19 cases continue to spike across the country, family members of those in long-term care facilities are hoping their loved ones receive the vaccine sooner rather than later. Fox's Alex Whitler reports.
I spoke to a woman who's anxious tonight, hoping her sister recovers from COVID-19. She's one of dozens of people who tested positive for the virus at A.G. Rhodes facility on Boulevard in Atlanta. Workers there say they're not just dealing with a surge in cases, they're also experiencing staffing challenges.
I'm petrified of this culprit.
Ernestine Harris says the vaccine can't get to her sister soon enough. She says an A.G. Rhodes nurse called her with an unsettling update last week. Her sister's roommate contracted COVID-19, and she has the virus too.
Telling me the other night her temp was 102 points.
79-year-old Judith Andrews suffered from a stroke that sent her to AG Roads facility years ago. Like much of the country, that location is now experiencing an uptick in coronavirus cases this holiday season. A representative tells Fox 5, quote, "From mid-December until now, 55 residents have tested positive. Fortunately, the majority of residents appear to be asymptomatic or experiencing mild to moderate symptoms. 19 of these residents no longer have active COVID cases." Department of Public Health data indicates one person has died at the facility, but Harris says she's concerned things will take a turn as the number of cases doubled in 1 week, and nurses say they're short-staffed.
I understand that, but my thing is if you can't handle the load, then let their families know it so they can move them somewhere else.
Representatives confirmed a staff shortage, but assert, quote, "We are currently still able to staff above mandatory staffing levels as outlined by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services." Some form of relief, though, is on the way. The Georgia Department of Public Health says more than 95% of long-term care facilities in the state are working with CVS and Walgreens to vaccinate staff and residents. Nearly 40,000 doses of the vaccine are ready for distribution, and the DPH says additional doses will be shipped over the next 2 weeks. AG Roads representatives say CVS will administer the COVID-19 vaccine January 7th. Harris says she hopes by the time doses arrive, it won't be too late.
Tomorrow is not promised.
We know many of you are closely watching coronavirus vaccine developments. That's why we've listed a hotline that's available to you on your screen. That number is 888-357-0169. Likewise, AG Roads representatives encourage anyone with experience in assisted living facilities to apply on their website. That's agroads.org/careers. Reporting in Atlanta, Alex Whitler, Fox 5 News.
Alex, thank you so much for that. Here's a live look, everyone, at the Statue of Liberty in New York City. Absolutely gorgeous. You still got some lights on out there because the sun has not quite risen, but it is coming. It is hump day, a new day, new morning, almost end of the year, close to the end of the week. A lot of new beginnings and fresh starts on the way. Am I right? All right, everyone, we're going to take you to my home state of Arizona next, and that's because a new group is getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Staff and residents at assisted living facilities are getting the Pfizer vaccine beginning this week. Fox's Bailey Miller has more.
The rollout for the vaccine continues. This time, residents and staff in assisted living facilities are getting the shot.
It was great. You know, really, it was like getting the flu shot. It was a very non-event, if you will.
The executive director at the summit at Sunland Springs in Mesa was one of the staff members to get the vaccine. She says 90 of her staff will get the shot too, and 150 residents.
The vast majority of residents and family members that I've spoken with have opted for the vaccine. They want to receive the vaccine.
CVS administered today's vaccine, and they will hold another clinic for the second dose in 2 to 3 weeks. And the facility will monitor their residents until then.
We will add daily screening and checks for everybody that's received the vaccine, just as another layer of precaution to make sure there weren't any adverse reactions.
This doesn't mean things can go back to normal just yet, but at the facility, they say it's a step in the right direction.
I think we're all willing to do what it takes to protect our residents. And that means, you know, all of us getting the vaccine.
All right, that was the latest from Bailey Miller there in Arizona. Again, everyone, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm coming at you live from Orlando, Florida. Hope you're having a great morning so far. If you're watching on the platform with the chat feature, feel free to check in. Let me know exactly where you are watching from. We like to see how far-reaching News Now from Fox is. We know it's worldwide, but I appreciate all of you checking in from here in the U.S. and across the globe. All right, I would like to give you a warning ahead of this next top story I have for you in the morning brief. That's because it involves animals and possibly some disturbing video. So again, viewer discretion is advised, as always, here on News Now from Fox, but it also has to do with a canine police dog and officer. So again, that's the next top story for you right here on the morning brief on News Now from Fox. All right, everybody. It doesn't appear there's any audio with this package, but I can read to you the latest here. Video showing a Vacaville police canine officer in training straddling his dog on the ground and punching it. Floor installer Roberto Palomino was at his warehouse when he heard a dog in distress on Monday afternoon. He looked outside and saw the officer with his dog in a parking lot near a Vacaville fire station. He says that's when he took out his phone. He said, quote, "The only thing that I could do at the moment was pulling out my phone and recording what I was watching because I couldn't believe what I was watching." He said the officer seemed to be looking for anyone who may have been watching him. Palomino says he didn't confront the officer because he wasn't sure how the officer would react. The man said he was afraid for his life, but he also wanted to speak out. Vacaville Police Captain Matt Linden says the officer is training to become a canine handler. His dog, a Shepherd Malinois mix, had just found so-called drugs as part of a training exercise, but wouldn't give up a toy he got as a reward. The officer did get the toy back. He said what the officer did was to make clear that what the dog did wasn't okay. So that's the latest there. If I happen to get a story that does have the audio, I will bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. All right, everybody, let's continue on with some top stories from across the country and some live pictures as well. I'm going to take you out to, next, Tampa. Take a look at this gorgeous live picture. Weather, I mean, not quite sure if weather's blowing in. I'm going to head on over to our sister station, Fox 13 in Tampa, to see exactly what the weather conditions are like. Probably hear me typing along here. All right, 60 degrees, and as you can see, cloudy. The high expected today, 79 degrees. Not going to get much cooler with the overnight low expected to be 66 degrees. But a beautiful live shot nonetheless, and I wanted to bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. All right, everybody, Americans are making a very important resolution for the upcoming new year. Fox business correspondent Jackie DeAngelis has that story and more in Fox Means Business.
The Dow, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, all closing lower on Tuesday after hitting all-time highs on Monday. Investors were waiting to see if Congress would approve even more stimulus for struggling Americans. Home prices, they continue to soar, according to the online real estate company Redfin. The median home sale price was more than $320,000 this month. That's up 14% from this time last year. And Americans are making their financial resolutions for the new year. And this is the top one. Nearly 61% of people surveyed by the personal finance site moneyrates.com say they plan to save more money in 2021. And here's a resolution new parents should consider before spending money at the supermarket in the new year. The government just released its first dietary guidelines for infants and toddlers, and they're recommending that children under 2 should not eat anything with added sugar at all. That's business. I'm Jackie DeAngelis.
Jackie, thank you so much. Those are always some of my favorite stories to bring all of you News Nowers. It just kind of gets you up to speed with everything. Stocks, business related, consumer news, and the like. Speaking of consumer news, with record sales being racked up online this holiday season, e-commerce retailers are bracing for record returns. People who didn't like what they got want to send it back, want something different, or their money back. Fox's Linda Williams takes a closer look.
Wishing you many happy returns. But it's safe to say few in the e-commerce world were expecting this many.
The holiday e-commerce, projected 40% increase to $235 billion this year, with $70.5 billion in returns.
This UPS store on 19th Avenue in North Phoenix says it is bracing for and is ready to deal with an avalanche of returns to be shipped back to online sellers. The UPS store advises coming in with your packages ready to go.
Have their labels ready on their phones or their QR codes or whatever code they're sending from the person or the company they're going to return the package.
It may take longer to receive refunds and even longer for exchanges. Rusty Kennedy of CRBE says some retailers may have to hire extra staff and find extra space.
73% increase year over year of returns expected. So to expect a supply chain and logistics platform to just absorb that nationally just isn't, it's not realistic.
What should consumers do? Well, be patient, and if you can wait to ship things back, do so if the seller has a return timeline that works out for you. Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Taking a live look at the Capitol in the U.S. Capitol. The sun is rising here on the East Coast, coming up to close to 7:10 in the morning. Remember, we're keeping a very close eye on Capitol Hill for you right here on News Now from Fox, and that's because a lot of people are wondering, hey, Steve Mnuchin says my $600 are on the way if I meet the threshold or I'm under the salary cap in order to get a COVID-19 stimulus check. But are they still considering $2,000 there in the Senate? What is happening? We're going to stay on top of all of that for you right here on News Now from Fox. Don't forget, you can always find us by going to newsnowfox.com, your 24/7 source for news, and you can find all the ways to watch us right there as well. Okay, everybody, you know me. I love to end the morning brief with some happy, positive news, and I had to make sure that this story wasn't anywhere close to the last animal-related story because they're complete opposites. This is happy, this is good news, and I always like to do this for you when I can. A homeless man in Atlanta being hailed a hero, saving more than a dozen animals from a burning shelter. Fox's Rob DiRienzo has the inspiring story.
6 dogs and 10 cats are likely alive today, all thanks to the actions of Keith Walker. Now, the 53-year-old man who is homeless saw the building on fire and jumped right into action.
The house is on fire. So I see a crowbar and all the dogs is in the house.
The fire started in the kitchen area of the shelter on December 18th and quickly filled the entire building with smoke. The animals locked inside their cages, helpless, including Keith's own dog, Bravo.
I like Bravo in there though. Bravo in there.
Walker said he busted in, got Bravo, then went back in and unlocked all of the animals' cages as the fire spread.
He helped me find the rest of the dogs that was in it. Because I didn't know.
He rushed in to save his dog and then went ahead and saved them all.
Grace Hamlin is the founder of Wonder Dogs. She said it's because of Walker's actions that all of the animals made it out safely. The building was damaged, but luckily the shelter was already in the process of moving. Hamlin said she's known Keith for years and was relieved he was there.
What Keith did was so brave, and I teach these kids to be brave every day. So knowing that somebody has it in them, no matter where they come from, he rushed in there for his own life at risk to save our animals in this program. And I can't say enough how grateful I am to him.
Hamlin said donations are flooding in to help Keith, but they're trying to find the best way to help him as he continues to battle addiction. He said if he had to do it all over again, he'd do it in a heartbeat. In Southwest Atlanta, Rob DiRienzo, Fox 5 News.
Rob, those are the type of stories we like right here on News Now from Fox. The party getting ready to be underway, Times Square, New York City, just tomorrow night. Feel free to let me know what your New Year's plans are if you're watching on the platform that has a chat feature. And will you be watching the celebrations online, on television? Let me know as well. All right, everybody, again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be listening in on President-elect Joe Biden's most recent remarks on COVID-19.
I'm optimistic about our future. The vaccines have been discovered and developed, and there's more to come, we believe. Give us enormous hope. Our economy is poised to come back and come alive. And I can see a return to normalcy in the next year. I also see incredible opportunities for our nation in the years ahead, in job creation, clean energy, racial equality, and much more. But we need to be honest. The next few weeks and months are going to be very tough, a very tough period for our nation, maybe the toughest during this entire pandemic. I know it's hard to hear, but it's the truth. As Roosevelt said, I think the American people can take whatever we tell them if we tell them straight from the shoulder. We need to steel our spines for what's ahead. We need to follow even more closely the recommendations to slow the spread of the virus. And each of us needs to do what we can to protect ourselves, our families, and our fellow Americans. We're going to get through this. Brighter days are coming, but it's going to take all the grit and determination we have as Americans to get it done. So today, I want to be clear about 5 things every American should know about our efforts to contain COVID-19 and where the vaccine stands today. First, things are going to get worse before they get better. In September, we passed a grim milestone, 200,000 deaths. At that time, in this very room, many of you remember, I warned that we'd hit 400,000 deaths before the end of the Trump administration in January. Critics said I was being too alarmist and negative. But as I've said all along, I will tell you like it is when it comes to COVID. And the reality is, it looks like that we're going to hit that grim milestone. We've just crossed 330,000 deaths in America. We're averaging daily death rates of nearly 2,200 people, which means we'll lose tens of thousands of more lives in the months to come. Hospitals are being stretched beyond capacity, and that's data before we see the impact of the cases coming from the recent holidays and this upcoming holiday of New Year's Eve. People getting infected today don't show up in cases for weeks, and those who perish from the disease die weeks after initial exposure. So we have to anticipate that the infections over the holidays will produce soaring cases counts in January and soaring death tolls into February. You know, turning this around is going to take time. We might not see improvement until we're well into March, as it will take time for our COVID response plan to begin to produce visible progress. The second thing to know is the Trump administration's plan to distribute vaccines is falling behind, far behind. We're grateful to the companies, the doctors, the scientists, the researchers, the clinical trial participants, and Operation Warp Speed for developing the vaccines quickly. But as I long feared and warned, the effort to distribute and administer the vaccine is not progressing as it should. A few weeks ago, the Trump administration suggested that 20 million Americans could be vaccinated by the end of December. With only a few days left in December, we've only vaccinated a few million so far. And the pace of the vaccination program is moving now, if it continues to move as it is now, it's going to take years, not months, to vaccinate the American people. Which brings me to the third thing every American should know. The Biden-Harris administration will spare no effort to make sure people get vaccinated. I've laid out 3 challenges in our first 100 days. One of them is ensuring that 100 million shots have been administered by the end of the first 100 days. If Congress provides the funding, we'd be able to meet this incredible goal. It would take ramping up 5 to 6 times the current pace to 1 million shots a day. But even with that improvement, even if we boost the speed of vaccinations to 1 million shots a day, it will still take months to have the majority of the United States population vaccinated. I've directed my team to prepare a much more aggressive effort with more federal involvement and leadership to get things back on track. We will find ways to boost the pace of vaccinations. But as Dr. Fauci and others have stated these past few days, this will take more time than anyone would like and more time than the promises from the Trump administration have suggested. This is going to be the greatest operational challenge we've ever faced as a nation. But we're going to get it done. But it's going to take a vast new effort that's not yet underway. And to get things, and that gets me to the fourth thing that we should know. I'm going to move heaven and earth to get us going in the right direction. I'm going to use my power under the Defense Production Act when I'm sworn in order private industry to accelerate the making of the materials needed for the vaccines, as well as protective gear. Vice President Harris and I have been speaking with county officials, mayors, governors of both parties to speed up the distribution of the vaccines across the nation. We're planning a whole-of-government effort, and we're going to work to set up vaccination sites and send mobile units to hard-to-reach communities. And we also know there's a vaccination hesitancy in many communities, especially Black, Latino, and Native American communities, who have not always been treated with the dignity and honesty they deserve by the federal government and the scientific community throughout our history. That's why we will launch a massive public education campaign to increase vaccine acceptance. We'll do everything we can to show the vaccines are safe and critically important for one's own health and that of their families and the communities. That means we're also going to make sure vaccines are distributed equitably, so every person who wants a vaccine can get it no matter the color of their skin or where they live. And we're going to ensure vaccinations are free of charge. Fifth, while the pandemic rages on, and as we increase the supply, distribution, and administration of the vaccine, we have to remain vigilant. As part of the 100-day challenge, I'm going to be asking the American people to wear a mask for the first 100 days of my administration. It's not a political statement. It's a patriotic duty. Our administration is going to require mask wearing where I have the power to do so, for federal workers, in federal facilities, on interstate travel like planes and trains. And we've been working directly with county officials, mayors, governors to implement mask mandates in their cities and their towns and their states. Masking has been a divisive issue in this country. But COVID is a killer in red states and blue states alike. So I encourage you all to wear a mask. Encourage your family and friends to do the same. It's one of the easiest things we can do that will make a huge difference and to save lives. Another 100-day challenge is opening most of our K through 8 schools by the end of the first 100 days in the spring. Look, we can only do that if Congress provides the necessary funding so we get schools, districts, communities, and states the resources they need for those so many things that aren't there already in a tight budget. They need funding for testing to help reopen schools, more funding for transportation so students can maintain social distances on buses. They need it for school buildings, for additional cleaning service, protective equipment, ventilation systems. This is going to require an additional tens of billions of dollars to get this done. And Congress also needs to fund and provide more protective equipment for frontline health workers who are still reusing masks and gowns. We need to scale up testing so anyone who needs one can get a test. After 10 months of the pandemic, we still don't have enough testing. It's a travesty. All this, vaccinations, testing, protective gear, is going to require more funding from Congress, more than was just approved. That's why I'll propose a COVID action package early next year and challenge Congress to act on it quickly. Look, my ability to change the direction of this pandemic starts in 3 weeks. But with thousands dying every day between now and then, let me conclude by discussing what needs to happen now. I congratulate the bipartisan majority on passing the president's and then the president on signing the COVID relief bill. It's still, it's a step, an important step, still moves in the right direction. And
all right, everybody, I am going to interrupt President-elect Joe Biden, and that's because I have a live picture for you with Amelia Jones in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Pilar. Well, we are waking up in a winter wonderland. I'm here in Pewaukee, just about 20 minutes west of the city, and I want to show you, this is what people are waking up to. Not only, I can't even see my boots when I'm walking in the snow, but their cars, they're all covered with snow. And of course, here in Wisconsin, us Wisconsinites, we know what to do in the winter. We know how to drive in this winter weather, but this is the first big winter storm of this season. So we're just out here reminding people that you want to make sure that you're brushing all of this snow off. here, the county sheriff's office, they tweeted out that when you are brushing off your car, not only do you want to make sure you get those tail lights, every single window, but brush off your roof. That's something that some people forget about, either because they can't reach it or they don't have time to. But if you don't brush off that roof, then that can cause a hazard to other drivers, because that snow, it's going to brush off and then go into the windshield of the drivers behind you. So far, Milwaukee County Sheriff, they have counted 32 disabled vehicles since 6 p.m. last night. It's stopped snowing, so now we are just dealing with this aftermath and starting to clean up. We're here in a parking lot of an apartment complex. Of course, with the snow plows in Waukesha County, where I am, they have 37. And what they start out with is those main roads, bus routes, intersections, and then they get to the residential areas. And so when people are waking up this morning, this is what they're going to have to drive out of, which I can barely stand in it without my feet sinking in. I do want to show you guys, though, this is great packing snow. And so if you do want to get out later here in the area, maybe build a snowman or do some snow angels, these mild temperatures combined with this packing snow, it's going to be perfect weather for that, Pilar. So we can't complain. The snow has stopped falling. And of course, now we have this wintry weather that we wanted on Christmas morning, just obviously a few days late.
Yeah, fortunately, everybody's already on a break from school and the like, and some people are even off from work this whole holiday week. So hopefully not too many people on the roads.
Hopefully not. But again, these plows, they've been out all night and they're going to continue to plow and salt these roadways. The interstate is looking better as well, again, as they keep just going back over and over and over again. So conditions that should get better throughout the morning.
All right, Fox 6's Amelia Jones reporting live. Thank you so much. Stay safe and stay warm.
Thank you, Pilar. You too.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol, in our nation's capital, where the sun is rising for sure. It looks like it's going to be a gorgeous day. Big thanks to all of our sister stations across the country for always providing us those live images, and especially when it comes to weather-related, everything coronavirus-related, it is a huge, huge help. So thank you so much to all of our sister stations across the country. All right, everyone, I'm going to take you back out to the remaining Joe Biden remarks from his last public remarks. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Good morning, and thank you for being here.
That means we're also going to make sure vaccines are distributed equitably, so every person who wants a vaccine can get it no matter the color of their skin or where they live. And we're going to ensure vaccinations are free of charge. Fifth, while the pandemic rages on, and as we increase the supply, distribution, and administration of the vaccine, we have to remain vigilant. As part of the 100-day challenge, I'm going to be asking the American people to wear a mask for the first 100 days of my administration. It's not a political statement. It's a patriotic duty. Our administration is going to require mask wearing where I have the power to do so, for federal workers, in federal facilities, on interstate travel like planes and trains. And we've been working directly with county officials, mayors, governors to implement mask mandates in their cities and their towns and their states. Masking has been a divisive issue in this country. But COVID is a killer in red states and blue states alike. So I encourage you all to wear a mask. Encourage your family and friends to do the same. It's one of the easiest things we can do that will make a huge difference and to save lives. Another 100-day challenge is opening most of our K through 8 schools by the end of the first 100 days in the spring. Look, we can only do that if Congress provides the necessary funding so we get schools, districts, communities, and states the resources they need for those so many things that aren't there already in a tight budget. They need funding for testing to help reopen schools, more funding for transportation so students can maintain social distances on buses. They need it for school buildings, for additional cleaning service, protective equipment, ventilation systems. This is going to require an additional tens of billions of dollars to get this done. And Congress also needs to fund and provide more protective equipment for frontline health workers who are still reusing masks and gowns. We need to scale up testing so anyone who needs one can get a test. After 10 months of the pandemic, we still don't have enough testing. It's a travesty. All this, vaccinations, testing, protective gear, is going to require more funding from Congress, more than was just approved. That's why I'll propose a COVID action package early next year and challenge Congress to act on it quickly. Look, my ability to change the direction of this pandemic starts in 3 weeks. With thousands dying every day between now and then, let me conclude by discussing what needs to happen now. I congratulate the bipartisan majority on passing the president's and then the president on signing the COVID relief bill. It's still, it's a step, an important step, still moves in the right direction. And it will help people in need. And it'll pay for some, but not all of what we need to fix the COVID response. It's a down payment. But now, with that done, I hope the president will also clearly and unambiguously promote mask wearing. I give former Governor Chris Christie credit. He and I have disagreed in a number of things. But I'm thankful he's now encouraging people to do the right thing and wear masks for themselves, their loved ones, and their country. I hope that President Trump will listen to him. He can do it too. It would make a huge difference for President Trump to say, wear masks. I hope the president will clearly and unambiguously urge all Americans to take the vaccine once it's available. I took it to instill public confidence in the vaccine. President-elect Harris took hers today for the same reason. And when the president's doctors recommend it, President Trump should take it and instill the same degree of confidence. Let me also say this to the American people. We can save, all the experts tell us, between 60 and 100,000 lives in the weeks and months ahead if we just step up together, wear a mask, socially distance, wash our hands, avoid large indoor gatherings. I know all these are not easy to ask, but I'm asking you to make a sacrifice. You're already making tremendous sacrifices every single day. It's hard on your lives, on your livelihoods, on your kids, on your families. It's not small what we're asking of you, but we're in this together. And the actions we take now are going to help us contain the pandemic and get us back to our lives and to our loved ones. So the American people, to all of you, I know there's a lot that we have to do, but I want you to know there's also much we can do. We're the United States of America. We've been through hard times before as a nation, and we'll come through this as well. I promise you we will. So please, I wish you a happy new year. May God bless you and may God protect our troops. Wear a mask.
That was President-elect Joe Biden. We are taking a live look now at the U.S. Capitol, in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Again, the topic of the day, of the week. A lot of you are wondering, am I going to get $600? Am I going to get $2,000? What's going on Capitol Hill? The Republicans versus the Democrats. We've got blockages and the like. I want to play for you the most recent debates about COVID-19 relief, stimulus checks, however you would like to refer to it. We're hearing from Senator Mitch McConnell. We're hearing from Senator Chuck Schumer. We're hearing from Senator Bernie Sanders. Don't forget, if any news breaks across the country, there's any live pictures I need to bring you, I will do that right here on News Now from Fox. But meanwhile, let's get everybody up to speed with what these senators said last night.
Unanimous consent that the veto message on H.R. 6395 received from the House be considered as having been read, spread in full upon the record, upon the journal, and be printed in the record.
Without objection.
I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Today, the Senate will set up a final vote for tomorrow, Wednesday, for this chamber to follow suit. Soon, this important legislation will be passed into law. President Trump has rightly noted that this year's defense bill does not contain every provision that we Republicans would have wanted. I'm confident our Democratic colleagues feel the same way. But that is the case every year. And yet, for 59 consecutive years and counting, Washington has put our differences aside, found common ground, and passed the annual defense bill. Not once in 6 decades has a Congress let its differences prevent it from completing this work for our national security and our men and women who wear the uniform. This year's NDAA will continue our momentum in rebuilding and modernizing our armed forces. It will authorize the personnel, equipment, tools, and training we need to reinforce the national defense strategy and to deter great power rivals like China and Russia. It will cement our advantage on the seas, on land, in the air, in cyberspace, and in space. And the bill will help us continue to recruit, retain, and support the men and women who keep us safe. It provides a pay raise for the troops, improvements for military housing, child care, and more. So, Madam President, for the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces, failure is simply not an option. So when it's our turn in Congress to have their backs, failure is not an option either. I would urge my colleagues to support this legislation one more time when we vote tomorrow. Now, on another matter, on Sunday, President Trump signed into law another historic bipartisan rescue package. It will provide major support to American families through what we hope will be the home stretch of our fight with the coronavirus. Congressional Republicans, Congressional Democrats, and President Trump's senior team had all worked together to pass hundreds of billions more dollars in urgent assistance to the people who need it most. This new law will set up a targeted second round of paycheck protection to save jobs. It will renew and continue federal programs that have helped laid-off workers endure the crisis. It will send more cash to households. It will invest billions in vaccine distribution so the success of Operation Warp Speed kills the pandemic as fast as possible, and much more. This bipartisan compromise was our shot at getting help to working families on the urgent timeline that they need. Once again, I want to applaud President Trump for signing the bill and getting this much-needed assistance into the pipeline. During this process, the President highlighted 3 additional issues of national significance he would like to see Congress tackle together. First, as he explained, the President would like further direct financial support for American households. Second is the growing willingness on both sides of the aisle to at least re-examine the special legal protections afforded to technology companies under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, including the ways it benefits some of the most prosperous, most powerful big tech firms. And the third subject, since every American, regardless of their politics, should feel the integrity of our democracy is beyond reproach, is exploring further ways.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break.
Its limited role in standing behind state and local government who actually run elections. Those are the 3 important subjects the President has linked together. This week, the Senate will begin a process to bring these 3 priorities into focus. I move to proceed to calendar number 480S3985.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to S3985, a bill to improve and reform policing practices, accountability, and transparency.
With unanimous consent, that following leader remarks on Wednesday, December 30th, the time until 1:15 be equally divided between the proponents and opponents of the bill, with the opponent time being controlled by Senator Paul or his designee. Further, upon the use or yielding back of that time, the Senate vote on passage of the bill, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. Finally, if passed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The Democratic leader.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Now, the Senate is here this week for a rare holiday session to address 2 major issues: the President's veto of the annual defense bill and the effort to send $2,000 survival checks to millions and millions of American families, something Senate Democrats strongly support. The Senate should be in session to address both issues. There are only a few days left in this session. We should not adjourn until the Senate holds a vote on both measures, the NDAA veto override and the House bill to provide $2,000 checks for the American people. As we all know, the Majority Leader controls the schedule on the floor. So Leader McConnell holds the key to unlocking this dilemma. The solution is a simple one. Put both bills up for a simple up or down vote, and then let the chips fall where they may. I believe both measures will pass, as they should. But Leader McConnell must allow the Senate to vote on both pieces of legislation, the defense bill and the $2,000 checks, before we go home. We will start the process on overriding the President's veto of the defense bill tomorrow. Today, at the end of my remarks, I will ask the Senate's consent to take up the House-passed bill to provide the American people immediate survival checks of $2,000 a person. Throughout this pandemic, working Americans have taken it on the chin. Right now, they're facing their hardest and their darkest days. Tens of millions have lost their jobs. Tens of millions are struggling to put food on the table, keep a roof over their heads. In the wealthiest nation on earth, modern-day bread lines stretch for miles down American highways. The fastest way to get money into Americans' pockets is to send some of their tax dollars right back from where they came. $2,000 stimulus checks could mean the difference between American families having groceries for a few extra weeks or going hungry. The difference between paying the rent or being kicked out of your home that you've lived in for years. It could buy precious time for tens of millions of people as the vaccine, thankfully, makes its way across the country. Of course, we could have taken up this issue weeks ago. In the COVID bill Congress just passed, Democrats wanted generous direct payments to the American people. Speaker Pelosi and I repeatedly asked our Republican counterparts how much they could support. Their answer, $600. It was a compromise many of us were not happy about. I came to the floor myself with the senator from Vermont to ask that we double at least the size of those checks. A Republican senator objected. $600 was the most Republicans would support. Well, my colleagues and my fellow Americans, $600 is not enough. Not enough for the mother in Nashville, $4,000 behind on the rent, whose water was shut off earlier this month. Not for the medical receptionist in Macomb, $2,100 behind on the rent, whole electricity shut off in September on her son's third day of virtual kindergarten. Not for the 12 million Americans who have fallen on average nearly $6,000 behind on their rent and their utilities, or the 26 million Americans who have had trouble putting food on the table in the past 5 days. $600? Nope, it's not enough. So in a moment, I will move to have the Senate take up the House bill to increase that number to $2,000, which I might add had broad bipartisan support. I don't want to hear that we can't afford it. I don't want to hear that it would add too much to the deficit. Senate Republicans added nearly $2 trillion to the deficit to give corporations a massive tax cut. Republicans just fought to include a tax break for 3 martini lunches in the COVID relief bill. So I don't want to hear it that it costs too much to help working families get a check when they're struggling to keep their jobs, pay their families, pay their rent, feed their families, and live a halfway normal and decent life. Even in our deeply divided times, Madam President, this issue has united Americans from coast to coast and bridged the massive political divide here in Washington. A vast majority of the public, Republican and Democrat, strongly support $2,000 checks. An overwhelming bipartisan majority in the House supports 2,000 checks. Senate Democrats strongly support $2,000 checks. Even President Trump supports $2,000 checks. There's one question left today. Do Senate Republicans join with the rest of America in supporting $2,000 checks? Now, some of my Republican colleagues have said they support the checks, but there's a major difference in saying you support $2,000 checks and fighting to put them into law. The House bill is the only way to deliver these stimulus checks before the end of session. Will Senate Republicans fight for a vote on the House-passed Cash Act, or will they look some other way? Will Senate Republicans stand against the House of Representatives, the Democratic majority in the Senate, and the president of their own party to prevent these $2,000 checks from going out the door? We're about to get the answers to these questions. So now, Madam President, I ask consent to set the NDAA, Madam President, where am I? Would the Senator modify his request to include a unanimous consent request that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9051, a bill received from the House to increase recovery rebate amounts to $2,000 per individual, that the bill be read a third time and passed, the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate?
Is there objection to the modification?
Object.
Objection is heard. Is there objection to the original request? The senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Madam President. Reserving the right to object. We should all be very, very clear. The working class of this country today faces more economic desperation than at any time since the Great Depression of the 1930s. And working families need help now. Not next year, but right now. Last night, the House of Representatives, with a 2/3 majority, 275 to 134, 2/3 bipartisan vote, moved to increase the direct payment going to working families from $600 per adult to $2,000 per adult. The House did the right thing. I congratulate them. And now it is time for the Senate to step up to the plate and do what the working families of this country overwhelmingly want us to do. Madam President, as a result of the pandemic, tens of millions of Americans have lost their jobs and their incomes. These families in the middle of the winter now face the threat of eviction and the possibility of being thrown out in the streets. Hunger in America is at the highest level that it has been for decades, with moms and dads struggling to feed their kids and working families lining up mile after mile to get emergency food packages. We are even seeing an increase in grocery store shoplifting as desperate Americans try to keep their families from going hungry. All of this taking place in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Madam President, over the last number of years, as I think everybody in America knows, Congress has provided massive tax breaks for the very wealthiest people in our country. which is one of the reasons why today we have more income and wealth inequality than any time since the 1920s. In fact, in the midst of this pandemic, this terrible pandemic.
Interrupting Senator Bernie Sanders to let some of you know that you're going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Rain Augustine is coming up next. I'll see you all in a couple hours.
Hundreds of billions of dollars while average Americans struggle to put food on the table. Congress has given huge tax breaks to large corporations so that some of the most profitable and largest corporations in America today pay zero in federal income taxes. We have just passed the largest military budget in the history of our country, $740 billion, more than the next 10 nations combined. And by the way, there was almost no debate about the size of that huge budget. Trump's veto dealt with other issues. Meanwhile, over 500,000 Americans are homeless. Half of our working families are struggling to survive paycheck to paycheck. And in the midst of this terrible, unprecedented pandemic, over 90 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured in the midst of a pandemic, and they're not sure whether they can afford to go to a doctor. Madam President, we are coming to the close of one of the most terrible and painful years in American history. That is a tragic fact. Over 330,000 of our people have died from COVID-19, and as we speak, we are seeing record-breaking numbers of new cases and hospitals around the country being overwhelmed with new admissions. During the last year, the education and well-being of tens of millions of our young people, from childcare to graduate school, has been disrupted. And the terrible emotional isolation that this pandemic has caused, where people are unable to spend time with their family or their friends, has resulted in a huge increase in mental illness, drug addiction, and even suicide. Madam President, as I mentioned, the House has done the right thing. By an overwhelming vote, Democrats and Republicans voted to increase that $600 direct payment to $2,000. Recent poll came out. 78% of the American people think that was the right decision. They're hurting. They want help. The leaders of our country, President Trump, President-elect Biden, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, are all in agreement. We have got to raise that direct payment to $2,000. So that is where we are right now in this historic moment. Do we turn our backs on struggling working families, or do we respond to their pain? So, Madam President, would the senator modify his request that immediately following the vote on the veto override, the Senate proceed to the consideration of H.R. 9051, that the bill be considered read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill without intervening action or debate. Further, that if passed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection to the request for modification?
Object.
Objection is heard. Is there objection to the original?
I object.
Objection is heard. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank. Oh, okay.
No, you see?
Go ahead and get it. Start speaking. Yep.
Madam President?
The senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is our historic moment. We can see the suffering across our country. We can see how desperate people are. We can see how during this holiday season that people are looking
is John Sudnick. I'm the Chief of Department. It's spelled S-U-D-N-I-K. I'm here with the Chief of
Time since the 1920s. In fact, in the midst of this pandemic, this terrible pandemic, inequality has grown worse, with many in the billionaire class seeing their wealth increase by hundreds of billions of dollars, while average Americans struggle to put food on the table. Congress has given huge tax breaks to large corporations so that some of the most profitable and largest corporations in America today pay zero in federal income taxes. We have just passed the largest military budget in the history of our country, $740 billion, more than the next 10 nations combined. And by the way, there was almost no debate about the size of that huge budget. Trump's veto dealt with other issues. Meanwhile, over 500,000 Americans are homeless. Half of our working families are struggling to survive paycheck to paycheck. And in the midst of this terrible, unprecedented pandemic, over 90 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured in the midst of a pandemic, and they're not sure whether they can afford to go to a doctor. Madam President, we are coming to the close of one of the most terrible and painful years in American history. That is a tragic fact. Over 330,000 of our people have died from COVID-19, and as we speak, we are seeing record-breaking numbers of new cases and hospitals around the country being overwhelmed with new admissions. During the last year, the education and well-being of tens of millions of our young people, from childcare to graduate school, has been disrupted. And the terrible emotional isolation that this pandemic has caused, where people are unable to spend time with their family or their friends, has resulted in a huge increase in mental illness, drug addiction, and even suicide. Madam President, as I mentioned, the House has done the right thing. By an overwhelming vote, Democrats and Republicans voted to increase that $600 direct payment to $2,000. Recent poll came out. 78% of the American people think that was the right decision. They're hurting. They want help. The leaders of our country, President Trump, President-elect Biden, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, are all in agreement. We have got to raise that direct payment to $2,000. So that is where we are right now in this historic moment. Do we turn our backs on struggling working families, or do we respond to their pain? So, Madam President, would the senator modify his request that immediately following the vote on the veto override, the Senate proceed to the consideration of H.R. 9051, that the bill be considered read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill without time since the 1920s.
Leaders in this country will stand up and provide for Americans in their hour of need. Meanwhile, we here in Washington, we must confront a moral crisis. Why can't we keep working families from starving even as we stand ready to approve a massive defense bill? That's why I'm here with my colleague, Bernie Sanders, to call for a simple vote to provide $2,000 in direct cash payments to Americans across our country. It's this simple. Just like they did in the House of Representatives, the Senate should have a vote, up or down, yes or no, on providing these increased cash payments to desperate Americans. We can get this done quickly and before the holiday if Leader McConnell will simply agree to do it. They already had this vote in the House. 46 Republicans voted for it. Give the Republicans in the Senate the same opportunity to vote. We already know that many of them have already said they will vote for the $2,000 if they get a chance to vote. It's this simple. We can do this because a simple vote will just say that you want to provide a grand total of $2,000 to Americans who need it to pay the rent, to keep the electricity on, to buy diapers, to pay for life-saving medication, just to survive this devastating pandemic. 44 House Republicans voted for the $2,000 checks. I believe that Republicans in this chamber will do so as well. And President Trump has already made it very clear he will sign that bill. So we can see where the opposition is. It's the leadership of the Republicans in the United States Senate. People across our country are falling ill and falling behind on their bills. And for the families of the hundreds of thousands who have died in the coronavirus, medical and funeral expenses are compounding their grief. They need money in their pockets. In Massachusetts, this past Sunday, we hit 100 deaths in a single day, the highest death toll our state has seen in a 24-hour period since the very beginning of this pandemic. In the week before Christmas, 21,000 new people in our state applied for unemployment benefits, just as Donald Trump let these protections lapse before millions of Americans were losing their benefits, and that is a tragedy. A $2,000 check is the most direct and effective mechanism for delivering economic relief right now to those barely holding on throughout this crisis, particularly low-income Americans, immigrant communities, our gig, our service workers, our essential workers. They need help. They have been helping our families. We need to help their families. And right now, these checks would help 158 million people across our country pay for housing, put food on the table, make sure that grandma and grandpa have their diabetes or heart medication. That's why Senator Sanders, Senator Kamala Harris, and I introduced legislation to provide every person in our country, regardless of immigration status, with $2,000 monthly recurring payments to help weather this storm. We knew then, 7 months ago, that a single $1,200 relief check was not going to be enough to help families get by. And the $600 payment in the latest coronavirus package is crumbs to working people who have faced economic hardship through no fault of their own. It won't even cover a month of rent, let alone heating bills, food bills, Wi-Fi bills for students learning from home, and all the other expenses which are piling up for these families. Now, some of my Republican colleagues have said that providing $2,000 would be too expensive. Well, here are some other costs they seem to have forgotten. If our proposal to increase stimulus checks to $2,000 is signed, the overall cost of the stimulus bill would go from $900 billion to $1.36 trillion. Yes, that is $464 billion increase over what we were currently projecting for this bill. But it is only a fraction of the $740 billion defense bill that this chamber stands ready to approve again this week. My Republican colleagues, and I hate to say this, but my Republican colleagues seem more interested in funding defense than in funding the defenseless. And that's what this debate is all about. What do we do to help these defenseless families? In this moment of national crisis, we are able to afford spending $750 billion on a bloated defense budget, spending that is supposed to protect our country, yet did nothing to inoculate against the most profound public health emergency in a century. But we can't give hungry and suffering Americans $2,000. That is a moral failure for our country. Give Americans this money. Most of my colleagues support this defense budget. They got to vote on it a few weeks ago, and I know they stand ready to override President Trump's racist, belligerent veto. We're here today asking the same thing for $2,000 payments, a simple up or down vote. Let's bring the House bill up for a vote. Leader Schumer is committed to bringing it forward. We can get this done before the holiday. We can do this for Americans before the year is out. We must remember that what makes America the envy of the world is not simply the strength of our defense and military, but the strength of our people. People like Ahmed Jaya, a parent of 3, who was laid off from his job as a doorman at the Omni Parker House in Boston this past March. Ahmed receives $400 a week in unemployment benefits, but it is not enough to cover the bills that keep rolling in as he now faces expiring health coverage as well. Or people like Tanya DeStefano from Spencer, Massachusetts, who gave birth to a beautiful baby boy on Halloween and returned from the hospital to find an eviction notice taped to the front of her door. These are the stories that should be driving our fights. These are the people who need relief now. And these checks will go right back into our economy because people will spend this money. They need it for the necessities which are confronting their families right now. Last week, Donald Trump used these people as political pawns. He stalled signing the coronavirus relief package, claiming that he wants to give $2,000 checks to every American. By delaying, President Trump may have stiffed unemployed Americans out of $300 this week in unemployment benefits, benefits that they will not get back. So let's now hold Donald Trump to his word. Let's bring this to a vote. And let's pass $2,000 relief checks for every person in our country and put that bill on Donald Trump's desk. This pandemic has laid bare the tragedy of 2 Americas, one in which billionaires grew their wealth by $931 billion over the course of this pandemic, an America where the rich continue to get richer. And the other America that has seen unprecedented economic uncertainty, Great Depression-level unemployment rates, and devastating losses, where Black and Latinx workers suffer disproportionately higher rates of unemployment, and their families suffer higher rates of coronavirus infection and death, where workers get laid off while CEOs get raises and companies engage in stock buyback plans, where residents get evicted or their electricity shut off, but major corporations barely pay taxes. For those workers and families and struggling households in America, for the vast majority of America, $2,000 is a lifeline. And it is time for Leader McConnell to bring this legislation to the floor for a vote. The American people have a right to know where every member of the Senate stands on this issue. They now know where President Trump says he stands. They now know where every member of the United States House of Representatives stands. And the American people have a right to know, in this desperate time that we are living through, who was on their side to give their families the help which they needed. Senator Sanders is right. We should have a vote. It should be yes
Stay
and no.
with us. News Now from Fox will return after this commercial break.
Before the end of this year. Madam President, I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, America has 600 billionaires. Now, $1 billion doesn't sound like a lot of money these days. President Trump just signed a bill begrudgingly that has $900 billion in it. But trust me, $1 billion is still a whole lot of money. It's actually so much money that it's really hard to find words to describe what it looks like. But let me try. If you're, for instance, one of the 500,000 Americans who makes the minimum wage in this nation, and you're lucky enough to work 40 hours a week, guess how many years you would have to work in order to get $1 billion? 500 years? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? No, you're not even close. If you make minimum wage in America today, you would need to work for 75,000 years in order to make $1 billion. 75,000 years. Neanderthals were roaming the earth 75,000 years ago. Those guys, if they made minimum wage, would have to work up until present day every single day. And that is, of course, if they didn't spend a dime of the money they made in order to accrue $1 billion. $1 billion is a bananas amount of money. And there are 600 people in America today who make at least that amount of money or have that amount of money to their name. That's crazy. With $1 billion, you are leading a life that, frankly, none of us can really imagine, right? You've got private planes, you've got yachts, you've got household staffs in the dozens. You've got enough money to make sure that your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren and your great-great-grandchildren never have to work a day of their lives. Generations of your offspring can just live lives of indolent luxury without a care if they so choose. You know where I was 2 days before Thanksgiving this year? I was at Hamden Middle School in my state to help hand out free food for the unemployed, the poor, and the disabled ahead of a long holiday weekend. Those long weekends can be really hard, especially the ones that fall at the end of the month when the SNAP benefits have long run out. I got there as darkness fell, but right at the beginning of the event. And I noticed that down the hill from the roundabout at the school where they were handing out the food, there was a usually empty parking lot. And that night, at that moment, at the beginning of the event, that parking lot was lit up by hundreds of sets of headlights. Hundreds of cars just sitting there, idling in that parking lot. I asked the organizer of the event what was going on in that parking lot. Was that some other event happening that evening? Why all the cars? He told me the cars started pulling into that lot hours ago. They got wind we were handing out food, and they got here early to make sure that they didn't get left out. We have enough food for 300 people, and there were 300 cars in that lot before I even got here. That is what has happened during this pandemic. Millions of families all across this nation, through no fault of their own, have lost their jobs, have had their hours dramatically cut back. They had no savings because work doesn't pay in this country anymore. They spent everything they earned each month. And so when the economy collapsed virtually overnight in the spring, they got desperate really fast. And I want you to think about what it's really like on an hour-to-hour basis when you don't have enough money for food for your family. The decisions you have to make every single day are practically animalistic. Do you make your kids go hungry during the day when they need the most energy? Or do you skimp on dinner and force your kids to go to bed with hunger pangs? There are hundreds of thousands of mothers and fathers who right now, as I am speaking, are making that decision today. That's the reality of this pandemic. But here's another reality. Those 600 billionaires in this country, as it turns out, as a group, they lost nothing during this pandemic. No, exactly the opposite. They got richer. The wealthiest 600 Americans collectively added $1 trillion to their bank accounts. Let me say it again. The richest 600 Americans gained $1 trillion over the course of 2020. And let's be clear, that's not money that grew in their money tree orchards. Yeah, we're printing some more money these days, but wealth isn't far away from a zero-sum game still. And so when we allow for 600 people in the country to control 50% of the nation's wealth, that's coming out of your pocket. 600 people in a country of 328 million isn't a lot of people. But you know what's a smaller number than 600? 52. There are 52 Republicans in this chamber. 52 people who are going to have a decision to make about what to do in a country where millions are literally starving as we speak, while 600 billionaires count the $1 trillion in additional wealth that they have accumulated during this period of national calamity. The question before these 52 Senate Republicans is simple. It's simple. Should we give $2,000 to low and middle income Americans right now to help them survive this crisis? That's the decision Senate Republicans have to make right now. Time is running out. 600 billionaires got $1 trillion richer this year, and the question before Senate Republicans is this: are you willing to spend an amount equal to just half of that windfall to America's billionaires in order to help 160 million Americans? Because right now, the 52 Senate Republicans serving in this chamber are the only thing standing in the way of $2,000 being sent to 160 million of our neediest.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for joining us this Wednesday morning. I will be your host, taking over for Pilar Arias for the next few hours right here on News Now from Fox. We are continuing to bring you all the latest top stories and headlines from around the country, and of course we are bringing you all this content in its raw and unfiltered form, this so that way our viewers can make their own independent decision when it comes to news gathering. Now today we have several live events that we plan on bringing you from around the nation. At 9 a.m. we'll bring you all to New York City, where bar owners will hold a press conference in Staten Island. Several bar owners have been arrested multiple times for allegedly defying COVID-19 orders. The story has actually made national headlines. It was even reenacted on Saturday Night Live, but bar owners in the area say that they're honestly just trying to make a living for their family. So we'll bring you that presser in its full format. Also at 10 o'clock, we expect to hear from Republican Senate candidate Kelly Loeffler. We all know that all eyes are on Georgia ahead of the January 5th runoff election, where Senate incumbent candidates David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler will face John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock. So we will also bring you all this live and unfiltered on News Now. At 10:45, we expect to hear from Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she brings us her weekly press address. And at 11 a.m., we'll bring you all back to New York City, where New York City Police Department officials will be telling us how they plan on keeping everyone safe this New Year's Eve. We all know everyone is anxiously awaiting the famous ball drop, but a lot of people want to know what they're doing to manage the crowd and keep everyone safe. So we'll also have a live talk back from Fox 5's. It's Ryan McKenzie. He'll be joining us, giving us a behind-the-scenes look. But right now, I want to bring you all to Orlando, Florida, where Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie is joining us. A lot of people are wondering what theme parks are doing to keep everyone safe. Universal Studios has hit capacity several times throughout this holiday season. So let's pull her in as she's going to give us a live look from the scene.
in 10 minutes for both of their parks, Universal Studios Orlando as well as Islands of Adventure. Now, to give you any idea of what it was like, well, we saw hundreds of cars packed waiting to go into the garage this morning from the traffic cameras, and we saw plenty of families walking across the street toward the parks. Now, a lot of folks did get here early because for the past several days they have been reaching capacity throughout the day. Well, today it happened very quickly. Now, the bit of good news here is that the park is tweeting that they expect to reopen sometime this afternoon, but they're urging folks to call their capacity hotline and to check in on their social media to find out when that might be.
Amanda, thank you all so much. We will continue to keep you all updated in regards to the Universal Resort capacity. Look, Universal is one of my favorite resorts to visit, but it's very important to make sure that we're all staying safe this holiday season. So again, thank you all so much for watching News Now from Fox. Right now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break, and when we return, we'll take you out to New York City, where some fire department officials received the first doses of the COVID-19 vaccine.
John Sudnick. I'm the Chief of Department. It's spelled S-U-D-N-I-K. I'm here with the Chief of Operations, Thomas Richardson, R-I-C-H-A-R-D-S-O-N. Okay, so today's a great day in the FDNY. Today we begin vaccination of our CFRD firefighters. As you know, last week on Wednesday, we began vaccinating our EMTs and our paramedics from our EMS command. And as of today, we have over 1,000 of our members that are vaccinated. So our firefighters, our CFRD firefighters, are certified first responders. They've been responding to and operating at medical calls for the past 25 years. And they operate alongside with most life-threatening medical emergencies side by side with our EMTs and our paramedics. So we're so grateful that we're able to get those members vaccinated today, and we'll continue to do so over the next several weeks. So let me talk to you a little bit about the operation we have going on here inside. It's one of our distribution sites. We have 3 distribution sites located throughout the city. Right here, we have one at our EMS Training Academy at Fort Totten, and we have another distribution site at our Fire Academy on Randall's Island. We're set up to process and vaccinate approximately 450 of our members a day, and that's going to continue for the next several weeks and there beyond. And that'll continue to vaccinate our EMTs, our paramedics, and our CFRD firefighters. This vaccine is so critically important, and let me tell you why. So back in the springtime, when this pandemic hit, we put a message out to our firefighters that, if they were sick, we did not want them to come to work and infect other people. But if they weren't sick, we absolutely needed them to show up to work, to continue to protect and serve the people of the city. And that's what they did. They kept their end of the bargain, and they held up, and they provided that service. So we feel so grateful today that we're able to provide this vaccination to them so they can continue to be protected. They can go home and make sure that they're not exposing their families, so their families are protected, so they continue to protect each other in the workplace, at work, and that they continue to protect the citizens of this city responding to fires and emergencies. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Richardson for a few minutes to talk to you about the effort that we put forth to get the message out to our firefighters about the importance of this vaccine.
some questions. Dr. Prasad continues to get questions. But we've seen in these next several days, we have a pretty full schedule of members wanting to be vaccinated. So as they become more educated and they understand the vaccine and they talk to their family members, and we've also encouraged them to seek counsel from their personal physicians as well to make sure that they have all their questions answered. And I think because of that, we're seeing a pretty good response, and we'll hope to continue to see that in the next several weeks. As you know, the chief mentioned that our firefighters are certified first responder firefighters. We respond to between 800 and 1,000 serious medical calls a day, our firefighters do. And they work side by side with our Bureau of EMS folks, as the chief said. But throughout this last 9 months, our people have been tremendous. They continue to provide the service, the top level, top quality, pre-hospital emergency medical care, as well as responding to fires and emergencies, other types of fires and emergencies. We're out there every single day. We're out there right now getting it done, and we'll continue to serve and protect the citizens of New York City. Thanks.
You talked about the trepidation that some members express in terms of that. Can you give us a sense of what it is they have trepidation about? Do they think it's, the vaccine was rushed and can't be trusted? Do they think it's all political? And what is it that they have trepidation about?
Well, I'll try to answer that. I think that in vaccines in general, and I think in society, people have a little bit of trepidation about it. Every year in October, we administer the flu vaccine. We make it available to all of our members. And we find during that period of time, about 1/3 of our members take the flu vaccine. A certain number get it from their own personal doctors. So we think about 50% of our members take the flu vaccine. So I don't think they're any different than people in general, the population in general, as far as their skepticism about the vaccine. I think several weeks ago, as you know, a survey was done by the Firefighters Union. I think that was done, it was before some information came out. We put out a fact sheet on the vaccine. I think I would anticipate and hope over time that our members will see the benefits outweigh the risks of not taking this vaccine.
Well, I wanted to ask along the same lines. This is really the only way that we're going to end this pandemic. The realization, it's easy to say to a survey taker with the union, no, I'm not going to take the vaccine. But when push comes to shove and you sign up for the vaccine, we see the number increasing. And if this continues to see so many people dying over the next few months, how much will that set in that this is really the only answer we have?
Yeah, I think it will. Our firefighters are pragmatic. They're there to do a job. They love coming to work, and they know their job is to protect people. And I think that once they know they have the protection for themselves, and we're no strangers to personal protective equipment and gear. We wear it every day when we go to fires and emergencies. This is just adding to that level of protection. So I do think our firefighters over time will embrace this vaccine, and we'll see more and more sign up for it.
Lisa?
Chief Richardson, you said how many medical emergencies firefighters respond to every day?
Between 800.
If you can do it on the mic.
We respond to between 800 and 1,000 medical emergencies a day. Firefighters go to the highest priority medical
whether it's firefighting or doing rescue operations or saving people's lives from medical emergencies, what do you think having the vaccine does in terms of their state of mind, knowing every time they go into a home or a building or whatever that they have that protection there?
Well, certainly I think psychologically it's going to help members continue to be resilient. We're a resilient workforce. The chief said we love what we do. People raise their right hand and take this job because they love it. They love the work. And we go into danger all the time, but this is going to allow our members to be maybe a little less
are apprehensive about going into some situations where they're dealing with potential, COVID infected folks. But we continue to do our work each and every day, no matter what.
Yes. Steve? Yeah, just on that note of apprehension,
I would say that we're grateful to have the opportunity to get this vaccine. Each and every time somebody calls 911, a fire engine, fire truck, an ambulance is going to show up no matter what. And we serve people when they're having a really bad day, right? So I think that when we show up, they'll accept whatever help is there. And, hopefully most of our members are going to be vaccinated. We think we're getting a good response. I don't have that number right now. I don't. Maybe the chief do. I don't know. We're scheduling out through most of January right now. That's what we're in the process of doing.
The sign-up process is ongoing. We opened it up further today, and we're hoping to get more vaccine in over the next couple of days, and we want to have enough vaccine to vaccinate every member of this department. Just to your previous question, our members, when they respond to medical emergencies in particular, they're protected. They wear face coverings, they wear N95 respirators. So it's a pre-hospital, as the chief said, it's a pre-hospital setting, and they're protected, and they're protecting the people that they serve. Certainly, getting more people vaccinated adds to that protection.
Chief, have you been vaccinated?
I have not been vaccinated yet, but I can't wait to get vaccinated. As soon as a shot becomes available for me, I'm going to get vaccinated. It's my hope that I can set an example and encourage my firefighters to protect themselves, protect their families, and protect their co-workers, and to continue to come to work and protect the people of this city.
We're taking a live look at Times Square. In just a few moments, we will have Ryan with Fox 5 New York. He'll be joining us from Times Square, giving us a behind-the-scenes look at what officials are doing to prepare for the famous ball drop on New Year's Eve. We will bring this to you in just about 30 minutes, so stay with us right here on News Now from Fox. Now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you the latest COVID-19 updates from San Francisco.
Our COVID Command Center and the Department of Public Health team who have been going non-stop for months now. We are seeing some reasons for hope, but we are still in a precarious position. As we close the last week of 2020, we mourn the loss of 182 San Franciscans who we have lost to this virus. And we extend our condolences to their loved ones at what must be an especially difficult time of year to be without them. We also find ourselves, as we begin 2021, in the middle of our worst surge yet. This is not where any of us wants to be. The state of California has the highest case rate in the nation, with more than 33,000 new cases per day. And there is zero intensive care unit bed capacity in Southern and Central California. Here in the Bay Area, ICU bed capacity is hovering around 9%. And while San Francisco has the second lowest case count in the Bay Area, thanks to our dedication of staying at home, we must continue our efforts if we want to combat this current surge successfully. Let's review the data that shows some small improvements in the last 3 weeks. Since Thanksgiving, we have experienced a surge, an aggressive increase in COVID-19 cases, as you can see on this slide. But we are also starting to see indications that this surge may have reached a peak. Again, these case numbers remain extremely high, just below 30 per 100,000, but the rate of increase is showing some signs of decline. We have managed to push the average number of new cases per day in San Francisco down to about 270 for the first time since December 12th, a little more than 2 weeks ago. But I must emphasize, we are still far from out of the woods. We still have more cases, far more cases per day than we had in the previous 2 surges. And we also have to wait until January to see the overall impacts of these pivotal holiday weeks when it is likely that people have gathered and giving this highly infectious virus a possible foothold for increases. While travel at San Francisco Airport was down significantly compared to last year, this past week, unfortunately, set national records for travel since the pandemic began. This is extremely concerning and does not bode well for January. Next slide, please. Recent hospitalizations have hit a record in San Francisco as well. Right now, we're just slightly below 200 people who are in the hospital with COVID-19 in our hospital systems across the city. This is nearly double the number that we had during the summer surge. Now, the rate of increase has slowed just a bit, and we believe that our capacity in the region is likely due to a result of many hospitals canceling elective surgeries or reducing the number of elective surgeries scheduled during the holiday week. But as hospitalizations increase, hospital capacity across the state and region is decreasing. Area hospitals outside of San Francisco have very limited ICU capacity. And again, California hospitals outside of San Francisco and Sacramento have no hospital ICU capacity. We also know that hospitalizations lag about 2 weeks behind case increases. So unfortunately, we expect this number of hospitalizations in San Francisco to continue to climb for now. We will be watching these numbers very closely in the weeks to come. Next slide, please. But this slide shows what we have accomplished and we can continue to accomplish when we work together. We use the reproductive rate, RE, on the top of this slide. We use the reproductive rate of the virus to project hospitalizations and deaths. Look at these numbers. And I know there's a lot of detail here, but I will go through the slide with some time. We use the reproductive rate of the virus to project hospitalizations and deaths. On December 5th, the reproductive rate of the virus was estimated to be 1.45. 1.45. At that time, we were looking at nearly 1,500 hospitalizations and 544 additional deaths by March 1st. By December 26th, with our early implementation of the stay-at-home order, December 6th, and with the state's order being put into effect about a week after that, we pushed the reproductive rate down to 1.13. Look what that did to our numbers. A decline of an estimate of 1,200 fewer hospitalizations, peaking in February, and over 500 deaths averted. Now we need to continue to make this progress continue to get our reproductive rate below 1. If we are able to do that by the new year, we will continue to save lives and hospitalizations. 210 hospitalizations would be predicted. And while one death is too many, significantly fewer deaths than even what are projected for with our reproductive rate at 1.13. As we lower the reproductive rate, we see fewer sick people requiring fewer ICU beds and fewer people dying. By staying home and not gathering, we have been able to prevent hundreds of hospitalizations and save so many lives. Our goal needs to be to get that reproductive rate below 1. We have done it twice before, and I know that we can do it again. It is an incredible effort by all of us that will result in slowing the spread of COVID-19. I know it comes with sacrifice. Thank you for everything you're doing and everything we are giving up today, this week, this month, so that we can save lives and all be here for the vaccine. As we head into this New Year's Eve, let's remember that the power is in our hands to continue to turn this surge around. Hundreds of families in San Francisco will have a chance to spend next New Year's Eve together in good health because of the choices we make this week. We must continue to take the preventative measures that we know slow the spread of COVID-19. Avoid gatherings. Do not gather with people outside of your immediate household. Do not travel. Keep your distance and cover your face with a mask when and if you have to go out. Remember, it is also key that if you have traveled outside of the Bay Area counties recently, you must quarantine for 10 days when you arrive or return to San Francisco. By taking these steps together, by supporting each other, we have done relatively well in the last 2 weeks. And we see signs, as I just reviewed, that we are slowing the latest surge. But I must emphasize, this surge is still our biggest yet. And we cannot afford to have a Christmas or New Year's surge on top of the surge that we are already experiencing. That would be catastrophic. We simply can't let this get worse. We won't have good insight into the impact of the Christmas holiday until January 2nd at the earliest, until January 8th for the impact of New Year's. And there's also another new variable. As you may have seen in the news, the United Kingdom has identified a variant strain of COVID-19. While the CDC has not identified the variant in the United States yet, it is very likely that it could be here, but is not yet detected. Now, this is not a surprise. All viruses mutate over time. And some of these random mutations change the way the virus behaves. This variant has changes in what is called the spike protein that make it easier to transmit the virus to others. At this time, there is no evidence that this variant causes more severe illness or increased death. And I emphasize again that this variant has not been detected in this country, in California, or San Francisco. We also have no evidence that the COVID-19 vaccines recently approved will have any trouble working against this variant. The vaccine scientists are testing to confirm this. We will learn of more variants over time, and other variants have been described in other parts of the world. The core COVID-19 prevention methods, not gathering, keeping at least 6 feet apart, wearing masks and washing hands, should still work to prevent the spread of these virus variants and strains. And again, as we learn more, we will adjust our efforts as we have during this pandemic. And for now, we will continue to require that people who travel outside the Bay Area quarantine for 10 days. Let's continue to work together. Let's keep the pressure on this virus and continue to turn this surge around. Let's begin the new year by pushing the curve lower. Stay at home as much as possible. Please, please wait till New Year's of 2022 for your traditional New Year's celebration. This year, keep it distant, keep the community safe. We are so close, again, to beating back this third surge. Let's keep it going for 2021. This will be the greatest New Year gift of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Colfax. Before we start the Q&A portion, we're going to take a moment to allow reporters to submit questions on WebEx.
All right, everybody, you are watching News Now from Fox. We just showed you all the most recent coronavirus updates out of San Francisco, California. I now want to bring you all to New York City, where EMT and paramedics received the coronavirus just 24 hours ago, and they held a presser about the experience. Let's listen into that.
Okay, if everyone's ready, I'm here this afternoon with members of my team. In a year where there wasn't much to celebrate, today was to be a day where we would celebrate here in the department. But unfortunately, we learned this morning that yet another brave member of this department, EMT Evelyn Ford, perished from COVID. And it kind of darkens what should be a real bright moment for us. But it does highlight the need for this vaccine for these folks who have been at the very tip of the spear, serving people day in and day out since March, placing themselves in danger each and every day. So, vaccinations have started today with our EMS members, EMTs and paramedics. We have the ability at 3 locations to vaccinate 450 people per day. And as you've seen in the other room, it's well underway, and that is something to celebrate. So while we remember Evelyn and all the others we've lost, she's the 12th member of this department that we've lost since it started. Back in the summer, I quoted Winston Churchill and said, as things were getting better, it was the end of the beginning. And now I think I can say it is the beginning of the end. As people get vaccinated and get immunity to COVID, perhaps at some point in 2021, we can put this terrible scourge behind us. Now, this effort by the department was a real group effort. And the person that coordinated it for us was my first Deputy Commissioner, Laura Kavanaugh. And she's to be credited for this organization that it took and the skills that it took to take all of these folks, our IMT, our medical personnel, bureaus of operations and fire and EMS, and get it together so that today, only really days after the arrival of the vaccine, we've begun vaccinating our personnel. So I'll introduce Laura to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner. Like the Commissioner said, this is, like everything else in the fire department, truly a team effort and truly an extraordinary one. In many ways, it is hard to believe after all we've been through this year, that we are finally here, that we are able to give a vaccine to our members who need it so much. We all visited EMS stations, including myself, back in March, and some of the things we saw that our members were going through would just haunt you. You would see how much loss they were seeing on the job, and you know they were experiencing that loss in their own lives with their own coworkers. And they just kept going, and it was truly extraordinary. And I think what I thought and what all of us thought is we have to do everything we can to protect them. We have to get them this vaccine as soon as it is possible and available, and that's what we've done today. And it really, I can't say it enough, it is bittersweet, as the Commissioner mentioned, with this loss, but it is truly extraordinary that we are here. And I would say this is, in every way, a team effort. The IMT, the two chiefs standing next to me, Chief Bonsignor, who has advocated for her members every day, Dr. David Prezant, our fearless Chief Medical Officer, who has relentlessly ensured that we would be at the front of this line when it finally happened, and the entire senior staff, the unions. We all work together, and it is because of that team effort that we are here today. And to all of them, I thank them for getting us here, and I thank our members for continuing to go out every day during this pandemic, including today. Thank you.
And now I'd like to introduce the Chief of EMS, Lillian Bonsignor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. These last 9 months have been long and difficult. EMTs and paramedics and first responders and healthcare providers have been on the front lines of this very deadly virus, engaged in a battle for their patients' lives. We've lost a couple of those people along the way, and as the Commissioner mentioned, one just hours ago. Today, our city and our state says thank you to those brave women and men who continue to serve the public as this pandemic rages on. They say thank you by providing them a life-saving vaccine. And we are so grateful. We are grateful to the scientists who developed this vaccine, and we are grateful to the people who helped procure this vaccine for the fire department. And we are so grateful for everybody who has stepped up to administer this vaccine. Today is the day we start saving the lives of our first responders. And I implore all first responders to get vaccinated as quickly as they can. And just an overwhelming thank you to everybody who made this possible. Thanks.
Okay, I'd like to open up now for any questions you might have, and we'll, among us, do our very best to answer all of them.
Commissioner, what's the rate of people wanting to get vaccinated versus not get vaccinated? Have you made any progress on that front? And also, can any of you speak on Evelyn, if you knew her personally?
Well, I'll answer the first. I didn't hear the second one too well, but so far we have just over 60% of the people who've answered have answered to the affirmative. Over 3,000 people have appointments within the next 2 weeks to be vaccinated. We have made progress. We certainly expect that over the course of time, as they see more and more people, we saw Dr. Fauci receive his vaccination on TV, people will get it. Our aim is that every member of this department should be vaccinated for their own good, for the good of their families, and for those we serve. So I think that number will continue to increase as people gain more and more knowledge that this vaccine is safe, and this vaccine will keep you safe. I think there is a slight difference between fire and EMS numbers so far. Not everyone has yet answered the survey, but it is possible. I think, again, many people within the department, an unusual number, almost 6,000 members of this department have had COVID out of 17,000, and many of them may not see the importance of being vaccinated because they already had it. But all of the doctors tell us, even if you've already had COVID, you should be vaccinated. So we'll continue to try to educate people more and more and bring that group into the fold, that group of, I say, as of now, of 6,000 people who may feel it's not important for them. As of now, we have we will not make it mandatory, and no one else that I've heard, no other government agency or anyone else is making it mandatory. So we're really hoping that through our efforts of education, and I think everyone is trying to educate the public on why they should be vaccinated so we can reach what they call herd immunity, and the numbers will grow. Could you speak up a little? Sure. Well, as you know, as the department was preparing and the city was preparing to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, suddenly the city closed down, and the COVID numbers spiked, not gradually, but immediately. And our people were faced with this disease that we didn't know much about. How could we get it? We were scrambling for PPE. Thank goodness we continued to have supplies of what we needed. I think the hardest part for our people, and it continues today, as I looked at the numbers just yesterday, there were just under 100 cardiac arrests in the city yesterday, of which more than 50% of the people were pronounced on scene. And our members are then faced with telling these families that their loved one, there's nothing more they can do. And the problem is they did this day after they've been doing this for 9 months. They've been dealing with this disease that's been killing people in our city for 9 months. And the toll that that's taken on them, we can measure it through the number of counseling visits, and the toll it will continue to take. It's been dreadful for them and for folks and everyone in the medical profession in the hospitals of having to go to work day after day and not be able to save everyone, and that's been the most difficult thing.
News Now from Fox returns after this quick commercial break.
Well, some of us would say exactly to what you say. Why, if you're in the medical profession, why you would not want to take the vaccine. You know, there were so many social media posts out there that people saw that really portrayed this as not tested enough or dangerous or other silly comments. And yet the real science behind it that we hear from Dr. Prezant and experts like him is this is a safe vaccine that will keep you alive. And you know, having been someone who received the early polio vaccine back in the 50s and all the vaccines, I wish they had the vaccines against childhood diseases when I was younger. But vaccines have eradicated polio and smallpox and everything else. Everyone should want this vaccine, and everyone should get this vaccine, with very, very few exceptions. There are, you know, a few medical exceptions, and they're few and far between. We have just about 600 firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics out with COVID right now. As I said before, including that number, we've had almost 6,000. The vast majority, with a very, very small exception, have gotten better, thank God, and come back to work. And again, that's an example of the kind of people that work in New York City Fire Department is, despite some of them being hospitalized and being very sick, as soon as they were better, they were back on the ambulance, back on the fire engine, and serving the public. So that's where we are right now.
I did receive the vaccine just a few moments ago, about 20 minutes ago. I've had no side effects whatsoever from it. Like with every vaccine I've ever gotten in my life, there has been a little bit of soreness at the injection site. Other than that, I've felt no negativity whatsoever, no dizziness, no fatigue, no fever, no anything. Now, we do know that this vaccine can cause some tiredness in people, can cause some muscle aches, can cause even a low-grade fever. And we also know that most of those complaints occur after the second dose rather than the first dose, and that vaccine experts don't even consider any of the things that I just mentioned as a side effect. They consider that as a vaccine response effect. It demonstrates that the vaccine is working and that your body is responding to it. What's critically important to emphasize is that these are response effects. And in the trials of both the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine, there were no serious side effects. No one was hospitalized, no one died, everybody did well. So when you're looking at a risk-benefit analysis, which is the way we make decisions in medicine, you have a vaccine that caused no serious side effects versus an illness that causes death, death that we were reminded about just today. Therefore, there's no doubt in my mind or anyone else's mind who studies these things that this is a vaccine that must be taken. And we will spend our time, our efforts, convincing everyone in the fire department about how safe it is. And today is the first day where we will be able to do that, because we'll be able to show all of the people that got vaccinated today have done so well.
Okay, I think right now we're a few percentage points above our normal absentee rate in the fire department. Certainly not as high as we were back in the spring, but slightly higher than what would be considered the norm. So it has an effect on the department, our ability to staff, but we've staffed up. There has not been a day during this pandemic when we did not have the proper amount of engines and ladder companies and ambulances out there in the street serving the public. So the interesting thing too is that the non-COVID medical leave in the department is actually down. So I think it shows a little bit about the members knowing that they're needed, and a lot of them are coming through at times when they might have said, I need an extra day off, but the department's depending on me. So we really, we appreciate that dedication from our membership. And Lil, maybe you could say something. I know Evelyn was a friend of yours.
EMT Evelyn Ford is a person of compassion, kindness, and a deep sense of service. She's a 27-year veteran of our department, and she was employed at the citywide dispatch desk, which is a big responsibility for us. She was one of the people who coordinated all the large-scale events, large-scale assignments, and the resources that went along with it. She was kind, respectful, and believed in the job that we all do. And I think these qualities are reflective of most of EMS. which is what brings us together. We all believe in the mission. We all believe in taking care of others. And all of EMS and all first responders put their lives on the line every day for the chance that they can save another's life. And they accept the fact that along the way, sometimes you give up your own. And she understood that. We'll miss her deeply, and we appreciate the ability to even have known her over those years. And she will always remain in our hearts.
Percentage. Okay, right now it's of those who've answered, and let's say it's not the entire department as of yet, it's slightly over 60%. So what we're seeing, as you're seeing in the surveys around the country, is the numbers of people who are accepting the vaccine is growing. And I think it will grow exponentially over the next few weeks. And I really believe that the vast majority of our firefighters and EMTs will receive the vaccine over the next few months. For both, yes. Well, it's dispatch office that she was assigned to is not particularly crowded, but it's quite a number of people there. She previously worked in Station 31 in Fort Greene, Brooklyn, but her most recent assignment in dispatch center, we try to keep people as separated as possible. They made a very determined effort to do that, but it's a big facility that serves a big city.
All right, guys, if you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, and this is News Now from Fox. Now, in just a few minutes, we're going to take you out to New York City, where Fox 5 New York's Ryan Christopher is bringing us the latest from Times Square. Everyone's wondering how the coronavirus pandemic will affect the New Year's Eve ball drops. We will bring you that in just a few moments. But I want to bring you out to Florida for a live event. Governor Ron DeSantis is addressing all things coronavirus related in the state. So some of you will see a commercial break. And when we return, we will be in Florida for the full presser from Governor Ron DeSantis.
Not yet filed for emergency use authorization in the United States. I anticipate that that'll happen soon. That will obviously potentially make more supply in the United States available. That does require 2 shots, though. Some people have been saying it's only 1. That's the Johnson & Johnson, which they have not published data on that yet. We hope this month, or excuse me, in January, that'll happen, and hopefully they'll be able to file for EUA sometime in late January, early February. But that AstraZeneca, we assume that they're going to probably want to apply for EUA in the United States. It is two doses, but that will help us as well. It seems like the data has been pretty good. Obviously, there's going to be a process where they're going to be able to do that. But for people who are younger, who may want it, who are in the workforce, there is going to be the time where that's going to be available. Between what we have now with the supply lines in Pfizer and Moderna, I mean, these are tens of millions of doses in the United States, over the next many months. You have the AstraZeneca. It looks like maybe something that will be a live possibility, and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine would be perfect for essential workers. So that'll be, well, really all workers. I mean, we're not going to make those distinctions. We view everyone as important, but those will be available in due time. But the priority now has got to be with our elderly population, our parents and our grandparents. So we're pleased with some of the headway that Florida's been able to make in terms of vaccine administration. We were the first state in the nation to begin offering vaccines to staff and residents of long-term care facilities. That's been our #1 priority. Now, the federal government has partnered with CVS and Walgreens to be able to administer those vaccinations in those particular areas. We believe that needed to start right away, and so when there was a little lag that was apparent, we created strike teams, and we were able to do over 100 facilities in Pinellas and Broward counties. They have a high concentration of those facilities, and these strike teams are going to continue to supplement the mission in our long-term care facilities and hopefully be a force multiplier in addition to CVS and Walgreens. We were also the first state in the nation to begin offering vaccines to EMTs and to paramedics, and we're now the first state in the nation to mobilize our county health departments and county emergency managers to actively vaccinate seniors in our communities. And so here is week 3 of vaccine. And so the progress over the last 3 weeks, as I mentioned, we did have the 5 hospitals receive the Pfizer vaccine initially. We did have the strike teams to be able to go into the nursing homes and long-term care facilities. And last week you started to see more vaccine with Moderna. A whole bunch of hospitals up and down the state were able to receive it. And so we feel really good about where they are. We think they're going to be able to really get into the communities and make a big difference. And of course, with my executive order, we are focusing on our elderly population. And so we've done about 175,000 shots as of this morning. And I think you're going to see those numbers continue to grow, not just in Florida, but throughout the country. The good thing about getting this within a year is we have it sooner. When you get it right in the holidays, the demand on Christmas Eve and Christmas did drop. And we anticipate probably the same will happen New Year's Eve and New Year's. But the bottom line is this is a statewide effort. We want to be supportive of all of our communities. And I told the mayor, we want to be here for folks in Palm Beach County. If you look at the percentage of residents who are over 65, this is one of the highest that we have in the state of Florida. So we want to be doing things, supporting efforts like what we're doing at Kings Point, but even broader efforts, and we pledge our support, financial, personnel, to be able to help get that done. So I'm going to let the mayor come up and say a few words, and then we'll be able to see the vaccines happen. Mayor?
Thank you, Governor. We're delighted and honored to have you here in Palm Beach County. And to Commissioner Sachs, thank you for having us in your district and here in Kings Point. A very special.
Good morning there, Rain, and almost Happy New Year, and I'm with you. I can't wait for this year to be over, I think, along with everybody else watching right now. And as you said, things are going to be very different. But before we get to that, let's start with what happened yesterday. So everybody check the confetti. The crews are ready to rock and roll in terms of the confetti and ticker tape to drop tomorrow night at midnight. Also, they installed 192 brand new triangular Waterford crystals into that ball, and the ball is nearly 12,000 pounds, which will be dropping tomorrow at midnight, which we're very excited for. Now, right here in New York City at midnight tonight, there will be road closures around here in Times Square, and at 3 p.m., everything in Times Square will be closed off to pedestrians, but it's going to be very different. Normally there's thousands of people packed here in Times Square. It's been a tradition since 1904 when the celebration first started. So this is going to be the very first year that they haven't had people crammed in here in Times Square. Instead, what they're doing is they're inviting 40 different first responders that have helped out through the pandemic. Everybody from people that have been delivering groceries to fire, EMS, police, doctors. They're going to be here during the celebrations, right? So it's going to be a very different feel, but it's all going to be on TV that you can enjoy as well. And I want you to take a look up at the iconic ball. Well, the ball is kind of hidden behind 2021, but isn't that just refreshing to look at and to see 2021? I mean, I think that's the best thing that you'll see all day.
2021. Now, traditionally, the New Year's Eve ball drop has been a star-studded event. A lot of people look forward to the event because of the entertainment. What can you tell us? What artists are performing this year, and how will it be different from previous years?
Yeah, well, as you can see right over here, there are a couple of stages that are set up. You're going to have J-Lo here live. Gloria Gaynor is going to be singing I Will Survive, which is very fitting for the year of 2020. But on Fox, tomorrow night you'll be able to watch the Fox Toast and Roast. It's hosted by Joel McHale along with Ken Jong. And some of the performers are going to include Gloria Estefan. She's going to be performing a very intimate concert along with John Legend. So those are some of the performers that you can expect. And I spoke to Joel yesterday, and he was saying how certainly they're going to roast and attack the pandemic this year, and also people that aren't wearing their masks properly, which I should probably put mine up here so Joel McHale doesn't roast me. But I was able to get my hands onto one of these sweet hats, so maybe I'll send one over to you. You know, it's a collector's
Oh, I like
edition
that.
at
I
this
love
point.
it.
I
Just
feel like
go
nobody
ahead
else is
and
going to be here in Times Square, right?
Of course, it's very fitting to bring in the new year. Well, thank you so much, Ryan, for joining us this morning. Stay safe and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
All right, everybody, that was Fox 5 New York. Ryan Christopher joining us live from Times Square. We actually have his full interview where he interviews some stars that will be performing New Year's Eves in Times Square. So let's bring that all to you full right here on News Now from Fox.
Festivities, and the ball has dropped since 1907, this being the first year that there won't be thousands of revelers ringing in the new year. Now it'll just be production crews and around 40 selected frontline workers that'll be socially distanced. At midnight tonight, there will be road closures around Times Square, and Times Square will be closed off to pedestrians starting at 3 p.m. tomorrow. This afternoon, there will be a ball drop test, and among the artists performing in Times Square will include Gloria Gaynor singing I Will Survive, quite fitting for the year of 2020. Also expect J-Lo, Billy Porter, and Cyndi Lauper. Tomorrow night, you can follow the New Year's festivities on Fox's New Year's Toast and Roast of the year of 2020. Joel McHale and Ken Jong are teaming up to host the party, poking fun at the year of 2020. So Joel told me what he thinks are the most roastable moments of this past year.
Well, I think, of course, the pandemic has, I mean, if we don't roast that, then I believe we are not doing our jobs, because obviously that has affected everything and everyone on the planet, and obviously America. So that will be the first thing we go after. We'll probably talk about people who wear masks but don't really wear them. We'll talk about Zoom school and about how fun that's been for every kid and parent. We'll talk about, so there's a whole spectrum of stuff that we're going to go after. We'll have some clips, and of course there'll be a lot. There'll be musical acts. There will be people will drop in and say hi, because Ken and I cannot entertain people for 3.5 hours.
Since 1904, Times Square has been home to New Year's festivities, and the ball has dropped since 1907, this being the first year that there won't be thousands of revelers ringing in the new year. Now it'll just be production crews and around 40 selected frontline workers that'll be socially distanced. At midnight tonight, there will be road closures around Times Square, and Times Square will be closed off to pedestrians starting at 3 p.m. tomorrow. This afternoon, there will be a ball drop test, and among the artists performing in Times Square will include Gloria Gaynor singing I Will Survive, quite fitting for the year of 2020. Also expect J-Lo, Billy Porter, and Cyndi Lauper. Tomorrow night, you can follow the New Year's festivities on Fox's New Year's Toast and Roast of the year of 2020. Joel McHale and Ken Jong are teaming up to host the party, poking fun at the year of 2020. So Joel told me what he thinks are the most roastable moments of this past year.
Well, I think, of course, the pandemic has, I mean, if we don't roast that, then I believe we are not doing our jobs, because obviously that has affected everything and everyone on the planet, and obviously America. So that will be the first thing we go after. We'll probably talk about people who wear masks but don't really wear them. We'll talk about Zoom school and about how fun that's been for every kid and parent. We'll talk about, so there's a whole spectrum of stuff that we're going to go after. We'll have some clips, and of course there'll be a lot. There'll be musical acts. There will be people will drop in and say hi, because Ken and I cannot entertain people for 3.5 hours.
You can watch the New Year's Eve event on Fox tomorrow at 8, 7, Central. Now, another historic New Year's Eve event taking place in Philadelphia. The Mummers Parade is actually canceled and people are protesting. Here's the latest from Fox 29.
No Mummers Parade down South Broad Street in Philadelphia this year. That's been called off for months, but New Year's Day is game day for many South Philadelphians, and some folks who would otherwise be strutting their stuff are refusing to take the day off. A peaceful protest against Mayor Jim Kenney is picking up speed on Facebook. Some 3,000 people have said they are going. Some 8,000 people claim to be interested. Mayor Kenney grew up a mummer. He was one for 30 years, but he says nothing's changed. This simply isn't safe.
I was in Mummers Parade for over 30 years. It's part of my tradition in life growing up, and I'm disappointed that they're not going to have it either. But it's not more important than your health and your life. So, I mean, I would urge people not to do it. We will certainly have whatever, police around to keep people safe. We would urge them not to go out there and put themselves at risk and their families at risk, for 1 year. I mean, we can hopefully, if we get this under control, come back better next year and have a real good celebration.
Now, the Philly String Band Association, along with several Mummers organizations, said in a joint statement that they're working with the mayor and that they're disheartened by the parade cancellation, but they don't think it's prudent to have thousands of members and spectators get together during a pandemic. Now, a Twitter poll that we put out quizzing people as to whether they would go to this thing came back. 70% told us no way, it's not safe. About 10% said, maybe I'll watch from a distance, but nearly 20% told us they could not wait to get out to this protest. We're 10 months into this pandemic now. We know a lot more now than we did then. I have contracted and beaten coronavirus along with several of my colleagues. It was painful, and without going into detail, I will tell you, it's a mighty high price to pay to go to a party. In Philadelphia, Hank Flynn for NewsNOW by Fox.
Taking a live look in Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to speak on the latest coronavirus updates. Right now, we can see some of the vulnerable population receiving the first round of the COVID-19 vaccine. Some of our audience will see a quick commercial break, and for the rest of our viewers, let's continue to listen in.
Yeah, we did our best dress for last. Uh-oh. At least you warned me. Yeah, I'm warning you. Okay, so I'm going to get your form and let's look over that real quick. And I'm just the opposite. I do my dominant arm. Oh, really? I do, so that I make sure I use it. That's interesting. Yeah. No.
I left the legislature for 4 years early. I was serving there in Washington. We filed amendments on every bill. I'm not a legislator.
I'm going to give you your card. And you can put your information on the top.
Thank you.
So you have to just make sure you get the Moderna vaccine.
Okay.
If somebody comes by and offers them something else, that you can't get that one.
Okay.
And that's good for everybody to know. Yes, yeah, you have to stick with, right. Stick with the vaccine.
And of course, that information is retained elsewhere as well, right? Because I'm going to lose my card. I've already lost the card. I've got it.
Not only were you not allowed to cry, but you're not allowed to pass out or anything. That was a condition. That was a condition for being up on stage.
Keep your eyes smiling.
Right,
because
right.
they can't see anything.
Right, that's all they can see. Although I don't mind that because it covers up about 3 of my chins, so we're keeping that there. Okay, so we're going to do this arm also? Yep. Everybody's speaking with the same arm.
Yeah, well.
Okay, just relax your arm. Did not bite or kick. You're gonna A it, just right? Yep. Self-control. Thank you.
All right.
Self-control.
So what's the verdict? Thumbs up? Everyone good?
We're good.
All right.
Absolutely. Couldn't be happier. Absolutely.
And we will work on providing the lollipops too for people. I heard there may be an interest in doing that. So I want to thank you. Thanks folks here for well, one, just our demonstrators, and then the other seniors who are going to be able to get the vaccine today. It's really exciting. I want to keep the momentum going, and just as a state, between the hospitals, the county health, emergency management, everyone in between, really work together over these coming weeks to prioritize our elderly. And I think if we do that, I think it's going to make a really, really big difference. And so we're fortunate to be able to have great facilities like this, and obviously a county that's really, I think, standing up for our senior citizens, which is great. With that, take a few questions, and then we're going to get the vaccines started. Yes, ma'am. It's a good question. So basically the question was about, are we getting vaccines directly from the federal government, or how does it work? Basically the way it works is we will get sometime during the week an allotment of, hey, here's what you're going to get next week, and then we tell them where to send it. But it's not being sent to the state. It's being sent directly to hospitals from the distribution chains, directly to county health in this situation, because we are sending them to some of those. Now, and then CVS and Walgreens, they're getting them direct. Now, we did the first week take 20,000 doses for the state because we wanted our strike teams in the long-term care facilities. But the typical dose that has been sent to Florida does not go to the state government. It is earmarked by the state government to the health facilities, and so they're doing it. And I think you are going to see it ramp up, because when we first got it, like I mentioned last week, these hospitals were getting it a day or two before Christmas. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I think there's strong demand for this, but there's not as strong demand in those days. So that's part of the reason. You're going to see some good stuff over the next couple days. New Year's Eve and New Year's will go down a little bit, and then really I think you're going to see across the country, it really ramp up. But I think the way they're doing it makes more sense than to send it to the state and then have us distribute it. It cuts out the middleman. We obviously are determining where that's going, and we're basically just trying to figure out how can this be the best force multiplier. We view our hospitals as a great asset. They've performed very well throughout the pandemic, and we believe having them with the bulk of the vaccines is going to be the most effective way of getting it to the population that needs to be vaccinated. Yes, sir. So, right. So whatever we get, the directives from the federal government, use what you have. We're not going to send you vaccine unless we're sure we're going to be able to have that booster shot available. So they don't want us to hold back. So if there's 100,000 doses that are sent to 5 hospitals, they want those used, and then they're telling us they're confident they're going to be able to provide the booster, at 21 days for Pfizer, 21 days for Moderna. And I think that is what's going to happen. If you look at the way the production has happened, that's the way it's going to be. Now, so they all, the residents here all got cards, the date, when their booster would be up, and you don't have to get it right on the 28th day. I mean, there's a window here. So they all have that. They're all given that information. They know. I think a lot of the hospitals are actually setting appointments to be able to come back in at 21 or 28 days, depending on the vaccine.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are listening to Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida give us the most recent coronavirus update. However, we want to switch gears to a story that we teased earlier today. Bar and restaurant owners are speaking out in New York City after being arrested several times for allegedly defying COVID-19 orders. So let's bring you all this presser, raw and unfiltered, on News Now from Fox.
Like the football on the governor and the mayor. What we're here for today is to give people an update on what's happening and let small business owners around the country know that the governors and the mayors that are locking us down and crushing small business are not relying on any real science. Just a quick timeline. 1 year ago, Mac's Pub opened. Danny and Keith took their life savings to open their dream, an Irish pub. 3 months later, they were closed down. For the next 6 months, they were fed a pig's breakfast of junk science and arbitrary, overreaching, tyrannical guidelines that led to them not being able to be open, but a bar right across the street, you can get a beer and a burger. And it pushed them past their limit. On December 2nd, the mayor and governor had enough. They stepped up their intimidation campaign. They came down here and they arrested Danny in his bar for trying to feed his family. The next day I tried to help. I tried to broadcast my TV show from here. The governor's goon squad, the New York City sheriff, threatened to arrest me. When their lawyer stood up for Dan, he was also served with criminal summonses. Our state senator, Andrew Lanza, came down to try to get us out of the jam. He was nearly thrown in handcuffs. The culture of chaos continued, where they try to intimidate and fear people into staying closed. On December 5th, a political ambush was pulled off here by the governor and the mayor's troops, where they tried to frame Danny and make it seem like he was resisting arrest. All of this to turn public opinion against him. As it turns out, I'm not a lawyer, so I can say things a little more clearly. The governor's edict is false. It's fake. Christmas came a day late this year in Staten Island, but right on time for America, because on December 26th, all the fines, all the criminal summonses, all the penalties that were served on Mac's Pub were dismissed out of hand. In my view, a full admission that the governor's edict has no teeth. Turns out, the governor's edict is much like a Hans Christian Andersen tale, in that we find out right now that the emperor has no clothes. And in that tale, a young man shouted, "He has no clothes." Well, guess what? 2 young men stood up and shouted from the rooftops that this is not fair, this is arbitrary, and this is overreach, and no one was listening. They tried to crush the little man, and the lawyers now are going to tell you why little men and women across the country who own small businesses should take on the government, because every so often the little man wins, like we did here. Now, Lou Gelomino, who's representing over 200 restaurants, bars, gyms, salons, in my view, you should all be opening. He'll give you a little more legal advice on that. But Lou Gelomino is going to explain to you why these laws are not enforceable.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lou Gelomino. I'm here to announce today that the city has dismissed every criminal summons they wrote on the night of December 2nd when the sheriffs come crashing into Danny's bar and Keith's bar and wrote out criminal summonses, over 25 criminal summonses to various people that were in the restaurant. Every one of those cases was dismissed by the city today. On Saturday, we got the notices, including the 4 they wrote against me as their attorney. We still have some civil matters to deal with. We're hoping to be heard on those matters very shortly. And as soon as we're heard on those matters, and as soon as these civil matters are cleared up, we will be opening, I believe Danny and Keith will be opening the bar in a legal manner as soon as they can, right after we're heard legally. Just for a note, every client I've had in the last 8 months that's gotten one of these summonses, based on the executive order that are returnable in criminal court, has been dismissed. Every single one of them. And it goes to show you that the city feels that there's no legal basis as far as criminally to be writing these summonses and creating the chaos they're creating with these summonses to be returnable in criminal court. They're basically saying you're a criminal for opening your restaurant. And the city has dismissed every single one of them up to date so far. And hopefully they will continue to do so. If they don't, we will fight them as far as we have to. But I don't think we're going to have to, because I think they're going to continue to dismiss them, because they know they have no legal basis to write them. I'll be taking questions afterwards as far as the criminal and civil matters go. The next speaker is going to be, okay.
So, in the middle of all this, as I had mentioned, we reached out to many local leaders, and a few of them stepped forward. We got support from Joe Borelli, but no one stepped forward more than my good friend, State Senator Andrew Lanza. Not only did he come down here as a community servant and to find out and help his constituents, but he came down here to my aid when the sheriffs were threatening to arrest me, and he nearly wound up in handcuffs. So I think there's been a failure of leadership, and State Senator Andrew Lanza has been fighting for Staten Island most of his life, and he has a few words for you.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, John, Lou, everyone here assembled, former Congressman Vito Pasella. I just want to sort of take us back a little bit, add a little more context to this. None of us here are suggesting that we don't want to keep each other safe. We understand the threat that this virus poses to our community, to our state, to our country. And we want to do all we can to keep each other safe. The issue, though, is whether or not the policies, the draconian policies that have been handed down by this state, are even doing that. We look across the country and there are different approaches. We look at states like New York and New Jersey, which has handed down the most draconian, the most arbitrary, the most capricious, the most devastating policies in the country. And if at the end of the day we saw a result where we fared better than other places around the country, we might as a community say, hey, these have been tough, these have been devastating, these edicts have really devastated people, but at the end of the day we've saved lives. Sadly, not only have we been shut down more than any other state, we have lost more than any other state. The result here in New York has been nothing short of a disaster. The death rate in New York and New Jersey is worse than anywhere on earth, not just here in America. So not only have we destroyed people's livelihood, the policies have not saved lives. And then now let's look at some of these policies. And I want you to put yourself, because a lot of people like to draw sides. They like to say, oh, those restaurant owners, those business owners, those salon owners, those barbershops, they're the bad guys. And everyone else, we're just trying to do the right thing here. When you get to hand down rules and are free from even being questioned, that's an awesome power. It's the kind of power that we weren't supposed to vest in one person in our country. But we have. So let me tell you about these folks, Danny and Keith, and restaurant owners and barbershops. They have families. They want to be free. They want to provide for themselves and their families. They want to provide for their employees. They are the backbone of our economy, and that economy is the backbone of our country. These are people who are desperately wanting nothing more than to work. Imagine this, and the government, rather than, I've heard my entire life about the difference between the liberal, expansive government and the conservative approach. I think a liberal philosophy is a wonderful and beautiful philosophy as expressed in its purest form, which says, we're going to extend our hand, we're going to help you. We want to be there for you. Sadly, I've watched over the last 9-10 months, and the government has turned from extended hand of help to adversary. The government has been hostile toward its constituents. When the government shows up here on Staten Island and in the Bronx and Brooklyn and Manhattan and Queens and around the state, it's not to say, Danny, Keith, how can I help you provide for your families? They come to harass, to shut down, to shutter, to arrest. For what? For trying to provide for their families? Now let's look at these policies. Again, we want to help each other. We want to protect each other. The governor handed down a rule that the mayor supported that said Danny and Keith cannot have patrons sit inside this restaurant. And right over there, you can see it. You could see it. You could sit down inside and have a meal. We've said all along, show us the science, we'll follow the science. We want to be safe. I've asked now for months, where is the science that supports that kind of policy? Knowing there is no answer, except that there is no science that suggests I can get a haircut on that side of the street, but not on this side of the street. That's why people have lost faith in what's happening here, because they know, deep down, Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, progressive, everyone knows that there is no science that suggests it's all right to eat across the street in that restaurant and not here. So what would you do? What would you do if you're Danny and Keith watching patrons walk inside a restaurant there and sit down, and you can't do the same here because the government, the governor, the mayor have said, if you eat inside here, you're a threat to human life. But if you eat over there, it's okay. So think about that. Please think about that before you cast judgment on people who are just trying to survive. Now let's look at what happened here with the sheriffs. I'm a former prosecutor. I worked for the gold standard of prosecutors in America, Robert Morgenthau, in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I can recognize a crime when I see it. I was here for 3-4 days, and I watched what happened. NYPD, they were out in the street as well, and they watched what happened, and they saw no arrestable offense. And then we had the sheriffs. I want the people out there who are listening to you to know the distinction between the sheriffs and the police department. The sheriffs in New York City are not the NYPD. The New York City Police Department is the finest police force on planet Earth. I didn't know a lot about the sheriff's department. I know they were created to confiscate your property and your money. I watched here in horror as they graduated and now happily are willing to confiscate your freedom. That's not why they were created, and that's not their purpose, and that's not what they should be doing. And worse than that, they've showed that they're incapable of doing it properly. You had a restaurant owner sitting inside his restaurant. I watched as 24, 25, 26 uniformed officers from the sheriff's department stood four rows deep guarding this 20-foot wide storefront. With everything going on in this city, the murder rate the highest in 25 years. That's where they were standing right here. Looking to arrest people. Looking to mess with people. A few nights later, we all know the story. They lined the street with unmarked cars, undercover sheriffs. You know, you don't have to be so smart to know what that was all about. You don't have to be so smart to know that the mayor's office put together some kind of rube of a farce, of a policy. You know what that was all about. You want to arrest someone, you stand out here in your uniform, you wait for him to come out, you put him under arrest like you did the last time. What was that all about? What was it all about? We know what it was all about. It was a farce. They knew the narrative was turning against them. They knew that people were saying, hey, what the hell's going on here? And they said, we've got to put this down, we've got to put it down fast. And that's what they did, and they entrapped one of our citizens for doing nothing more than trying to provide for themselves. The guy jumps on the hood of a car. They even stopped doing that in the movies.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are watching the live, raw, and unfiltered press briefing out of Staten Island, New York City, where lawyers and activists are addressing the Max Public House's owner's arrest. He's been Danny Presti, 34. He's been arrested several times for allegedly defying COVID-19 orders, and with his most recent arrest, it is alleged that he actually struck a sheriff's deputy with his car while they were trying to arrest him. So they are speaking out right now. Some of us will see a commercial break, and for the rest of our audience, we will continue to listen in.
Abraham Lincoln questioned whether or not the American experiment was going to survive. He asked whether or not a nation conceived in liberty could long endure. He saw the Civil War as a great test of that experiment. And a lot of us around the country have been wondering whether or not that experiment would long endure, given what we're watching outside our windows, both here on Staten Island, across the state, and across the nation. Can a nation conceived in liberty, the greatest experiment on earth that transferred power from government to the people, could we remain free? Will we remain free? A lot of us have asked the question as to whether or not that would happen. Well, I tell you this, appropriately here on Lincoln Avenue, I think the spark has been ignited here that I pray and hope will rekindle that spirit of freedom and liberty. As John Tobacco said, little guys across the country are wondering, is the government so big? Is it so oppressive? Is it so tyrannical that my freedom is lost, my American dream is gone? Or do I have a chance? And if I do, what can I do? Well, you might take a page out of the book of Danny and Keith here. You might want to stand up. I think it's time to stand up for freedom and liberty. And I thank these two gentlemen, these lawyers, and the people of Staten Island for really sparking that movement, which I think is going to lead to greater a return to liberty and turning back the tide of oppression that we see here in the state. Again, we want to be safe. We want rules and laws that do that and not destroy families. Thank you.
All right, and finally, the man you all want to hear from Mac himself, Keith McElhaney, wants to give you some idea of what's happening with the future of Mac.
Good morning, everybody. I have to write things down. I'm not as eloquent as these guys. We are still staying the course. We took on the overreach, intimidation, and financial ruins, but we are still staying the course. These rulings are proof positive that all along, these emperor's edicts were nothing but hot air, and there is no legal basis for taking away our constitutional freedom and liberties. I'm hoping not just in Staten Island or New York, but around the country where tyranny and overreach are ruining family and businesses will follow our lead and stand up, rise up, and open up. I can tell you firsthand, it can get rocky. But if you stay the course, you can win. I told you last time, and I've been saying since the beginning, that this governor and mayor will not take away my dream or my bar. The dream is still alive. Thank you.
This is the unedited version. It will go on
Anthony
every
Lanza has the final
platform
word.
that I put out.
I apologize, and I don't say this lightly. Again, as a former prosecutor, what I watched out here from the New York City Sheriff's Department is appalling. I don't blame the rank and file, hardworking men and women doing their job, following orders. But I have to tell you, if you're going to be a lieutenant in the Sheriff's Department, or if you're going to be the sheriff himself, you ought to be vaguely familiar with the law. Sadly, I saw that they are not. They were dishonest, they were arbitrary, and they were wrong. And again, I don't say this lightly, but we need a change in leadership. The sheriff, Mr. Facito, he needs to go. He ought to resign.
Very good. All right, that's all. If you guys have any questions for the attorneys, Joe Camarata, Lou Gelomino, they have.
Specifically, what has been dismissed and what still remains, please?
Okay. There were 20 summonses to various people given by the sheriffs to be returnable in criminal court. Basically, they charged them with misdemeanors. All 20 of those summonses, including the ones for myself, including the ones for the bar, including the ones for everybody in the place, have now been dismissed.
And civilly, what remains? Fines and things like that?
Civilly, maybe my friend Joe Camarata can answer that question.
Joe Camarata on behalf of 128A, separate and distinct facility than 130. I represent John Tobacco and his new studio, which is housed inside 128A. Civilly, where we're at procedurally is under the cover of darkness on December 11, 2020. We witnessed the city of New York try and go for interim, immediate emergency relief in the Supreme Court of New York in the county of Richmond. That happened about 4:30, between 4:30 and 5 p.m. on a Friday night. What they tried to do was obtain a temporary restraining order, a temporary closure order, and sought a preliminary injunction to essentially close between 128, 128A, and 130. 130 being the bar. 128 is a Chinese restaurant, and my client's new studio.
And what's important to note is they did not name Mr. Tobacco or his news studio as a defendant, but they mentioned him in the papers, and that was an underhanded tactic to attempt to stifle the speech and free press of Mr. Tobacco and his news studio. They tried to come in on the cover of darkness and trample the constitutional First Amendment rights of the American citizens. We're not going to stand for that. So where we are that night, the judge denied that relief. Mr. Tobacco is freely operating as he should under the Constitution. His news studio at 128A, he's getting the word out, not just for Max, but for the citizens of this country and the people of this community. And the next step is they are trying to still obtain a preliminary injunction. So we beat them at the first term. I'm confident we're going to beat them at the second term. And then once that's done, we will deal with getting the lawsuit dismissed. So civilly, there are multiple steps.
So what remains keeping this place closed right now?
Right now, what remains is some of the civil violations as far as the health department and the building department. They know, the city knows that they couldn't prevent people from going in. So what they did was get some bogus building department violations that still have to be cleaned up and some health department violations that have to be cleaned up. And they're all bogus. We can do that immediately. We also have this nuisance hearing that we have to deal with. We're going to be dealing with that sometime in January. As soon as those things are cleaned up, it's my belief that Danny and Keith intend to open their bar in a legal manner.
It's still in an orange zone, though, right?
Yes.
So that technically it's still not allowed to reopen.
As of right now, no. Here, you can open there. My colleagues and I have separate lawsuits to deal with that. We have 2 pending in federal court. We have 1 pending in Erie County, which I think a lot of you reported on. The judge up there ruled that the state has to show by Monday either a compromised position to open restaurants up in Erie County, or they have to show the science. We're actually awaiting that. We brought those lawsuits here in New York City, and they were rejected 4 months ago. Hopefully we have a judge in Erie County that has the courage to make those tough decisions.
So you're not opening up today?
We're not opening up
today. What changed from the press release you guys sent out saying a big grand reopening?
Well, I don't think there was anything in the press release that said we were opening up today, so we're going to reopen as soon as possible.
Okay, and also, I understand the frustrations of them being able to open up and you guys not being able to open up, but right now, across New York City, indoor dining is banned. What makes you guys so special that you think, playing devil's advocate here, that you guys can open up? Everyone else, you're trying to open up.
I'm a lawyer. I think a lot of people
I'm gonna give you public opinion because I'm not a lawyer and I don't have to parse words. It's bullshit. That's why. And we're not special. We're like everyone else. There's a thing called pluralistic ignorance.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Please keep in mind that this is a raw and unfiltered feed.
And no one's saying this is crazy. They just follow the crowd. So the crowd has to start realizing that orange zones and red zones and yellow zones, these are figments of an emperor's imagination. And no one should have to be answering to them about which side of the street you can have a burger on, because that's not America.
I don't think it should be couched. I don't think it should be couched that way.
It's a very good question.
I mean, it makes sense. Everyone, everyone's saying.
Everyone.
People are thinking.
It's a great question.
We're going to open up. Yeah. People are dying still. You guys want to open up to have a beer. I understand it's your dream. We all have dreams. I get it. But this, and you made it mention, it's a serious
It's
problem.
serious.
It's a global pandemic. It's a deadly pandemic.
Great question.
And you guys want to have a beer.
No. Great question.
Not about a beer.
Great question. So first, hold on. It's a good question. It's a good question. So first of all, no one here is saying we're special. That's number one. No one is saying this restaurant. No one is saying this restaurant ought to open and other restaurants. Please for a second. No one is saying that this restaurant ought to open and others should not. That's number one. The message here is, show us the science. You said people are dying. The health commissioner of the state of New York, the health commissioner of the city of New York have said people are not dying because they're dining. So they've said that, right? They've said that the lowest transmission rate in terms of group activity
is restaurants. This is the government.
Okay,
This is
you're right about that.
right. This is the mayor. This is the mayor. This is the governor. This is the state and city health commissioner.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are listening to lawyers and advocates of Max Public House in Staten Island, New York City, make remarks. Now, in the past few weeks, the owners have been arrested multiple times for allegedly defying COVID-19 orders. And as we know, many businesses, particularly restaurants and bars, have been impacted severely by government-mandated orders and closures. This, of course, was in an effort to curb COVID-19. However, these bar and restaurant owners, along with their attorneys, are speaking out saying that they just want to reopen so that way they can provide for their families. So some of us will see a quick commercial break. For the rest of our audience, we will continue to listen in to this live and unfiltered feed.
Not mysteriously, 3 days later, it was declared that the whole city is an orange zone to deal with the question that we posed. Now, do you think on Monday when they changed the whole city to orange that the science changed? It did not. It further proved our point, which is there's no science. All we ask for and all the people deserve is the science that says the policies are actually effective. And they themselves have said restaurants are not the problem.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Hey, Mike, what's up, Mike?
Danny, walk up to the microphone, gentlemen. All around the city, we're seeing restaurants building huts outside of their restaurants, fully enclosed, essentially smaller restaurants on the street, which are essentially indoors outside of their restaurants. Is that frustrating for you as a business owner to see the lengths that these businesses are forced to go to essentially create indoor dining out on the street?
It's completely frustrating. One thing that this has been about, it hasn't always just been about Max Public House or us feeling special or feeling that we deserved anything more than anybody else. The stance we have taken is for all small businesses, not just Max Public House. And it's frustrating because they're coming under attack with their outdoor dinings because you're saying you have to be outdoors, so they create outdoor so people can end up enjoying themselves, and then you keep on moving the goalpost on these guys. Every single time they do something to adapt, to try and provide for their families, they change it because they do adapt, and they are survivors. And then the next thing you do, you change the goalpost on these guys, and you end up slamming them with threats of taking their licenses away and everything, and it's completely frustrating, and that's about all I have to say.
I'd like to point something out. You can go over to Nassau County, you can go to Westchester County, you can go to Suffolk County. They have higher rates than us, and they're open. That's like saying, let this half of the news do their job, and you go sit in the corner because you are being picked on by the governor and the state. We wouldn't let that happen to you. We don't want that to happen to all of us. Not just us, the restaurant in general.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Any other question?
Where are you from? Okay, you asked enough questions.
Inactive liquor license.
You
How
asked-
you guys can open up without an active license?
We're working
We'll let
on
you know.
getting the liquor
We'll let you
license
know.
back.
We'll let you know.
Working on getting the list.
100 yards. What's going on with that court case?
Excuse me?
What's going on with the court case with 100 yards? Striking the police officer on the roof?
The criminal court case we're still working on. We hope to get that dismissed somewhere down the road.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Excuse me?
To follow up on the reopening, you want to reopen, but nobody else can reopen. When would you reopen?
We want everyone to reopen.
Let's make this perfectly clear. I have been in the front of this fight for 9 months. I'm a criminal defense attorney. Restaurants from all over the city started calling me because I knew I was representing anybody that got in trouble or anybody that received summonses for free, and I'm still out. I have received literally thousands and thousands of calls in the last 9 months. I'm not exaggerating one little bit, from restaurants all over the city that want to open and do the same exact thing. They're in different circumstances than Danny and Keith. We are fighting for all of the restaurants, and we don't expect any kind of special treatment here. We have brought lawsuits. We're hoping those lawsuits are going to be heard in the next 2 weeks, and we're confident that one of those lawsuits is going to win and a judge is going to say, show us the science, because according to the government, only 1.4% of the transmission is from restaurants. That's it. You guys can look that up yourself. That's from the state. If Target could be open, you guys must have shopped during Christmas, all right? Target, Walmart, the lines were out the door. There were people standing side by side. They didn't close them. So why use the restaurants as the scapegoat for everything? I don't know.
Any other questions? Anyone else? Anyone else? Kev, you good? It's not shocking that CBS News is the one hawking the attorneys. It's not shocking. That's where all the limousine liberals live. But the fact of the matter is they don't understand the plight of a regular guy who's trying to feed his family. So most of us, we're going over to New Jersey to watch our kids play sports and have an indoor meal. So Governor Murphy and all the restaurants there are making a ton of dough, while Cuomo and de Blasio are killing small businesses. Does anybody have anything else?
I think there was an article in the paper yesterday, and I think there was a segment on your show, on your network, that showed that the restaurants in Newark, in New Jersey, in Connecticut, in Nassau were overflowing with New Yorkers. How can the virus be stopped at some type of random border? That's the issue. That is the issue. The issue is the hypocrisy of the whole thing. That's it.
And I have one last question for you, for the folks over at CBS, and for everyone really, the community.
You asked 17 questions
No.
and you didn't say the same thing. Yeah.
I'm not targeting you, I'm asking a question. If you feel that you're being targeted, then you've asked me questions. I don't feel that I'm being targeted. I welcome the questions, and I have a question for you and for everyone. So, and I think there are some people who believe that closing restaurants, closing barbershops is somehow protecting people's lives. If the folks, the liberals over at CBS, subscribe to that notion, if you think that that is what we need to do to save lives, first you ought to show us the science. There isn't. But if you really believe that, and you're not asking these questions for any other reason except you believe it, then what are you going to do for these folks? If you believe that it's necessary for the common good for some businesses to be put out of business, for some people's livelihoods to be destroyed, if you believe that's necessary for the common good, then why are they the only ones that are going to pay the price for your safety? What is this liberal government going to do for them that says it wants to help people? If you want to say you have to close for all of us, then don't you think all of us need to make them whole? It's not enough to stand there and say callously, you shut down because I feel safer when you go out of business. You ought to, especially if you subscribe to the liberal point of view, you also be able to make people whole. You ought to be able to say, here's what we're going to do for you, while you're saving our lives, according to your theory. And I asked that question to Mayor de Blasio and to Governor Cuomo. You want to shut them down? How are you going to make them whole?
All right, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Thanks for all coming out.
Mike. You're watching News Now from Fox. We just showed you all a live and unfiltered feed from Staten Island, New York, where lawyers and advocates of Mac's Public House made remarks to the public. Now, this has been a national story for a few weeks. Mac's Public House closed due to COVID-19 restrictions. However, the owners refused to follow these restrictions, which led to several arrests. In the most recent arrest, one of the owners, Daniel Presti, allegedly hit a sheriff's deputy with a car. So we will continue to follow this story right here on News Now from Fox. Right now, I want to switch gears and bring you all to our sister station, Fox 2 San Francisco. They have the latest on how the coronavirus is affecting your money.
All right, here we are, final days of 2020. Winnie Sun, Managing Director of Sun Group Wealth Partners, joins us once again for this last Q&A before we roll right into 2021. And we'll talk about the COVID relief bill, and President Trump signed it. It took a few days, but he did sign it. And, you know, Winnie, I want to ask you, because prior to this signature, I mean, there was talk about the $600, just like, what is $600? What is someone going to do with $600? And we heard the president say, hey, look, I want $2,000 for these stimulus checks. Is even $2,000 enough, Winnie?
It's probably not, Mike. I mean, that's a great question.
I would love to see $2,000 for sure. I don't even know if it's going to get passed today, but certainly I think if there was some sort of consistent amount for Americans going forward, I know it doesn't cover everybody. There's still a lot of us that are working, but given that people are continuing to struggle and the more delay there is, then a lot of things are going to happen that we don't want to happen. People are going to become homeless, or they're going to be without food. So I would love to see a consistent monthly payment until we're beyond this pandemic. But at this point, we just have to take what we can get.
Is it your understanding?
All right, everybody. Fox 2 correspondent saying she would love to see a consistent monthly payment when it comes to COVID-19 economic relief. We will bring you this story a little bit later, but of course here at News Now, we love to bring you all live events in its raw and unfiltered nature, so that way our audience can make their independent decisions whenever they are news gathering. Right now, we have a live feed from the Georgia Secretary of State. We're going to bring this all to you right now on News Now from Fox.
When we found the voter, we literally went out and found the voter and interviewed that person, we discovered that they had signed the envelope, but had signed the front of it, and signed it in the wrong place. In the second instance, we went out and found that voter as well, and we discovered that the reason the signatures did not match was because, in fact, the voter's spouse had signed the voter's signature. So those were the two ballots out of the 15,118 ballots audited that were counted that should not have been. They were actually eligible for what's called cure, C-U-R-E, cure notifications. In other words, the Cobb Elections Department should have notified those two individuals to come in with the opportunity to cure or straighten up those procedural deficiencies, but they did not do that. And so in the end, those two ballots were in fact counted, and they should not have been. The results of the audit conducted by both the Secretary of State and the GBI indicated that the Cobb Board of Elections had a 99.99% accuracy rate in the absentee ballot oath envelopes that we audited. So I would also note for the record as well that during the course of the audit, there were no fraudulent absentee ballots identified during the process. So that's basically the function of what the GBI did in this particular case. Again, it's not a commonplace thing to see the Bureau involved in election issues simply because statutorily that authority is given to the Secretary of State, and we have no jurisdiction in the matter. However, we were asked to come in as an assisting agency, which we gladly did in this case, to help the Secretary of State's office after they made the decision on what to do and where to do it. And so our agent sat down with them, worked with them, and accomplished this goal at the first of last week, December 21 and 22. That's a little bit about what our involvement was, what we accomplished, and what we found during the course of the audit. I'll step aside now and allow the Secretary of State folks to come up along with any of our agents if you need to ask any specific questions of them about procedures or things of that nature. Again, thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate you. Thank you. Y'all have any questions you want to pose to the Secretary of State's folks? Yes, ma'am. Francis, come up. Bang, why don't you step up here with me just in case we need you. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Right. We have obviously hundreds of investigations that are open at this time, the affidavits that have been forwarded to us. We are following up on all of the affidavits that have been provided, and all of the open investigations we are taking very seriously, and we are investigating those. Some of those we are also partnering with GBI on following up on.
Has anyone from Dominion been fired because of the election? They're handling order?
That is not under the investigations division's venue, so that I would not be able to answer that question.
Director Reynolds, could you talk a little bit about the process of how you verify a signature? What work your agents were doing there when they looked at these ballot envelopes?
Bang, will you help me with that? This is Special Agent Bang Ridge. He was our point person for the GBI during the course of the investigation. If you make reference to the report, what we did was look at the oath envelope and then compare it with documents that are in the database of the Cobb County Elections Department and also in the Secretary of State's voter registration system. So it's looking at the totality of all the documents. You're comparing similarities in letter shapes, numbers, flourishes, in the slant of the signatures. And I thought it was very interesting that of the 15,118 envelopes that were reviewed by the audit team, that we only had 6 occasions where the two-member teams had an issue and had to have someone come in and actually make the call. So in our interviews with the Cobb County Elections Department in preparation to conduct this audit, they gave us some information that they use in comparing the signatures, but it was also, you'll know it when you see it. And that is exactly what we found to be true, is that our agents really had very little difficulty making the comparisons. As the report also states, there were approximately 396 that were forwarded, if you will, to our investigative teams that we had designated. And then they took it another step further, referencing more documents and ultimately following up with interviews with those identified voters. Well, I'll talk about the audit. The standard that we set when we began this audit was as any other GBI investigation. We knew that there could be criminal cases that may come out of this, potentially. So that was the standard that we went into it with seasoned agents and seasoned investigators with the Secretary of State's office. Regarding the faith in the system and the workings of the system, I'll defer to the Secretary of State's office for that. But again, as we always do in these cases, we followed our leads and we followed the evidence to where it ultimately took us.
And at this point, would you say, if anyone was to say that there was statewide fraud, what would your answer be?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on statewide fraud. I'll reserve comments to the audit that the GBI assisted the Secretary of State's office with.
And with that audit, if someone said there was fraud involved, what would your answer be?
It would be no. That we, as the report has found, there was only 2 instances where those envelopes should have been cured in the process. No fraudulent ballots were found.
Have there been any forensic audits into the Dominion machines here in Georgia?
I have no information about that.
The audit also had a handful of ballots that were rejected the first time around. Did you find that those ballots were properly protected?
Yes, they were. Well, before this investigation, I did not know Miss Janine Eveler. She is the elections director for Cobb County. I want to personally thank her for her help in us doing this audit. And I think the report speaks very highly of her and her office. She was a consummate professional, gave us total access to her staff and to her database, which helped us to accomplish this audit.
I just have a question just about the process again. I think you said you looked at about 10% of the ballots in Cobb County. If I'm correct, I think you said it was a random selection. Can you talk about that, like the selection process as to what ballots you choose?
Sure. For the details, I would say reference the report. Well, we had approximately 150,000 absentee by mail envelopes as reported by the Cobb County Elections Department. Statistically, to get to a 99% confidence level, it was approximately 10% of the population. We made the decision that all of their rejected ballots, either because of signature mismatch or no signature, would automatically be audited. The boxes that were sealed by the Elections Department had a unique number on them. So we just entered those numbers into a random number generator application, and it just spit out random numbers. So we decided to also extend that to take 30 boxes out of the total 105 or 104. And then even within those boxes, we randomly selected envelopes within the boxes themselves, up to a certain number. So it was as random as we believe that we could do, given the amount of data and the time constraint we were under.
Is there a plan for the GBI to be involved in any additional ballot audits or absentee audits?
I'll leave that to the Secretary of State's office to answer that one. In this particular instance, the Secretary of State made a request to the governor indicating that he needed some assistance because of volume, and so based on that, we were given the green light to assist. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias, here with you for about the next 45 minutes. I'm not positive if that was portion 1 of 2 of this news conference. I believe it might be over. I did not see Brad Raffensperger, but I did just come on the set here a little bit late to take over for Rain Augustine. So that was the latest there from Georgia officials. They were talking heavily about signature verification during the 2020 presidential election. Now I'm going to take you out to a Senator Kelly Loeffler event happening in Macon, Georgia. We're going to listen in live right here on News Now from Fox. I hope you all are having a great day so far.
We don't want to take a chance that something could happen on election day and you not get to the polls. So go vote early, go vote early, go vote early. The third thing I'd like to ask you to do is get other people to vote early. I would like to ask each of you here to have 5 people that you will commit, that you will stay on top of them and call them and ask that question, have you voted? I spoke to one of my brothers yesterday and I said, have you and your wife voted? He said, yes. I said, has my nephew voted? He said, well, he told me he wasn't going to go vote because he didn't think his vote mattered. He said, I got on him and I made him and his wife go vote. So please, you do the same thing. We all know we're on the right side of this fight. All you have to do is look at our platform. We know we're on the right side. And we know that we can win this race if we will all do our part. So please, go vote yourself early and get some other people to go vote. Have that 5 people, call them until every one of them says, yes, I have voted, leave me alone. Please, please do that. The third thing I want to ask you to do is this, and that is to pray. The Bible says the effectual fervent prayer of a person availeth much. And I want to ask you to pray today. I want to ask you to pray for our 2 senators, to pray for them spiritually, physically, and emotionally. Pray for good energy for them, that they can get good rest. They're both working so hard. So pray for them. And pray for victory for our 2 United States senators, because it is that important.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We are on standby. Oh, there's Senator Kelly Loeffler right there. You'll be hearing from her as soon as you return.
By now, and I will tell you that since I met her, I've been so impressed with her. I thought she was an excellent choice when Governor Kemp chose her, and I have been very impressed with her. And I'm impressed with her for a lot of reasons. But we know, of course, she is very conservative. She supports and carries our conservative message and our conservative platform in the United States Senate. We also know that she is an independent businesswoman. We know what she is not. She is not part of the swamp. And we're happy about that. But the third thing I want to tell you about her, we know she is going to fight for Georgia. She's going to fight to keep Warner Robins Air Force Base at full capacity and other military bases around our state. We know she's going to fight for the right to life, the right to own guns to defend your property and your family. She's going to fight for less regulation. She's going to fight for less taxation. She's going to fight for us. One of the reasons I can guarantee you that she will is this. I have watched her work. She has the courage. She has the commitment. She has the tenacity to fight. She is fighting to win this election. And she's going to fight for us in the United States Senate to keep our country headed in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great, sincere honor to introduce you to Senator Kelly Loeffler.
Representative, thank you so much. Well, grateful for y'all coming out today. You know, we've got a lot of work to do here in the rest of this year, and we've only got 2 days left in the rest of the year, but we've only got 1 day left to early vote in Bibb County. Now, I know Houston County's open, so if y'all are from Houston County, you get another day in the year to vote. But I have a question for you, because the eyes of the nation are on Georgia, and I know you feel it, because we've been called to stay in this fight a little bit longer than the rest of the country. But I couldn't be more proud that Georgia's been called to this fight right now. Are you ready to show America that Georgia's a red state? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to get that done. We're going to keep fighting for this president, too. But you know what? We can do two things at once. We can keep fighting for this president. We can show America that Georgia's a red state. And we can get this done right here in Georgia for the rest of the country. Because I hear from folks every day. They say, Kelly, please tell me Georgia's going to get this done. And I say, as I look out across great groups of folks like y'all across our great state, I say, yeah, we're going to get it done. But we have to vote. That's why President Trump came here in early December. It's why he's coming back. We have to exercise our right to vote. And that's what President Trump's asking us to do, to get out and vote. You know, I happen to have looked up the closest place here to vote 8 miles down the road on Eisenhower Parkway, 8:30 to 5:30 today. You can get out, get the job done. Houston County's open tomorrow as well, which is great news. But we just need y'all to make sure that you're talking to your family and your friends about it. My good friend Marsha Blackburn says, you know, like Dale said, you know, call 5 people. Well, Marsha has a good idea too. 5 calls a day keeps the liberals away, and we're going to do that right here. We're going to reach out. We're going to go that extra mile. We're all going the extra mile here in Georgia because we heard what Chuck Schumer said. He was very clear. We're going to take Georgia and change America. And look, he's also talked about what their platform is. It's high taxes on every single hardworking Georgian family. You know, more and more taxes, not just your income taxes, taxes on our guns. You know, taxes tracking and confiscating our guns. It's Green New Deal. It's open borders. It's more lockdowns. They want total government control of our lives. So that's why we have the lockdown, the cancel culture, big tech. We have to fight back against that every single day. And by holding the line here in Georgia, we can do that. If we don't hold the line, we won't get a second chance. Because you know what else they want to do? They want to abolish the filibuster, which means they can change any law with a simple majority in the Senate. Now, we have to hold the line because then they would have D.C. statehood, and then they'd have 2 more liberal senators, and we'll never get a Republican Senate majority in this country again. So we are fighting not just for this election, but for the future of this country. And it's not just radical ideas. It's radical opponents like mine, radical liberal Raphael Warnock. You've seen it in his own words. You don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to what he said, calling our police officers gangsters, thugs, bullies, and a threat to our children. He refused to apologize for it because I thought, well, I should give him a chance to take that back. Those are hurtful words. declined to do that. But he's gone further. He's said that you can't serve God and the military. Now look, Georgia's a great military state. I want to thank the veterans. Do we have any veterans here? Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. And let's hear it for our men and women of law enforcement while we're at it. Thank you. That's right. You know, and that's just one small segment of what he said, but there's more. He's refused to answer questions. You know why? Because the media refuses to ask him the tough questions. So I had to do that during our debate. I said, would you renounce Marxism and socialism? Seems something easy you could do. You know, we don't believe in socialism in this country. He refused to do it. He wrote a book that mentioned Marxism 100 times and praised it. He welcomed Fidel Castro into his church. He celebrated anti-American, anti-Semite Jeremiah Wright. Look, I say God bless America. So we have to, yes, that's what we are fighting for. We have to make sure that Georgians know exactly who he is in his own words. Because it's dangerous policies, it's dangerous candidates, and then it's a dangerous past. You know, you've probably seen in the news, or maybe not seen in the news, because they refused to ask him why he was arrested for obstructing an arrest into a child abuse investigation. I asked him in our debate, he refused to answer questions, and now the victim has come forward. My heart goes out to him and all victims of child abuse. We need answers. It's disqualifying, it's disgusting for U.S. Senate to have that. We need to make sure that we are keeping Georgia safe and that we have the right candidates representing Georgia values in the Senate. Georgia is such an important state for this country. It's our military, it's our freedoms, it's our way of life. You know, our state is open, our economy is growing right now, thanks to the fact that we have not had lockdowns. In California, they have twice the unemployment rate that we have because of the lockdown. So we have to keep fighting for our freedoms and protecting that because it protects lives and livelihoods. So this is where we have a lot of work to do. David Perdue and I are not politicians, obviously. We're business people who, just like the president, went to Washington to be your voice. We don't owe anyone in the swamp anything. I work for you. You're my boss. And look, I promise never to bring the swamp to Georgia. We are going to take Georgia to Washington, and we're going to hold the line on these seats because that's what America is depending on. You know, we have a lot of work to do too. We have to make sure that this economy reopens, that we have a jobs-led economic recovery. That's what lifts everyone up. That's what brings us together and creates the American dream. That same American dream that Democrats want to shred apart. They don't believe in America first. They've said that they want to take it out of their policy platform. Well, I say we are always going to put America first, because if not America, who? It's going to be us. And, you know, we need to look at the basics. I mean, we got to get back to talking about health care. Look, the Democrats want government-run health care. They want total control over our lives. Obamacare has caused 130,000 Georgians to lose their health care because they can't afford it. Well, you can't protect pre-existing conditions if you can't afford the insurance. So we have to protect pre-existing conditions. We have to make it more affordable and accessible. We don't want to turn your doctor's office into the DMV. So there's that. Then there's, you know, the fact that Democrats know the fastest way to radicalize this nation is through our schools. We have to protect school choice so that parents can trust that their kids are in the best educational opportunities for them so that they can live their dreams. Look, I grew up in a farm near a small town of 600 people. The nearest town had 600 people. Education was my way out. It can be every child's way out if they have the right education for them, whether it's homeschool, religious school, public school, private school, whatever the parents think is right. So we're going to keep fighting for that while the Democrats keep fighting to block school choice. And then finally, we have to keep fighting for conservative values. You know, we see it every day in Washington, our God-given constitutional rights.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is just moments away.
We will always stand up for our Second Amendment rights, for free speech, for religious freedom, because that's all on the line. If radical liberals like Raphael Warnock agree to pack the Supreme Court, they will run over our Constitution and our rights. They won't stop just at the Constitution. They'll start taking away our economic freedoms. They'll make us dependent on the government, and all of our opportunities to live the American dream, to protect our great country, will be gone. So that's what we're fighting for here. That's why we need your help. We need you to vote early. The reason it's important to vote early is because we have to make sure that that vote is secured. We need that locked in as soon as possible. And we have invested in a significant ground game and field operation to make sure that we have 4,000 observers at the polls, and we're going to make sure that every legal vote is counted and no illegal votes count. And we have to protect the sanctity of that vote. But we have to make sure our friends and family know what's at stake here. So I'm asking you, please reach out to 5 people, and once you've done that, have them reach out to 5 people, because we will get it done here. We will make sure that your voices are heard. We're going to stop socialism right here in Georgia, and we're going to save America. So thank you so much. May God bless you. God bless Georgia. Thank you all.
We're going to do a photo line starting right up here. If you guys want to line up, we'll be happy to take a picture.
All right, everyone. Again, that was a Senator Kelly Loeffler campaign event in Georgia. We have been following the Georgia Senate runoff race extremely closely right here on News Now from Fox. I hope you all are having a great day so far. It is Wednesday, December 30th. Today, tomorrow, the last days of 2020. A lot of people are ready to put this year behind them. Coming up next here on News Now from Fox, going to go to our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles' coverage, because Good Day LA spoke with the director of LA County Department of Health Services, Christina Galli, about LA, which is now a world COVID epicenter. She discusses vaccines, a new strain of COVID, and what's stemming from this new surge. Let's listen in right here on News Now from Fox.
Dr. Christina Galli is the director for the Los Angeles County Department of Health Services. She's here to talk about all we can do to keep safe as we go into the new year. Dr. Galli, thank you so much for joining us. I understand you've broken away from important meetings to be with us because this is a public service as well you're doing to inform the public. So many things to talk to you about. I know one of the things that we're concerned about is watching what we've seen out of Britain, a new strain of the coronavirus. I know there were concerns that it had appeared here in this county. What do we know, and where do we stand right now?
Yeah, hi, good morning. So right now we don't yet have evidence definitively that the strain is present in Los Angeles County. Both the state lab as well as the county public health labs are testing samples to look for that strain. And just to be honest, it wouldn't be surprising if it were present here. We live in a very global world and things travel quickly. But so far there isn't definitive evidence that it's present within our community.
And one of the concerns, of course, is, these hard fought for vaccines, the Moderna, the Pfizer, the other ones that are in the works wouldn't be effective against a new strain, but we're not there yet, are we?
We're not there. And so far, all evidence points to the fact that the vaccines are probably still effective against even this new strain. That's something that scientists are actively looking at. But oftentimes viruses mutate. Sometimes that can lead to changes in whether or not a vaccine is effective, but many times it doesn't lead to changes. And we're hoping certainly that that's the case with the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine. And all signs at this point in the direction that those vaccines are still protective.
We're very early in the rollout of the vaccine. Initial stages of phase 1 here in LA County. How are you feeling about the rollout thus far?
Well, the rollout has been heavily focused in that first phase 1A on the 2 populations. With the Pfizer vaccine, it's targeted at frontline workers who work in acute care hospitals within the 4 public hospitals that are operated within my department, the Department of Health Services. We've vaccinated about 8,000 staff so far and hope to get up to 12 or 13,000 by the end of the week. Many other hospitals across the county are doing the same thing, and they're pulling staff and doing everything they can to get all of those dedicated frontline healthcare workers the vaccine as quickly as possible. And then the second group that's receiving mainly the Moderna vaccine is those who live and work in skilled nursing facilities and congregate living facilities. There's large efforts underway to get those very vulnerable populations vaccinated also as quickly as possible.
We're pleased that both of those groups are the primary sources of those vaccines right now. Really interesting article in the LA Times looking at why LA was uniquely vulnerable to COVID. I'm sure you had a chance to look at it, and I'm sure your department has been studying these concerns as well. One of the notions was, you know, for so many of us who have been complying, right? We've followed the guidelines to a T. We've been socially distanced, washing our hands. We haven't seen loved ones for 10 months. We've done everything we could to stay safe. There is a fatigue and there's a concern that and a frustration that maybe it was all for naught because the numbers have still continued to surge. How do you address that?
Well, I think many people have done a good job, and many people are trying their best to follow all the rules, and they've made immense sacrifices throughout these 10 months. And I know that that takes a toll personally, economically, professionally, socially, in many different ways. But I would say it's definitely not all for naught. And I think we see the evidence of that now, that when people do lessen their degree of vigilance with these public health interventions, they start to have the gatherings that we saw over Thanksgiving that led to the current surge. And then what we're afraid of is that we've had gatherings and intermingling that will lead to an even further surge in January. We see the consequences of those choices. And things, once they start to spread, a virus can spread very quickly, and that growth compounds. And so a little bit of lightening up on the protections and the practices that people are doing can lead to huge increases in transmission. And sadly, those huge increases in transmission lead to overwhelmed hospitals and way more deaths than we would ever want to see. So I would just highly encourage people to continue to do their best. If you're fortunate enough to be in a position where you can stay at home and you don't have to go out to work outside of your house, please stay home. Do everything you can. Avoid those holiday gatherings. Stay home for New Year's Eve, and do everything you can to protect those people around us and to protect the hospital system so it can keep caring for people that need it.
You and I both know, and I think we both feel the frustration of it ourselves, that our words are falling on some deaf ears. The fact is, and you know this, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, trust in public officials has been challenged. Some people blame the lack of consistent messaging, the fact that some of the restrictions have seemed arbitrary. How do you, as a public official, deal with that and also counteract it?
This is a new virus. I think at the beginning, oftentimes public health officials were learning just along with everyone else and trying to figure out the best ways to put in place restrictions to save as most lives as possible. And for us on the hospital side, our focus has always been on avoiding the situation where the hospitals are overwhelmed, where they have too many patients, both COVID and non-COVID, to be able to provide optimal care to all of them. And I know that people are frustrated, and I know that it's a long road, and many people feel like they just want to be done with this. But we can only be done with this when the vaccine gets out to enough people that there's that herd immunity point that we can reach, and we're just not there yet. And what I would ask is that people look at the evidence. When people are following the public health practices, they're wearing masks, they're staying at home, they're limiting the amount that they're leaving their household. When the mobility data looks like it's decreasing, then we have less transmission. The evidence is very clear at this point that those masks work and those public health practices work. So I think there's good reason to trust in the public health officials and to listen to their messages, and for everyone to double down for another few weeks and help us get through this.
How much do you think the false sense of, I don't know, maybe confidence played into this? I remember when the pandemic was in the early stages, we watched what was happening out east in New York and on the eastern seaboard, and I think we might have felt a little smug out here, like we're going to be okay. We are not. We are far worse than New York by some estimates. Right now, we're the essential epicenter. I know your department and other departments in the city are looking to curb and break that transmission rate. How does it feel tenable? Does it feel doable?
It is doable, and it's doable because we've done it before, and if we've done it before, that we can do it again. I will be honest, though, it's very different trying to do it when there's as broad of transmission as what exists right now in Los Angeles County. It's one thing to stop transmission when 1 in every 1,000 people are infected. It's another thing when 1 in every 100 people are infected, and that's closer to where we're at today. But it can be done, and if everyone just stays home and wears their masks and stops those intermingling, then it can be broken, and that cycle of transmission transmission can absolutely stop, and the number of lives that will be saved is immense.
Yeah, and that's
The
what we
other
need to do.
comparison with New York, I think we did feel a sense of security and safety, but the truth is LA is very densely populated,
Sure.
has a lot of overcrowded households and a lot of low-income areas, and those are at very high risk of transmission.
Dr. Christina Galley with the LA County Department of Public Health, please get back to work. I am so sorry for taking so much of your time. But again, this is part of the service you need to do is communicate to the citizens, and we're glad to give you the space to do that. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the work you're doing.
All right, everybody, good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. Pilar Arias here with you. We've got a triple box going on showing you the big board, Dow Jones Industrial on the left-hand side of your screen. Nothing but green this morning, currently up about 150 points. The sun is rising for those of you West Coasters. As somebody who was born and raised in Arizona, I consider myself a West Coaster. Definitely miss being out that way, especially during the holidays. And on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is where we are expecting to hear from House Democrats, in particular Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. As soon as that gets underway, we will bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. So I hope you all are having a great hump day. It is Wednesday, December 30th. We are almost done with 2020. You know the drill. We've got Dr. Mike Sirigliano coming up next here on News Now from Fox.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano joining us from Penn Medicine this morning in Philadelphia. How are you, Doc?
I'm doing fine, Paul, just fine.
So you're in the home office. I hope you're able to get some rest during this holiday season.
Took a couple of days off. I haven't had many days off since last Christmas, and so just making sure the kids don't think I'm the milkman.
Yesterday, we learned an apparently more contagious COVID-19 variant, first found in the United Kingdom, has turned up in the United States in Colorado. In this case, it's a man in his 20s with no history of traveling. I know Dr. Anthony Fauci said we should assume it's already here. What should we make of this news?
Well, it would be unusual for it not to spread, and many experts think that it's more than just one case. I think the virus is here. This mutated version has about 20 different mutations on it, making it, in some experts' opinions, much more transmissible.
All right, everyone, we will show you Dr. Mike Sirigliano's updates in just a few moments. Right now, we have a virtual meeting between Senator Chuck Schumer and Pete Buttigieg. We're going to listen in live right here on News Now from Fox.
Call you back. Gotta go. Call you back. Hold on. Okay. Now, I have one who has believed that we need a big, bold, and green infrastructure bill. And now we will have an effective ally in the administration, in the personage of Pete Buttigieg, to help get that done. I know Joe Biden cares about the same thing. And a few other priorities I'm going to be discussing with the mayor are first, my Clean Cars for America proposal, which would get all internal combustion engines off the streets by 2040, replace them with clean vehicles. President-elect Biden has graciously made it part of his platform. I believe it can get bipartisan support, and we can get something moving there. And it's a good model because it combines clean climate change, jobs, and it helps communities that have been neglected. And second, I'm going to talk about a top transportation priority for New York, which is Gateway, which President Trump held up for the nastiest of reasons. We must get that going for the whole Northeast corridor. I'll be talking with the mayor on that as well. Now, on the checks and the $2,000 checks. Senator McConnell knows very well how to make a bill a law, and he knows how to kill a bill. The only way to deliver the $2,000 survival checks to Americans is to pass the bipartisan House-passed bill called the Cash Act. But what we're seeing right now is Leader McConnell trying to kill the checks, the $2,000 checks desperately needed by so many American families, by tying them completely to partisan provisions that have absolutely nothing to do with helping struggling families across the country. It won't pass the House. It cannot become law. A move like this is really a blatant attempt to deprive Americans of the $2,000 survival check. So we can get this done, but Leader McConnell has to get out of the way, allow the House-passed bill on the floor. I'm very confident it will pass if it's put on the floor, and then we can move forward. Okay, 2 questions.
Mr. Schumer, have you had any conversations with Republicans or the White House that gives you hope that McConnell will back down at this point?
Well, there are a number of Republicans who have come out for the $2,000 checks, and that gives me some real hope that if it was put on the floor, it could pass.
Leader McConnell, or excuse me, Leader Schumer, do you believe, though, that there are 60 votes for the Cash Act?
Put it on the floor, and I believe it will get the 60 votes. Yes, I do.
If it doesn't go on the floor, then can Americans just forget the idea of getting $2,000?
Well, we're going to keep fighting and fighting and fighting for this because it's very important. But the quickest, best, and right now, before January 3rd, only way to get it done is to put the House-passed bill on the floor, get 60 votes, and send it to the President, who will obviously sign it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, President Trump. You can answer that question.
Sorry about this, Mayor. You're used to it.
All right, everybody. So it does not appear that we are going to get to watch the rest of that virtual meeting between Senator Chuck Schumer and Transportation Secretary nominee Pete Buttigieg. If that changes, I'll bring it to you right here on NewsNOW from Fox. But Senator Schumer did take a couple questions in regards to which bill he thinks would pass in order to get Americans $2,000 in COVID-19 relief stimulus checks. I'm going to take you back out now, keeping a very close eye on a couple different live feeds. As you know, we are waiting to hear from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi right here on NewsNOW from Fox. But I had to cut Dr. Mike Sirigliano short, so I definitely want to show that to you in its entirety right here on NewsNOW from Fox. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We're also about 15 minutes or so from passing things off to our friends and colleagues at the NewsNOW from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona.
Medicine this morning in Philadelphia. How are you, Doc?
I'm doing fine, Paul, just fine.
So you're in the home office. I hope you're able to get some rest during this holiday season.
Took a couple of days off. I haven't had many days off since last Christmas, and so just making sure the kids don't think I'm the milkman.
Yesterday, we learned an apparently more contagious COVID-19 variant, first found in the United Kingdom, has turned up in the United States in Colorado. In this case, it's a man in his 20s with no history of traveling. I know Dr. Anthony Fauci said we should assume it's already here. What should we make of this news?
Well, it would be unusual for it not to spread, and many experts think that it's more than just one case. I think the virus is here. This mutated version has about 20 different mutations on it, making it, in some experts' opinions, much more transmissible. And so it's being studied very carefully. Now, the good news is that even though it's more transmissible, it does appear to be still susceptible to our current vaccines. So that's really, really good news. I wouldn't panic about this, but once again, we need to be aware that we need to wear masks and socially distance ourselves. That's what we need to do.
Speaking of the UK, they became the first country to greenlight the new vaccine from AstraZeneca and Oxford University. They're calling this the vaccine for the world. We've already seen some of the benefits of vaccines that require less refrigeration than Pfizer's. What are your thoughts on the reports about this vaccine?
Well, this is great news. And remember, we are going to need to vaccinate the entire planet. And many countries just don't have access to significant freezer, widespread low temperature equipment, whether that be super cooled freezers, things like that. So this can be actually stored at regular refrigerator temperatures for up to 6 months from published reports. So this would be amazing. And look, we need to vaccinate the world. And so this is very, very promising.
Indeed. In the U.S., we're seeing some declines in reported testing, cases, and deaths this week, perhaps due in part to the holidays. But hospitalizations do seem to have reached a new high at 125,000. Are we kind of holding our breath and hoping there won't be a post-holiday case spike right now?
Well, I'm holding my breath, but I may pass out because I'm very concerned that there will be a post-holiday surge. You just look around and you'll see that people traveled, they gathered, and I'm very worried we will not see those numbers go up for about 2 weeks. So I'm really concerned about not only Christmas, but remember, New Year's Eve, which is coming up at the end of this week. So I am very concerned about that. And we need to be aware that in the next couple of weeks, we may see a significant surge.
It sounds like folks are heading to theme parks right now. Universal Orlando has reached capacity several times during this week. I think it happened within 10 minutes this morning. Air travel is up, but on the other hand, you're also seeing reports about what New Year's Eve is going to look like in Times Square with fewer people gathered. What do you make of people moving around right now and going about some things as normal?
These are not normal times, Paul. I'm very, very concerned about the fact that people are traveling, people are getting together. And even though Times Square may be really limiting the numbers of people, that's one location. I'm more concerned about get-togethers at homes. That has been proven to be a source of transmission. I am very, very concerned about that. And look, it's in a population not composed of old people like me, but young people, and they certainly can spread the virus to older folks. So I am very concerned about this. And look, it is what it is. We have said it's not a good idea, but it's been my experience with human nature that people will tend to do what they want to do. Very concerning. Time will tell.
And I wanted to check in on one of the things that 2020 brought us an increase of, and that is telemedicine usage in the pandemic. Is it still being offered at your practice? How has it progressed? There are some reports that it's much more readily available in urban areas than it is in rural areas.
Well, there's no question that the pandemic has changed modern medicine, and telemedicine is a very, very, very vital part of my practice. And I have to tell you that every day, depending on the numbers, so in the beginning it was all telemedicine, then it reverted back to in-office visits. Then as the numbers started to go up, I saw more patients via telemedicine. Now, obviously, and it doesn't really come as a big surprise, more folks have access to the internet in urban settings than they do out in the rural farmland areas. And so ideally, if I had anything to do with it, I would make sure that we as a country had access throughout our country, and that would allow all of us to have access not only for medical issues, but also for education, so that kids can get educated even in rural areas. So it's very, very, very important that we make sure everyone has access.
Can we get your daily recommendations for staying safe?
Well, Paul, New Year's Eve is coming. I think people need to take heed and remember that this virus is easily transmissible, and you need to do the right thing. You need to wear masks. You need to make sure that you socially distance and that you prevent your loved ones and friends from getting sick. Remember, this virus has a lot of long-term effects that we don't know about yet, and these effects can affect young people. So even if you're young, you may not be invincible.
Dr. Mike, happy holidays again to you and to all of our healthcare workers, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Mike Sirigliano. You come on News Now from Fox essentially each and every day, so big thanks for that, providing us all of those coronavirus updates. Again, everyone, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Pilar Arias, coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You know that you can trust us for any breaking news, anything that happens live. Right now, we are on standby for an update from Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and we are also on standby for, matter of fact, I can show you the live picture, an update here, I believe from the New York Police Department in regards to their, yes, New Year's Eve security. So we are on standby for that as well. That's usually a major news conference each and every year. You can see all the microphones there on the podium. I removed the graphic for you so you can see all the different news agencies that are there. So when that happens, we'll bring it to you live. Meanwhile, though, I would like to let you know we are less than 10 minutes away from passing things off to our NewsNOW from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So unless this news conference starts live, this is likely going to be the last thing that we play for you here. This is special coverage from our sister station, KTVU, Fox 2, talking about coronavirus and money. Yes, the two go hand in hand. You've seen what's happened to the economy. So many people's wallets and purses have been impacted as a result of this. And a lot of people are kind of taking a look at their finances yet again to say, hey, what can I do that puts me in a better financial situation? How can I look forward to 2021? And those who are struggling are trying to figure out exactly what to do. So it's always great advice. Again, from our sister station, KTVU, Fox 2. Some of you are going to yet again say a 2-minute commercial break, but we will be listening in to this special coverage when you return.
All right, here we are, final days of 2020. Winnie Sun, Managing Director of Sun Group Wealth Partners, joins us once again for this last Q&A before we roll right into 2021. And we'll talk about the COVID relief bill. President Trump signed it. It took a few days, but he did sign it. And, you know, Winnie, I want to ask you, because prior to this signature, I mean, there was talk about the $600, just like, what is $600? What is someone going to do with $600? And we heard the president say, hey, look, I want $2,000 for these stimulus checks. Is even $2,000 enough, Winnie?
It's probably not, Mike. I mean, that's a great question. I would love to see $2,000 for sure. I don't even know if it's going to get passed today, but certainly I think if there was some sort of consistent amount for Americans going forward, I know it doesn't cover everybody. There's still a lot of us that are working, but you know, given that people are continuing to struggle and the more delay there is, then you know, a lot of things are going to happen that we don't want to happen. People are going to become homeless, or they're going to be without food. So I would love to see a consistent monthly payment until we're beyond this pandemic. But at this point, we just have to take what we can get.
Is it your understanding that if you did not receive that first check, that you'd still receive this on top of whatever the amount will be as part of this bill?
Yes. Oh, so that's a great question. I really want to talk about that. So what you want to do is, if you didn't receive the first check, but you have one due, you definitely want to jump on the IRS website and look for something called the Recovery Rebate Credit. Now, there's a lot of college students as well as Americans who just, you know, fell under the threshold of making less than $75,000 a year as a married couple, under $150,000 a year, but they didn't get the first $1,200 check. Well, if that's the case, you can jump on the IRS website, look into this. It's called the Recovery Rebate Credit, and you definitely should get what's due to you.
So when you say college students, do you expect college students to actually qualify for more money?
Yes. So a lot of college students we found who weren't claimed as dependents by their parents were actually due this stimulus check the first round, but they just didn't even know that that was available to them. So do know that if you're not a dependent claimed by your parents and you make under that threshold, you definitely want to go to the Recovery Rebate Credit area of the IRS website, jump on there, get the information, and make sure, most importantly, and this actually involves everybody, regardless if you make over or under $75,000, you definitely want to consider filing your taxes early this year. That's what all the tax experts are saying.
Okay, yeah. I usually jump on it early, so I'll do it even earlier this year. Tax deductions, let's talk about this a little bit, because the new charitable provisions within the COVID relief bill, since we're talking about the bill for 2021, we should be taking advantage of this, or no?
Yes, you know, if you are looking to donate, I know many of us are feeling, if you still have income and you feel like you can donate, even if you receive that stimulus check and you're like, you know, more people could use this than me because I still have a job, then donating to a charity makes a lot of sense. In fact, you want to donate cash to a charity, not real bills, if you will. You want to do this via credit card or check, because you will get to be able to deduct if you don't itemize your deductions in your tax filing, you can actually deduct up to $300 as an individual, $600 as a married couple or filing jointly. And this is 100%, you can deduct up to 100% of your adjusted gross income in 2020 as well as 2021. So definitely think about doing that. But really important to note, you definitely want to keep documentation of any donation over $250. The IRS will want to see that. And that is a reminder again, this is where you take the standard deduction. You're not itemizing your expenses this year.
Hey, let me ask you, as I mentioned at the top, we're in the final days here of the year. When you look back at this year, maybe one or two lessons that you've learned or that you've passed along to your clients?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that we've learned more than anything for my clients as well as everybody else is the importance of having an emergency fund or padding in your savings account. This means that minimum of 6 months of living expenses for an adult, 3 months per child. Like, you just need to do what you need to do to get there. Obviously, it's not going to be easy. You're not going to be able to do it overnight, but it's a goal that should take place. It's just as important as planning for your retirement.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And when you look back, at the stock market specifically, it's almost like a tale of two different stories. I mean, there's, half the country plays the stocks, half doesn't, and it's like, if you told me that the Dow would be where it's at today back in March, I would not believe you. What do you expect moving forward with the market here in the next year?
I know it's crazy, Mike. In particular, the market's doing phenomenally today, and you might be a little surprised why it's doing so well. Well, Financial Pros call it the Santa Claus rally these days from December 24th all the way to the first few days of January. We also know Jefferies actually did a study recently looking at the past 30 years of the stock market that shows when you have a better than expected stock market like we've done in 2020 and a better than expected December, which looks like we're going to be having here, that the next 12 months very, very, very well. Actually, it's crazy. That's based on history. We don't know if that's going to be the case next year, but in all accounts, it actually looks like we're actually going to have a pretty good 2021 for those of you who are investing.
And for those who just have, let's say, the four.
All right, everybody. Unfortunately, I need to interrupt KTVU's segment here, and that's because the NYPD is discussing their New Year's Eve security plans. Let's listen in here on News Now from Fox.
We could all agree that 2020 has been a year unlike anything else we've ever experienced. And New Year's Eve in Times Square and around the boroughs will look completely different than it has any other time in history. My message to those ringing in the new year, please stay at home. There are absolutely no spectators allowed in Times Square. There are no public fireworks in Coney Island. And there is no midnight run in Central Park. But as they say, the show must go on. This year, everyone will have to watch the Times Square ball drop virtually. And you're going to see stages along with talent and staff at the crossroads of the world. But the spectators that you do see will be cast members and part of the production, and all have been pre-screened for the virus. We have no doubt that the television show will be great. And there's certainly also no doubt that the NYPD will be there to protect it. Although there'll be many less men and women in blue working in Times Square, the NYPD will still have assets similar to what you've seen in the past. There's going to be officers posted in Times Square and in our subways. We're going to have our heavy weapons teams and a counterterrorism overlay that Chief Martin Matarazzo will discuss shortly. And there's going to be street closures that Chief Juanita Holmes will speak about. The NYPD takes great pride in protecting Times Square on New Year's Eve and normally welcome hundreds of thousands of people. We don't like an empty Times Square either, but this year has been nothing short of unprecedented. So we're asking for everyone's help this year. Stay at home with your family. Let's put 2020 in the rearview mirror and welcome 2021 with the hope that we can soon start celebrating together in a COVID-free New York City. And let's all look forward to a tremendous Times Square party to welcome in 2022. Thank you. Martin?
Thank you, Chief.
Good morning. At this time, there is no active, credible, or specific threat against the celebration. But due to the iconic status of it, we must always treat it as a potential target for anyone looking to disrupt the event. We are very aware of recent events, particularly the vehicle explosion in downtown Nashville on Christmas Day. As always, we take a close look at attacks such as this in the U.S. and across the world, which includes reporting from our overseas posts. This intelligence helps devise our counterterrorism overlay for this event. The Counterterrorism Bureau has already implemented some security measures, such as staging concrete barriers and conducting pre-sweeps of parking garages and similar locations in the frozen zone. Officers will also secure entry point screening for cast and production teams. This will be a multi-layered process at these designated locations that include magnetometer screening and explosive detection screen teams. Other assets we will be deploying include, in the inner and outer perimeter of the event, heavy weapons teams, bomb squad and critical response commands explosive detection canines, drone detection teams, blocker vehicles, and Department of Sanitation sand trucks. And as a reminder, it is prohibited to fly a drone in the confines of New York City, including at this event. Lastly, we would never be successful without the continued cooperation between the police department and the public. If you see something, say something. Call 188-NYC-SAFE or alert a police officer for suspicious activity. Thank you all very much. I wish you a happy, healthy, and safe New Year. Turning it over to Chief Holmes.
Thank you, Chief Matarazzo. Good morning, everyone. As we prepare to ring in the new year, we are doing so with everyone's health and safety in mind. Similar to other iconic large-scale events in New York City, this New Year's Eve will once again be an event watched from the comfort of your home. In light of the ongoing impact of COVID-19, the general public will not be able to watch the ball drop in public. In fact, there will be a two-part freeze put into effect for the entire area. Beginning at midnight tonight, portions of Times Square will be shut down to both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Looking at the map here, I hope it's still up, the affected area for this initial freeze is indicated by the striped markings at the top of the map. It includes 49th Street to 45th Street and 6th Avenue to 8th Avenue. The second freeze will be put into effect at 3 p.m. The more expansive freeze will also prohibit both vehicular and pedestrian traffic throughout the larger rectangular shaded in red as indicated on the map, which covers 41st to 49th Street and 6th Avenue to 8th Avenue. Due to the absence of a large crowd, the number of officers assigned to Times Square this year will be significantly reduced. However, the ball drop is still an iconic event watched around the world. As such, the NYPD will still have many hundreds of officers on hand, as Chief Monahan mentioned. They will be joined by the complement of specialized units to ensure everything goes smoothly. Uniformed patrol officers will be deployed along the entire perimeter of the frozen area. These resources will also be working in tandem with Chief Matarazzo's people, ensuring everyone's safety. Coming to Times Square for New Year's is a family tradition for some. It is a bucket list item for others. But this year is different. I can't empathize enough how important it is for everyone to stay home. I want to thank everyone in advance for their cooperation for this. I know we are all happy to finally turn the page on 2020. I want to wish everyone and their families a healthy and happy New Year's. Thank you.
Questions?
Chief, you're not going to be able to actually stop people from, they're going to come out to 7th Avenue, they're going to be by the park, balls high in the sky. They'll still want to get eclipsed. What are you going to do about it?
We're going to have teams working up and down those blocks. Anyone that starts to gather, they're going to be told to move along. We are not going to allow people to stand on the street corner, stare up. Our cops under Steve Hughes, Chief Hughes, are going to be out there moving them along consistently. Don't come. Do not come to the area. If you think you're going to be able to stand there and watch the ball, you're mistaken. Don't come. Watch it on home. It'll be a spectacular television show. Next year, we'll all gather together and we'll fill Times Square. But this year, don't even attempt to come down there to watch it. Yeah, because the footprint's a lot smaller. We're not expecting 100,000 or 1 million people in the area. Much less cops will have to work in the Times Square. It's approximately an 80% reduction in the cops that are coming into Times Square, which allows us to put them out in the rest of the city where they're needed. So there'll be more cops working in the outer boroughs where they're needed that no longer have to be brought into Times Square for the detail. We always have the license plate readers. We have our cars that are staged with license plate readers. They will be in the area. The hotels that are operating will operate. They won't be allowed to come out like they have in the past at midnight to watch the ball drop. They'll be told they have to stay in the hotel. I believe there are 5 hotels that are operating right now with guests within that area, but people are going to have to stay inside the hotel. We never give you the number, but I'm going to tell you it's like an 80% reduction from what normally we have. This is a huge difference. Listen, there's nothing better than to walk through those crowds on Times Square, see the people enjoying the night. Last year was tremendous if anyone was out there. Literally at least 1 million people in that area, all happy, enjoying the night. This year it's going to be different, but this whole year has been different. Let's put 2020 in the books. 2021 is coming, and it's going to be a much better year for this city, for this country, I believe.
Anybody else on this side? Any other questions on topic? Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, so once again, talking about those security plans, obviously a lot different this time for police as they get things ready in Times Square. And speaking of Times Square, let's take a live look at what is going on. So as you just heard from officials discussing these plans, they said, do not come to Times Square. There will be portions of it that are shut down. They're actually showing some of those portions right now, and our camera's capturing that, again, out at that event where they were just discussing their security plans. And the police were saying they don't have to dedicate as many officers to this area since they won't have that big crowd of people. But they will have officers out there in Times Square to help move people along. No one's supposed to be standing there and watching that ball drop. They encourage everyone to be watching from home. And speaking of 2021, ringing in the new year, don't forget we will have that countdown for you right here on News Now from Fox. We do have a lot of special interviews we're going to be running for you tomorrow and, of course, on New Year's Day, and helping you all get ready for the new year. And we have to remember we can't put too much pressure on 2021 as we do head into the next year. Things are not automatically going to be better. You know, hearing from President-elect Joe Biden yesterday, he even said, you know, things are going to continue to get worse in these next few months. So we definitely will have some tips tomorrow with a mindfulness expert about how we should be heading into the new year to get us all prepared. And again, not putting too much pressure on 2021. So don't forget, you can count down to New Year's Eve right here with us on News Now from Fox. I do see we do have Speaker Pelosi giving her press briefing, so we're going to go jump into that live right here for you.
That he would engage the Defense Production Act to make sure that we not only have the vaccines, but the means to make the inoculation. It's one thing to be in the lab, another thing to be in the arm. There's a lot in between, in terms of logistics, in terms of administration, in terms of materials. And one of the things that is holding up the further vaccinations in the country is this administration, the Trump administration's lack of cooperation on the distribution of syringes and other things that go into that, and holding up some of the vaccine as well. So this has to be done better. This has to be done better. And let's hope in the last few weeks of the Trump administration that they will follow the science, that they will make the vaccines available, that they will make the syringes and other materials available so that we can have many more people vaccinated even before the inauguration. This vaccine, this pandemic, is horrible. I mean, in every way. The lives and livelihoods of the American people are affected by it in a massive way. However, it has also pulled back the curtain to reveal further disparities in our economy and in our society. They have come into sharper focus because of the pandemic. And that is why I have asked the Rules Committee that we will be taking up the new rules package on Monday, or Sunday night if the schedule allows, but following the vote for Speaker. I will have them announce in the next day or so, when they put forth the rules package, a select committee on economic disparity and fairness and growth. As we go into this new Congress, we have to have a scientific start on crushing the virus. We have to honor our heroes, state and local government, and we have to put money into the pockets of the American people. Hopefully we can do this on this side of the weekend rather than waiting until later. The third point, direct payments. That has always been our goal. Crush the virus, honor our heroes, money in the pockets of the American people. Clearly, the disparities in income and equity in our country are vast. We've known that. They've only gotten worse. And the pandemic, again, puts it in sharper focus. And that's why I'm proud to announce the creation of a new bipartisan select committee on economic disparity and fairness in growth, which will be essential force for the Congress to combat the crisis of income and wealth disparity in America. Our members are full of exuberance and many suggestions on both sides of the aisle. Yesterday, some proposed to me $2,000 a month as we go through this bad time. Others, Congresswoman Jayapal has a wage guarantee legislation. Others, Congresswoman Murphy has the the employment retention tax credit, which is in the bill that the president just signed, somewhat. But there are others, sovereign wealth funds to give the income to poor families in America. Other bonding issues to try to address the fact that the middle class is the backbone of our democracy. When that is weakened, so is our democracy. So this is to address not only the middle class, but those who aspire to the middle class. But the disparity has only grown. And so as a model for this, as you may recall, when we did Mr. Clyburn's committee, we used the Truman Committee as a reference to how to save money, save lives. This is something that it's modeled after the mission of the Temporary National Economic Committee, founded by President Roosevelt and the Congress after the Great Depression to study and combat the concentration of wealth in America and its role in triggering economic collapse. This is what President Roosevelt said at the time. He said, as the liberty of a democracy is not safe if the people tolerate the growth of private power to a point where it becomes stronger than their democratic state itself. The liberty of a democracy is not safe if its business system does not provide employment and produce and distribute goods in a way as to sustain an acceptable standard of living. That is why we are creating this select committee, which will be a resource to the Congress to make policy related to economic fairness, access to education and workforce development, et cetera. And again, we'll work with the committees of jurisdiction. This is not a legislative committee. It is a committee to make recommendations. The committees of jurisdiction have all done a great job. Our Education and Labor Committee, Ways and Means Committee, Energy and Commerce Committee, Financial Service, the list, they have done a great job in trying to address these concerns legislatively. We need a bigger spotlight on the problem and on some of the solutions so that we can all participate in the very worthy suggestions that are made. And again, we will empower American economic growth while ensuring that no one is left behind in the 21st century economy that we are putting forth. So we're very excited about our new president-elect, and that in 3 weeks we will have a new president. It's pretty exciting. President and vice president making history, that we have the gavel, that we have held the Congress. We look forward to what's happening in Georgia on Tuesday. So every day is action-packed, but I just wanted to review some of what happened in the past week to take us to this point. This point, $2,000 direct payment to the American people, being held up by Mitch McConnell, the same person who put a $160 billion tax break for the wealthiest people and firms in America in the CARES Act. $160 billion in the CARES Act for the wealthiest in our country, refusing $2,000 to those who need it most. To the same Republicans in the Congress who eagerly passed a tax bill that gave 83% of the benefits to the top 1%, taking us well into debt, nearly $2 trillion for our children to pay off so that they could have a tax break for the wealthy, with the mythology that it would trickle down, and it has not, nor has it ever. Mitch McConnell removed the obstacle that you have, the American people having the opportunity to have that direct payment, and do it now. Any questions? Yes, ma'am?
Madam Speaker, do you plan to seat Ms. Miller Meeks on Sunday, and are you confident that you're going to have a Dem majority present?
Yes, and yes.
And then,
yes, sir.
On the stimulus checks, we're hearing on the Senate side that time is running out. Are you going to commit to bringing this idea back of $2,000 checks next week if it does die in this Congress?
Well, let's be hopeful that it can happen this week, because the sooner it happens, the sooner the checks go out. So we're not giving up on it. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, is advocating for it. The Congress, in a bipartisan way in the House, has voted for it. It would have bipartisan support in the Senate if Mitch McConnell would only allow it to come to the floor instead of being an obstruction to those checks going to the American people.
One additional question. We're just hearing from Josh Hawley that he's going to object on January 6th and force a debate on electoral college votes. Could you comment on that move from the Republicans?
I have no doubt that on next Wednesday, a week from today, that Joe Biden will be confirmed by the acceptance of the vote of the Electoral College as the 46th President of the United States. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, an overview from you. You've kept your caucus together with a fighting spirit this year through very hard times. Did the events of 2020 help keep your caucus cohesion? And secondly, what are your thoughts on a slimmer majority next week?
Well, we are very excited about having won the House. We have the gavel, the Speaker's gavel. We also have 132 other gavels of chairs and subcommittees. And they are, again, many of them in the hands this past term of freshmen and newer members of Congress, and we're excited about that. 18 freshmen had gavels. That was historic. There had been nothing even close to that before. I have every confidence. Our caucus is unified around our common ethical belief in our responsibility to America's working families. That's what brings us together. Of course, we have our differences in approach and some other ideas, and that's our vitality. I would not want to be a leader of a party that was rubber stamp, lockstep. That's called Republicans. We, the Democratic Party, are democratic in every way, including respecting the views of all in our caucus. So I have great confidence that on an agenda that is there for America's working families, we will have the unity that we need to proceed under the leadership of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the Biden-Harris administration, and hopefully with the Democratic Senate, we'll see what next week brings. Okay? Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
All right, so once again, listening in live there for Speaker Pelosi's daily press conference that she holds live on Capitol Hill. And that's exactly what we like to do, is take you to live events all across the country right here on News Now from Fox. And take a look at this site we are seeing now. We are taking a live look. Obviously, we have a chopper up in the air as we see these containers start to make their way underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. So this is a ship carrying 3 of the largest container cranes ever seen at the Port of Oakland, and they're about to pass underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. Obviously a big, huge team effort, as we see a lot of guide boats going around this ship as it continues to make its way. So let's just make sure that we see it clear here. And we're, of course, watching for more breaking news that happens all across the country right here for you, so that we can bring you the latest and top stories that happen each and every single day. And just a reminder, some of you are going to be getting a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we're going to be watching this ship pass underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. And there it goes, starting to go underneath. I bet some of these drivers driving across are watching this as well as they start to make their way across the bridge. Seeing this huge, massive ship pass underneath would be quite the sight to see. And this, again, is in the Port of Oakland, which is, as many people know, major container ship facility located in California. This is in the San Francisco Bay. And this was actually the first major port on the Pacific coast of the U.S. to build terminals for container ships. And you can see just how close things are as they pass underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. And once again, for those of you just joining us here, I want to remind you this is a ship passing underneath the Golden Gate Bridge carrying the largest container cranes ever to be seen here at the Port of Oakland as they pass underneath safely, thanks to the guidance of all those other they look like little ships around, but of course they're probably bigger than what we can even imagine. So thank you again for being here with us, getting the latest breaking news and of course updates across the world on the top stories, COVID-19, and etc. right here on News Now from Fox.
All right, and as we take our eyes off this, because we are out in California currently, let's get the latest update. We know that there's been many restrictions and lockdowns for different parts of the state of California as they battle some tough increasing numbers of cases and deaths, unfortunately, due to COVID-19. So again, let's go listen to the latest on California's response to this pandemic and where they are going to be trying to turn their state to in these next months ahead.
What we're seeing in terms of projections, and frankly dig in a little bit to how we make the projections 4 weeks out so many of you can understand that a little better. And then it is Tuesday after all, and Tier Tuesday we're going to talk about any tier updates that we have. So we'll go right to the first slide. So we've talked a little bit about this. They're like high case numbers, lower than we'd seen before, but 31,245 cases reported today. Our 7-day average still nearly 37,500. You can see that the today number, lower than the 7-day average, just goes along with the point that the governor and I've been making, many others, that some signs that the case numbers are stabilizing. However, our test positivity has been thankfully not going up too much, but stable in this 12.5% range today, 12.6 14-day positivity in the face of nearly 246,000 tests. Remind you that we've been averaging over 300,000 tests over the last many days. Next slide. Again, the comparison are 7-day positivities at 12%, 14-day hanging there consistently at 12.6%. Again, a lower 7-day positivity versus the 14-day shows that the most recent days have been slightly lower than those other, that sort of first week, those first 7 days in that 14-day range, which from this standpoint is good news. That said, nearly 19% increase over the past 2 weeks in our test positivity, which is something we've been highlighting for all of you over the last many days. Next slide. Again, we've been focused, as we should be, about the intense critical situation in our hospitals across the state. We're looking at the numbers, over 20,000 current hospital admissions due to COVID, seeing a 36.5% increase in the last 14 days. This is a tremendous amount of work for these hospital systems, something we'll spend a little bit more time talking about in a moment. Similarly, in the intensive care units, hospitalizations have increased over 35% in the past 14 days. Now over 4,300 total ICU admissions across the state. Again, a theme today will be, and this is not evenly distributed across the state, the northern part of the state still seeing capacity that the hospitals can not just surge into, but even in some of the routine capacity, there's space, ability to deliver routine emergency care for things like heart issues, heart attacks, strokes, other trauma, car accidents, etc. Still very strong, but in Southern California, quite a different story. As we reflected yesterday, hospitals that are running out of staff, having to use rooms that they don't traditionally do, longer than normal, much longer than normal, wait times in emergency departments, etc. I think very important, critical difference between the North and the South right now. Next slide, please. So I wanted to spend a moment discussing crisis care in this crisis care continuum. Many have been tracking conversations that we started early on, well before we thought we needed them, working broadly with a whole number of people in the state to talk through what is this continuum. Just to sort of level set and give you a little sense, we try to spend, and in normal times, our hospitals are delivering care in what we call the conventional care section of this chart. You'll see that the space is usually what we'd expect: single rooms with single beds, double rooms or group rooms with appropriate number of beds, ICUs with patients in one bay, emergency departments who aren't boarding and keeping patients who really need ICU care no longer than normal, staff used in the sort of usual complement of staff that you'd expect in each unit, supplies that are readily available and that are available not just on the nursing floor or the medical ward, but also in the warehouses of each hospital, and that we're sort of at this usual level of care. Contingency care, which frankly most hospitals in California are operating today in contingency care. This is where you start to see space in the hospital that is used for other types of care. Here's an example: the post-op or the pre-op beds in certain hospitals are now being used to serve COVID patients or non-COVID patients to make sure that we have all the care spaces we need. Again, single occupancy rooms converted to double or even more occupancy rooms, staff who are working longer shifts in different staffing configurations with different levels of supervision, supplies, you're in this mode of trying to conserve them, adapt them, occasionally reusing supplies that you would otherwise dispose of, again, doing that safely, and then levels of care, functionally equivalent, but you may be delaying movement of patients between levels of care for some rate limiting steps such as staff or space. And then what we are spending so much of our time trying to avoid across the state, making sure that hospitals don't move past this contingency care area, avoiding this crisis care, where you're seeing space used not just in unusual ways, but that the space doesn't have all that it needs, that you're using cots instead of hospital beds, that units where you normally have all of your monitored patients on different important monitors to keep managing care, that they are in other parts of the hospital that they aren't usually found in. Staff are working significantly in different configurations, supplies, and I'm going to use the word here that I think it's an important one to emphasize, that in crisis care, you are in situations with occasionally you have to ration certain supplies, certain therapies, and even in a case where you may have to ration your staff, that there might be situations where certainly staff are stretched pretty thin and not every patient gets the same level of attention that we would hope they would in either conventional or contingency care situations. And then the level of care is in crisis. You may have to triage medical care, decide how you're going to use other scarce resources. Again, something that we need to plan for, be prepared around, but do everything in our power today to keep us from being in this situation across the state, not just within the region, but every single facility providing care to COVID patients. We're working hard to make sure we can keep them out of crisis care as long and as much as possible. Next slide, please. So what's our current situation here? Certainly with the current surge, many hospitals are being stretched to provide the care we want and expect in California. I think often of an analogy or a comparison to a rubber band that you do stretch, and you can certainly stretch many rubber bands pretty far, as we are stretching many of our hospitals pretty far. But we know that that stretch has a limit before it breaks, before we push them into a situation where they're making the kind of decisions about resources and staff that I just walked through.
Just a heads up, some of you are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break.
In very important, innovative ways to make sure we can do as much as we can on the campuses of the hospital. We learned early on through hours, weeks, months of planning for alternate care sites, pop-up medical facilities throughout our state, that the best option we have is to continue to work with the assets at the hospitals as long and as much as possible. That's where the pharmacies are, that's where the labs are, that's where the personnel are that can make care happen better, smarter, and more efficiently and in a higher quality way. So we continue to work to bring as much care at in those existing hospitals as possible. But we do have to acknowledge that we need to be prepared for the possibility that some hospitals will need to resort to crisis care, in which, as I said, medical professionals have to make hard choices and allocate resources different than we usually do. Next slide, please. Hospitals and crisis care continuum, as these resources become more scarce and as hospitals are pushed to their limit, hospital crisis care guidelines planning and implementation become critical to ensure the best care possible is delivered to all Californians. This is what we've spent many, many months on, working with a number of partners, and Kim will be walking us through that in just a minute, but it's to emphasize that this care needs to be guided by ethics, equity, and in a transparent way.
All right, guys, just a heads up, we're going to be switching gears here. Since we always like to bring you out to live events, we do have a live update coming out of New York. So let's head on out there for you guys right here on News Now from Fox.
Providing better service to finally unlock the area's economic potential. Moynihan is a fully functioning transit hub designed for New York. It will be an aggressive catalyst for the state's economic growth. I also want to thank our partners, Amtrak, MTA and LIRR, Skanska, and Vornado. Now, while I have the privilege today to share with you today's opening of this magnificent train hall, I also sit here as a link between the governor's vision and tremendous leadership on this project and the countless members of the state's and ESD's teams who have labored for years on this train hall, particularly one individual whose spirit is present today, and that person is Michael Evans. Michael was head of the Moynihan Station Development Corporation since 2013, serving as a critical driver among the governor's office and the architects, construction teams, and other stakeholders who collectively brought this magnificent space to life. Michael was the very best kind of public servant. He was smart, dedicated, detail-oriented, and relentless in the pursuit of building something truly spectacular to the benefit of the people of this state and beyond. For those of us who knew Michael, we will forever think of him each time we set foot in this hall. And on behalf of the family of New York, we thank him. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Paul Goldberger, known to many as the Pulitzer Prize-winning architectural critic of some of the most important news organizations in our country, including the New York Times, the New Yorker, and Vanity Fair. He is also the author of numerous books and someone who the Huffington Post has called the leading figure in architecture criticism. He has also been a critical advisor and collaborator on this project. Paul, I turn to you.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning. It's been a fantastic pleasure working with you and Michael and Doug Carr and the governor and his team and the remarkable team of architects here, Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, Peter Penoyer on the clock, David Rockwell, to help get everyone to this amazing day. I suppose you could say the story of Moynihan Train Hall really begins in 1910, when the original Pennsylvania station opened. It continues in 1963, with the tragic demolition of this masterpiece of public architecture after only 52 years of active use. Then it picks up again in the 1990s, when Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who among his many virtues was a believer that great architecture had a real and tangible public benefit because it made life better for everyone. Moynihan saw that the magnificent Farley post office was right across the street from Penn Station and sat atop the same railroad tracks as Penn Station, and said, why couldn't we turn this place into a news station and once again give the city the great entrance it deserves? It took a couple of decades, but it has finally happened in a way that is remarkably true to Senator Moynihan's great idea. But I think the opening of Moynihan Train Hall is much more than a tribute to Senator Moynihan's imagination. It is the first step toward turning the busiest rail center in the United States into the best rail center in the United States. There's still a long way to go, but we're moving in the right direction toward a recognition that great public space belongs to everyone, that a great city deserves a noble public realm, and that the government has a responsibility to help make that happen. These are difficult times, much tougher than they were when Governor Cuomo got this project moving again a few years ago. But all the more reason that Moynihan Train Hall matters. Much of the great infrastructure of New York was built during tough times, because that is when the government needs to send a signal that it believes in the future, that we will have a better future, and we are investing in it, because that very investment will help make a better future happen. We travel every day across bridges and through tunnels and along subway tracks that were built in difficult times because other generations invested for us. And Moynihan Train Hall is a symbol of our will to do the same thing today and invest in the future, even as we're struggling to keep afloat in the present. Because investing in the future is actually one of the best ways we have to keep afloat in the present. But that's the test of a great government, that it can take the long view. Abraham Lincoln kept construction going on the dome of the U.S. Capitol during the Civil War, even though funds and manpower were desperately short, because he said that if the work went on, people would see that he believed that the Union would go on. We believe, we know, that New York will go on, and that it will continue to be the greatest city in the world, and that the only way it can lose that is if we give up on investing in the public realm that is its heart. In a time that is too often elevated or favored the private realm over the public one, Governor Andrew Cuomo has been a steadfast believer in the role of government to make great public places that belong to all of us. Places that lighten the pressures of daily life, that bring a lift to the spirit and elevate the lives of everyone who passes through them. Governor Cuomo, like Daniel Patrick Moynihan before him, understands what architecture can do for the spirit and for the soul of a place. And he has managed to make this project happen, not only to give New York a better front door, but to give it a better future. It's now my pleasure to introduce to you Governor Andrew Cuomo. Thank you, Governor Cuomo.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. How great is today, huh? How different, but how great. First to Paul Goldberger. Thank you, Paul, for those kind words, and thank you for all your help on this project. Paul Goldberger is a true New York asset, and on this project, his talents have been brought to help all New Yorkers. Let's give Paul a round of applause. the whole team at Empire State Development, Eric Gertler, who's done a fantastic job. We have our Chairman Emeritus, Howard Zemsky. Let's give him a big round of applause. Steve Cohen, our Chairman. Les Fine, who's the great counsel, and Michael Evans, who really put his heart and soul into this project. Let's give them all a round of applause. The MTA team that is redefining everything we thought we knew about the MTA. They're making things happen. They're getting it done faster and better. The new entrance that you will see is just really magnificent. Jano Lieber, God bless you and thank you. And Phil Lang, head of the Long Island Railroad, thank you for your talent. Our partners here, Vornado, who are running the retail space. I want to thank them very much. Amtrak and Tony Kosha is here. Amtrak really made things happen and made things happen quickly. And a large part of that goes to leadership, as I know as well as anyone. Tony Kosha, thank you very much. Thank you. To my team who actually does the work, because someone has to do the work, Melissa DeRosa, Rick Cotton, who now runs the Port Authority, but was in my office and really brought this project back to life. I want to thank him very much. And Kelly Cummings, who keeps our trains running on time, pardon the pun. Let's give them a round of applause. And to Maura Moynihan, daughter of our great and beloved Senator Moynihan, it's a pleasure to be with you, Maura. Thank you so much. I hope you find pride in today as we honor your father and his vision. Today would be a special accomplishment on any day, but it's extraordinary today. Senator Moynihan, I had the good fortune to work with directly when I went down to the federal government. And I worked with him on a number of occasions. He was a man of true vision. He was not limited by a governmental view or a bureaucratic view or a practical view. He really envisioned what could be and set his sights on that. Yes, this was a magnificent building, underutilized as a post office, and this was actually the sorting room for the post office. This is where they sorted mail. The great skylight was not just a beautiful piece of architecture. It brought the light into the building so they could see the mail and read the envelopes and do the sorting. And Senator Moynihan said, what a beautiful statement, what a beautiful piece of architecture. How do we use that for the public? The details had to catch up to his vision, but God bless Senator Moynihan and the vision he brought to New York. This is a work of art in a way we don't build anymore. It's almost too ambitious. It's almost too beautiful. It's almost too breathtaking to think that we could do this. Can we really do this? Can we rebuild that skylight? Can we bring this building back to the magnificence that the generations before us envisioned and actually materialized? There were many doubters who said it was too bold, it was too audacious. But we said we could, and we did. This is a great public work. Public work, different than we do it today. This is a different kind of statement. It says, we understand and appreciate the significance of public works. It is a testament and a monument to the public. And they deserve the best, and they can produce the best. And we build this not for ourselves. We build this for our children and our children's children. And we build this as a statement of who we are and who we believe we are and who we aspire to be. Is it grand? Yes. Is it bold? Yes, because that is the spirit of New York, and that's the statement we want to make to our visitors, to our children, and to future generations. So this would be an amazing accomplishment at any time. But it is an extraordinary accomplishment today.
Just a heads up, some of you are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break.
Is normal. None of this is right. We're at a place where no one ever envisioned being. We saw the greatest country on the world fall prey to a microscopic virus. And we have seen our world turned upside down, and so many things we believe to be true. Our ability to control, our ability to dominate, that all turned out to be false. We're going through a traumatic period, individually and collectively. Society is going through a traumatic period. And the question for us now is, what will this traumatic period cause us to be? What will it do to us? How do we respond? Life will create trauma. You will have setbacks in life. No matter how carefully you plan, no matter how smart you are, you will have challenges. You'll have health challenges. You'll have personal challenges. But the question becomes how you respond to those challenges. Tell me how you react to the challenge, and then I will tell you who you are, and I will tell you your character. And that's what we're going to decide in this new year, 2021. As we close this chapter on 2020, but we learn the lessons and we move forward to 2021. And what this hall says to me as we head towards the new year is, yes, yes we can. Yes we can learn, yes we can grow. As dark as 2020 was, to me this hall brings the light, literally and figuratively. It brings the light. Which way do we head? We bring the light. New York brings the light. That's what this magnificent skylight says to me today. A.J. Parkinson said sometimes life will knock you flat on your back, but it will change your perspective. And if you look up, you see the sky. When you were in this hall, you look up, you see the sky. And that's the way we want to start 2021. New York found the best going through this COVID situation. It brought out the best in New Yorkers. They heard their better angels. At a time of division all across this nation, you saw New Yorkers unify like never before. We weren't black and white and Latino and upstate and downstate and Democratic and Republican. We said, let's come together and find the commonality in the community and let's help one another. That's what this was a symbol of. I do this for you and you do it for me. I understand our interconnection and I understand our interrelationship. New Yorkers did that. New Yorkers took the highest COVID infection rate in the nation and brought it down to the lowest infection rate in the nation. New Yorkers did that, working together. Yes, it was traumatic. Yes, we were knocked flat on our back, but we got up stronger than ever before. That's what this hall says today. And it reminds us who we are. We are New York. We are different than any other place, and we are special. We come from a special place. Our DNA is special. We came from risk takers, from ambition, from daring. We came from the entrepreneurial spirit. We were born from people who left where they were and crossed great oceans just to come here for opportunity. And they made the greatest state in the nation out of nothing. That's who we are in our genetics. That's our DNA. That's our core. That's our essence. So of course we can. We showed the nation how to deal with a common enemy. We showed them what unity can do. And now we're going to step forward in 2021. Are we going to go back to where we were in January 2020? No. Life is not about going back. Life is about going forward. Life is about learning and being stronger and getting up and pulling yourself up and pulling together and making the best of the place, making the best that we can be. And that's going to be 2021 for New York. I believe we're going to be the stronger for it. I believe we've learned from it. I believe there's more connection between New Yorkers than there's ever been. And this hall says we can do it. We don't accept mediocrity. We're tired of hearing why we can't do something. We're going to focus on how we can get it done. We are New York. We are the best. We will rise, and we will be stronger than we have ever been together. And that's what this hall says to me, and that's what Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan would say to us today. Let's close the door on 2020. Let's open the door on 2021. More united, more loving, more connected than ever before. Let's cut the ribbon on this great hall. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you again to everyone who was here with us on News Now from Fox. Moments ago, ribbon was just cut here at the new $1.6 billion train hall in New York City's Penn Station, which was unveiled here this morning. Speaking moments ago was New York Governor Andrew Cuomo about the new train station, what it means to have them open this up amid the coronavirus pandemic that's been happening here in 2019. As you can hear, our box is going off, talking about all the different events that are going to be happening here across the country. Of course, we like to bring you live events right here on News Now. We do have a lot of things to come, but first I want to talk about Senate is going to be meeting here today at 3 p.m. Of course, we're going to have you covered. So if you're watching with us on the Phoenix TV side, don't forget you can always continue to watch us all day long on News Now fox.com. We do have more updates on COVID-19 coming from many of our states across the country as we learn more about the vaccines being rolled out and the push for everyone to be taking those vaccines. Until that time, though, a little bit earlier here this morning, we did have Chuck Schumer speaking with Pete Buttigieg that I just wanted to play for everyone real quick, and then we'll be jumping into more live events here just moments away on News Now from Fox.
Mayor on the screen. Hi, Mayor. Good. Thank you for making the time. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you. Congratulations on all the progress.
And great. I'll do whatever I can to help you. I have a few points here. We have some of the press here. I'll make a few points, both about transportation and about some of the stuff going on here, and then we'll have a longer private conversation, if that's okay with you. Great. Okay, so first, I think it's great to meet with President-elect Biden's outstanding, truly outstanding nominee for Transportation Secretary. We need, oops, sorry. Hello? Call you back. Gotta go. Call you back. Okay. Now, I have one who has believed that we need a big, bold, and green infrastructure bill. And now we will have an effective ally in the administration, in the personage of Pete Buttigieg, to help get that done. I know Joe Biden cares about the same thing. And a few other priorities I'm going to be discussing with the mayor are first, my Clean Cars for America proposal, which would get all internal combustion engines off the streets by 2040, replace them with clean vehicles. President-elect Biden has graciously made it part of his platform. I believe it can get bipartisan support, and we can get something moving there. And it's a good model because it combines climate change, jobs, and it helps communities that have been neglected. And second, I'm going to talk about a top transportation priority for New York, which is Gateway, which President Trump held up for the nastiest of reasons. We must get that going for the whole Northeast Corridor. I'll be talking with the mayor on that as well. Now, on the checks and the $2,000 checks. Senator McConnell knows very well how to make a bill of law, and he knows how to kill a bill. The only way to deliver the $2,000 survival checks to Americans is to pass the bipartisan House-passed bill called the Cash Act. But what we're seeing right now is Leader McConnell trying to kill the checks, the $2,000 checks desperately needed by so many American families, by tying them completely to partisan provisions that have absolutely nothing to do with helping struggling families across the country. It won't pass the House. It cannot become law. A move like this is really a blatant attempt to deprive Americans of the $2,000 survival check. So we can get this done, but Leader McConnell has to get out of the way, allow the House-passed bill on the floor. I'm very confident it will pass if it's put on the floor, and then we can move forward. Okay, 2 questions.
Mr. Schumer, have you had any conversations with Republicans or the White House that gives you hope that McConnell will back down at this point?
Well, there are a number of Republicans who have come out for the $2,000 checks, and that gives me some real hope that if it was put on the floor, it could pass.
Leader Schumer, do you believe, though, that there are 60 votes for the Cash Act?
Put it on the floor, and I believe it will get the 60 votes. Yes, I do.
If it doesn't go on the floor, then can Americans just forget the idea of getting $2,000?
Well, we're going to keep fighting and fighting and fighting for this because it's very important. But the quickest, best, and right now, before January 3rd, only way to get it done is to put the House-passed bill on the floor, get 60 votes, and send it to the president who will obviously sign it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, President Trump.
All right, so once again, learning more right there from Chuck Schumer as he called out Mitch McConnell, saying that they need to get this passed, get Americans and working families more money. Of course, like I mentioned before, we're going to be keeping our eyes on that Senate floor. When they do come back to meet at 3 p.m. Eastern time, we'll have you covered on News Now from Fox. As of right now, we do have live events going on. We're going to jump in live with our Operation Warp Speed briefing. And again, this is a big push to get more people vaccinated across the United States. So let's listen in live right here with you on News Now from Fox. And it does seem like they're having a little bit of audio trouble here with this Zoom session that they are having. So we're going to continue to move things along. Of course, if we are able to get that briefing of Operation Warp Speed back up and running properly for you, we'll be bringing it to you here on News Now from Fox. And if we're able to get it even after the meeting's done, of course, we like to play things later in the day. But for some people, New Year's Eve, while they may have been celebrating in New York City, may look a little bit different now, especially for many of us across the U.S. Instead of going out to parties and get-togethers, we're all going to be encouraged to stay home. And that's exactly what the New York Police Department had encouraged people to do this morning. They said, do not gather in downtown Times Square. Instead, we want to see everyone safely celebrating and watching that ball drop from home. So let's go out to that security briefing that we had just a little bit earlier here this morning.
We could all agree that 2020 has been a year unlike anything else we've ever experienced. And New Year's Eve in Times Square and around the boroughs will look completely different than it has any other time in history. My message to those ringing in the new year, please stay at home. There are absolutely no spectators allowed in Times Square. There are no public fireworks in Coney Island. And there is no midnight run in Central Park. But as they say, the show must go on. This year, everyone will have to watch the Times Square ball drop virtually. And you're going to see stages along with talent and staff at the crossroads of the world. But the spectators that you do see will be cast members and part of the production, and all have been pre-screened for the virus. We have no doubt that the television show will be great. And there's certainly also no doubt that the NYPD will be there to protect it. Although there'll be many less men and women in blue working in Times Square, the NYPD will still have assets similar to what you've seen in the past. There's going to be officers posted in Times Square and in our subways. We're going to have our heavy weapons teams and a counterterrorism overlay that Chief Martin Matarazzo will discuss shortly. And there's going to be street closures that Chief Juanita Holmes will speak about. The NYPD takes great pride in protecting Times Square on New Year's Eve and normally welcome hundreds of thousands of people. We don't like an empty Times Square either, but this year has been nothing short of unprecedented. So we're asking for everyone's help this year. Stay at home with your family. Let's put 2020 in the rearview mirror and welcome 2021 with the hope that we can soon start celebrating together in a COVID-free New York City. And let's all look forward to a tremendous Times Square party to welcome in 2022. Thank you. Martin?
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. At this time, there is no active, credible, or specific threat against the celebration. But due to the iconic status of it, we must always treat it as a potential target for anyone looking to disrupt the event. We are very aware of recent events, particularly the vehicle explosion in downtown Nashville on Christmas Day. As always, we take a close look at attacks such as this in the U.S. and across the world, which includes reporting from our overseas posts. This intelligence helps devise our counterterrorism overlay for this event. The Counterterrorism Bureau has already implemented some security measures, such as staging concrete barriers and conducting pre-sweeps of parking garages and similar locations in the frozen zone. Officers will also secure entry point screening for cast and production teams. This will be a multi-layered process at these designated locations that include magnetometer screening and explosive detection screen teams. Other assets we will be deploying include, in the inner and outer perimeter of the event, heavy weapons teams, bomb squad and critical response commands explosive detection canines, drone detection teams, blocker vehicles, and Department of Sanitation sand trucks. And as a reminder, it is prohibited to fly a drone in the confines of New York City, including at this event. Lastly, we would never be successful without the continued cooperation between the police department and the public. If you see something, say something. Call 188-NYC-SAFE or alert a police officer for suspicious activity. Thank you all very much. I wish you a happy, healthy, and safe New Year. Turning it over to Chief Holmes.
Thank you, Chief Matarazzo. Good morning, everyone. As we prepare to ring in the new year, we are doing so with everyone's health and safety in mind. Similar to other iconic large-scale events in New York City, this New Year's Eve will once again be an event watched from the comfort of your home. In light of the ongoing impact of COVID-19, the general public will not be able to watch the ball drop in public. In fact, there will be a two-part freeze put into effect for the entire area. Beginning at midnight tonight, portions of Times Square will be shut down to both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Looking at the map here, I hope it's still up, the affected area for this initial freeze is indicated by the striped markings at the top of the map. It includes 49th Street to 45th Street and 6th Avenue to 8th Avenue. The second freeze will be put into effect at 3 p.m. The more expansive freeze will also prohibit both vehicular and pedestrian traffic throughout the larger rectangular shaded in red as indicated on the map, which covers 41st to 49th Street and 6th Avenue to 8th Avenue. Due to the absence of a large crowd, the number of officers assigned to Times Square this year will be significantly reduced. However, the ball drop is still an iconic event watched around the world. As such, the NYPD will still have many hundreds of officers on hand, as Chief Monahan mentioned. They will be joined by the complement of specialized units to ensure everything goes smoothly. Uniformed patrol officers will be deployed along the entire perimeter of the frozen area. These resources will also be working in tandem with Chief Matarazzo's people, ensuring everyone's safety. Coming to Times Square for New Year's is a family tradition for some. It is a bucket list item for others. But this year is different. I can't empathize enough how important it is for everyone to stay home. I want to thank everyone in advance for their cooperation for this. I know we are all happy to finally turn the page on 2020. I want to wish everyone and their families a healthy and happy New Year's. Thank you.
Questions?
Chief, you're not going to be able to actually stop people from. They're going to come out to 7th Avenue. They're going to be by the park. Balls high in the sky. They'll still want to get eclipsed. What are you going to do about it?
We're going to have teams working up and down those blocks. Anyone that starts to gather, they're going to be told to move along. We are not going to allow people to stand on the street corner, stare up. Our cops on the chief views are going to be out there moving them along consistently. Don't come. Do not come to the area. If you think you're going to be able to stand there and watch the ball, you're mistaken. Don't come. Watch it on home. It'll be a spectacular television show. Next year, we'll all gather together and we'll fill Times Square. But this year, don't even attempt to come down there to watch it. Yeah, because the footprint's a lot smaller. We're not expecting 100,000 or 1 million people in the area. Much less cops will have to work in the Times Square. It's approximately an 80% reduction in the cops that are coming into Times Square, which allows us to put them out in the rest of the city where they're needed. So there'll be more cops working in the outer boroughs where they're needed that no longer have to be brought into Times Square for the detail. We always have the license plate readers. We have our cars that are staged with license plate readers. They will be in the area. The hotels that are operating will operate. They won't be allowed to come out like they have in the past at midnight to watch the ball drop. They'll be told they have to stay in the hotel. I believe there are 5 hotels that are operating right now with guests within that area, but people are going to have to stay inside the hotel. We never give you the number, but I'm going to tell you it's like an 80% reduction from what normally we have. This is a huge difference. Listen, there's nothing better than to walk through those crowds on Times Square, see the people enjoying the night. Last year was tremendous, if anyone was out there. Literally at least 1 million people in that area, all happy, enjoying the night. This year it's going to be different, but this whole year has been different. Let's put 2020 in the books. 2021 is coming, and it's going to be a much better year for this city, for this country, I believe.
Anybody else on this side? Any other questions on topic? Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so once again, encouraging all to watch that ball drop from the safety of your own home. We have more to come right here on News Now when we come back. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. We are taking a live look in Times Square where that ball drop going to look much different as we all make alternate plans for our New Year's Eve this time as we ring in 2021. We just heard from New York City officials saying that they don't want people gathering here, obviously amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. And speaking of that, we do have many other states giving their updates all across the country. We like to bring them all to you right here on News Now from Fox. So we're going to go jump in live with Colorado. They do have currently more than 328,000 cases. That's with more than 2 million people being tested for it. So let's listen into the governor's briefing on COVID-19 vaccine distribution.
Everyone over 70 who wants it will have gotten the first dose of the vaccine. Again, for some, it'll take 3 weeks until they get the second dose and gain the protection. The first dose might confer some protection. So we're starting that today, given the supply expected, obviously everything's dependent on what we get from the federal government. But we're expecting that all Coloradans 70 and up, starting this week, will be able to complete that vaccination of 70 and up in the next 4 to 5 weeks for that first dose. The phase also, while Coloradans 70 and up are receiving vaccinations, we're also working with different employers to do targeted programs for essential frontline workers, continuity of state government, educators, teachers, food and ag workers, U.S. Postal Service, public transit, grocery workers, essentially the CDC list We've added frontline journalists, a few hundred people that are out sharing knowledge with people in the field, risking potential exposure to that, and also direct care providers for Coloradans experiencing homelessness also to this phase 1B. So these are not mass groups. So 70 and up is a mass group. That means you're 70 and up, you can get it. Obviously, it depends when it's available in your hospital, in a drive-through clinic. Some areas of the state are still finishing up 1A for another week and before they move on to 1B. For a lot of these other groups that we're talking about, teachers, food and ag workers, we will be scheduling with the county health departments, with other providers, largely employment-based, site-based clinics for that. Could be, mid-February, could be the date for you if you work at this Safeway is, February 15th. It could be if you are, for RTD, you'll have a date, it'll be coordinated where you can get it. And it might be, February 26th. So those will be specific dates for specific workers in a convenient way. But the sort of large group of the population that is now able to get it in many parts of our state, and then as I said, some are finishing up 1A and going to 1B, is if you're 70 and up, you can legally get it. It depends on supply in your area. We will work to hopefully cover everybody 70 and up who wants it. And let me just add, if you're 70 and up, you really, 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 really should want it. And why we prioritize 70 and up, and I think you've probably seen this anecdotally, but I want you to see the cold, hard facts. The likelihood, if you can track the virus of this causing death, is 500 times what it is for somebody in their early 20s. And while we lose people of all ages, 78% of those who we've lost to coronavirus are over age 70. So once we get through this 5-week period, a few more weeks for the second dose for some people that get it towards the tail end, we really have the opportunity to reduce coronavirus deaths by almost 80% in our state, and a similar decline in hospitalizations. That would end the crisis phase. Pandemic not over, people of all other ages still getting it, some still dying, some still being hospitalized, but we will no longer have that immense pressure on our hospitalizations. And just imagine for a moment here, while we've lost 3,900 people, I mean, imagine if it was a number 80% less. Still a tragedy, still a pandemic, but we can make a lot of progress towards ending that healthcare crisis piece as we complete the vaccination of everybody 70 and up in the next 4 or 5 weeks. Phase 2 includes Coloradans that are 60 to 69, and also high-risk Coloradans that are 16 to 59. That means people with pre-existing conditions. There'll be more details about that later, but there's a set of pre-existing conditions that the CDC puts out. It'll be the equivalent of having, a doctor's note. You have, for instance, diabetes, you're 28, you're at a higher risk. But all Coloradans 60 to 69 for phase 2, and anybody 16 to 59 with pre-existing conditions. Little point on that might be extended to age 12 to 59. There's currently clinical trials for 12 and up. It's not approved for 12 and up yet, but that could happen at some point. Currently, it's age 16 and up. With these updates, all depending on the steady supply of vaccines from the federal government, we're anticipating that we'll get through phase 1 in spring, phase 2 by late spring, early summer, and then the general population in summer. And that's everybody who doesn't fall into one of those categories. It remains critical that any frontline healthcare workers in 1A who have not received the vaccine sign up and get vaccinated. There are some areas of the state where 1A has not yet been completed. It's being completed in the next few days. We will continue reviewing any guidance from the CDC, update these phases accordingly. And I'm really looking forward to the day where everyone who wants a vaccine can get it, and we can embrace our loved ones again, celebrate life's special moments with one another, starting with our age 70 and up Coloradans who are at greatest risk of hospitalization and death for this virus. The vaccine is now available legally to everyone age 70 and up in your area. Again, they might still be completing the healthcare workers, and that could take a few more days, but in some areas of the state, that is beginning right away. The second thing to talk about today, and we have our top experts here, and there's a lot of national and international interest in this. Scientists in our state identified the first confirmed case of the COVID-19 variant, the UK variant, in Colorado. The individual is a man in his 20s who is working in Simla, not recently traveled. He's currently recovering in isolation, mild symptoms. Our public health officials are working diligently to identify anyone else who may have been exposed and any other potential cases to test them to see if there's a chain of transmission with regard to the variant. And as I said, this is unlikely to be the first person with the variant here in the United States. There are likely many, particularly in northeastern United States. But I'm proud that we detected it here in Colorado as quickly as we did. It speaks to the incredible work of the exceptional scientists and staff in our state lab, like Dr. Emily Travanti, who's here with us today. I want to thank them for their commitment to helping keep Coloradans safe, to really increase testing capacity, the sophisticated system they put in place. There's a lot we don't know about this variant. And scientists here in Colorado, and of course in the United Kingdom, are studying and monitoring exactly how transmission works with this variant. It's not uncommon for a virus to mutate or change. In fact, COVID-19 has had many, many, many mutations. There has not been suspicions that other mutations have led to differences in transmission rates, but there are many, many transmissions out there. And early evidence seems to show from the United Kingdom that this particular mutation might spread more quickly. But at this time, there's nothing that indicates that this would cause different or more severe symptoms. But if it does transmit more quickly, obviously if more people get it, it means more people hospitalized. The CDC and scientists in England, where this variant is at least first detected, believed to originate, continue to emphasize that it's the very same things that we need to do to slow the spread of the virus. Wearing a mask, staying 6 feet from others, avoiding gatherings with those outside your home, and washing your hands regularly with soap and water. If the data shows a mask is about 50 to 75% effective. As we talk about the vaccine, 95% effective, we have a very easy, simple, low cost, 50 to 75% effective vaccine today. It's called a mask. Wear one. And if in fact this variant turns out to be more transmissible, it doesn't mean masks don't work. It means that masks might be 40% effective instead of 50 to 75. Still, a effective way to reduce the spread of the virus and protect yourselves. Stay at least 6 feet from others. Avoid gatherings outside your home. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Emily Travanti, the scientific director of the State Public Health Lab, to talk about really the world-class work being done in Colorado State Lab. A lot of focus internationally on us being the first to find this variant, and she's going to talk about how they did it. I want to thank Dr. Travanti and her team for their work to identify the strain first right here in Colorado State Lab. Dr. Travanti.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be taking a quick break as we get ready to hear more from Colorado.
On how we found the B117 variant here at the state laboratory. At the state lab, in addition to processing testing, we are constantly studying the virus, keeping apace with scientific discoveries as we continue to learn about this novel virus. We have been tracking the B117 variant of this virus since it was first discovered in the UK earlier this month, around December 20th. We followed as the variant rapidly became the predominant strain circulating in parts of their country. When we say that the variant was detected, we mean that a new version of this virus has been identified. It has a distinct molecular signature or specific sequence in the spike or S gene. The process for discovering the variant started by doing our regular COVID-19 diagnostic test, the PCR test that many Coloradoans get by having a nasal swab sample collected. This routine test looks for the presence of 3 COVID-19 genes in a patient sample. Typically, if we find those genes, we know the patient is COVID-19 positive. A positive result for COVID-19 infection occurs when at least 2 out of 3 of these genes are found in a patient sample. The viral genes used in this test are the N gene, or nucleocapsid, ORF1AB, open reading frame 1AB, and the S, or spike gene. When testing a sample of the B117 variant, only 2 of the 3 genes are found, the N gene and the ORF1AB gene. The presence of these 2 genes in the sample does tell us that the sample is positive for COVID-19. Things get really interesting, though, when we start talking about that 3rd gene, the S gene. The S gene is there in these samples, but it is a mutation. It makes it typically undetectable by the routine PCR assay. We call this the S dropout profile. It is a signature marker of this variant. Upon learning of the novel B117 variant, first detected in the UK, the associated mutation in the S gene, the state laboratory set up a screen to capture samples in which the N gene and the ORF1AB targets were detected, but for which there was no signal for the S gene target. Samples meeting this so-called S dropout profile are red flagged, and we know that this means that we need to do more investigation on these samples because it could possibly be this new variant. To investigate further, we do viral genome sequencing. We look at the entire COVID-19 virus genome using next-generation sequencing technology to create a complete fingerprint of the viral RNA found in the individual patient sample. The state laboratory has a well-established genome sequencing program that uses a number of advanced molecular detection techniques. We combine this lab information with information from our epidemiologists to help determine the origin of outbreaks and inform public health action. In the case of COVID-19, the state lab is using sequence to track the movement of COVID-19 across the state and throughout the pandemic. At the state lab, we are committed to conducting genome sequencing on all samples with the so-called S dropout profile to determine how widespread this variant may be in our state. To date, we've conducted sequencing on 24 of these suspicious samples, and our scientists have found 2 samples that contain mutations in the S gene. Another 12 samples are currently in line for sequencing at the laboratory, and CDPHE continues to look back at older samples as well as all samples moving forward for indicators of these mutations. The B117 variant samples that we were able to confirm with the CDC was from a patient that had a positive result in this initial screen diagnostic PCR test with a strong signal as indicated by low CT or cycle threshold values of 12 to 13 for both the N gene and the ORF1AB gene. Upon genome sequencing, it was found to have 7 key signature mutations associated with the B117 variant, first reported in the UK. These mutations include a signature or missing piece in the S dropout profile, as well as 6 changes that impact the structure of the S protein. Additionally, a second sample, which is highly suspicious but has not yet been confirmed, was also positive by diagnostic PCR testing with CT values for the N gene and ORF1A in the low 20s. Initial sequence analysis on this second sample shows most of the same mutations associated with the B117 variant, but we're still working to complete analysis on this sample. I understand that news of the variant is concerning to many of us, but thanks to the advanced sequencing processes we have put in place, the Colorado State Public Health Laboratory was able to quickly detect this first example of B117 variant in the US, positioning us to take swift action. We are proud to be able to provide this critical scientific information to help the state make informed decisions. We know that understanding the types of COVID-19 present in our state will help inform the public health measures used to control the spread of this virus. And now pass it back to Governor Polis.
Thank you, Dr. Travanti, and I also want to just acknowledge your work at the state lab. Last I checked, you're in the 80 to 90% of tests processed in one day. So congratulations, and even outperforming many of our private contractors as well. We are generally across the state somewhere in the 60 to 70% in one day. The rest take 2 days, and then there's a few contractors in a few parts of the state where it might take as many as 3. But the state lab is leading the pack, so you're over 80% one-day turnaround on testing, and you're one of our biggest processors of testing. So thanks for that work. And somehow, amongst doing all that testing, you also had time to look for new variants. So thank you for that groundbreaking work. I want to turn it over to Dr. Rachel Herlihy, our state's lead epidemiologist, to give us more information on what we know about the variant's presence in Colorado. And an update on the epidemiological response. Dr. Herlihy.
Good morning. Thank you, Governor. So our investigation and contact tracing efforts are ongoing, but at this time we are aware of 1 confirmed and another possible case with the B117 variant of the virus, as described by Dr. Travanti. Both of these cases are Colorado National Guard personnel who were deployed to support staffing at the Good Samaritan Society nursing home in Simla, Colorado. That's in Elbert County. Their deployment at the facility began on December 23rd. The nursing home has an ongoing outbreak of COVID-19. Cases of COVID-19 were first identified in the facility in mid-December, following routine surveillance testing in that facility. As part of their deployment to support facilities like this that are having staffing shortages due to COVID-19 outbreaks, National Guard personnel are routinely tested for COVID-19. These individuals were tested on December 24th, and that testing was performed at the state lab. And that is really how our lab came to acquire these specimens and do this testing that Dr. Taranti described. So right now, we are currently investigating two possibilities for how these individuals may have acquired their infections. First, the National Guard personnel could have acquired their infections while working at the Simla facility. We'll talk more about that in just a second. And second, the personnel could have acquired their infection through other work or personal activities prior to arriving at the facility. Neither of these cases has traveled internationally in the weeks prior to their illness. So for that first scenario, we have detailed case investigation and contact tracing activities occurring at the Simla facility. To date, 20 of 34 regular, so non-National Guard staff in that facility, and 26 of 26 residents in the facility have tested positive for COVID-19. 4 deaths have been reported among residents. The testing on these individuals was performed at a different laboratory, so not at our state lab. Therefore, to determine if B117 variant is circulating in the facility beyond these 2 individuals that work for the National Guard, we have deployed a team to the facility. That was done yesterday to collect specimens from staff and residents in that facility. Additional testing will be performed today. So specimens were collected and are being tested at the state laboratory. We do have some preliminary results from that testing from specimens that were collected yesterday. And so far, based on the testing that has been performed in that facility, we do not have evidence that the variant virus is circulating in that facility, but testing is ongoing. We have additional individual specimens that will be tested today and additional specimens that will be collected later today from the facility. I think it's also important to note that the National Guard personnel didn't arrive at the facility until December 23rd, and that was really long after most of the cases associated with the outbreak have occurred. Therefore, we're also looking into the second possibility, which is the possibility that exposure happened outside of the Simla facility. We have an extensive investigation underway to identify all contacts the cases may have had in the 2 weeks leading up to their deployment, as well as any other contacts outside of the facility they may have had during their deployment. That investigation is ongoing, and we are exploring all possibilities. To slow the potential spread of this variant, the cases will be ordered to isolate for 10 days from their symptom onset or collection date. Daily isolation monitoring will be conducted by our epidemiologists. The confirmed case is now isolating at home in Arapahoe County, and the other possible case is isolating at a hotel in Lincoln County. In addition, all identified contacts of these potential cases or this confirmed and possible case will be ordered to quarantine for 14 days from their last exposure, with testing being performed on days 5, 10, and 14. Daily quarantine monitoring will also be conducted. Now I'll turn it back to Governor Polis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Herlihy. Thanks for updating us on the ongoing investigation. As Dr. Herlihy mentioned, it's being thoroughly investigated. We expect there'll be additional information in the next few days. I'm going to now turn it over to our Chief Medical Officer for the state of Colorado to answer questions that a lot of Coloradans have. What does this mean? What do we know about the variant? What don't we know about the variant? What do we need to do to stay healthy and keep those around us who we care about healthy? What does it mean for the vaccine that we're all so eager to get? Thank you for joining us, Dr. Franz, Chief Medical Officer for the state of Colorado.
Thank you, Governor, and good morning. Of course, thanks, Emily and Rachel, for your strong work in identifying. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I hope you can hear me now, and just thank you all for being here this morning and for Rachel and Emily's hard work to identify and now mitigate the potential spread of a new variant. This variant, as you know, has been found in the United Kingdom. It first appeared in end of September. And it was noted in the southeast part of England that the number of cases was rising quickly in that part of the country. And on further investigation, they found that this new variant seemed to be the dominant form of the COVID virus in that community. From there, they have concluded that this new variant can be transmitted more quickly and more highly. Indeed, estimates of 50 to 70% increased transmission with this new variant. So what does that mean for us? Well, if you get COVID, of course, you can be without symptoms. 40% of people have no symptoms, or you can have symptoms of fever, a cough, and it's the same with this new variant. But it does potentially have the risk of spreading more. So If you're ill, instead of only making 2 or 3 other people sick, you might actually spread it to 4 or 5 people if it's more transmissible. If it's more transmissible, that means that we'll have more cases in our communities. Those community number of cases will rise quickly. And of course, with more cases come more hospitalizations, more ICU beds being filled, and the potential of overwhelming our healthcare system. Imagine too, if a more transmissible form of COVID is in a nursing home, that means that it might spread more quickly within that nursing home and cause more people ill before we have a chance to get things under control. And what a tragedy that would be when we're just weeks away from vaccinating people who live in nursing homes. Now, if the other thing we're hearing, of course, is that this variant of COVID doesn't seem to be more deadly. So if you get it, you could be asymptomatic with it. You could have symptoms with it. You might be hospitalized or need specialty care, but at the same rate as the old COVID virus. So it doesn't seem like it's more deadly. The worry, of course, is that if it's spreading faster and more people have it, even with just the regular rates of hospitalizations, this could be overwhelming for our healthcare systems. So I think it would be particularly sad at this time in the pandemic when we're working so hard at getting vaccinations in arms and expanding our end game to see the end of this pandemic, to find ourselves in a place where these cases are rising again. That means all of us, as the governor has said, must do our part. We must wear our masks, stay 6 feet apart, stay within our households, particularly over this New Year season. We need to be aggressive with vaccination, following our prioritization as described today. It appears that this vaccine, we estimate, will be just as effective for the new variant as it was with the old. We'll learn more from the scientific work underway. But for now, I think we should continue the hard work of staying safe as part of our preparation of the ending months for this pandemic, doing what we know we need to do to stay safe, and stepping up and being vaccinated. The larger number of people that become vaccinated, the quicker we'll have herd immunity and will control the pandemic. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Dr. Franz, for sharing how this can impact Coloradans. And because the virus, as we know, can tear through nursing homes and cause immense loss. You know, many nursing homes lost 10, 20% of their residents over a period of weeks. Higher risk of experiencing severe symptoms. We're requesting today, given the detection of the variant in Colorado, that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, allow us to temporarily pause visitation for nursing homes for the time being, so that that population can be vaccinated quickly. That's already happening in nursing homes. But then, you know, in a month or two, when that population is immune, they can finally, it's been so hard for people of all ages, right? I mean, the economic pain is felt by young people, but not only is the health risk felt more acutely by older Coloradans, but the social isolation, the difficult emotional, social piece that so many residents of nursing homes have faced. After that vaccination already occurring, immunity a month later, a month or two, finally, going out again, going to malls, all those things, but poker nights, all the social aspects after the vaccination is complete. But for now, we want to vaccinate that population as quickly as possible. Older Coloradans in nursing homes, it's already started, and we're requesting that CMS pause the visitation until we have that immunity very soon, and then a lot more of those social activities that make life worth living.
Just a heads up, we are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break.
They put themselves in harm's way to serve communities, protect the health and safety of Coloradans. They've helped set up and staff COVID-19 testing centers around the state. They've coordinated mask and gown storage. They're delivering vaccines. They're on the front lines every day. And in Simla, the members were deployed to help the staff the facility during an outbreak where 100% of the residents of the facility tested positive, and the person that contracted the variant ultimately ended up contracting the virus, not necessarily connected with the facility, the timing, as we indicated. likely earlier. There was already the outbreak there. We are doing additional testing. This new variant is just another reminder that there is a lot that we don't know about the virus, but there's also a lot we do know, namely how you can avoid getting it and increase your chances of not contracting the virus. Avoiding social interactions with people outside your home, keeping a distance of 6 feet, wearing a mask around others. And as vaccines work their way into Colorado, it doesn't mean life is back to normal yet. In fact, even the first Coloradans that received the vaccine still are not immune to coronavirus. It'll be another 2 weeks. They will be getting the very first Coloradans who got the vaccine, those very first, COVID ward workers, even they are not immune yet. They will get another dose in a week or so, and then they will be immune in about 2 or 3 weeks, those very first Coloradans who got the dose. So this is the home stretch, the last leg of the marathon. People 70 and up can get the vaccine. We hope to complete within 4 to 5 weeks the first dose of the vaccine for 70 and up. Once the immunity takes hold, that's another few weeks after that. We hope that there's a decrease in fatality. About 78% of those we've lost in our state to the virus have been over age 70. So the last thing we want to do, here we are, we're ending the marathon. You know I like baseball. We're rounding third base. Here we go for football. We're on the 2-yard line. Let's finish the game. Let's finish the race. The last thing we want to do is trip and fall before we reach the end. And there's a lot of temptation. There's a holiday called New Year's coming up. And I want Coloradans to see 2020 in the rearview mirror, but we want to make sure we celebrate with our own households in this very different new year. And what we don't want is large parties and events that could jeopardize your life and your loved ones. It could set the state back by weeks. You will be able to enjoy that after you've been vaccinated. It's really, the end is in sight. So avoid parties, indoor get-togethers with people you don't live with. Celebrate this New Year's differently with loved ones at home. Find alternative ways to ring in 2021 with families and friends using technology. You can watch the ball drop together online. You can go outside if there's snow and make snowmen or snow angels at midnight. That's what I used to do. You know, we used to pass our New Year's in Vail when I was growing up from, age 6 to 26, but, as a teenager. So what we do is we'd wait until midnight every year. And then we would me and the kids and the cousins would all go out to see who would be the first sledder of the new year. We want to see who would sled first at 12:01 a.m. So I was proud to say I'm the first person to sled in 89, 91, and 92. First person to sled in those years. In other years, I was beat out by cousins and friends. But look, however you celebrate New Year's, do it with those you live with. Be safe. We're nearing the end of this, and together we can get through it. This is really our last big hurdle. If we can get through this without a spike, we're setting ourselves up for a strong recovery, health, economy in 2021. And I want to say thank you, Colorado, for your resilience, for wearing masks, for your sacrifice, for your optimism, for your determination to get through this, your generosity to one another. It's not been easy, but you're what makes our state so great. So be safe. Have a happy and fun new year in a way that you can do it in a safe way. And we're happy to take questions.
Hi, this is Erin Prater with the Gazette in Colorado Springs and Denver. Just a few questions, if you don't mind. The first is I just wanted to firm up. I believe it was said that we had one confirmed case of the mutation and one possible, but it was also said that the mutation had been found twice. So I just wanted to see if we make sure that we had one confirmed and one possible, or see if we have two confirmed. Also, given that this new mutation is more transmissible, are current precautions enough and are current dial levels enough? And also, is there any update on trials of the vaccine for kids younger than 12? Thank you.
Let's go to Dr. France and probably Dr. Herlihy to address part of that. Dr. Herlihy first.
Yeah, this is Rachel. I can take that first question. So we have one confirmed and one possible case of the variant in the state right now.
And Dr. France, any updates on the additional trials?
Yeah, and regarding what we might be doing about transmissibility, you said, and does it have an impact on the dials? Really what this just means is that we'll be keeping a close eye on the cases and the number of cases every day. If the variant becomes a dominant form of COVID in the state, and indeed is more transmissible, we'll see a steeper uptick, incline of cases as times go by. and we'll need to react more quickly to help control it. And so right now we're in this good place where cases have been stable and down. And if we can stay in that space, then we'll be fine. The issue, of course, will be if we start seeing cases come up and if our own sequencing finds that this is being driven by the variant, then we'll have to maybe act quicker and more broadly in our thinking. I don't have any other new updates when it comes to the trial itself for children at this point, but we would expect not to really have much information on the use of the vaccine for children until at least this summer.
And the step the state is taking today is we are requesting from CMS the ability to pause visitation in nursing homes as they get inoculated. It's happening right now, every day. It will be done in the next couple of weeks for nursing and skilled care facilities and their staff as well. And then after they have that immunity, a lot more full socialization and visitation. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Governor. It's David Clue at Denver 7. With everything that we've just heard, do you see this new variant as a game changer for your approach to containing the virus? And also, are you getting any indication that this will push the federal government to prioritize Colorado more for additional vaccine doses?
So as Dr. Franz indicated, we are looking at case numbers, right? And so we will react to case numbers, and it's really the same precautions that Coloradans need to take to avoid any of the variants of coronavirus. As I said, if it turns out this new variant is more contagious, it might mean that a mask is, 40% instead of 55% effective, but still all the same precautions need to be taken. People should just be more diligent about taking those precautions as we find out how prevalent this strain is in Colorado, forthcoming information in the following days and weeks. But we monitor case numbers every day, every moment. Hospitalizations, we're just over 1,000 Coloradans hospitalized from COVID. Our North Star is not exceeding our hospital capacity in our state. That'll be helped significantly as we inoculate everybody age 70 and up in the next 4 to 5 weeks.
Thank you, Governor. Charles Ashby from the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel. A couple of questions. Now, you've greatly expanded the number of people who qualify for a vaccine in 1B. Given what President-elect Joe Biden said yesterday about the number of vaccinations and being doled out to the states, are you confident there's enough or will be enough to cover all those people? And for the scientists, how worried are you about this variant mutating again and becoming a full-blown strain? And what conditions would it take for that to happen?
There remains some lack of stability in the federal supply, and certainly some uncertainty there. But from what we know today and what we expect from our federal partners, we believe that it'll take about 4 to 5 weeks for everybody age 70 and up to receive their first dose of the coronavirus vaccine. It's certainly possible supplies could increase or decrease, but from our best projections now, that's the expected timeline. Dr. Franz?
Thank you, and I'd be happy to have Dr. Travanti jump in as well. Those scientists who specialize in viruses and their normal mutations tell us that it's usually a slow process, and that if we were to be concerned that there was a mismatch between a vaccine and the current virus, that would take usually a number of years before it was a problem. And so at this point, I say we have time to learn more, understand the science, and I think it's good news that some of these newer vaccine platforms, the messenger RNA platform, can be quickly swapped out, one piece of genetic material for another, at least from the time perspective of what it takes to make a vaccine. And so our ability in the next year or two to make changes to the vaccine, if needed, is there. But we won't really know that for months to years.
Let me also add that the vaccine is free and there is no copay. So if anybody is trying to charge you for what they say is a vaccine, the chances are that is not a vaccine. We want to avoid any problems with a black market or false product before they even begin. That's not been reported yet, but I want to encourage, if anybody's trying to charge you, that is not the real deal. It is free. There is no copay. If you're 70 and up, you can ask for availability in your local hospital or community health clinic. They might still be in your area working through 1A, but they will be getting to 1B at some point very soon in the next few days.
I can also add really briefly that, we know viruses constantly change over time, and we expect more mutations to happen with this virus. New variants have been popping up throughout the whole course of this pandemic. Some pop up and disappear without even being detected. And we expect, this to keep happening, and there's no necessary reason at this point to think that this one is any more concerning than another variant that may arise, and we will continue to perform this sequencing surveillance at the state laboratory to keep an eye on how this virus is changing as the pandemic continues to unfold.
Hi, this is Marianne Goodwin with Colorado Politics. My first question is about the situation at Good Samaritan. The 2 National Guard troops who have been tested, were they the only National Guard personnel at that facility? And is there a possibility that the one who's back in El Paso County could be bringing back to a National Guard facility there? My second question is how many vaccine doses the state is in line for, and how that compares to the populations in the 1A, 1B, and phase 2 groups.
So I think Dr. Herlihy, do you want to take that question on the National Guard?
Sure. So a total of 6 National Guard personnel responded and have been deployed to that facility. 2 of them have tested positive. One is a confirmed case of the variant. The other is a possible case of the variant. So at this time, we do not have other members of the National Guard that have tested positive. As I mentioned, case investigation and contact tracing is ongoing. And so any close contacts of those cases will be issued quarantine orders and will be placed in quarantine for 14 days.
Secondly, Marianne, we only know for sure what we receive in our state, and we're happy to share those numbers. That's a different team of experts, but Scott Bookman has those. We have projections for future weeks, and everything we're talking about in terms of timeline depends on those projections actually being a reality of what we're getting each week. So when we're talking 4 to 5 weeks for everyone age 70 and up to have the opportunity to get the vaccine, that depends on our projections of the supply being met with the actual supply. We hope that happens, but it's certainly possible there could be logistical breakdowns at the federal level. It's also
all right, just a heads up, some of you going to be in another quick 2-minute break.
Unknowns there that are out of our control about when we receive it in our state, but we always report on what we receive in state. We are working on there is a vaccine dashboard. We're working on a new vaccine dashboard with even more information that'll be updated dynamically in real time.
Hey, Governor, this is Jesse at the Colorado Sun. 2 questions for you guys. The first one's probably for Ms. Travanti. How long does it actually take to do that RNA sequencing to identify whether or not the variant is in what somebody tested positive for? And I'm wondering if you guys can just talk about how prevalent you think the disease is. I know it's impossible to say, but obviously someone who didn't travel has it, so it's clearly in Colorado. And then the other question is probably for the governor. Some counties are vaccinating people who are 75 and up starting tomorrow, but you're talking about 70 and up. So I'm wondering if you can talk about where that discrepancy is.
So I can address the first part of your question. So you were asking about, how long it takes to identify this mutation. So the first step is to actually just do the diagnostic PCR. And that is sort of dependent on the number of samples that we get in and how fast a lab can turn them around. Currently, the state laboratory is running a turnaround time just over a day on samples as they come in the door. So once we identify a candidate for sequencing, that process is a little bit longer and can take 3 to 5 days to generate all of the data necessary because we look at every position in the entire viral genome and compare it to known sequences across the country, as well as what's been circulating in Colorado, in order to determine whether or not it is one of these variants or has any other mutations in it. And we're going to continue to do this sort of deep sequencing on isolates from Colorado. We have a process set up to flag these S dropout mutations to keep looking at this particular mutation, but then we also want to make sure that we are aware of any other mutations that are happening in currently sequencing a subset of all the samples that come through the state lab. And we're also working with CDC on their national surveillance at the sequence level for COVID-19.
On the second, we expect that counties will be amending their prioritization to reflect the state prioritization, which is 70 years and up. Certainly some providers might want to focus on their older populations first in their 80s, but it should be available and people shouldn't be turned away if the vaccine is there if they are 70 and up.
Hi, Governor. This is Alan Levine from 9 News. Thanks for your time today. So you and other health officials have...
All right, guys, we are going to be switching gears here because we do have more updates that continue to roll in here at our NewsNOW desk. And again, we were just listening into Colorado. Now, just a reminder in case you missed the big news of the day, they have found a different strain, a very highly contagious strain of coronavirus in Colorado. So obviously their state's dealing with that, and we'll continue to keep you updated with their governor as they continue to give more on their briefing. But I do want to switch things along and give you a new update that just got started moments ago in Pennsylvania. So here is Governor Wolf with that update of their COVID-19 in the state.
Recovery rates are improving and people aren't staying in the hospital as long as they were at the beginning of this pandemic. But COVID-19 is still deadly, and it still poses an immense danger to our healthcare system if we allow it to get out of control. Still, there's good news. As we await the vaccine, we wait for it to be available to all of us. Now, I don't want Pennsylvanians to have false expectations. Unless the vaccine distribution from Operation Warp Speed increases rapidly, we anticipate that it's going to be months, not weeks, until the vaccine is available for phase 3 distribution to the general public. Right now, we are prioritizing, obviously, vaccine distribution to the most vulnerable, our healthcare workers on the front lines, and to those who live and work in congregate care facilities. The rest of us are going to need to be patient until it's our turn. In the meantime, we can follow the progress of vaccine distribution in Pennsylvania through the Department of Health's vaccine dashboard, and that just launched today. So that's news, and Secretary Levine will talk a little more about that. But that dashboard will provide the number of vaccinations administered by county all across Pennsylvania, as well as demographic information about the people being vaccinated. It's going to help us visualize how many people have received the vaccine, and it's going to help us work toward our goal of providing the vaccine to everyone in the state who wishes to receive it as quickly as possible. This dashboard and the vaccinations it tracks are just 2 more tools in our toolbox as we stand united against COVID-19. But again, the fight against this dangerous disease is not over. We all need to stay the course, and we all need to continue to do everything in our power to slow the spread of COVID-19 and keep our families and our communities safe. There have been some positive signs lately. Our statewide percent positivity rate went down this week for the 2nd week in a row. And while the number of hospitalizations and deaths remain entirely too high in Pennsylvania, it appears that the number of new cases reported each day has plateaued. That means that our mitigation efforts over the past several weeks have done what they were intended to do. And I thank everybody who abided by the restrictions put in place to protect us. The point is that every time each of us makes a small decision to avoid risk or takes steps to make our actions a little bit less risky, we're helping to stop the spread of this virus and we're saving lives. So I am announcing today that the time-limited mitigation orders that went into effect on December 12th will expire as planned on January 4th at 8 a.m. That includes 10-person indoor and 25-person outdoor gathering limits. It includes the ban on indoor operations at restaurants and bars and gyms and entertainment venues, and the suspension of extracurricular activities. Now, this does not mean that we're out of the woods. Not by any means. We still have significant mitigation efforts in place. All mitigation orders that were put into place prior to December 12th, they remain in effect when the time-limited mitigation orders expire on the 4th of January. And so what remains includes, not exclusive, but includes the mask wearing requirements, that stays. Gathering limits based on venue size, that stays. business capacity limits, that stays, and restaurant self-certification. All those things stay in place. We need to continue to work together to slow the spread of COVID-19, because if we get complacent and let case numbers begin to go back up, the danger to our communities, to our families, to our healthcare system will return with swift and deadly consequences. We have to continue to monitor the spread of COVID-19 in the Commonwealth closely in the coming weeks, and we will do that. But we can all have hope that next year we're going to be in a lot better place. We're going to have a lot brighter ending than the ending that we have in this year. And that hope should energize us to keep our guard up and continue the fight against COVID-19 in the months ahead. By working together, we can keep one another safe while we wait for the vaccine that is on the way. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn things over to Secretary Dr. Levine. Rachel.
Thank you, Governor Wolf. The vaccine dashboard available now is a great new tool for people to be able to follow the administration of the vaccines in Pennsylvania. And as you stated, we are working to get everyone who wants a vaccine vaccinated in our Commonwealth, starting with healthcare personnel identified in Phase 1A of the interim vaccination plan. I would like to offer some sincere thanks to the hospitals, the health systems, the federally qualified health centers, and our community and municipal and county health department partners, and really all of the brave personnel who have started this mission of vaccinations over the last number of weeks. Now that vaccines are able to be shipped to more locations, we are working to address the vaccination of healthcare personnel who are not affiliated with a hospital or a health system. So effective January 6th, 2021, today's order requires vaccine providers, those that I just discussed, to designate at least 10% of their vaccine shipments for those non-affiliated providers to ensure that there is supply available to vaccinate this clinical population of healthcare workers. It also requires vaccine providers such as hospitals, health systems, federally qualified health clinics, pharmacies, etc., to set up a point of contact for these non-affiliated providers to register for vaccination appointments. Now, many locations receiving vaccine have already voluntarily begun vaccinating these providers, and we are very thankful for their efforts. But today's order formalizes this process and works to eliminate any confusion between the vaccine providers and those healthcare personnel in Phase 1A. Getting Pennsylvanians immunized with a safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine is an essential step in working to reduce the number of virus-related cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. Now, we estimate that there are nearly 1 million healthcare personnel across the Commonwealth that qualify for vaccination in Phase 1A. And so it will take time for all of them to get vaccinated. It probably is going to take a couple of months. It is important to remember that our vaccine allocation from the federal government does fluctuate from week to week, and the delivery schedule fluctuates. This makes planning challenging, but it also means that it is going to take time to administer the vaccine. Our healthcare heroes are not only working to vaccinate critical healthcare personnel, but they're, of course, caring for patients who are currently in the hospital. It is hard to ask people to be patient as we take on a task that, once again, has never been done before. But patience is exactly what we need. Now, for those individuals in Phase 1B and 1C, as delineated by the ACIP, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice from the CDC, this is how you can start to get ready for when we start that mission of the vaccination process. Talk with your healthcare provider. Make sure that you don't have a medical condition that might put you at risk, such as severe allergic reactions to other vaccines, medicines, etc. Please continue to wear a mask, wash your hands, and social distance. to prevent becoming infected from COVID-19. Download the COVID Alert app to make sure that you could get an exposure alert notification if you are exposed to COVID-19 from someone that perhaps you don't know. Avoid social gatherings, even small gatherings, which can spread COVID-19, especially this week where we have New Year's Eve and New Year's. Visit the vaccine section of our COVID-19 website to see the latest updates to the vaccination plan. Now, please remember, as we are starting this vaccination process, it will still be months before manufacturers produce enough vaccine to immunize the general public. There are 2 safe and effective vaccines that are available now. Perhaps there'll be more as 2021 progresses. We don't know. But it is going to take time for the manufacturers to produce and then for Operation Warp Speed to distribute that vaccine. So mitigation is more important than ever. We cannot let our guard down. We must continue to follow our personal and collective responsibility to each other to prevent the spread of this contagious and dangerous virus. In the meantime, until everyone can get vaccinated, we need people to wear a mask, wash their hands frequently, stay home, avoid gatherings, social distance, and download the COVID Alert PA app. And now the governor and I are pleased to answer questions.
Thank you, Secretary. Our first question is from Jan Murphy from Penn Live. Jan, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, and thank you again for doing this. I was wondering, Governor, since you're going back to how things were on December 11th, you know, if you were a restaurant or bar owner, would you be making plans to host a Super Bowl special on February 7th, or, you know, advertising a Valentine's Day special on February 14th? You know, since they do need to do some planning, and just wondering what your thoughts are and any guidance you can give them.
Yeah, here the guidance I would give them is that the virus is going to be what it is. In fact, I think Rachel's probably going to talk, or there may be a question on this new strain that is even more contagious. I think what happens on February 7th depends on how fast the vaccine rolls out. What happens between now and February 7th depends on what we do to make sure that this virus does not overwhelm our healthcare system. There are a lot of contingencies out there. A lot can happen. Hopefully good things that can happen between now and then. But I think we've got to, and I think Secretary Levine is right in sort of looking at this from the worst possible angle, and that is we don't know how many vaccines are going to be made available. We don't know how fast we can roll this out. We don't know how fast the pickup is going to be on vaccines, and therefore we don't know how our hospitals, our healthcare system is going to be able to accommodate whatever happens. So between now and February 7th, a lot of things can happen. So I think in this year, it's like everything else. It's contingent, and we're all doing the best we can. But that virus is still out there, and as long as that virus is out there, that's the constant, that's the constraint that we're all operating under, and we all have to take account of that deadly reality.
Well, and along the same lines, I was wondering if you could offer some thoughts, either of you, about whether school officials should lean towards resuming some kind of in-person classes after the holidays, since our positivity rate has been going down for the second week in a row.
Well, I'll let the Secretary talk about the healthcare aspects. From the educational point of view, we need to get our kids back in school as quickly as possible. We need to make everybody safe, but I think everybody, parents, teachers, citizens, we're all concerned about the learning gap that has occurred already as a result of COVID-19. We had to make some really tough decisions. And some among the toughest is what we've done to interrupt the education process for our fellow citizens, young and older. We have got to make sure we do everything we can to address that learning gap. That affects us all. It's going to affect us all for a long time to come if we don't do something to address it. So I would hope that all of us, the Department of Education, the Department of Health and the schools will do everything they can to make sure that the schools are safe so that we can get back to the process of educating our citizens. Secretary Levine, you want to add anything to that?
Well, thank you, Governor. So, of course, we do have guidance already in terms of the community spread in a county and the recommended school teaching guidance depending upon that, whether it's going to be in person, whether it's hybrid, or whether it's remote. We do continue with discussions with the Department of Education and other stakeholders about any revisions, but to date there are no revisions. But I'd like to emphasize what the governor said. The best way that we can get students back into the classroom is for everyone to follow the mitigation advice that we've been discussing today. If you wear a mask when you go out, if you wash your hands, if you social distance, stay at home as much as possible, avoid large and small gatherings. That's what everyone can do in Pennsylvania to decrease the amount of community transmission there is and thus help students and teachers.
Next up is Amber Gerard from WJAL. Amber, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my question is kind of focusing on the restaurants, Governor. I've been going to a lot of these restaurants. There's hundreds of restaurants that are not abiding by the mandate. They didn't, and they are, you know, heroically going against it, so to speak. So my concern is we saw an uptick in cases after Thanksgiving, and now we have Christmas, and we saw that there was a record of travelers to and from, in and out of the state, and people who clearly do not want to acknowledge that social distancing, and we see it in restaurants. Is it a good idea to open up again if we're already having an existing problem now? And what if this rolls around, it ends, you open everything back up, and now all the people from Christmas, all that just kind of floods into the air. So what do you say about that?
Well, first of all, most of the restaurants actually did abide by the, so I'm not sure where you're seeing hundreds of restaurants. I'm not seeing that. The statistics are that the case count, death rate, hospitalization rate has all plateaued. And this is after only 2 weeks. Now, this is during the heaviest part of the Christmas, New Year's, Kwanzaa celebration season. And the hope is that by next Monday, that will have had the effect of actually flattening the curve. From that point on, I think, you know, we need to make sure that we're all doing everything we can to keep that curve from popping back up again until we get the vaccines out there. I have every confidence that we will do that. And I have every confidence that the mitigation efforts that we put into place back on December 12th will actually work. That the limits that we had then will continue to do good things. We didn't do as much as we did back in Thanksgiving, as much as we did for the Christmas, Kwanzaa, New Year's week. And this 3-week period really was a lot more focused mitigation effort than we had back on December 12th. But the hope is that the combination of the vaccine, continued mitigation based on the December 12th issues, and a heightened and renewed sense of responsibility on the part of all Pennsylvanians will actually do what we have to do. In terms of the economic hardship, I keep saying this, the economic hardship that this pandemic has caused, this virus causes to restaurants and bars and businesses like that. My hope is that the General Assembly and I can quickly come to some financial ways to support this industry that has been hardest hit. I know the federal legislation does include real money for restaurants and bars and other small businesses that have been especially hard hit by this. And I think that's what we need to do. Again, I keep saying we can't ignore the reality that virus is out there. And whatever we do, this is not me, this is not Secretary Levine talking, this is the virus saying, I'm going to get you. And we're taking a risk that I don't think we ought to be taking. And to the extent we wear masks, we wash our hands, practice social distancing, stay home when we can, telework when we can, do all those things, that we're not going to see the kind of upsurge that we saw back in October and November. And the hope is that the flattening that we're seeing right now will continue into January and up through the point that we get the vaccines. Secretary Levine, you want to add anything to that?
Sir, there are 3 points I'd like to make. First is, as you pointed out earlier in your speech, we are not relaxing all the mitigation orders. Many mitigation orders continue. What are lapsing are the mitigation orders that you put into place on December 12th. So other mitigation orders and limitations can continue. The second is that we have a tremendous opportunity to prevent that increase from occurring in January right now, today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If we basically stay home and go out as little as possible, don't participate in gatherings, don't have large parties, then we can prevent that from occurring. Hard to predict the future, but I think that what we need to do is emphasize what we can do right now.
Just a heads up, some of you are going to take a quick 2-minute break.
Chris, go ahead and unmute yourself. Try that one more time, Chris.
I think I got it there. Thank you, April. Governor, thank you for being available this afternoon. I appreciate it. The question I had to do with the delay that you mentioned earlier in getting the vaccine rolled out. Specifically, I'm interested in your suggestions or some thoughts about what could be done to speed that rollout and some of the things that tell you that it isn't being done as quickly as it could.
Well, I'll let the secretary talk about that. My own view is that we want to get this out as quickly as possible, and we need support, financial support from the federal government to help with the logistics and the communications effort. We need to make sure that the manufacturers are sending the vaccines out as quickly as they can get them out.
All right, guys, just a heads up, we're going to be moving things along here for you, giving you more updates across the country just moments away here on NewsNOW from Fox. All right, guys, and thanks so much for being here with us on NewsNOW from Fox. As you can see, we're taking a live look in Times Square, where earlier here today we heard from New York officials saying that they will have officers out there making sure that people are not standing around in groups, that they're moving things along as the ball counts us down to 2021. They don't want to cause any groups to be gathered here to help stop that spread of COVID-19. We're continuing to get more updates across the country. They're coming in just a few minutes here on NewsNOW from Fox. All right, guys, so as I said, we're going to continue to bring you more updates that have been happening here across the country. Next, we're going to be listening into a live update coming from California.
Leading experts on schools and issues related to epidemiology and transmission of viruses in our public schools and our schools more broadly defined. So she's now our point person that will be running our cross-agency teams. So we've got a spectrum of support from different state agencies that will work with local agencies, again, to provide more oversight. We've heard that critique loud and clear, the importance of more oversight, but also recognizing the importance of more assistance to our schools. So that's webinars, that's in-person, that's virtual, that's all kinds of supports across the spectrum that is critical to monitor and respond to data in real time. You can see here the webinars that we'll publish, training materials, ability to answer and ask questions, and then these walkthroughs. We want to do more physical inspections. We want to be more present and more proximate to the concerns and also the opportunities for improvement. So schools have to post their safety plans, as I said, online. They got to report their data, and they have to report any in-school transmissions. And that has to be done in real time. And these are the new requirements, sort of tightening up the old guidelines, strengthening them as we now move into this new phase. Data and plans submitted to the state will be publicly now available. Reopening status, the safety plans, you can read them as a parent, critical. Funding levels, got to understand what's $2 billion means something to someone, but what does it mean to my school or my kids? And so what that looks like and that level of funding available and where those dollars are being invested, where they're being spent. What does my school look like as it relates to in-school transmissions? So we've got a web-based hotline that's for staff and parents to report concerns if they don't have that information. That information is not flowing back. There's not a real two-way conversation. We want to have a hotline that's available in schools, again, that are failing to implement. They have to be penalized, meaning there has to be some accountability. We're going to raise expectations as we create more opportunity for in-person instruction. We're going to demand something in return as it relates to real accountability. So that's broad strokes what the plan is. We're going to put it up in more detailed specificity with new health guidelines and all the nuanced bells and whistles details next Friday. And I just want to not only acknowledge Senator Leyva and Assemblymember O'Donnell, but also the legislative leaders, both in the Senate and the Assembly, that assembled a cohort of education leaders within the Assembly and the Senate, of course, led by Leyva and O'Donnell, but also other members that were invaluable in terms of providing their support and their insight. But no one more invaluable, no one more important, I submit, and I say with respect, than our superintendent of public education and the head of our state board. And they're both here to say a few words, and I just want to thank them very publicly for their stewardship, their devotion to the cause of safely reopening our schools, and also to the cause that has united all of us, and that is the cause of keeping our kids educated during this trying and difficult time, as the vast majority are. More training, more support, more devices, more connections, more opportunity in terms of that distance learning that, again, is ongoing. That is also so important. That needs to be acknowledged as well. It's been trying, it's been challenging. And so I want to just, before I turn this over to the Superintendent of Public Education, Tony Thurmond, just thank him again very publicly for all of his hard work and his counsel and in anticipation because of the implementation of some of these new guidelines for all the work that all of us have in front of us. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you for your leadership here on advancing a framework to help keep our schools safe as they prepare to open. Good morning to the State Board President, Linda Darling-Hammond, to Dr. Ghaly, and to Californians. We know that this is a tough time. And again, as always, I want to applaud our students, their parents, and their educators for your resilience. There was nothing about education that was ever intended to be in the manner that we find ourselves. And this is definitely the toughest moment that most of us will experience in our lifetime. But we push forward, and we can get forward together safely. I appreciate you, Mr. Governor, for our candid conversations about the importance of COVID testing in creating a pathway for our schools to safely open. There's no question that the vaccine, when it's available, will be a game changer. You reference educators being at the front of the line. That is so important. But until that happens, until the doses are available, it seems to me that there's nothing more important than robust COVID testing and contact tracing to ensure that our students and families can be safe and our educators. That this provides testing for school staff and students is critical. And want to thank you for your leadership there and look forward to working with you and the legislature and the state board and other departments on how this might get implemented going forward. I want to echo and add our support for the $2 billion going forward to prioritize COVID testing. This is the key pathway for helping our schools to be open. We look forward to working with school districts. They still have questions. Many of our districts simply just don't have the funding to get access to COVID testing. Many of them have questions about how do I safely open? And we look forward to working with them, the administration, the legislature, the state board, the Department of Public Health, and others to really provide schools with the how-to to open. That will be greatly informed by our team at the Department of Public Health and Cal OSHA. And we think these are important guidelines that every school needs to understand so that we can do this safely as we move forward. We recognize that not every school will reopen and that there will probably still be some distance learning, especially as this envisions a phasing in. And in that respect, we also intend to continue working with school districts to address distance learning. Again, our educators are leaning in and trying to provide all that they can, but we literally moved into distance learning overnight. And so there are unavoidable impacts that unquestionably have occurred and affected gaps, learning gaps that have been exacerbated during the pandemic. Our office, the state board, and others will continue to work with school districts on ways to minimize those impacts and to offset those impacts by providing more professional development for our educators, by making sure that our students have access to computers, something that we found out early on that many of our schools don't have access to computers. And of course, we're looking forward to this year working with the governor and the legislature on a plan to ensure that all of our students have high-speed internet. There may be 1 million students still without it, and we know that we must address the lack of infrastructure to have broadband all across our state, especially in rural communities that don't have any infrastructure. So our office will continue to be available to help school districts. We've announced grants to support professional development to help teachers. We want to work with our school districts when we receive additional federal funding that will allow them to improve on training. We know that many families, foster families and homeless families, English learners, free and reduced lunch families have been impacted in different ways. And so we'll be continuing our work to strengthen family engagement strategies to make sure our kids are connected to their schools, that they have access to the resources that they need to be successful, that we address those students who haven't checked in, where attendance has been a challenge. We've literally been working with school districts, reaching out, making calls, looking for ways to connect those families to the needed resources. We will continue to do all of these things, and we're excited to work on this plan to accelerate the availability of COVID testing and contact tracing in our schools. It's a pathway for moving forward, and we stay tuned and look forward to working closely with the governor, the State Board of Education, the Department of Public Health, and the legislature, and of course our schools on how we move them forward.
Stick around, more to come right here on News Now from Fox.
Those very honest and forthright conversations we've been having over the course of many, many months, not just the last few weeks in particular, and your insistence on real support, not just rhetorical support, your insistence on real funding to back up our rhetoric. And so we look forward to working together with you and the legislature to move this early action budget request forward so that we can move forward with this plan. With that in mind, I want to now bring on Linda Hammond, who has just been, she's an international expert who has brought to bear and to light tremendous amount of insight and information from studies in Italy, studies on safe reopening, antibody studies in Spain, to strategies and solutions in places like Australia. She has brought forth studies from Harvard, from Brown, not just the CDC, to sort of back up our belief system here. And as many of you know, she has been a critical lead and advisor to the president-elect in terms of many of these same efforts. So we are blessed to have her chairing our school board here in the state of California. And Linda, I will now turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I appreciate the plan that's being announced and the comments of our state superintendent as well in terms of the way in which we're going to help schools engage with this new set of efforts to continue to solve for learning. That's really the goal here. We want to continue to ensure that as we bend the curve, as we get vaccines safely and equitably distributed across the state, as we welcome an incoming president who is determined to bring the pandemic to a close, that we support schools in being able to serve, as you said, the students who are most vulnerable, as the state superintendent said, the many who have been disconnected from learning, and the youngest children who benefit so much from being in person in a classroom. We have been trying and succeeding in many respects to solve for learning since March. We insisted, like many states did not, on distance learning from the very beginning. The governor, first partner, state superintendent, myself, with support from the legislature, have worked on the digital divide issues that are gradually improving in significant ways. We have more work to do there. We have, of course, also done enormous amounts of professional development with teachers and shared the innovations that teachers are developing and creating across the state for doing distance learning well. And for bringing kids back in person safely. Many of our school districts are open, and they are open safely with little or no transmission, even in this time. When the new dashboard is available, we'll be able to see those data more readily. The public will be able to see those data readily, and we want to support them to stay open. We want to help others open safely in February and in March on a staged and phased-in basis that is appropriate to the context of the district and to the needs of the children. And I just want to note that as we continue to solve for learning, we need to understand the school year in new ways. We've been tied to an agrarian calendar for the school year that, you know, begins in September or August and goes until May or June. But many districts want to and will be supported to continue to expand the school year to offer schooling in the summer. We shouldn't think about this as what can we cram in only by May. We should think about this as the continuous process of solving for learning and taking advantage as well of many of the other innovations that are going on in the state. Everything from outdoor classrooms and expeditions, schools that are developing project-based learning, interactive online materials that teachers are using that have become regular additions to teachers' toolboxes. We want to work with everyone in the school community to invent and reinvent our school system in such a way that all children are learning. Those who learn best in person, those who need to learn online for a while longer, and some who even prefer to do it that way, strengthening both distance learning and making it possible for this phased and staged reentry into very safe schools. We all know that in a classroom of peers that's led by an expert teacher, students learn not only the critical thinking skills and academic skills, but they're also learning to listen, to share, to wait their turn, to encourage others, to have others encourage them, to focus despite distractions, to look for and receive help when they need it, to gain confidence, to raise their hand, take a guess, persist through difficulties, to become self-aware, socially aware. And we want that kind of learning to be available increasingly in person while we're also maintaining the innovations that have been begun in California and will continue. Our creative and committed teachers have done a lot of this at home on their own time, learning new pedagogies, taking care of their own kids, while they're also teaching others, in their Zoom classrooms. This is an important way to boost our support for their efforts, for having the resources to keep an open school safely, so that their efforts will have maximum effect.
Well, I appreciate everything, Linda. Thank you for making the strongest, most powerful argument that could be made for the power and potency from a pedagogical perspective, as you suggest, but also just a social-emotional perspective of the importance of all of the tangibles and intangibles of being in a classroom, and all of the development that is not just academic data development in terms of one's mind, but the full person that is enhanced in that in-person environment. And so this is our argument. This is our emphasis. This is our strategy. And this is what we look forward to socializing, working with community, parents, working with leaders across the spectrum, obviously working with the legislature to advance, to make adjustments, to maintain a willingness to keep an open mind. No one's ideological in this endeavor. We have a default that's in person, but we're not naive about the challenges as we address the headwinds on this third wave and move forward. But I'm very grateful for the leadership, Superintendent Linda and her team, as well as legislative leadership and my own team that's worked very hard, Ben and Anna and others, on this strategy. Let me just conclude on this and ask, if I may, Linda, both you and the superintendent, just stay for a moment so you can be available for questions. I'll quickly run through some slides just on a brief update in terms of where we are in this pandemic. But I want to just reinforce that this is about phasing in with the cohorts that are most in need of in-person. And again, as a parent of very young children, in-person instruction, there's just no substitute for it. It's so much more difficult for a 4-year-old to focus on a device than a 14-year-old. Now, maybe I don't have a 14-year-old, maybe an 11-year-old. I can say that with some deep understanding. 14, maybe a whole other challenge and phase of life. But certainly the younger cohorts are particularly challenged in this environment. And that's why this is so important that we move forward in a phased way, prove that we can do this right and effectively and safely with an eye on everybody's health and safety first and foremost. With that, let me just briefly talk about our case numbers. We're trending a little below the 7-day average. This is good news. We talked yesterday, the day before, Dr. Galley yesterday, myself day before, about some of the plateauing we're seeing outside of LA County, outside of Southern California more broadly, as it relates to the growth, the rate of growth in our case numbers in this state. These numbers are bearing that out. Still substantial. Nonetheless, 30,921 new cases in the last 24-hour reporting period. Test positivity is at 12.2% over a 14-day period. You can see that number, while growing, there's now some evidence that number may be plateauing as well. Again, these data points are not necessarily trends that are headlines yet, but we are seeing evidence of that over a consistent period now, over a course of many, many days. 11.5%, 14-day positivity rate 2 weeks ago, 12.2% in today's report. Over 20,000 people now hospitalized, 34% increase in hospitalizations over 14-day. You're seeing, again, that rate of increase begin to decline modestly statewide. Same with ICU admissions, now over 4,000, 4,389, again, 34% increase as well in the ICUs. This remains our top issue, not just in Southern California, but also in the Central Valley. Central Valley and Southern California ICU, that's our disproportionate focus. Dr. Galley spoke to that yesterday with the extension of the stay-at-home order in San Joaquin Valley and in Southern California, those broadly defined regions. We'll have news shortly as it relates to the Sacramento region, Bay Area region. Those will be coming next week in the updates. You can see capacity currently still 0 Zero again doesn't mean there are no ICU beds. It means we're in the surge phase in Southern California, San Joaquin Valley in that surge phase, the Bay Area hovering again a little over 7%, the greater Sacramento a little over 15%, keeping a very close eye on that in Northern California, doing better than other parts of the state. That's the one part of the state not in this extended stay at home. Here's a number that should be sobering to anybody that's paying any attention, has a heart, empathy, or now just the ability to digest. 432 human beings lost their lives in this last reporting period without precedent. 7-day average, substantially lower than that, but very, very sobering. The deadly nature of this disease. Took a 41-year-old's life. It was a congressional aspirant. He was actually congressional-elect, a congressman-elect in Louisiana, 41 years old, announced yesterday. Please don't just assume or think or believe naively that this is just something that won't impact you because you're younger. It's just about older people. It's not just about older people. It may be overrepresented, but it is not exclusive. And so these numbers, I hope, are cautionary and a reminder of the importance of being safe and using common sense.
All right, just a heads up, going to be taking a quick break. More on these numbers when we come back.
And 1,000, now a little over 300,000 doses of the vaccine have been administered. These have been injected into individuals' arms. Forgive the language, just to make it clear what this means. 300,000 plus doses administered. Here's an update on the vaccine numbers. Moderna, we actually have a little bit more Moderna doses now than we do Pfizer doses, 1.135 million Moderna doses now committed in this state, 1,090,000 Pfizer doses. You can see some second doses that will be available for order, which people are placing now at the county level, 327,600 for delivery next week. So you combine those 1.13 with 1.09, over 2 million now doses that we have identified that has either arrived or is about to arrive here in the state of California, working aggressively to get those doses administered. And of course, that's the work that's being done in real time. I encourage you, take a look at that covid19.ca.gov website to learn more about the guidelines working group and their recommendations that they should codify in advance on phase 1B. That's the next cohort for access of the vaccine. They're also working with our advisory committee on Plan 1C. That is a broader cohort, and those will be vaccines we will begin to deploy in the first quarter of next year. Just brief updates, and we'll jump right into questions. I imagine some may be interested in this new COVID strain out of the UK, now being seen across the rest of the globe, at least in some other countries. That new strain appears, based upon reporting, appears now to have landed in the United States in Colorado. Just for the record, as I speak at this moment, and this could change in an hour or two, we do not have any evidence of this strain yet here in the state of California. And I'll remind you, just very briefly, that this state does test. Every week, 5,000 to 10,000 tests are done, genomic tests, looking to advance a deeper understanding of the complexity and nuances of this virus and new strains. That's done in partnership just here in the northern part of the state, for example, with UCSF and the team that has been supported by the BioHub and support from the philanthropy from Facebook and from their founders. And so we're very, very blessed to have those partnerships, and we are active in our testing. And through that active testing, we currently have no evidence of any of the at least strain that's been reported from the UK arriving here yet in the state of California. Just briefly, because it's important, small business grants available now. We have the ability, today is the day, to begin to draw down $500 million in grants. This is interim, grants. We're going to be extending more support in the January budget, which I'll be talking about in the next few weeks. This is $500 million of grants that have been put up, $25,000 grants, up to $25,000. This includes cultural institutions, nonprofits, not just small businesses. Please learn more about this by going to the covid19.ca.gov website. Remind you all that we look forward to turning the proverbial page on 2020, at least many of us do, and I hope we all do it safely as we celebrate the end of this very long, arduous year. Encourage you not to gather outside your household. Encourage you, again, to use common sense, all the things you know well in terms of mitigating the spread of this virus. Hope is indeed on the horizon. Light is at the end of the tunnel, but remind you soberly, we're still in the tunnel, and the next number of weeks will be challenging, in particular as it relates to this surge on top of a surge. I would argue on top, again, of a likely additional surge coming from Christmas, and hopefully one that's a little more modest from New Year's because of our change of behavior. So with that, happy now to answer any questions, and hope, just with respect to the superintendent and Linda and her team, maybe we could focus on school questions first. I can let them go and we can get to a myriad of other questions that may be on people's minds.
Ali Tadayan, EdSource.
Thank you, Governor. The press call kind of had a delay there, so you might have already answered this, but could you explain how the testing and contract tracing will be funded? Who will be responsible for non-lab related costs? And is the $450 baseline that you mentioned, is that per month or is that a one-time payment?
Yeah, it'd be a one-time Prop 98 payment, $2 billion that would work out to approximately baselines $450 as high as $750. This builds on the $645,000 that schools have received on average already for COVID-related expenses and learning loss associated with a number of investments, the $5.3 billion the state put up and the additional $1.47 being the substantive two investments that were made under the CARES Act. As it relates to testing, we will utilize, and this is one of the reasons we were so aggressive in getting this state lab up and running, the Valencia lab as it's referred to. We're able to get tests up to 150,000 when that thing is fully operational. These are PCR tests. These are the state-of-the-art tests. These are the MRIs of testing versus the X-rays of testing. Someone referenced in those terms to me the other day, which I thought was an interesting way of looking at it, antigen versus PCR tests. These are the PCR tests, and these are available for roughly a third of the costs of what the current market is charging for those tests. We're making those tests, that lab, available to our schools, and we're providing the resources and support not only through this Prop 98 contribution, but also, as you saw, the work we're trying to do on the Medicaid side of the aisle to get reimbursements for Medi-Cal in terms of the costs of those tests. We maintain that testing is just one part of a larger strategy. It's not the only strategy. Masking is still foundational and fundamental, and we'll monitor because it's important to note there is a logistics challenge. There's a staffing challenge in terms of the queuing up for tests and making sure tests are conducted in a safe way. So a lot of work to do in terms of those plans and those strategies, the application and the implementation.
Kim Bojorquez, Sacramento Bee.
Hi, thank you for your time, Governor. My question is about vaccine hesitancy among Latino communities. Surveys have found that a large portion of Latinos and farm workers in California are hesitant to take the COVID-19 vaccine. How will your office fill that trust gap in Latino communities? And what is your office doing to inform hard-to-reach Spanish-speaking Californians about the vaccine safety?
It's been a foundational principle for us to reach out into communities that are underserved and to make sure that we are distributing our vaccines in an equitable manner. The reason we created a drafting work group was to focus on equity, was to focus on the question you have posed and broaden that question to other diverse communities, rural and remote parts of the state that have traditionally been underserved and under-resourced. We put together an advisory committee of 60 additional individuals to help amplify that cause. Specifically, here's what we're doing. We're utilizing the lessons learned from the very aggressive effort to reach out to underserved communities in a peer-to-peer trusted messenger plan and strategy that we implemented around the census. We're taking the lessons learned from the census and we're organizing those lessons and principles in our application and our performance at the local level with the vaccines. You're seeing that in PSAs. You're seeing that in a framework of cultural competency in terms of how we deliver those PSAs, who those trusted messengers are. It's not command and control top down. It's really about bottom-up strategy, and it's about community-led strategy, working with trusted CBOs, not just trusted individuals, people in the community that are respected. We also, specific to farm workers, have the farm workers put in the next phase, phase 1B, in terms of the implementation and application and accessibility of the vaccines. That phase 1B is being discussed by our drafting guidelines work group this afternoon, and they should sign off on that plan. Again, food workers broadly, that includes grocery workers that have been on the front lines from day one, and not just farm workers, but they will be prioritized, again, in addition to our teachers in that next phase. So that's part of the strategy, part of the plan, and you're absolutely right to bring up this concern around equity and access to communities that have been underserved, and it's our job to make up for those issues, and it's why we put together that framework and those supports.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be taking another quick 2-minute break.
Your plan says that you support testing at schools with in-person learning. Does it require testing at schools that return to in-person learning? And if not, why not? Also, do all school reopening plans have to be collectively bargained with local teachers unions? And if so, doesn't that mean those negotiations could push?
And for those of you still with us, we are going to be ending things on our News Now from Fox stream that goes on our Fox TV channel, Fox 10 Extra. So we are going to be saying goodbye to those folks, but don't worry, our stream continues along right here for you, no matter which device you may be watching us from. So in about a minute and a half here, or less than that, I'll be saying goodbye to the Phoenix people watching on their TVs from home, encouraging them to join all of you who are watching maybe on your Samsung TV Plus or on your mobile device. And so we'll be saying goodbye to those folks, but of course bringing you more content in just a few minutes right here on News Now from Fox. And welcome back. Here is a look at the stock exchange. All those green is looking good. I'm liking the sight of that. Don't forget, even though we are ending things on the Phoenix TV side of things on Fox 10 Extra, we continue to stream you the latest in breaking news, top stories, of course, all the latest updates on newsnowfox.com. So continue along with us there. And just a reminder, today, Eyes going to be on that Senate floor as we have them meet back here 3 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to be 1 p.m. Arizona time. Anxious to hear what the senators have to say about increasing those $2,000 stimulus checks. So until then, hope everyone has a safe and happy Wednesday. I know a lot of people looking forward to this weekend, ringing in the new year, but doing so in a safely manner. So don't forget that you can watch that ball drop on your TV. Keep those gatherings down to a minimum. That's what everyone was encouraging earlier this morning when the New York Police Department was getting together. So last reminder, continue to watch News Now from Fox with us online or on your Samsung TV, on your Apple TV, your Roku. We are on many platforms. You can find out more on newsnowfox.com. And for those of you who are already on one of those many other devices, we're going to continue to listen into the latest live with Gavin Newsom out of California.
Funding. Those foundationally are principles that they have not only been supportive of, but have been determined and are determined, more importantly, to advance and to hold us to account in terms of the application implementation. So we continue those dialogues. We continue to engage, and all I can say is just from my personal perspective, it has been a really a very, very constructive relationship, and I look forward to maintaining that moving forward. But forgive me for belaboring this, Mr. Superintendent, and perhaps, Linda, you can answer a little bit more about the cohorting and concerns, and maybe more broadly, just any additional thoughts that you have at this stage.
Well, I would just say that for children with special needs, we do have examples of school districts that have done exceptional work during in-person instruction. I'd mentioned Marin County, for example, who have had in-person instruction and found ways to serve students in special education. I would also just highlight the experiences of our child care centers across the state who have done remarkable work in putting strong protocols in place to keep our children open, our schools open, and our children able to be in person. This is not easy. I think there'll be many questions that still need to be worked out. The governor mentioned it. Even this proposal is iterative, and I think there are still conversations. I can't speak for teacher unions, but I think that a significant concern that many of the unions have raised is the need for robust testing, and I think this shows direction moving forward. But there'll still need to be conversations, and our office is available to help convene union leadership and school district management and state government leaders together to keep talking about the details about how to ensure that everyone is doing the right thing. Everyone is using COVID testing and contact tracing. Everyone is requiring PPE and maintaining physical distancing. Their enforcement will be important to make sure that every single school district is following the guidelines put out by Cal OSHA and by the California Department of Public Health to ensure the safety of our students and the staff who serve them. And we're committed to helping to make sure that those conversations take place. Linda, you may have other thoughts. Pass it on to you.
Yeah, I'll just add one thought. You mentioned Marin County, 40,000 students have been attending school there for the last several months. This fall, 5,000 teachers, almost no cases of transmission within those schools. Most of the students are students with disabilities. But the plan does not require that every single student who is offered instruction come back. There are some children for whom there are physical or indications that they need to continue to be in online learning, and they get their individualized supports in a variety of ways in that setting. So no child would be put at risk who has extraordinary medical needs that would prevent them from being in school. But many, many students with disabilities are in school safely and being well supported by staff and by the safety measures within their districts.
Thank you. Thank you both. Next question.
Catherine Ho, San Francisco Chronicle. Hi, Governor. My question is about vaccines. Are you concerned that the state is falling behind schedule in terms of the pace of vaccinations? I mean, we're a couple of weeks in now. I think we're around 13% of the phase 1A population, and the CDC originally said that they were expecting states to be able to vaccinate all their phase 1 healthcare workers within 3 weeks or so. So I'm curious if you feel the vaccinations are progressing more slowly than you anticipated, and if so, why?
Well, we know that the number of doses that have arrived into the state has produced less than what was originally professed, and that's been well documented, well debated. I haven't been particularly critical. Again, I just want to stipulate how proud I am to be in a country that, through the incredible work of those that were part of Operation Warp Speed, was able to develop safe vaccines that are as effective as these vaccines appear to be, particularly Moderna and Pfizer, and many, many others that will be coming on the market very, very soon. And so we're eager to get these vaccines administered. We have over 300,000 now that have been administered. We've made this point. It's like a flywheel. And you're going to start to see more and more doses administered as more and more vaccines not only arrive, but arrive in parts of the state that have been underserved, more remote parts of the state where the needs are indeed great. And so, yes, we're mindful. No, I'm not shocked. I'm not, quote unquote, disappointed. It would be nice to have millions more doses to administer. But at this stage, I really think it's wise for us to be a little more humble about where we are in relationship to this unprecedented effort to vaccinate hundreds of millions of Americans in a very short period of time. And so we are mindful of the pratfalls and the challenges and the setbacks, the opportunities, and we will hold ourselves to a higher level of accountability than even you will, but I am assured that you will hold all of us to a high level of accountability and expectation as well, because we all share one thing in common, regardless of our current occupation, our advocacy, our lot in life, and that's commitment to the human condition and a desire to eradicate and eliminate this pandemic once and for all. And vaccinations are the surest and fastest route to doing that. And so we all share that in common. And that's why our commitment and our resolve, I think, is universal.
Kate Wolf, KQED. Hi, Governor. So in the past 2 weeks alone, according to CDCR data, 23 incarcerated people have died in California prisons, 131 are hospitalized, and thousands of inmates and correctional staff are actively sick. Do you think the state needs to be doing more to control the outbreaks in correctional facilities?
Yeah, so on Monday, I specifically answered that question, but more importantly, provided some context in answering that question. And so what I'll do in the interest of time, I'm concerned about Linda and Tony's time at this moment. I'll provide you the details that I provided the public on Monday, and I'll give you an updated deck of slides that lays out the details. We actually have seen a not significant, but a modest decrease even since Monday in total number of cases in CDCR, including San Quentin. We also have laid out specifically on Monday what our testing and masking strategies are. And we talked about the efforts on decompressing the system and intake. And I updated folks on the intake. So I will provide all of that to you in an updated manner. Team, I can assure you, as we speak, is working on that, and we will make sure you receive that very, very shortly.
Alex Michelson, Fox 11.
Thank you, Governor, and Happy New Year to you. On the issue of education, are you worried that this year has essentially been a lost year for a lot of kids? And what sort of efforts will be made to make up for that? You're talking extra summer school, extra sessions, kids may be repeating a grade. What do you do for kids that have not come anywhere close to regular grade level that they would in a normal year?
That's the right question. It's a question as parents we ask ourselves of our children, how are they progressing vis-a-vis their peer, our own personal expectation in terms of our children, their own personal development, and their own individual needs and challenges. So this is something that Linda previewed. You may have subtly heard the context. I don't want to get too far ahead in terms of the budget that we will be submitting to the legislature in the next few weeks, except to say what Linda just suggested. We are going to be creative in terms of funding to address the issue of learning loss. We're going to be creative to look more broadly outside of the previous constructs that are well defined, as Linda said, in sort of this mantra of mindset that goes back to an agrarian society that no longer exists, that has a presumption that 99% of us will be toiling the fields come this summer. And so looking at extending the day, looking at extending into the summer, looking at the opportunity to get tutors and additional supports to address comprehensive learning loss, I can assure you is not only top of mind, it's foundational in terms of the budget that we'll be submitting for consideration to the legislature. With that, Linda, maybe you can amplify without getting too into the weeds and getting too far into the details before we socialize them with the legislature more properly, but maybe talk a little bit more because this is the perhaps most important question that parents and teachers are asking, and this is the question that we need to answer, and we need to do so deliberatively and very, very immediately.
Thank you. You know, we have been concerned about tracking learning and supporting learning all along. Among the things that we did last summer was require a continuity of instruction plan and for districts to use already approved diagnostic and formative assessments to figure out where students are and to continue to track their progress. From some large districts that were able to provide data, we can see that learning loss has not occurred for all students, but it certainly has occurred for some, and that there is an equity gap that we're all aware of. And among the things that we need to be working on is identifying the kinds of intensive interventions that are known to be successful and to work well for students, to catch them up in a short period of time as we engage in the work that the governor just described, both to reimagine the school year, to also provide supports, assistance, resources, guidance for using the most effective strategies to enable all students to continue to learn. Students are always learning, but to continue to learn in the way that we think of the school curriculum, as well as all of the amazing life lessons that they're learning and responsibility that they're taking on that we also want to acknowledge. So it is very much front of mind, and we will be able to talk more about that very shortly.
I would echo President Darling Hammond's comments that students are always learning. Obviously, we're in a situation that is not ideal. There are no, ideal situations and circumstances that we're dealing with. And yes, that means that there are going to be impacts on student learning and impacts on gaps that we were already tracking and trying to make improvements upon. But let's be clear where we are right now. We are literally trying to preserve life with more than 300,000 Americans having lost their lives to COVID. Safety has to be paramount. And our education system wasn't built to provide education to all of our students in distance learning. And so we are adapting and recovering while we deal with some of those losses. Again, I have to commend our educators. If you've listened to any of their Zooms like I have, you know that our educators are giving everything and our students are giving everything, and their parents are doing all that they can, and I applaud their efforts. Unfortunately, this takes its toll on everyone. And so I'm hopeful that what we see in our budget this year also creates the opportunity for doing some small class work and some after school work. Obviously, what happens in the summer is a great opportunity. But from my standpoint, what we do to offset learning gaps has to start on day one when schools reopen, whether they're in-person instruction or in distance learning, and that we're being forced to learn and change how we approach educating our students. And much of that means providing support to our schools and to our educators. We have to provide more professional development. We have to ensure that students have the appropriate technology. And let's face it, even when our schools return to in-person instruction, they need that technology as much as ever to make sure they're preparing for the jobs of tomorrow. It's not just about distance learning. And so we'll be doing many things and making sure that we engage families, find ways to accelerate the amount of time that our students have access to. The Department of Education, our team will be working closely with the State Board of Education and President Darling Hammond's team and others on strategies to accelerate learning and to offset learning gaps. But it would be a misnomer to say that this was a wasted year. This is a year where we are preserving life, where we are surviving, and at the same time working to offset gaps that have been accelerated by the pandemic.
I appreciate that, Mr. Superintendent. Just to reinforce that we have been educating our kids. They are in school, they're just in a different environment as it relates to that educational experience through distance learning. And I just would note, just on a personal level, with 4 different kids, 4 different experiences, no 2 expressions are the same, they're unique. And every one of my kids, like your kids, learns at a different pace. And what's fascinating, and one of my kids realized she could fast forward lessons and plans where she's already mastered the material, but she also can rewind and go back to areas that were more stubborn and challenging, and she couldn't do that in a more traditional environment. And so in many ways, there are advantages and disadvantages. We're all learning at scale now, but clearly there is opportunity even in this environment, and those opportunities have been ample and plentiful for many, but there are cohorts where those opportunities are not allowing the full expression of opportunity, and that's what we want to address with this new plan.
Final question, Jocelyn Moran, CBS 47.
Hi, Governor. I had a question. With counties who very much are well above that adjusted case rate for schools to open, in the meantime, how does the state plan on working with those counties that aren't meeting that rate and are really, like much of the state, continuing to experience such a surge in these cases? And then I just wanted to ask you, just specifically with the San Joaquin Valley, just with hospitalizations and us having a lot of vulnerable populations, how is the state really working with counties in the Central Valley as far as preparing for what we anticipate could be another surge on top of the one we're experiencing now? Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me just update you. It's an opportunity, and Dr. Galley, I'll ask you come on, and maybe just with respect to our 2 outstanding guests, I'll ask them to close out on the first part of your question. But Dr. Galley, I just want to put up a slide here around the state staff that we've deployed. Now we have over 1,200 staff that we've deployed to 125 facilities statewide. In many of those, many of those facilities are in San Joaquin. In fact, San Joaquin remains, from a staffing perspective, the most in need. It's the area of the state, this region broadly defined, that's most in need. And so we are trying our best to supplement through state staff. Obviously, each hospital is working to contract staff and to be more creative in terms of their own staffing strategies. We've also deployed, and we've also been beneficiary of these federal resources, which you can see up here, and those DMAT teams down near Imperial County. Now, that's not San Joaquin, but the DOD teams that we want to get into different parts of the state. This is specific examples of some of the areas where we are providing some supplemental support. Dr. Galley, perhaps you can fill in the blanks in terms of San Joaquin Valley, and then I'll turn it over to President and Superintendent on the issue of those counties that are in deep purple and the stresses that they're under as it relates to reopening.
Sure, Governor, thank you for the question. We have been, as we have been in much of Southern California and the Central Valley, continuing to work very closely with our local EMS directors, our local health leaders, and the systems themselves, the hospitals themselves, identifying not just staffing needs, but space and supplies. Thankfully, to date, in much of the Central Valley, we have been focused on the staffing resources, as the governor said, through efforts at the state level, identifying registry staff, what we call traveler nurses, who can come to the region to provide help additional to that DOD staff, our state guard, going in and helping in any way they can. So that has been amplified as of late. I think I'll note that today marks an important day. Our statewide R effective number is at 1.0. That's exactly what we want to see, this continued trend downward of overall transmission across the state, that I think people are seeing reflected in the slight reductions in overall cases, but that is not what we see statewide. in the Central Valley, we still have counties well above 1. What that means is that those hospital systems will need to continue to prepare for additional patients coming, not just because of Thanksgiving now, but really because of Hanukkah and Christmas and the upcoming, what we hope is a much lower degree of transmission over the New Year's holiday. So those hospitals are in a tough spot at the moment. We're addressing their staffing needs, but we also anticipate, because of the disproportionately high relative to the rest of the state transmission rates that region still is seeing, that they will continue to have additional patients coming to the emergency departments, needing those inpatient services, and in particular that ICU level of care. So something we're closely watching. In fact, we have recently deployed teams as recently as this morning to work in those counties, in Fresno County, in some other counties in that region, to make sure that we have eyes on the ground, working closely with our partners so we can address needs as they come up in real time, because every day matters, every minute matters, frankly, to support those hospitals to do all that they can.
Appreciate it. And Linda and Tony, just anything you want to add?
All right, guys, I just want to let everyone know we do appreciate all of our viewers here on News Now from Fox, no matter where you're watching from. We're going to continue to move things along here, give you more updates that have been happening across our country. We have so many that are coming in from different states as surges continue to happen in many of our areas. So next, I want to go out to Connecticut, where they did have a briefing just a little bit earlier here this morning. And again, thanks for watching here on News Now from Fox.
A little bit earlier today, Max told me many of you wanted to start planning your stay-at-home New Year's Eve parties a little bit earlier. So a few things we wanted to talk about here with Paul and Josh and Deirdre. Unfortunately, we don't have the COVID numbers at this early hour, but it's worth noting we do have the hospitalization numbers, and they're down 59 over the last 24 hours. I think that tells us that hospitalizations have been pretty flat for the last month. As of yesterday's numbers, our overall positivity rate is a tad below 6%, and we've been pretty stable for the last month or so there. And that's good news. John Dunn says we're not an island. No man is an island. And I look and I see New York is spiking up. Rhode Island is spiking up. Massachusetts is going up a little bit. And it's a very cautious couple of weeks we've got coming up. And urge you to do everything you can going forward for a little bit longer. And I know New Year's Eve is a time for great merriment. Unfortunately, you know, the restaurants, bars aren't open, restaurants closing at 10 o'clock. Stay close to home. We're doing relatively well because we're keeping our guard up. Some people say because we're doing well, we don't have to keep our guard up. And I think that's the wrong message to learn from what's going on in Connecticut on the good front over the last few weeks. And on a hopeful basis, the vaccine update. There we do have current numbers. You can see almost 55,000 doses have been administered. That's good news in the sense that you've heard a lot about problems in other states around the country, problems in terms of delivery, problems in terms of long lines, problems in terms of getting people vaccinated. We have a higher percentage of our folks vaccinated than number one in the Northeast, doing very well nationally. I think Connecticut's pretty good. We've always, we've had some anti-vax protesters and some vaccine hesitancy, but overall, this is a state that has pretty good infrastructure when it comes to the flu vaccine. We're able to leverage off of that to good effect. Josh reminds me, when it comes to the nursing homes, a special shout out to CVS and Walgreens. They've done extraordinary work in getting the vaccines out to both nurses and residents at the nursing homes. We're on track to complete everybody having their first vaccine in the nursing homes by the end of next week, which is what we wanted to do. Even more importantly, everybody in phase 1A, which is hospitals, frontline healthcare providers, and the nursing homes, have their first and second vaccine over the course of the next month or so be done. So despite some of the national media, I think we're in pretty good track right now. And a special shout out to our vaccination advisory board and in particular public health, who've been, our folks there have been thinking about this long and hard, and it's making a difference. And we're going to have the phase 1B guidance will be released next week, getting the final input from CDC so we can think about how we prioritize people starting in the end of January for the next group of first responders. This next chart is just a little reminisce. 120. What is 120? 120 is the number of these press briefings that you have suffered through, since the beginning of this pandemic. We did the first one in February. You probably don't remember, in the Emergency Operations Center. Then we decided we had to go virtual pretty soon. March 6th, we had the very first infection there at Danbury Hospital, there with John Murphy and Mark Boughton, and that was the wake-up call. And the group here today that are on with me, we just realized, first of all, it was on a daily basis we were doing these. Things were changing so fast. The infections were coming up. We had to do the best we could, find the best minds we could to advise us, and then explain every day what we were doing, why we were doing it, and why we thought it was going to make a difference. I can put in place lots of rules and edicts and penalties, but if you don't believe that these rules, starting with wearing the mask, starting with the social distancing, what we had to do with our restaurants and bars early on, if you don't believe it makes a difference, it's a lot tougher to enforce. And thanks to each and every one of you, we were able to get that done. We're able to enforce it. And it is making a difference. It made a difference back when we started reopening. And we had a lot of help as we were doing this. And this little eye chart is just an example of some of the 85 different people that joined us for our press briefings going back in time. And look, I said early on that I wanted to have a bigger table, and we've got, Republicans and Democrats from the legislature been very active and involved, for which I'm much appreciative. We got our fair share of lawyers in that group, but also restaurateurs and others who run small business gave us guidance along the way. We also, as part of our reopening committee, we had labor and business and mayors at the table because they were really important in terms of what we had to do. And I am reminded as I look at this chart that over half the people related to hospitals, healthcare, and the scientific community. That's what we needed. That's who we had to lean upon over this last 120 briefings over the last 9 months of pandemic. Zeke Emanuel, Scott Gottlieb, a lot of the best minds we could find were there at that table. Dr. Tony Fauci, one of the first things he did publicly was to reinforce what we're doing here in Connecticut, for which I was so appreciative. Let me just give you a short shout out to a few of the folks who have been here from the very beginning. Dr. Albert Coe and Ingenuity, I think you remember, they were chair people of our reopen committee. And it seemed a little odd at the time back in April that things were flaring up, things were severe. We hadn't, nothing was open at that point. We were thinking about what we were going to do once we could start bending the curve. And it was Albert and Inger that took the lead with the best scientific minds and the best business folks we could find, small business, all representatives at the table. And they did an amazing job, I think. We started reopening on May 20th, and our infection rate went down over the course of the next 4 or 5 months, which I think suggested that our reopening team, played it right in terms of the balance of public health and getting our folks back to work and back to work safely. And having labor and business at the table is really important because business wants to open and labor was there to say, hey, we got to make sure that we're doing this safely. And they're armed with the scientific community as well. I think we gave people confidence that you could go back safely. And it's worked. We had a flare up, as you know, in in and around Thanksgiving, but right now we'll see if this is mitigated, only with increased continuing caution. And as I mentioned, the Vaccination Advisory Board, that's Deirdre, that's Reggie Eady. Deirdre, our amazing Commissioner of Public Health, Acting Commissioner of Public Health. She's Commissioner of Department of Social Services. Maybe she could be Acting Commissioner of Education. She's doing a lot. Reg Eady from Trinity Healthcare. And we got the best folks we could from the community as well as the scientific community to be able to tell people when the vaccine is ready, it's safe to do it, and how we can get that administered to you and make sure that any vaccine hesitancy we've tried to address as best we can. And that's where Marcela Nunez-Smith was so helpful. Marcela was helpful for us in our reopening committee, helpful for us in our vaccine advisory, doing the outreach, taking the lead as a leading doctor and scientist from Yale Medical School, and convincing particularly underserved communities that we want to take care of you, and the vaccine is a way to keep you safe and your family safe and your community safe. And she did great work for the state of Connecticut, and President-elect Joe Biden recognized that. And Marcela is now co-chairperson of the vaccine advisory team that President-elect Biden has put together. Another person who was recognized for his amazing work on behalf of kids, on behalf of students, is our outgoing Commissioner of Education, Miguel Cardona. And Miguel and I broke our heart as the schools were closing back in the spring, given the raging pandemic. And we started working together with teachers, working together with parents, working together with educators, doing everything we could to get our schools reopened safely, leading with public health. And for those that didn't feel like they could get back to school safely, they had a pre-existing condition, wanted to learn or teach remotely, and Miguel helped take the lead in getting tens of thousands of laptops and Wi-Fi hotspots to those folks so they could continue to learn remotely. And I was particularly proud when President-elect Biden said, given the amazing work that Miguel Cardona has done on behalf of the kids in Connecticut, make him Secretary of Education. He could do that for kids all across the country. The Washington Post just said it was one of President-elect Biden's most inspired choices. And he's on the road, Miguel Cardona, but he's here to join us just for a couple of minutes here with his kids. Miguel?
Thank you, Governor. I hope you could see me. As you said, I'm on the road now, and just honored to be a part of this team. You know, I want to thank you for your support personally, and the whole team that's here. I see Paul, Josh, and Deirdre. Just amazing work you've all done, and I'm honored to serve in Connecticut, and I'm honored to be President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris's nominee for Secretary of Education. I think it has a lot to do with the experience in Connecticut and the great work that's happening in Connecticut at the agency, but most importantly through the educators and the leaders in our districts who really worked hard over these last 9 months to make sure we do what's right for kids in a manner that's safe. And that starts with leadership at the top. So thank you, Governor.
Well, thank you, Miguel. And look, we were a little bit on our own when it came to schools back in March, April, May, and reopening. Not quite as much guidance as maybe we needed from the feds. With you there, Secretary of Education, as we go through this next stage and as we reopen our schools again, with the vaccinations coming through, I am so proud that you're there taking the lead on this. And we're going to miss you. Don't be a stranger.
Definitely not. Connecticut is always home. And, it's because of my experience in Connecticut and my public education in Connecticut and my experience in the colleges, Connecticut colleges, that I'm even eligible for this. So thank you again for the support, for giving me a few moments to say thank you publicly. To the great people of Connecticut, thank you for all you're doing to support our educators. And know that the work is not done. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We're going to continue to do it together and keeping kids at the center of our conversations. So thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
See you, Miguel. Thanks. Over to you, Max.
NBC Connecticut.
Good afternoon. Governor, you alluded to all of those reports about the country being so far behind in the 20 million doses originally promised, but it sounds like what you're saying is Connecticut has not been impacted whatsoever. Can you confirm that's the case? And if so, why? How are we so insulated from the problem?
Maybe Deirdre or Josh wants to take that.
Yeah, you go, Josh.
I'll start because Deirdre is too modest, and she can pick up anything I leave off for. But a lot of it has to do with the preparation that the team in the Department of Public Health has put in over the last couple of months. Working with all of our providers, our hospitals, our local health departments, our federally qualified health centers, getting the plumbing in place, making sure people have the right training, understanding what's going to be coming so that when the vaccines have started to arrive, they can really hit the ground running. And so it's a tremendous team effort with our state teams here and our local provider communities. There's still a tremendous amount of work to be done, but we have seen the national statistics that show that we have gotten off to a fast start relative to the vast majority of states. It's going to get increasingly challenging as we go. As we get to phase 1B, the numbers continue to increase. But we're prepared to vaccinate as many people as we can based on the supply of vaccine that we receive from the federal government.
So will we see another ramp up then? Will that come with phase 1B?
Yes, so we will be working to expand, and we're working now to expand the number of providers that will be able to give vaccinations. We'll be bringing retail pharmacies into the mix, more types of providers as we expand the eligible population for vaccines. And as the governor mentioned, we'll be sending recommendations to him next week on who's in the next phase. I did just want to add to Josh's comments about to say thank you to the team at DPH who have been working tirelessly to stand up this program. And I also want to acknowledge our community partners that were ready to receive the vaccine and got lots of people in very short order to get their vaccinations. Our hospital partners, our local health departments, our federally qualified health centers, our nursing homes who have worked really closely with CVS and Walgreens to get these clinics scheduled in rapid time. And we are really doing well in getting our nursing home residents and staff vaccinated. So really grateful to all of those partners who we know have been working tirelessly over these holidays because this is such an important program. And I want to just make sure and acknowledge and thank them.
And knowing that Connecticut is actually ahead of its neighboring states like New York in terms of vaccinations, what difference does it make if we're doing a good job when our neighbors are lagging behind? And how could that impact our efforts to open back up in the coming months?
Well, I'll start. You're right. We're part of this region, and I cheer on New York. They're going to get their vaccinations in place. They're going to, get that going. It's really important to our whole community. But right here in Connecticut, I'm just proud of the fact that, look, if we're going to have everybody in our nursing homes with their first vaccination, say by the end of next week, what that means in terms of hospital capacity right here at our local state level is really important. If we can get all those healthcare providers in the hospitals vaccinated, what that means in terms of having nurses and docs available to take care of folks that get sick right here in Connecticut is really important. So I cheer on my neighboring states every day, but what we're doing in Connecticut makes a difference as well.
And Governor, given that this is the last update of the year, would you like to reflect back on how far we've come in the last 9.5 months?
It wasn't what we signed up for. It wasn't what anybody signed up for. But I have just a renewed appreciation for, I wasn't quite sure what Department of Public Health did 2 years ago. Boy, we sure as heck know now. And I know what DSS does, and I know how all of our different groups interface. I know that these folks working on behalf of the state of Connecticut are working on behalf of you. I know that they could not take the time off. Every day they were doing what had to be done to take care of this pandemic. I realize the importance of the hospitals, especially the importance of the nurses every day showing up. A lot of people didn't feel confident about showing up, wanted to wait. And you can't do that if you're a nurse and people are sick. So these were my heroes. And that's my positive reflection of the last 9.5 months. And I'd like to emphasize the positive.
Thank you and Happy New Year.
You too, Kristen.
Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Good afternoon, everyone. Governor Lamont, seeing that we're still in the thick of the pandemic, what are your expectations and hopes for this upcoming legislative session?
Yeah, we are, Paul is talking to the leaders, trying to put together a docket. First and foremost, we got to get a budget in place. It's going to be a little more complicated, no question about it. We'll see what the numbers look like over the course of January and February. See how confident the legislative leaders are about getting people back in. My probably recommendation is let's start doing more remotely. But that doesn't mean we don't have a lot of work we got to get done. And first and foremost, I think, is putting together a budget that takes into account public health, takes into account a little more certainty we have from the federal government. And that's really important to getting the public health right, making sure we have the resources necessary for the vaccinations and the testing, and the economy will soon to follow.
Thank you.
Fox 61.
Hi, Governor. This is Gabby Molina with Fox 61. Are you concerned about people having big New Year's parties at home this year since they can't go to bars like usual? And is there any planned heightened enforcement for restaurant and bars to make sure that they're not doing anything past that 10 p.m. deadline or closing time?
Yeah, to tell you the truth, Gabby, I can't sit around enforcing what happens in your private residence. We get complaints and we can show up, but the other 99% is related to what you can do. And keep to your closest cadre of friends. I know how aggravating this is to hear me say the same thing over and over again. I got kids, you know, I hear it from them. You know, in terms of those establishments, we're going to be strict. 10 o'clock is 10 o'clock, and fines will be exacted if you think you can skirt this just because it's New Year's Eve. You know, as I said before, we're doing pretty well on the numbers, and that's because we kept up our guard. This is no excuse to let our guard down now and go backwards.
And a question for Josh or Deirdre. Are you able to say at this point what's working here in Connecticut as far as vaccine distribution and what's not as we look forward to that next phase?
Want me to take it, Josh? Right. So a lot of things are working well. As I mentioned, our partners, our provider partners in the community have worked really hard to schedule lots of people to get their vaccines in very short order, and they're working 7 days a week. And so nobody wants to see a dose of this vaccine sit on the shelf too long or be wasted. So our partners are stepping up. As we mentioned, the CVS and Walgreens long-term care pharmacy partnership that was developed by CDC has been rolled out really smoothly in Connecticut. Very grateful to all the pharmacists who stepped up to participate in that program. And so we're continuing to work on acceptance. We're monitoring, you know, how many people, healthcare workers, still are a little bit reluctant about the vaccine, and we're, you know, communicating with them, make sure we understand what people's concerns are. And we're working to make sure that we can track all the data that we need on who's getting the vaccine as time goes by. So mostly positives on how the rollout is happening so far.
Hey, Deirdre, let me ask, things we don't control. Let's say the supply chain. There were some hiccups with Pfizer going back a couple of weeks. Do we have confidence that the supply chain is intact? And I hear that AstraZeneca has been approved, I think, in Britain. Could we potentially expand our vaccine pools soon?
Yes, to the latter question, Governor, you know, the data is still not in, and the application hasn't been filed for that third vaccine here in the United States yet, but we do anticipate that that will happen, and that we will have at least the opportunity for a third vaccine in the early spring of next year. So that's going to be a terrific help to our supply chain. And in terms of the logistics, you know, I do commend the federal partners at Operation Warp Speed that have been managing the logistics and getting the vaccine here in Connecticut. They got here during the snowstorm with just a little bit of a delay, and that seems to be working smoothly. We have not seen interruptions or challenges with the delivery of the vaccine to Connecticut.
The one other thing I'll add is, you mentioned Pfizer, Governor. They've been fantastic, right? They've been delivering, they were the first vaccine out, right? They've been delivering everything that was promised. There was a little miscommunication through Operation Warp Speed team, but it was announced last week, too, that Pfizer is going to be doubling the amount of vaccine that they're going to be providing through Operation Warp Speed, and we're excited to see those numbers hopefully start to increase in terms of the allocations coming in Connecticut as well.
News 8.
Good afternoon, it's Jody Latina. Governor, it's a budget year. Do you think that you're going to be allowing taxpayers to delay the filing of their state taxes like we did last year?
I think it's something we're going to look at, Jody. I think it makes a certain amount of sense, but I think I should probably check in with Melissa first.
And do you have a New Year's resolution?
My resolution is let's get to 2021 as fast as we can.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
The Associated Press.
Thank you, Max. Good afternoon, everyone. I wondered if maybe Dr. Gifford or Josh could maybe talk a little bit more about what we can expect next week in terms of the recommendations for Phase 1B, because you had mentioned something about probably people over 75. I thought originally it was supposed to be over 65. So I don't know if you could talk a little bit about how much we'll learn. And also, Josh had mentioned on Monday that people will be able to log in and find clinics at some point. Will we learn more from this next week from the advisory committee on that as well, how that's going to progress?
So with respect to your first question, our allocation subcommittee will be meeting next week, the subcommittee of the Governor's Vaccine Advisory Group, and they will be formulating their final recommendations for the 1B allocation to the governor and sending those to the governor shortly after they meet on Tuesday. So I would expect by Thursday that the governor will have received that recommendation. The CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice, the ACIP, did recommend for Group 1B that it include frontline essential workers and individuals over the age of 75. That's the foundation on which the Advisory Committee Allocation Subcommittee is building. And so they may opt to make some additions to that group, but I don't want to speculate on what they're going to advise until after they've met. And with respect to process for making appointments, that information will follow shortly after. That's not really in the wheelhouse of the allocation subcommittee, but DPH, working with our partners, will be getting out more information to individuals as to how they can schedule their appointment.
And do you have any idea of how many assisted living facilities will probably start vaccinations next week?
I do not have that number off the top of my head, no, but we can certainly provide that.
And Governor, the payroll deduction for Connecticut's new paid family and medical leave program that begins on Friday. Republicans have questioned in the past whether or not the program will add up financially, but considering the large numbers of people who are unemployed because of the pandemic, does it make sense to you to still move forward with this? Will it generate enough money so there will be plenty of funds available for the benefits when they're supposed to be paid out in 2022?
Yeah, so I think we've learned over the course of the last 9.5 months of COVID that, certainly paid medical leave makes so much sense because otherwise people show up to work sick, and that's the last thing you want, especially in this time. We have to start collecting the revenues, as you point out on Friday, I guess it is, in anticipation of being able to roll out the program a year thereafter. And look, first of all, it's just worth remembering that if there's a great demand upon this and there's more demand than we had expected, that means the benefits go down a little bit, maybe not 12 weeks, but 11 or 10 weeks. It's not going to result in the delinquency of the fund. It's not going to result in any tax increases.
And I'll just add, this program was stood up in record time. We have the chairman of the Paid Family Medical Leave Board on the line here in terms of Josh Jabal, and of course the CEO of the program, Andrea Barton-Reeves, and her team stood this up quickly and efficiently, and for this to actually provide great benefits to the people of Connecticut at the time when they need it, when the program is fully operational. But as the governor stated, it's within the law as it deals with demand and the benefits and the premiums that's associated with it.
I just add, thanks, Paul, for that. I just add, in response to the COVID pandemic, the team did have the actuary that did the analysis behind the financial model, kind of rerun additional scenarios looking at higher unemployment rates, higher need in terms of benefits. And all of the analysis so far continues to confirm that the solvency of the authority and its financial model should be sound, even despite the stresses that are being experienced across the state and the nation economically right now. So we're optimistic headed into the start of the program.
Thanks for that, Josh. And I just had one more quick question I forgot to ask Dr. Gifford. How long do you expect the free testing sites to remain open?
So we're going to need to continue to have a testing infrastructure in place for the foreseeable future until the majority of the population are vaccinated. So at least for the next quarter, we'll continue to have those sites in operation.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, everyone. Happy New Year.
You too, Sue.
Thanks.
CT News Junkie.
Thanks, Max. This question, I guess, is for Dr. Gifford or Josh, but the new strain or the strain of the virus that appeared in the UK seems to be sort of showing up in the US now. How have we prepared as a state for this new strain, and do we have the gene sequencing capacity to sort of detect it?
Pardon me. So how we're prepared is by doing the things that we've been doing all along. The way to manage the appearance of this new UK strain is by wearing a mask, avoiding gatherings with people outside of your household, keeping your physical distance from individuals when you are together. So it's the same strategies that we have been deploying all throughout the pandemic. That's what's going to be effective. And if we do find that this virus strain appears in Connecticut, which, as the governor mentioned earlier this week, we won't be surprised if we do find it here, because we know that now that it is in the United States, then it's just a reminder to keep our guard up until such time as we are all fully vaccinated. There is no evidence at this point that our vaccines will be ineffective against this strain. And there's no evidence at this point that this strain makes people sicker or more likely to be hospitalized. That's the good news. The new strain is likely more contagious. So that means the mask is even more important.
Okay, thanks. Do we have the capacity to test for the gene sequencing? I understand the U.S. is sort of low as compared to other countries when it comes to that.
We are not doing the genomic sequencing at the public health laboratory. There are a couple of private labs in the state of Connecticut that are doing the genomic sequencing, and will be, if they find it, we'll be reporting those findings to the health department.
Yeah, I'd just add, under the leadership of Dr. Rizek at the state lab, as Commissioner mentioned, there is a coordination going on with all of our testing partners around the state. Many of the labs run an instrument that does pick up on a marker for this particular strain, and they're going to be reporting that if they come across it. They're looking for it. And then those that don't have been asked to provide positive samples to the state public health lab who do have that instrument, and we'll be looking for those. And then if samples are identified that meet that pattern, they will be sent to some of the local labs for genomic sequencing. Just shifting gears slightly, as many people may not know, Connecticut is actually one of the real pioneers of the high-speed genomic sequencing innovation that's occurred in the last 5 to 10 years. Dr. Jonathan Rothberg, some of his companies. So we're fortunate in Connecticut, here to your point, that we do have a tremendous amount of sequencing capacity here at Jackson Labs, at Semaphore, at other places. So we should be able to get, quick insights if we do see the strain emerging in Connecticut.
Okay, thank you. One other thing I was wondering, what is our protocol in the state if refrigeration or power fails at one of these locations where we're keeping and cooling the vaccine?
So, as you know, the providers that receive vaccine are required to have data loggers, and that documents that the temperature has been in the appropriate range, so that if there is a power failure, we can ensure that the vaccine was stored at the appropriate temperature and is still safe to use. We also have a set of recommendations around backup power, relocating vaccine if there is an anticipated storm or power outage, and a number of other steps that we recommend to providers as part of their agreement for participating in the program.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, and Happy New Year.
Thanks, Hugh.
The Connecticut Mirror.
Hi. You mildly took issue with the president-elect, it sounded like. I'd ask you to be a little bit more direct. Joe Biden's comments were fairly alarming, saying it's going to be a question of years, not months, to administer the vaccine at the current pace. So what is your analysis of the basis for that statement? Is the president-elect wrong, or is he correct in reference to other places?
You want that, you guys?
Yeah, I think it's, there's a couple parts to that. At the end of the day, there's two parts to this, right? There's the vaccine that's being delivered to the states, and there's the states, administering, coordinating the administration of the vaccine. Connecticut, I think, as we've discussed, is doing, a solid job so far, certainly relative to others in terms of the second part of that, right? Once we have the vaccine, getting it administered. But I think the president-elect's point was, we will need more vaccine. We're already at the point where we have more administration capacity in Connecticut than vaccine coming into the state. So we need more coming in, and that can take the form of new vaccines that get approved, increased quantities of the approved vaccines. But we do need that to continue. Otherwise, we've been told at the current moment to expect about 50,000 doses a week. You do the math on that, and it will take far too long to get people vaccinated, but we are hopeful that we will see more vaccine coming in, and we'll be ready to get it out to folks quickly once it does.
So do you expect the 50,000 a week number to change? Because you're right, if you do the math, that's going to take, it's going to take considerably longer than telling people in phase 2 to roll up their sleeves in June sometime.
We do. I mean, both in terms of, the news that was announced last week with Pfizer doubling their capacity. We see the progress of phase 3 clinical trials for the AstraZeneca vaccine, the Janssen vaccine, both of which seem to be hopefully getting close. So we can only forecast based on what we're told by the federal government, Operation Warp Speed, and that really only goes out a couple of weeks. So we don't have any firm guidance from them beyond that, but there's no question we will need those numbers to increase substantially to make the kind of progress that we'll be ready to make in Connecticut when the vaccine arrives.
So how much of a moving target is that at this point? I mean, I understand we all press you for projections and when people can expect it, but to what extent is this still a moving target as far as production levels and whatnot?
So it is. We are still getting information from CDC and our federal partners about when to expect, as Josh said, beyond the projected dosage levels. But there's every indication from both the additional vaccines that are promising for new approval and the increases in production that Pfizer has announced, production and distribution, that we anticipate we'll be seeing larger shipments of vaccine around the country. And I think we're just, wanting to make sure that the projected allocations are not put out so far into the future that they, inevitably need to be modified. So we're monitoring this week by week. But we fully anticipate, as Josh said, that there will be new increases in vaccine delivered as these other developments are final.
And Governor, what's your current thinking on when you would be vaccinated?
I think I'll wait for Deirdre's lead on that, but there's a group of essential workers after this first tier of public health care workers. That's got to be the #1 priority. Then it's folks who have to get out every day to do work on behalf of people, and perhaps Deirdre would say I fall into that category.
What about state legislatures? I have not seen any discussion as far as where they may rank. Would they be just treated as the rest of us based on other criteria?
Yeah, I think that's still under discussion. I haven't talked to leadership. Maybe Paul has on that, Mark.
No, that's still under discussion, and as always, we're going to rely on the best recommendation put forth by the advisory committee as well as with the federal government. Sorry, Deidre, a lot of pressure on you.
Thank you all.
Yep. I passed it to Paul, and Paul passed it to Deirdre. There's your answer, Paz.
The Hartford Current.
Hey, everybody. This is Emily Brindley from The Current. First question is actually just a quick clarification. Governor, in your vaccine update, when you said there's been nearly 55,000 doses administered, there's also a ranking there of the % of doses administered by state. I just wanted to clarify, is that from the Bloomberg report? Because I believe that report only included 20 states. So Connecticut would be number 6 nationally, but actually out of 20, not out of all 50. Is that right?
You know that, Josh?
It is off that Bloomberg, although I think in that graph, I don't know how many were cited there. I don't know if it listed all the ones that they've included, because they did have a national average, so I assume they've got a full view of all the states. But yeah, we were relying on that graph from Bloomberg.
Okay, yeah, it looks like that report included 20 states, not all 50, but I can double check on that. Thank you, Josh. And then I also wanted to ask, I think this is probably a question for Dr.
All right, guys, just want to give you a quick heads up. Some of you are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break, and then we're headed out to the Senate floor as they just got their meeting started right here for you. It's going to be live on News Now from Fox.
Lord, settle our senators down into a contemplative stillness that will make them yearn for righteousness, justice, and peace. May they speak wise words from a reservoir of wisdom that will transform discord into harmony. We pray in your loving name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Today, the Senate was supposed to finish legislation securing critical tools, training, and support for America's armed forces. But the junior senator from Vermont had other ideas. Remember, Senator Sanders spent last summer literally trying to defund our military. Not my words, Mr. President, but the title of a piece he published, Defund the Pentagon, the liberal case. Our colleague authored an amendment to strip 10% of funding from our service members and decimate our defense budget. The Russians aren't cutting military funding. China isn't cutting funding. But last summer, Senator Sanders and fellow Democrats, including the Democratic leader, voted to make America unilaterally disarm and cut ours. The left took a break from trying to defund the police to try to defund our armed forces. Their amendment went down in a landslide, but now our colleague from Vermont is again putting political stunts before the needs of our men and women in uniform. Our colleague says he will slow down this vital bill unless he gets to muscle through another standalone proposal from Speaker Pelosi that would add roughly $500 billion to the national debt, which does not align with what President Trump has suggested and which has no realistic path to quickly pass the Senate. Well, as I've said, the Senate will not let our national security be shoved off course, certainly not by senators who have spent years, literally years, trying to gut America's capabilities while our adversaries continue ramping up. The Senate will stay on this important bill until we complete it one way or another. Now let's talk about COVID-19 relief. 4 days ago, President Trump signed the second largest rescue package in American history. The largest one was the CARES Act back in March. Due to this pandemic and our massive response, we now have a national debt far larger than our entire economy for the first time since World War II. But we knew our people needed more help, so Congress just passed another nearly $900 billion in emergency relief targeted to those who need it most. A second round of payroll support to save small business jobs, more unemployment aid, vaccine distribution money, funding for safe schools, and much more. In addition to historic amounts of targeted help at the request of President Trump and his team, the package also included another round of direct checks to households. Whether or not each household needs the help, whether or not their finances have changed dramatically this past year. Yesterday, Secretary Mnuchin announced households should begin receiving these payments as early as today and this week. That is more good news to a lot of people. After Congress and the administration finalized the bipartisan bill, the President expressed interest in further expanding non-targeted direct payment. So to ensure the President was comfortable signing the bill into law, the Senate committed to beginning one process that would combine three of the President's priorities: larger direct checks, a repeal of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and further efforts to review the integrity of our democracy. Three of the President's priorities in one Senate process. That was the commitment, and that's what happened yesterday when I introduced text reflecting just what the President had in fact requested. Now, Mr. President, House and Senate Democrats want something very different. As they tried to do countless times in the past 4 years, Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer are trying to pull a fast one on the President and the American people. First of all, they're hoping everyone just forgets about election integrity and big tech. They're desperate to ignore those two parts of President Trump's request, and you can draw your own conclusions. And even on the question of larger checks, the Democrats have tried to warp what President Trump actually laid out. Look, it's no secret that Republicans have a diversity of views about the wisdom of borrowing hundreds of billions more to send out more non-targeted money, including to many households that have suffered no loss of income during the crisis. COVID-19 has not affected all households equally, not even close. It's hardly clear that the federal government's top priority should be sending thousands of dollars to, for example, a childless couple making well into six figures who've been comfortably teleworking all year. Our duty is to get help to the people who actually need help, like we did to a historic degree just 4 days ago. But above and beyond that discussion, the Democratic leaders have broken from what President Trump proposed. They quietly changed this proposal in an attempt to let wealthy households suck up even more money. Speaker Pelosi structured her bill so that a family of four would have to earn more than $300,000 in order not to qualify for more cash. A family of three could pull in $250,000 per year, $250,000, and still qualify for some money. And Democratic leaders want to call this scheme, quote, survival checks. Only my friends, Speaker Pelosi and Democratic leader, could look at households in New York and California who make $300,000 in households where nobody has been laid off, where earnings did not even drop during the past year, and conclude these rich constituents of theirs need, quote, survival checks financed by taxpayer dollars and borrowed money. Everyone sees the game here. These are the same Democrats who proudly blocked the entire aid package for months because they tried to hold out for special tax cuts for rich people in blue states. Now they say it's a matter of survival to send another boatload of cash to people making $300,000 regardless of whether they've experienced any disruption at all this past year. Even the liberal Washington Post today is laughing at the political left for demanding more huge giveaways with no relationship to actual need. Here's what the Washington Post wrote. Especially wrong-headed is the progressive left, spearheaded by Senator Bernie Sanders, who depicts the $2,000 as aid to desperate Americans despite huge amounts destined for perfectly comfortable families. That's from the editors of the Washington Post. The Wall Street Journal, usually their opposite number, actually agrees. These non-targeted checks are unnecessary, and struggling households can access targeted support like expanded jobless benefits, food stamps, child care subsidies, and much more. The liberal economist Larry Summers, President Clinton's Treasury Secretary and President Obama's NEC director, says, quote, there's no good economic argument for universal $2,000 checks at this moment. He points out the CARES Act and the brand new law will already have boosted overall household income relative to the economy back to its pre-pandemic levels, if not higher. If specific struggling households need still more help after the huge historic package that was just signed into law 4 days ago has taken effect, then what they will need is smart, targeted aid, not another fire hose of borrowed money that encompasses other people who are doing just fine. So in my view, colleagues like Senator Cornyn and Senator Toomey have pointed this out persuasively. But more broadly, here's the deal. The Senate is not going to split apart the three issues that President Trump linked together just because Democrats are afraid to address two of them. The Senate's not going to be bullied into rushing out more borrowed money into the hands of Democrat rich friends who don't need the help. We just approved almost $1 trillion in aid a few days ago. It struck a balance between broad support for all kinds of households and a lot more targeted relief for those who need help the most. We're going to stay smart, we're going to stay focused, and we're going to continue delivering on the needs for our nation. Now, Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 480S3985.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 480S3985, a bill to improve and reform policing practices, accountability, and transparency.
I understand that there are two bills at the desk due a second reading in block.
Clerk will read the titles of the bills for the second time.
S5085, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to increase the additional 2020 recovery rebates, to repeal Section 230 of the Communications Act of 1934, and for other purposes. H.R. 9051, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to increase recovery rebate amounts to $2,000 for individuals and for other purposes.
In order to place the bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I'd object to further proceeding in block.
Objection having been heard, the bills will be placed on the calendar.
Now,
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Now, Mr. President, the Senate must address, and I will do that. But First, I must respond to the recent announcement by the junior senator from Missouri that he intends to contest the certified votes of the Electoral College when Congress meets to count those votes next week. The process for electing American presidents is provided for in our Constitution and laws. The process has been followed fully, fairly. The results have been duly certified by the governors of the states, and they've been reviewed and confirmed by the courts many times over. The result is that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won the election by overwhelming margins in both the popular vote and electoral vote. The Biden-Harris ticket received more than 81 million votes, more than any ticket in American history. That was over 7 million more votes than Trump-Pence. The Biden-Harris ticket won the Electoral College, 306-232, the very same total that President Trump called a landslide for himself then, just 4 years ago. Since the election process, President Trump and his acolytes have lost more than 50 lawsuits, falsely claiming fraud or other irregularities in the conduct of the 2020 election, including a unanimous decision by the Supreme Court to dismiss a lawsuit brought by the Attorney General of Texas and more than half the Republican members of the House. And today we heard from the junior senator from Missouri that he intends to object to election results, particularly in Pennsylvania, a state where the Trump campaign and its allies have brought no fewer than 13 lawsuits and lost every single one, many with Republican judges ruling. There have been only 3 individuals, 3, charged with voter fraud in Pennsylvania, and in each case, the person voted for Trump. The effort by the sitting president of the United States to overturn the results is patently undemocratic. The effort by others to amplify and burnish his ludicrous claims of fraud is equally revolting. This is America. We have elections, we have results, we make arguments based on the fact and reason, not conspiracy and fantasy. On January 6th, the Congress will meet to formally recognize the Electoral College result. There is a very clear process to handle and dispense with objections from members of Congress to the counting of the result, and that's just what we'll do, dispense with them. The Congress will ratify the Electoral College's decision that Joe Biden will be president and Kamala Harris will be vice president on January 6th. And make no mistake about it, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as president and vice president on January 20th. Now, let me return to the matters at hand. Today, the Senate will begin the process of overriding the president's veto on the annual defense bill. The House has already overridden the veto by a comfortable margin. I expect the Senate to follow suit and enact the NDAA into law over President Trump's evolving and ridiculous objections. Congress has passed the annual defense bill for 59 years in a row. It's an important opportunity to ensure our defense and security policies reflect the evolving challenges of our world and provide our service members and their families, as well as the Defense Department civilians, the support, resource, and training they need. The particular legislation includes a pay raise for troops, provisions that will allow the executive branch to be better postured and identify breaches to American cybersecurity. And in the wake of the SolarWinds hack, that might be a good policy to enact. Nonetheless, President Trump vetoed this legislation because it provides for renaming military installations that honor Confederate military leaders. Or maybe because it doesn't address an unrelated social media issue. Think about it for a moment. The president vetoed a pay raise to living American soldiers in order to defend the honor of dead Confederate traitors. Well, the Senate will soon have an opportunity to override the president's objection and do right by those brave Americans who wear the uniform. Now, as I said yesterday, there are two major issues before the Senate right now: the annual defense bill and the vital and important effort to send $2,000 stimulus checks to American families. There are only a few days left in this session, and the Senate should consider both issues before adjourning. There's a very simple solution to this dilemma. Leader McConnell should bring both measures up for a vote and let the chips fall where they may. I believe both measures, the defense override and the $2,000 checks to American families, will both pass. But at the very least, the Senate deserves the opportunity for an up or down vote on increasing the individual payments to the American people. So at the end of my remarks, I will ask the Senate to set a time tonight for a vote on the House bill to provide $2,000 checks. The Republican leader objected to a similar request I made yesterday, and it appears he may be considering a different bill that packages stimulus checks with other unrelated and partisan policies. So I want to be very clear about one thing. There is no other game in town beside the House bill. The only way to get to the American people the $2,000 checks they deserve and need is to pass the House bill and pass it now. The House is recessed for the year. Any modification or addition to the House bill cannot become law before the end of this Congress. It's a way to kill the bill. Make no mistake about it. Either the Senate takes up and passes the House bill, or struggling American families will not get $2,000 checks during the worst economic crisis in 75 years. Over the past few days, the idea of increasing direct payments to the American people has united folks from all points of the political spectrum. And I salute the senator from Vermont for the good job he has done in bringing this forward to the American people's attention. An overwhelming bipartisan majority in the House supports the $2,000 checks. Senate Democrats strongly support these 2,000 checks. And our unlikely ally, President Trump, this morning tweeted, 2,000 ASAP. For once, Democrats agree with something on President Trump's Twitter feed. Let's send $2,000 ASAP to working Americans who are facing the hardest and darkest days of the pandemic. After all the insanity that Senate Republicans have tolerated from President Trump, his attacks on the rule of law, an independent judiciary, the conduct that led to his impeachment, is this where Senate Republicans are going to draw the line? $2,000 checks to the American people? That is a bridge too far? Please. For the awareness of my colleagues, we can have this vote tonight and send the bill directly to the President's desk for signature. We can vote on the NDAA bill tonight and finish the Senate's business before the end of the year. All it takes is our Republican colleagues consenting to a simple vote on the House bill to provide $2,000 checks to the American people. Yes or no? Up or down? Do you support sending $2,000 to the American people or not? Let's have the vote. And so, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9051, a bill received from the House to increase recovery rebate amounts to $2,000 for individuals, that the bill be read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Object.
Objection is heard. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President.
The senator for Vermont.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to concur with what Senator Schumer said. And what he said goes beyond economics. It goes beyond the desperation that tens of millions of working families are facing. It goes beyond the struggles of the people of Vermont or Kentucky. And let me just make it clear for the majority leader that 10 out of the poorest 25 counties in the United States of America are located in Kentucky. So maybe my colleague, the majority leader, might want to get on the phone and start talking to working families in Kentucky and find out how they feel about the need for immediate help in terms of a $2,000 check per adult. And I have the strong feeling that the people of Kentucky will respond no differently than the people of Vermont or New York. This last poll that I saw had 78% of the American people saying that they wanted and needed that type of help. But this discussion, frankly, is not just about the economic struggling of working families in this country. It's not just the massive levels of income and wealth inequality. It's about basic democracy. Now, what we have to do here on the floor, whether it's Senator Schumer or Senator McConnell or me, we got to talk in legalese. That's the language of the United States Senate. And the stuff sounds pretty complicated to the average person. But all that Senator Schumer and I are asking of the majority leader is a very simple request. Allow the members of the United States Senate to cast a vote. If you want to vote against $2,000 checks for people in your state, vote against it. I see Senator Toomey here. He has been clear about it. I suspect he will vote against it. I respect his opinion. But all that we are asking for is a vote. What is the problem? In the House, over 2/3 of the members of that body, including 44 Republicans, voted to say that at this time of economic desperation, working families deserve help and they deserve a $2,000 check. And as Senator Schumer just indicated, we have a very unlikely ally in President Trump. There ain't nobody here who's disagreed with Trump more times than I have. And yet here is what the leader of the Republican Party says. He says $2,000 ASAP. So even on this issue, amazingly enough, the President of the United States is right. So what all of this comes down to, my fellow Americans, is not even whether you agree with Senator Schumer and myself and 78% of the American people, or you agree with Senator McConnell, and I suspect Senator Toomey, that's fine. It's called democracy. We have differences of opinion. All that I am asking is give us a vote. What's the problem? Allow the United States senators to cast a vote as to whether or not they are for the $2,000 check or whether they're against it. We will need, as I understand it, 60 votes to win. That's a big hurdle. I don't know that we're going to win. There are a number of Republicans, to their credit, who have said they're ready to vote for it. I suspect there may be more, when given the opportunity, who will vote for it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we will lose. I think that would be unfortunate. But all that I am asking for right now is give us the opportunity to vote. What is the problem with that? So, Mr. President, with that, I will now go to Senate legalese and say, quote, I ask unanimous consent that at 11:30 a.m. on Thursday, December 31st, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9051 to provide a $2,000 direct payment to the working class, that the bill be considered, read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill without intervening action or debate. Further, that if passed, the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table. Further, that immediately following the vote on H.R. 9051, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the veto message on H.R. 6395, that the Senate immediately vote on passage of the bill, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding, with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator for Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, let me start by pointing out we are not in the same place that we were in back in March. Our economy is in nothing like the situation we faced during a moment in March when this body came together and voted unanimously, I believe, for the most extraordinary aid package, financial stimulus bill, however you care to characterize it, in the history of the world by far. Remember, where we were was we had closed down the economy. To a very large degree, the American economy had stopped functioning because state governments around the country decided they had to close it down. We can discuss, we can argue about whether that was a good decision or not, but given the limited knowledge we had about the nature of the COVID-19 threat, it was deemed to be the right thing to do. So we were on the verge of having no economy. That's never happened before in our history. So what did we do? We decided this calls for extraordinary measures, and we would try to use federal dollars as a substitute for the economy, just replace lost income on a massive, unprecedented scale, and we did. Almost $3 trillion we approved in that legislation. At the time, we included $1,200 per person. You could make an argument that that was an extremely inefficient use of those $1,200 per person, but at the time, given the circumstances, I understood why we didn't have many good options, and that was something we decided to do. So where are we now? We're in a very different place. Our economy is not in a free fall. Our economy is in a recovery mode. We're not back to where we want to end up. We're not back to where we were before March, but we've taken big steps in that direction. The economy grew at 33% last quarter. 33%. That's a tremendous recovery that is underway. More than half of all the people who lost their jobs earlier this year have regained their jobs. So we're not finished yet, but that's a huge step along the way. And now we're being told, after passing another extraordinary bill, this one almost $1 trillion, and including $600 per person, that that's not enough. We need to do $2,000 per person, despite the fact that we know for sure, we know for a fact, that the large majority of those checks are going to go to people who had no lost income. How does that make any sense at all, Mr. President? We know for sure that the majority of these people had no lost income. They didn't lose their jobs. And yet we're going to send them not $600, not the $1,200, but $2,000. So think about this. A married couple who both are working and have 2 kids, maybe they work for the federal government like 2 million odd people do. Maybe they work for a large company, the vast majority of which did not have large numbers of layoffs. So this 2-child, 2-income couple that makes 6 figures had no interruption, no diminishment of their income whatsoever. They're going to get $8,000 of money we don't have that is going to be either borrowed or printed. That's what it's all going to come down to. Mr. President, there are people who are still suffering from the economic fallout of this terrible COVID crisis. There's no question about it. We know there are people who are concentrated in a handful of industry for the most part, not exclusively, but people who have worked in the restaurant industry, people who work for hotels, travel, entertainment. So many of those people are still out of work, and their prospects of getting their old jobs back are not good in the short run. I sure hope they'll be good in the medium-term run, if not sooner. And our bill addressed that. It addressed that problem. How do we do that? With a new round of PPP loans, which are really grants to small businesses if they'll keep their workforce intact. Expansion of unemployment insurance benefits so that people who have historically been ineligible remain eligible so they can continue to collect unemployment benefits. An increase in the amount of unemployment benefits, a $300 a week overlay of federal money on top of whatever their state program is. $600 per person regardless of whether they lost income. All of that was passed just a few days ago. And now we're told we need to come back immediately right now and make sure that we're sending $2,000 checks to people who had no lost income. So for that reason, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard. Senator for Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much. And I rise to echo the sentiments of the senator from Vermont. He is right. The Republicans are wrong on this issue, on every single part of this debate. Senator Sanders is right. The Republicans are wrong. We're in the middle of an unprecedented crisis in our country. We have a healthcare crisis. We have an unemployment crisis. We have a hunger crisis. We have a housing crisis. We have an addiction crisis. We have a moral crisis in this country. The United States government should be responding to the needs, to the desperation of families in our country at this time. There's a crisis of faith that the American people have in its government's ability to respond to human suffering. Well, this institution has been created to respond to human suffering. That's our job. Tony Fauci has made it very clear that the worst of the pandemic is ahead of us, not behind us. We know what's coming, and yet we are not responding. We know this is not going away soon, and yet we are not responding. A program, Operation Warp Speed, was created to create a vaccine. But because for 7 months the Republicans have refused to fund the public health system of our country at the state and local level, we have Operation Snail Speed to put the vaccinations in the arms of the American people. It was anticipatable. Tony Fauci and others were warning us back in May, in June, in July. There would be a second wave, and the second wave could be bigger. We got the warning. The Republicans refused to heed that warning. And here we are now without the public health infrastructure to deal with the overflow capacity in emergency rooms and ICUs all across the country, while simultaneously asking those same medical institutions to put vaccinations in the arms of healthy people without the resources provided by the federal government to help those states and local communities to deal with that crisis. Sometimes Daniel Patrick Moynihan would say that when you deal with an issue, you deal with it with benign neglect. If you don't want to help or you don't want to hurt, deal with benign neglect. What's happened with the Republicans this year is that they've created a program which is designed neglect. It's an actual plan not to provide the funding, not to provide the help for those families, for those communities, for those institutions that are now being overwhelmed and asked on top of that to put this extra burden of putting vaccinations in people's arms, but without the extra resources. And what do? On the Republican side, they throw out these red herrings, so many red herrings that you need to build an aquarium in the well here of the Senate in order to deal with all of them, that gets away from the central issue. Yes or no, up or down, will you provide $2,000 to Americans who are going to need it through what Tony Fauci is saying will be the worst part of this pandemic. Yes and no, up or down, where do they stand on this issue? Here's what we do know. Republicans seem more focused on funding the Defense Department than they do funding the defenseless in our country. And Americans are becoming more defenseless as each day goes by. The headlines are screaming that this panic that is absolutely understandable and based upon fact is sweeping our country. There is protection which the federal government should be providing to these families. We hear it. They're hungry. They could be without their homes. The addiction crisis is rising. They need help in their families. So from my perspective, we have a moment in time. And Donald Trump happens to agree with us, even though broken clock is right twice a day. And we do agree with him. He is right. We do need this help, which we should be providing to these families. And as we watch more and more of our American loved ones fall sick and die, families are facing a new and unprecedented hardship. They're having to make impossible decisions to whether to put food on the table or keep the heat on through the cold winter months. And the United States government has an obligation to help working people who, through no fault of their own, are seeing all of the things that they care about, all of the success that they have worked for, and all the financial security they have earned be washed away. And yet the Republicans want to put another Operation Snail Speed in place. The damage to these families is anticipatable. We can see what is unfolding. Dr. Fauci is telling us we're at the worst part of the pandemic and it's going to continue. So let us act in anticipation. Louis Pasteur used to say that chance favors the prepared mind. That is what Dr. Tony Fauci is telling us. Let us prepare. Let us help families prepare for what is about to arrive. Just in Massachusetts alone, 21,000 new people applied for unemployment insurance in the week before Christmas. Food banks across Massachusetts, across the country, are seeing double-digit increases in demand with families who never faced food insecurity before. People are literally starving, cold, and without homes.
Just a heads up, some of you are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break.
For the new year, and ignore the financial and health crises that are taking a toll on our families. For millions of Americans, this will be a New Year's holiday where they won't know if they can put food on the table that night. Republicans are claiming that giving $2,000 in direct cash payments to working Americans would be too expensive, that it would inflate our national deficit, that our budgets are already bloated. I have to ask, though, where was this outrage when Republicans blew up our national deficit to give a $1.5 trillion tax cut to billionaires and corporations? These are the crocodile tears from the right as Americans are shedding real tears, thinking about where their next meal will come from. The eviction notice on the front door, or losing health care in the midst of this crisis. And Americans are actually tired of being told that $600 is, quote, sufficient as an amount of money, as relief, as billionaires receive their tax breaks and grow their wealth by the trillions of dollars during this crisis. The rich get richer, and the rest are there, left suffering. They've had enough of being told that there just isn't the money for support for the well-being of their communities when they can see tax breaks going to those companies that are actually laying off workers. And Americans are tired of being let down by their government time and time again, as Donald Trump and his Republican allies have abandoned them during this response to the pandemic. Americans need support. They need to be able to trust their government, and they need $2,000 now. So that's the issue. Yes or no, up or down, on providing $2,000 to Americans to help them make it through the worst part of this crisis. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that at 12:30 p.m. on Thursday, December 31st, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9051, a bill to provide $2,000 direct payment to the working class. That the bill be considered read a third time and the Senate vote on passage of that bill without intervening action or debate. And further, that if passed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that immediately following the vote on H.R. 9051, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the veto message on H.R. 9395, that the Senate immediately vote on passage of the bill, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding, with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator for Texas.
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President. Speaker Pelosi's second bite at the apple, just after we voted on a $900 billion bill that's now been signed into law by the President of the United States, is not the way to send relief to the hardest hit Americans. Under this legislation, a family of 5 with an annual income of $350,000 would receive a stimulus check. This is reminiscent of the HEROES Act that the House passed, which cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires. This isn't about helping the people that need it the most. This is about helping millionaires and billionaires and people who, frankly, have not suffered the hardship economically that others have during this pandemic. The median household in my state is $60,000. And the Speaker wants to send taxpayer-funded assistance to folks earning nearly 6 times that much. Even the Washington Post editorial board agrees this is bad policy. And it doesn't differentiate between people who've been receiving a paycheck during this pandemic, like government employees, and people who simply, by virtue of their job, have been put out of work and not receiving any income, or maybe at best unemployment compensation. The Speaker's bill isn't about targeting folks who've lost their jobs or seen their income reduced. It's a far cry from the additional assistance President Trump requested for the hardest hit Americans. The reality is this bill would spend roughly $300 billion more on folks who aren't even experiencing a financial strain from the pandemic. We need to focus on the people who've been hurt. That's what our COVID-19 relief bill that was just recently signed into law is designed to do, and I dare say this is not going to be the last time we visit this topic. If there's more we need to do, I'm confident we will do it. But today and this way is not the right way to do it. I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard. The Senator for Illinois.
Mr. President, I've listened carefully and watched 3 occasions on the floor of the Senate this afternoon where Senator Schumer, Senator Sanders, and Senator Markey have tried to create an opportunity where the Senate would actually come together and vote, where the Senate might make a decision based on the merits of this issue rather than to keep talking around the issue. What is at stake is a substantial sum of money for families which are in the midst of the struggle of their lives. $2,000, characterized a few moments ago by my friend from Texas as Speaker Pelosi's idea. Well, I might remind him it was also Donald Trump's idea, and still is. And the President has told us this morning that we should move on this as quickly as possible, and though I don't often come to the floor to agree with the President, he's right. In this instance, he's clearly right. And what will we do now? We are calling senators back together in Washington from far reaches across the United States. This morning, I received some email and text messages from some of our colleagues hopping on airplanes at 6 a.m. on the West Coast, heading out here to face a vote. What is this vote all about? Well, first is to override the veto of the President when it comes to the defense authorization bill. This was certainly something that was occasioned by one senator, the junior senator from Kentucky, who forced us into a position where that vote needed to be taken here. It could have been handled much more efficiently and to the benefit of all members if it was scheduled for the weekend when we're resuming the new session of Congress. But he insisted, and we're returning and frankly putting in peril, again, in the midst of a pandemic, members of the Senate who are traveling from all far-flung reaches of this country to be part of this action in Washington. But it isn't just the junior senator from Kentucky who is having us sit here in Washington and wait for things that could be taken care of with dispatch. It is a senior senator from Kentucky as well. He has decided that we will not get a vote on the House measure to increase the payments to $2,000 a year. Make no mistake, there is only one way to bring this relief to the families of America. It is to pass the bill already enacted by the House of Representatives. A bill which received 44 Republican votes in addition to a substantial number of Democrats, only 2 voting no. 44 Republican votes joined with the Democrats to call for this measure, which many are decrying on the floor here as class struggle or whatever their argument might be. There is no other measure, including Senator McConnell's alternative, which has any ghost of a chance to help the families of this country with this $2,000 benefit. The only thing that will do it, the only one thing that will do it, is this bill that has already passed the House of Representatives. The House is in recess. When they're going to return is uncertain. They certainly don't have the time to work through the regular order of business and consider any new legislation, even if we could send it to them in time, which I believe is very doubtful. And so it's up to Senator McConnell to decide right here and now. Are we going to come together as a Senate this afternoon, 5 o'clock, when we're supposed to be back and voting, and get this matter done? Bring it to the Senate for a vote. Let's have this vote up or down. Let the Democrats and Republicans express their will on behalf of the families of this country. I couldn't agree more with the senator from Massachusetts and his characterization of what families face across this country, and certainly in my home state of Illinois. I just wonder if any of the Republican senators who are downplaying this economic crisis facing these families have really looked into the issue. This morning in the senator's home state of Texas, they showed an early morning television show of the cars that were lining up for food banks. Long lines of people waiting for food banks. And they interviewed some of them in Texas who told heartbreaking stories of how they once were volunteers at the same food bank and now were dependent on it for a helping hand if they were going to be able to feed their families. These were people who were not lazy at all. Misfortune has come their way, and the question is, will we help? This is our opportunity today with the measure that passed the House of Representatives. Not some theory of some legislation might be considered tomorrow. Today, let's have this vote today, this evening. When the senators have returned, let's determine whether or not this House-passed measure for $2,000 is going to be enacted into law and sent to the president, who is clearly anxious to sign it. That, to me, is the reasonable thing to do. In fact, it may even sound like the United States Senate taking a vote on a timely issue after a debate. We do it so seldom around here. I think we've lost our muscle memory when it comes to this activity in the Senate. It's time to return to it. I thank the senator from Vermont, the senator from Massachusetts, and of course the Democratic leader for bringing this issue before us this afternoon. But it shouldn't end with our great speeches. It ought to end with an important vote for the people of this country.
Mr. President, would the senator from Illinois yield for a question?
Happy to yield.
The senator for Texas.
Mr. President, I wonder if the senator from Illinois would consider pairing their request for $2,000 direct payment with a liability shield provision that would guard businesses that have been operating in good faith and following the guidelines put out by public health and government institutions, and preserve a right to sue for reckless and willful disregard of the rights for others. Would the senator consider pairing those two together?
I would say, in response to my colleague, I know his passionate defense of the notion for immunity from liability for corporations in America. He has introduced a lengthy bill on the subject. I don't believe that is consistent with keeping this nation safe during a pandemic, and certainly is not responsive to any onslaught of lawsuits. The senator might be interested to know that the number of medical malpractice cases filed in the name of COVID-19 since the onset of this current pandemic is slightly higher than the total number of lawsuits filed by Donald Trump in protesting the results of November 3rd election. This is not a tsunami of lawsuits. I believe we can take reasonable measures to support and defend those corporations and companies which are making a good faith effort to comply with public health standards and protect their employees and customers. His bill, I'm afraid, goes way too far.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
The Senator for Vermont.
Let me concur with my friend from Illinois on the issue. And I have a question for my colleague from Texas. Very simple question. You are concerned about the issue of corporate liability. I get that. I happen not to agree with you. You're entitled to your opinion. You may or may not be concerned about Section 230 of the 1996 Federal Telecommunications Bill. That's fine too. We may have a discussion about how we protect American democracy. It's a good discussion as well. But I have the strong feeling, Senator Cornyn, that in Texas, as in Vermont, you know what? People are really not talking about corporate liability. It's a good issue. It's an important issue. I don't think they're talking about Section 230. What I think they are talking about, as the senator from Illinois just said, how they're going to feed their kids today. That is the issue. And what I would ask my friend from Texas is, what is your problem with allowing the Senate to vote on whether or not we are going to allow Americans, working class people, to get a $2,000 check? Now, I gather that when that vote comes to the floor, and I hope it comes immediately, you'll vote no. And you'll explain to the people of Texas why you voted that way. That's called democracy. I respect that. But what is your problem with allowing the Senate to have a free-standing vote? There are a number of people on your side, Republicans, who have already come forward and say, yeah, they want to vote for this $2,000 check. Now, if you want to deal with corporate liability, that's fine. Let's deal with it at some point. Bring forth a bill. We can vote on it up or down. All that we are asking for is a simple up or down vote on the issue that tens of millions of people are talking about right now. Will they survive economically in the midst of this terrible pandemic? So I ask my colleague from Texas, what is the problem with allowing the U.S. Senate to vote on the bill passed by the House? And I yield to my colleague from Texas.
Mr. President.
The Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, I would say to our colleague from Vermont, I have no problem with providing assistance, whether it's to public health officials who are trying to struggle with this pandemic, or to provide money for the research for therapeutics or vaccine, which fortunately is now being distributed around the country. I have no objection to direct payments to individuals. I voted for the $1,200 direct payment contained in the CARES Act. I voted for the additional money that's provided for in the most recent COVID-19 legislation. But this legislation that the senator from Vermont is advocating would benefit households with annual income over $350,000. They would get this money. And I would say that one way to deal with this, because of course we negotiated back and forth on the last COVID-19 bill, nobody got everything they wanted, but if our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want an additional financial benefit to people making up to $350,000, why not couple it with liability protection for people who are acting in good faith? This isn't just about corporations, and our colleagues across the aisle know it. This is about schools. This is about churches, synagogues, mosques. This is about every business that's worried that a game of gotcha is going to take place and they're going to end up paying the price. Even if they win the lawsuit, they will not be able to, they're still going to have to pay for the cost of defense, potentially losing their business outright.
All right, if I could...
The senator from Texas has the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So clearly, our colleagues across the aisle care more about trial lawyers and being able to bring litigation against businesses that have tried to do their best but have struggled dealing with the evolving public health guidance provided by the CDC and other authorities. Clearly, if they're not interested in engaging in a negotiation where people who, through no fault of their own, find themselves victimized by frivolous litigation, then we'd have no alternative but to continue to object to this request.
President.
The senator for Vermont.
If you listen carefully, you understood that my friend from Texas did not answer my question. He has a concern about corporate liability. It's a legitimate debate. You know what? Bring it to the floor. Let's vote it up or down. I will vote against it. You will vote for it. But I asked you a very simple question, not linking things together. Nobody in the real world understands that stuff. That's inside the Beltway stuff. What people in the real world know, and I want to take a moment to read some of these statements, because we have a lot of people on our social media, and we asked the American people, just the other day, we said, tell me, what would a $2,000 check mean to you? What's going on in your lives? And in just over 24 hours, I would say to my friend from Texas, nearly 6,000 people responded. And here is just what a few of them had to say. And we don't have, this is Twitter stuff, so I don't have their names here, and I wouldn't use it publicly anyhow, but this is what they say. One person writes, $2,000 is the difference between keeping our apartment and being evicted. Here's another. $2,000 means I can afford to feed my 3 kids. Another response, quote, it would mean not having to choose between rent and groceries or not having to ration my partner's meds, end quote. Another response, quote, I am raising my grandson with medical needs. I am $4,000 behind on utilities. We need electricity to run his medical equipment, end quote. Here's another response. $2,000 would mean I wouldn't have to worry about making my mortgage payment this month and that I could get my medication, end quote. Another response, $2,000 would mean paying my rent and getting life-saving treatment because I can't afford the $50 copay through my work insurance just to see my neurologist right now, end of quote. And on and on and on. Thousands of people responding. So I want to get back to the point, and I want to again ask my friend from Texas. You got a concern about corporate liability? Good issue. Bring it to the floor. Let's vote on corporate liability. I would yield for a question from my friend from Illinois.
Yield for a question through the chair. I've listened to the figures that have been used on the floor about families that could qualify for the $2,000. It's my understanding that an individual with an income of $75,000 or less could qualify for the $2,000 payment, and a joint return, husband and wife, $2,000 could be given to them if their income is under $150,000. Is that your understanding?
Understanding. And I think, you know, as Republicans do, they're gonna, well, let it be. But I'll get back to my friend from Texas, Senator Cornyn. We're asking a simple question. You want to bring up corporate liability? Bring it up. You want to bring up Section 230? Bring it up. You want to bring up the man on the moon? Bring it up. But what the American people want now is an up or down vote. Now, you're going to vote against it if it comes to the floor. That's fine. It's your right. Explain it to the people of Texas. I will vote for it. But all that I am asking for is the right as a United States Senator to have the vote. And again, I ask you, what is your problem with members of the United States Senate, including a number of Republicans who have already indicated they would like to vote for this? What's your problem with bringing that up as a single standalone bill, not merged with corporate liability or anything else? What's your problem with that?
Mr. President.
Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, I would say to our colleague from Vermont, this money is not targeted to people who suffered financial losses. It is not targeted to people who suffered financial losses. This money would go to members of your own staff if they meet the financial requirements, other government employees who've suffered no financial loss during this pandemic. We've all suffered in different ways during the pandemic, to be sure, but financially, this money is designed to help the people who need it the most. Why would you send money to government employees that have been receiving their full paycheck during this pandemic?
That's a good question, and then I will have to explain that to the people of the state of Vermont.
The Senator for Texas has the floor.
He asked me a question as I understood it.
The Senator for Texas.
John, did you ask me a question? Did I?
The Senator for Texas.
It was more of a rhetorical question, Mr. President.
The Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, I wanted to come to the floor and talk about what strikes me as something akin to Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day isn't only the day I was born, it's something I feel like we're living through here as we debate the same points over and over and over again, forgetting what it is we've already done, the good things we've done together on a bipartisan basis. We've already appropriated roughly $4 trillion in response to this pandemic, and it's appropriate that we have done so because this was a true public health crisis. But now this is, we're seeing politics creep back in an attempt to send money to people who've suffered no financial loss in an untargeted and wasteful sort of way. These relief packages that we passed together have provided hundreds of billions of dollars to support our hospitals and healthcare workers who are on the front lines. And I voted for it, and I think we were right to do so. We've thrown small businesses and their employees a lifeline through the Paycheck Protection Program, and we were right to do so. We've invested in research and development, manufacturing of therapeutics and vaccines that are currently being administered, thank goodness, throughout the country and indeed around the world. And we sent unprecedented assistance to workers, families, and individuals whose livelihoods have been upended by this crisis. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, Congress has stepped up and met this unprecedented challenge to deliver relief bill after relief bill for the American people. If you had told me a year ago I would have voted this year alone for roughly $4 trillion worth of spending in this pandemic, I would not have believed you. But I do believe this is the domestic equivalent to World War II, where we have to do everything humanly possible to try to help our fellow man, woman, and child during this pandemic. The latest round of relief came, of course, just this week when President Trump signed the $900 billion rescue package into law. While I'm glad Congress was able to send more relief out the door at the end of the year, I'm disappointed that it took so long to do so. It's amazing the sense of urgency our Democratic colleagues have today, since at least 3 times, maybe 4 times, they blocked our attempts to pass $500 billion relief bills during the course of the summer. In July, our colleagues introduced the HEALS Act, which would have provided just under $1 trillion in relief, covering the same types of policies included in the most recent relief bill: direct payments, unemployment benefits, funding for schools, vaccine, and a host of other priorities. Our Democratic colleagues not only complained about the bill, they called it weak, little, pathetic, and unserious, but they refused to engage in the sort of negotiations that are customary around here when you actually want to solve a problem, or consider anything short of the House's multi-trillion-dollar bill, which they knew had no chance of passing in the Senate because of things like tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, which had nothing to do with COVID. So our Democratic colleagues dragged their feet. July, August, September, October, November. Months went by and the cases soared and the economic squeeze tightened, and our Democratic colleagues refused to accept any sort of compromise. That was until a few weeks ago when they finally changed their tune right after the election. I'm sure it comes as no surprise that once the holdout agrees to negotiate, things can move pretty quickly. And that's what happened here after the election. Democrats, Republicans, and the administration agreed to a $900 billion package, which looks very similar to the one they dubbed pathetic just a few months ago. In recent days, the president has expressed an interest in doing more, and I have no doubt that we will do more in this area. But Speaker Pelosi's bill goes far beyond what the president is talking about. For one, it would dramatically widen the pool of recipients, enabling wealthy households to qualify for relief checks. This is unacceptable and wasteful. When Congress provided the first round of direct payments through the CARES Act, we did so in a way that sent relief to the hardest hit Americans. Individuals who made up to $75,000 received the full $1,200, and the amount gradually declined as income increased and completely phased out at $99,000. We kept the same formula for the $600 payments provided for under the omnibus and further targeted the relief. Once again, those who made up to $75,000 will receive the full amount, and the amount phases out completely at $87,000. Under the CARES Act, a family of 4 earning up to $150,000 received $3,400. In the most recent rescue bill, the same family would receive an additional $2,400. This was the most effective and targeted way to ensure that assistance goes to those who actually need it, while avoiding sending taxpayer dollars, borrowed, I might add, to those who don't. The House passed legislation would provide $2,000 payments, but it doesn't have a similar structure to keep these payments targeted. Let me give you an example. If this bill were to become law, a person making $100,000 a year would receive a $750 check from the federal government, whether or not they lost income during the pandemic. This isn't someone who used to make that much but was laid off or had a reduction in their income. Someone who's currently earning a 6-figure salary would receive an additional $750 from American taxpayers. For families, the income barrier goes higher. As I mentioned a moment ago, if you have a family of 5 with an annual household income of $350,000 a year, that family would receive a stimulus check under the House-passed bill. Now, that's not being smart with taxpayer dollars, and that's not targeted at the people who actually need it. That's a giveaway to people who have not suffered any financial losses during this pandemic, and clearly not targeted at those who need the most help. I mentioned a moment ago that the median income for households in Texas is $60,000 a year. So this family of 5 is earning nearly 6 times as much and would still receive a check from taxpayers. That defies all common sense. Even the Washington Post editorial board dubbed this policy as wasteful because of the huge amounts destined for what they call perfectly comfortable families, close quote. Even though Congress has already provided roughly $4 trillion in relief to the American people, our Democratic colleagues are acting as though this is the first and only way to help our country. Like I said, for them, every day is Groundhog Day. They ignored everything we've done in the past and act like this is the only thing we have or could do. It's just not true. This debate isn't about whether or not Congress should help families who are struggling. We have, and there's no question we'll continue to do so where needed. That's why we provided $1,200 in direct payments to the hardest hit Americans through the CARES Act and an additional $600 through the most recent relief bill. That's why these bills also bolstered state unemployment benefits and expanded them to include independent contractors and self-employed. That's why Congress has passed legislation to provide food assistance to families, keep more hardworking Americans on the payroll, and ensure our economy is on track for a strong recovery. Again, we did this thanks to the leadership of President Trump and by working together in a bipartisan way. Countless Texans have told me about the impact of this relief on their businesses and their families, and we can't lose sight of the progress that has already been made. But future relief must be targeted. We need to support those who need it and avoid sending hundreds of billions of dollars, as this proposal would, to those who don't need it. Throughout the year, I've been an advocate for an incremental approach to these relief bills because I think it's hard to spend $3 trillion and know exactly how that bill is going to work. And indeed, we found out through the CARES Act that the Main Street lending facility, which we funded at roughly $500 billion, it wasn't as useful as we would have hoped. Conversely, the Paycheck Protection Program was more successful than our wildest dreams. And so I think by seeing what works and what doesn't work, we can be better stewards of the taxpayer dollars by spending the money more efficiently and in a more targeted way.
All right, just a heads up, some of you are going to have a quick 2-minute break.
It's needed for individual programs. There was no precedent for this pandemic, no handbook, no clear way to gauge how long this crisis would go on or what would be needed to sustain our response. After the CARES Act passed, we knew it made the most sense to hit the pause button and see what worked well, what didn't, and where more help was needed. As I said, there were certain programs like the Paycheck Protection Program that almost immediately dried up. If I'm not mistaken, in 2 weeks, roughly $350 billion was obligated under the Paycheck Protection Program, a strong indication that we really hit the sweet spot when it came to helping those small businesses. And that's why we added more funding in April, another $320 billion. And we extended the program in July and reinvested in the Paycheck Protection Program again in the omnibus. As I said, there were other places where the money went unspent, but fortunately in the most recent bill, we were able to repurpose hundreds of billions of dollars in unspent funds, again, to target it to where the need was greatest, where it could help the most. There's no question that tens of millions of workers and their families have been hurt by this virus. We all know that. And I think we've all acted together, by and large, responsibly in trying to respond to that. No one will be left out if we have a means and method of targeting this to those people, whether it's direct payments, enhanced unemployment benefits, incentives to their employer to maintain them on payroll. And now that we have the beginning of the distribution of the vaccine, my hope is that in the coming months, we will get back to, if not the new normal, whatever the next normal will be. But we're just a few days from kicking off a new Congress, and I have no reason to believe that our coronavirus relief work is finished here today. As a matter of fact, Vice President Biden said he expects to send us an additional request for help once he assumes office. Once the legislation we have passed has a chance to benefit the American people, we'll see if more relief is needed. And then, if it is needed, we should absolutely do more. I still believe in the wisdom of the incremental approach, and I believe our Democrat friends will join us in responding to true needs of this crisis without month-long delays or irresponsible spending. Countless Texans have told me about the importance of the relief that we provided through direct payments, unemployment benefits, food assistance, and other forms of support by the laws we passed throughout this year. I was proud to support each of these policies, which have eased the financial strains on millions of Texans and other Americans, and will continue to work with my colleagues to provide assistance as our war on COVID-19 rages on. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator for Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard a lot of revisionist history this afternoon. Look back in March when Congress did the right thing. The Senate voted unanimously. Because of our efforts, 13 million people were kept out of poverty. We know that because we did relatively generous unemployment insurance. We did the direct payments. We helped with small business loans. But then this Senate thought its work was done for the year. We begged Senator McConnell month after month after month to come back and help. As I said, 13 million people were kept out of poverty because of the work this Congress did in March of this year. But now, since many of these benefits, especially the unemployment benefit and the direct payments were not continued, of course, those benefits expired in August, and we have seen 8 million people drop into poverty in this country since. And yet this Congress, Senator McConnell refused and refused and refused. I hear this revisionist history that Democrats just want to help people that are already affluent, give them more money. Well, remember back in March, the only amendment that we considered, the only amendment that Senator McConnell allowed on the floor of the Senate to the CARES Act, the only amendment was to take away the $600 a week unemployment insurance. The only place Republicans fought was the $600 a week unemployment insurance. That, more than any single thing we did, is why people were kept out of poverty. Now, the best we could do was $300 a week unemployment insurance, the best we could do. And Senator McConnell, in spite of Senator Cornyn and others' comments, Senator McConnell waited. Finally, we were able to do it. The President of the United States threatened to veto it, causing millions of Americans to fall off their unemployment insurance. I mean, we know all that. It's just important to remember all that. But there's one simple question before the Senate this week: are we going to put more money in people's pockets? The American people made it clear on Election Day they want a government that's on their side. This is our chance to deliver for them, to show people whom we serve that we can make a real difference in their lives, which we did back in March. It's pretty simple. The best way to help Ohio workers and families is to put more money in their pockets, not in the bank accounts of the largest corporations and the biggest banks, hoping it will trickle down. We know it never does. The CEOs just pay themselves instead. We know, Mr. President, just recently, more good news for America's CEOs who are able again to do stock buybacks, more dividend distributions. A lot of corporations have made a lot of money more power to them during this pandemic. But those are the corporations that continue to get the big tax breaks. We need to instead directly invest in people who make this country work. It helps people pay the bills and stay in their homes and get through this downturn. It injects money into local economies that really need it. The more money people have, the more they spend at small businesses that are hurting. We know this works. It did in the spring. We came together. We crossed the aisle, passed the CARES Act, expanded unemployment, did direct stimulus checks, keeping 13 million people out of poverty. The bill we passed last week was a good step in that direction, but we should make it stronger. Back in March, my original plan that I tried to negotiate as I sat with Secretary Mnuchin and a handful of other senators was a $2,000 a week, $2,000 per person, adults and children. We called for them to be sent automatically throughout the year, every quarter, as long as we remained in a public health emergency. It's clear now what we could have done and should have done. No one could predict how long this crisis would last. Today, we still aren't sure when everyone will be vaccinated, when the economy will return to full strength. We don't want to sit idly by. We don't want to wonder how bad it could get. We're the strongest, richest country on earth. We have the resources to do something about it. We just need leadership willing to use every tool we have. If they refuse to support this $2,000 per person, if they refuse to support these direct payments, Leader McConnell and Senate Republicans will again make it perfectly clear for the American people whose side they're on. Every time there's a fork in the road, and Senator McConnell and Senate Republicans have to make a decision, either go with corporate interests or go with working families. Every single time they choose corporate interests. They had no problem pouring money into corporate coffers with their tax cut and blowing up the deficit. I remember, Mr. President, just down the hall here, Senator McConnell's office. I remember lobbyists lining up looking for those tax cuts back 3 years ago, and they got those tax cuts. They didn't say anything about government deficits back then, $1.5 trillion added to the deficit. They didn't mind that because that was money going into their contributors' pockets, into big corporate coffers, into the wealth for the wealthiest people in this country. They were all too happy to let the government shovel loans to the biggest banks and companies. But in the middle of the worst crisis of our lifetimes, faced with a chance to give money directly to ordinary Americans, my colleagues claim we can't afford it. That's just simply a lie. We're the richest country on earth. I remember Bill Spriggs, economist at Howard University, told the Banking and Housing Committee in September, we didn't win World War II by worrying whether or not we could afford it. We were in a global crisis. We marshaled all our vast resources and talents to rise to meet it. We grew the economy from middle class out. We paid down the debt with raising wages. If we've learned anything from this crisis, it should be that we can do the same again. Americans are tired of being told we can't. It's the only answer that Senator McConnell and Senate Republicans ever have with most people's problems. We can't help you. We can't solve your problem. You're on your own. Let's aim higher. Let's deliver for the people we serve. Let's put $2,000 into their pockets, money that will make such a difference for so many families. It will help a mother worried about how she'll pay back rent. It'll keep a laid-off restaurant worker from turning to a payday lender. It will allow a father to buy a new computer so his kids are better able to learn online. These are millions of real people we swore an oath to serve, who would breathe a little easier this New Year's if we pass this. So let's be clear about the decision today and this week before the Senate. Are we going to give the people we serve $2,000, or are you going to stand in the way? It's that simple. Let's come together. Let's pass this. Let's make a real difference in people's lives. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to go on a quick 2-minute break. All right, guys, we're going to take a break from Senate floor as they are as well. And so we will continue to keep you updated on that, keep our eyes on it. Just wanted to give you a little look here at what's being done at the White House, those Christmas wreaths coming down as we enter a new year here in just a few days. Don't forget that you can watch our New Year's Eve countdown coverage right here on NewsNOW from Fox. We're going to have a lot of great interviews to help you remember back and also how to move forward. So as I mentioned, we're going to continue to move things along here for you. Items we haven't yet got to bring to you here on our NewsNOW stream. We're going to go down to Texas. We just heard from one of their senators. Of course, as both senators hold the Republican seats down in Texas, as they were arguing back and forth between the two sides whether those $2,000 stimulus checks should go through and be passed or not. So we want to continue things along with Texas. Talk about their COVID-19 cases have continued to increase. I know I saw earlier here today that Austin Public Health was talking about starting to limit some of those in-dining experiences as well as they see a surge. So we're going to hear now from not only the Houston mayor, but also from officials about not only their COVID-19 numbers, but also the vaccines that are rolling out across their state.
The county and the state. In fact, he's leading the prevalence study statewide, and he just told us this morning that we are probably about 18%, 1/8, in terms of prevalence of antibody in the Texas population. But that's an example of the many offering of the university here, where in addition to the discovery mission, and in addition to having campuses and screening all over the state, we contribute also to direct patient care. And I would like to recognize Andrew Casas, our COO in here, who has been working very hard to make sure that we are able to execute on what the governor told us. Get the vaccine, give it very fast, and don't lose or miss a single microliter of the vaccine. So that is the main mission, get to all of you. And then I would like to recognize Dr. Delclos, who is our medical director for the employees' health, and he's one of those gentlemen who has developed this very comprehensive algorithm for vaccine delivery. Before I introduce our first distinguished guest, I would like to just say one simple thing to all of you, and that is, please be patient. We will get to you with the vaccine. We have learned during this pandemic to be patient and be very humble. So let's continue to learn how this virus interacts with the vulnerable population and what can the scientific community do to help all of you to change those trends around this community and around the world. So again, please be patient. We will get to all of you with the vaccine, and we promise, including our retirees from UT, and as you know, they're all waiting for this vaccine. We will get to you as quickly as we can. And I would like to introduce our first guest. His name is Dr. John Zerwas. And Dr. Zerwas is the Executive Vice Chancellor at the University of Texas System. He is also a special advisor to the governor. And in fact, he is the Chief Medical Advisor for all COVID-related matters in Governor Abbott's office. So Dr. Zerwas, please join me, and thank you for being with us today.
Well, thank you, Dr. Colasurdo, and thank you for all the work that you and your team here at UT Health has done as we've journeyed our way through this pandemic. As Dr. Colasurdo stated, I started my journey in this back in March with as an advisor to Governor Abbott, and specifically working in the area of determining our capacity to respond to the surge. Did we have the adequate amount of facilities and equipment as well as manpower that was necessary for us to respond to the surge? It has been definitely an all-hands-on-deck effort, but I couldn't be more proud of the healthcare system in the state of Texas and all the people who currently work in those settings, and the many, many people that we brought from outside the state who have come to help deal with the surge of patients that we're seeing in different parts of the state right now. Having gone through this journey, which included determining capacity, determining our testing abilities, getting various agents out for treatment like remdesivir, getting these monoclonal antibodies that you've heard a lot out, and working with our Department of State Health Services to determine how we bring that in. And then this great light at the end of the tunnel that we're seeing now, which is the vaccines and the great promise they have for us finally, corralling this this virus and getting things back to normal. I couldn't be more proud and more happy for what is going on right now in this particular effort. Dr. Colasurdo mentioned patience as something that is definitely needed. Supply is going to be grossly below what the demand is right now, but we have been working through something called the Expert Vaccine Allocation Panel, of which I sit on, in terms of determining where does the epidemiology tell us we need to drive this vaccine. And first and foremost, we knew we needed to drive the vaccine to our frontline healthcare workers. The integrity of the healthcare system has always been the issue at hand. How do we keep it how do we keep it functioning so that we don't see it, fall apart and respond to the needs that are out there? And so we've gone through those people. I'm happy to say that probably over 60% of our frontline healthcare workers across the state of Texas have been vaccinated. We are now moving into, as of yesterday, what we call the 1B population. And this is a very large group of people. Again, the epidemiology tells us we need to focus our efforts on people over the age of 65, and we need to focus our efforts on people who have some comorbid conditions over the age of 16, which is pretty much what the vaccine is approved for from the Pfizer perspective, and to get this vaccine into as many people as possible. It's a large cohort of people, but we're going to try to push this vaccine out into multiple areas of access so people that have the greatest need out there can access it. I will also just say I couldn't be more proud of the legislators that have come forward here. I've had the distinct pleasure in my career as a legislator in the past working with all of them, and they are incredibly effective people on behalf of their communities. They come forward today not only qualifying from the 1B perspective in terms of the vaccine, but they also come forward with a very dramatic, I think, statement here, and that is for our communities of color, which frequently have a little bit more uncertainty about the vaccine, the safety of the vaccine, the effectiveness of the vaccine, to have them come forward and to demonstrate by taking the vaccine today is an incredibly powerful thing. It is not to be underestimated. And so I thank them for being willing to come forward, to take the vaccine and to serve not only their constituents, but a broader group of people across the state of Texas, and creating that confidence and that encouragement to take the vaccine. So thank you all for being here and carrying this event today. It likewise is incredibly impactful for the press to ultimately get these stories out. And so now it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. LaTanya Love, who is the Dean of Education at the McGovern Medical School. Dr. Love?
Thank you, Dr. Zerwas, and good morning. We are extremely honored today to have so many of our distinguished local and state elected officials here today, and I have the privilege of introducing them. This has been a tough year that we've all faced, and we have all seen the devastation that coronavirus has had on our communities, but especially on our minority communities. It has been extremely impactful on our African American and Hispanic communities, and I really want to thank our leaders here today who are truly leading by example. So without further ado, I have the pleasure of introducing our Mayor of Houston, Mayor Sylvester Turner, who really needs no introduction. He's currently serving his second fourth-year term as the mayor of the fourth largest city in the country. Mayor Turner.
Let me thank Dr. Love and let me thank you for the leadership that you're providing here. And it's always good to be with my good friend, Dr. Zerwas, and have the privilege of sitting right next to one another on the floor of the Texas House of Representatives. Dr. Colasurdo, good to be with you as well. And look, and I'm just honored to be with former colleagues and friends and individuals, elected officials, leaders who are stepping up today. This is the third group that I have the privilege of witnessing taking the vaccine. And let me just tell you how important it is for our leaders, especially our leaders of color, African Americans, as well as Latinos, Hispanics, and others, to step forward and take this vaccine, especially when they become eligible for it, which is like today. I've run into a number of people in this city, African Americans, Hispanics, that are still very reluctant to take this vaccine. And some of them are people that we know. And some of them are educated, and some of them are not as educated. But they are living in this city, and they are still very reluctant to take this vaccine. And we have to acknowledge, in many ways, the reasons why. There's a history there for many, but the reluctance is very, very real. I know almost every single day when I'm giving out the numbers of the people who are impacted by this virus, those who are contracting it, those who are dying from it, in almost all of those reports, there are people of color in communities that many of these elected officials represent, and they are definitely impacted by it. I had a conversation with one person in particular on yesterday, who happens to be someone who I know very dearly, who indicated to me that she was not eager to take this vaccine. And she asked me, Mayor, when are you getting it? And I told her, well, I am scheduled to get it this coming Monday, January the 4th. And she said, are you taking it? I said, yes, I'm taking it. I'm going to take it in both arms. But I'm going to take it. And then I told her that, today, I'll be with a number of other elected officials, people that I know, who will be taking this vaccine today. And I will tell you in that conversation, it made a difference. And so what she said, well, when you take it, Mayor, then I'll be willing to take it. But I want to see you take it. And so I want to thank the Dean of the Texas House, Sophronia Thompson, the educator in the Texas House, Alma Allen, the head of the Legislative Black Caucus, Harold Dutton, one of the two African-American senators in the state of Texas, representing 50% of the Senator Boris Miles, someone who has been a masterful leader on health care, Garnett Coleman, and someone out of the Beaumont area who has been very supportive of transforming communities, Joe Desatel. And then someone who has been a city council person, a state senator, and now a county commissioner, my friend Rodney Ellis, for stepping up to do it, and to do it.
All right, everyone. We've been watching Houston officials there in Texas talk about the progress with vaccinations, how many people have been vaccinated, especially in the Houston area. But we did want to transfer over now to a live press conference that Governor Gavin Newsom is having there in Sacramento, the state capital. We're going to go to that live right now at the moment, and here that is.
Just to the current focused efforts, and I'll still back up with 9,421 current cases, population plus or minus 100,000, just to put it in perspective. And obviously, we're not just monitoring CDCR, which is the California Department of Corrections, obviously monitoring the Division of Juvenile Justice. We're doing a lot better there. We have active cases that include not just inmates, but obviously concern around prison guards themselves. Here's the area that we focus most of our attention, and these are the top facilities, top in terms of bed.
All right, we apologize for that. The audio is not too great on the feed there coming out of Sacramento with Governor Gavin Newsom. If they do fix that, we will bring that to you live here. In the meantime, it looks like Senator Jim Inhofe of Oklahoma, the Republican there, is speaking on the Senate floor. Let's listen in to see what he's saying. Remember, he's the crucial member. He's the leading committee chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, who was crucial in overriding the president's veto of the National Defense Authorization Act. So let's listen in to the Senate floor right now.
Very large staff, all specialists in certain areas, and they've got a bill. So I think that I'm very proud of the bill that we have this year. I think that it passed when it passed. It had this in the Senate as 84 to I think it was 84 to 14. I think it was. I think there were a couple of people not here, but that's the largest. That didn't happen very often to pass a bill with those margins, and we did. So this is a long tradition. We've got to support our troops. They're in there doing the right thing, and it's been a joy personally for me to be working with Senator Reid, and we together kind of provided the leadership in this thing. We didn't work as hard as the staff did. I have to admit that, but we were there, and I'm very proud of this bill. So right now we have kids that are overseas, and they deserve the pay that was increased, would be increased when this bill is passed. Right now we have critical areas like pilots and engineers, doctors that are in short supply. And because of the fact that we've had up until the pandemic, we had a good, probably I would argue the best economy we've had in my lifetime. Well, that's good news, of course, but it's bad news in one way, because it's hard to keep the people in those critical fields. Pilots, for example, they have an opportunity to get out and do things that are, there's jobs out there that are paying a lot more, and so we have to have them on the flight hours, and if something happens and they are out, there are a lot of jobs on the outside that are paying more, and so we just have to make sure that we keep the resources in the right place to do the right job. And so I think this is I know this procedure vote today that's going to bring us this for the next couple of days to pass the Defense Authorization Bill. And it's all about the guys and the gals in the field. And we owe it to them. And this is going to be the 60th year, because I anticipate that this is going to be it's going to pass with very large numbers. With that, I'd yield the floor.
For Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to rise and discuss the fiscal year 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. First, I'd like to salute the chairman. He has done an extraordinary job. We have both served on the committee for many years, and this is probably the most challenging year we've had. many different factors, the pandemic, the virtual hearings, all those things. And this has been particularly challenging, and the chairman at every point stood up to the challenge and led us, and I want to thank him for that. And it was a pleasure working with him. We all recognize that this legislation passed both chambers, the House and the Senate, by overwhelming bipartisan majorities. And it's very important legislation. That's why it earned this bipartisan support. It enhances our national security, it strengthens our military readiness and defense capabilities, it protects our forces and their families, and supports the defense industrial base. Yet, despite all that it does for our troops and their families, President Trump waited until the 10th day after we received it and vetoed it, the last day he could exercise his veto. And that was December 23rd, which made quite a Christmas for our military personnel and for all of my colleagues who are here today to start the process of responding to that veto. Now, the House already took the first step. It returned on Monday, and once again, by an overwhelming vote, over 300 members of the House, it overrode the president's veto. And now we face the same task in the Senate. And it's my hope we can quickly and resoundingly override the president's veto and provide our troops what they need. And I will echo what the chairman said. You can go through all of the thousands of pages, literally, but what is the most significant aspect of this legislation is keeping faith with the men and women who wear the uniform of the United States. And so if anyone has any thoughts about their vote, just think about those men and women who are all across the world putting their lives at risk while their families share that risk and that sense of danger and sacrifice. That is what I think has motivated the chairman and myself and all of our colleagues, I must say, on the committee and throughout this Senate to work hard to get this bill passed. Now, there are several reasons being advanced by the president for suggesting that this bill should be vetoed and the veto should be upheld. One reason is that he claims the bill fails to include critical national security measures. Yet this legislation provides critical tools and authorities for the Department of Homeland Security to perform network hunting in federal networks, tools and authorities to counter the SolarWinds hack, which is possibly the largest intrusion into our system we've ever seen by a foreign country. We do not yet know the extent and the degree of intrusion that we have suffered. In fact, we weren't aware of this intrusion for many, many months. And one of the disconcerting factors is that it was discovered by a private company that's one of the most, if not the most, sophisticated cyber intrusion experts in the world, and yet they were penetrated. So we have a serious, serious situation in our hands, and this legislation starts giving basic tools, allowing our cybersecurity experts to go into other departments to look at their procedures, their policies, all of their cyber activities, and recommend corrections. So, in fact, this bill has done more, I think, for cyber based on the work of the Solarium Committee, which was chaired by Angus King and Congressman Fitzpatrick of Wisconsin, and also aided significantly by my colleague Jim Langevin of Rhode Island. But they put the work together, and we took a lot of their work and put it in this bill, so there is absolutely no credence to the issue that we have not dealt with national security and cyber intrusions in particular. Then again, the president, his message wrote that one of the reasons is the failure to essentially repeal Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. But this issue has nothing to do with the military, nothing at all. It was designed years ago to provide legal protections to social media companies so that it could start expanding and growing. And frankly, it's worked beyond, I think, our wildest imaginations, and everyone recognizes it should be reformed. But reform requires thoughtful, responsible analysis of the legislation, the effects of the legislation. It should offer both sides the opportunity to explain positions. None of that was done, and none of that can be done before we conclude this legislative session. So it's more, I think, a personal feud of the president, this Section 230 issue, than it is one of careful, deliberate, thoughtful legislation by the Senate. There's another reason that's been the president has used, and that is we have established a commission to make recommendations for the renaming and removal of symbols, displays, monuments, and paraphernalia that honor or commemorate Confederates who have served voluntarily with the Confederacy. There is a clear exemption, by the way, for gravestones that we will absolutely respect. But these individuals, many of them who are on active service with our Army, Navy at the time, decided to consciously fight against the United States of America. It's that simple. And yet we have bases that are named after them. The president said this is a part of the American heritage and victory and freedom, but again, these are named after men who took up arms against the United States. And in some cases, in most cases, they weren't particularly exemplary generals. There's some exceptions. And it was done in a way that I think was not to honor the service of these individuals, but to advance other forces. So it's time, I think, that
All right, we've been listening to senators there on the floor debating overriding the president's choice to veto the National Defense Authorization Act. Remember, this bill has been passed every year for the past 59, 60 years. It sets defense priorities and funding for the Department of Defense and the Pentagon. The president wanted to attach some riders to the bill that didn't really have much to do with defense spending or funding. So we'll be following that to see if the Senate does vote to override his veto of that really important piece of legislation. In the meantime, though, we do want to go out now to California, where Governor Gavin Newsom is holding a conversation with Dr. Anthony Fauci. So we're going to listen into that right now here on News Now from Fox.
Here in the state of California, in Southern California, and I know there's been a lot of conversations around the issue of variants, the issue of transmissibility, but I'm curious, broadly, on the issue of diagnostics, the testing side, immunity, have we received enough information to really understand the impacts in other categories, not just on the issue of severity of disease and the transmissibility of this disease? Governor, first of all, I'm not surprised that you have a case of likely more cases in California, and you likely will be seeing reports from because if you have that much of a prominence of this in the UK with all the travel, not only directly to the United States, but through other countries intermittently, like when you go from UK to France, France to the United States, etc., then Canada has cases. So I don't think that the Californians should feel that this is something odd. This is something that's expected. With regard to your specific question, there's a lot we know about it because our British colleagues have been studying it carefully, and there are things that...
All right, we really apologize for those audio issues. It seems we don't really know on what end of the feed that's coming from. We hope to bring you this conversation soon once we get that fixed here between Dr. Fauci and Governor Newsom there in California. In the meantime, we're going to go back out now to the Senate floor where senators are deliberating whether or not to override the president's veto of the National Defense Authorization Act. Here is that live on the Senate floor right now.
They've been suffering casualties. They've been fighting with our soldiers. In fact, in cases, saving and helping our soldiers survive on the battlefield. Second, essentially the provision allows the president to make the decision. In fact, he can waive all the provisions we built in, by simply declaring it's in the national security of the United States and communicating that to the respective leaders in the House and the Senate. That's something that's almost pro forma. So the notion that this seriously hampers his ability is misplaced. What it does, though, is signal that we have to be very careful of recognizing all of the equities that are involved in Afghanistan. The fact that there are numerous terrorist groups there and we have to maintain a counterterrorism presence. The fact that, as I indicated before, the government of Afghanistan, the Afghan people in many cases have suffered more than we have in terms of the onslaught of the Taliban and other forces. So again, I don't think that reason measures up to the demands. So, Mr. President, the National Defense Authorization Act has passed for 59 years. We need to ensure that it will pass for 60 years by overriding the president's veto. The House, as I said, has already done that, 322 to 87, 322 to 87. I encourage my colleagues to show similar support to our military personnel and their families to override this veto, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President, let me elaborate a little bit on something that my Rhode Island said about China. I think it's very, very significant that we realize that this is the toughest bill on China that's ever been passed. And that didn't come just from me. That came from the American Enterprise Institute, which has all the credibility in the world. They talk about what the serious things that are going on, and they actually said this bill is the most substantial and consequential China-related provisions since in probably history. Now that's significant because all of us remember, I know that Senator Reid and I have both spent time in the South China Sea, the 7 islands that they are doing right now. China it's illegal, but they have taken over and they've created 7 islands in the South China Sea. When you go down there, it looks as if on those islands they're preparing for World War III. And they have a lot of our allies in that area are very much concerned because they are making a lot more noise than we are, and they're demonstrated very clearly some of the things that they do that we haven't done. Hypersonics is an example. That's kind of the state of the art, the thing that we do in modernizing our military equipment and abilities. And it's been very successful, but they're still ahead of us. So we're in a catch-up mood. And I would say this, that when you go and you look and you see the buildups that they have, I can remember it wasn't long ago until that China, every time they got involved in any kind of an effort, they did it from their own city limits there. But now they're doing it, they're all over in Djibouti and Tanzania and all around the world. And so we made this bill to establish the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. That's a $2.2 billion for a forward posture to put ourselves in the position where we are going to pass, with this bill, we'll pass China. And we are shifting the supply chains away from China in the semiconductors, printed circuit boards, the pharmaceuticals, stimulating the U.S. economy and protecting weapons and the systems and our troops. It brings China's malign national security activities into light to make sure everybody knows what they're doing there. We have a new report in this bill on the true China defense security spending, the new assessments of China industrial base, new list of Chinese companies operating in the United States and making it more difficult for them to do that. It's all in this bill. New report on the fishing fleets that they have out there. It extends the successful China military power report, supports Taiwan, a new plan against that is better than anything we've ever done before. And I put this yesterday into the record, all the things that we are doing, just concentrating on the threat that is posed to the United States from the country of China. It's all in this bill. So this is something that we have taking great pride in because we recognize the threat that's posed to our country from the Chinese. So this is a good bill. It's one that deserves an overwhelming support and I will say one more time, a lot of work went into this, and it's from both sides of the aisle. We were in agreement on it. It had huge margins of support in both chambers of the House and the Senate. So we will have a chance to move procedurally toward that and make that a reality before the end of the week. So I thank you, the chair, and I yield the floor.
Senator for Oklahoma.
Absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
Do you need it right this second? No, I just wanted to tell them.
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein.
Looking to see if I'm here. Do I have to say my name, say yes or something?
Mrs. Fisher.
And then we'll do
Mr. Gardner.
the motion to proceed. So it needs to be, hold on.
Mrs. Gillibrand.
And they want you to stay close by.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley.
No, present or not present.
Ms. Harris.
As soon as this is over. So when the leader comes in and tells you, yeah, it shouldn't be as long as.
Ms. Hassan.
All right, for those of you who are watching the Senate floor live with me here on News Now from Fox, just to give you an update on what exactly we're watching. So this is a live quorum roll call. Senators should begin making their way to the Senate floor. Immediately following, the Senate will proceed to a roll call vote on the motion to proceed to the veto message on the NDAA. There is support for this override. Remember, this would be the first override of President Trump's term. The House has vetoed pieces of legislation before, but they did not have enough votes in the Senate to override that. But this would be the first major piece of legislation of President Trump's term in office to suffer an override of his veto. Remember, the president has wide latitude to veto any piece of legislation he does not like. It's quite rare, though, that both the House and the Senate, especially the Senate being in his party's control, would have enough support to veto what the president wants, or excuse me, to override what the president wants vetoed. Remember, the National Defense Authorization Act has been passed every year for about 59, 60 years. It funds the Department of Defense and the Pentagon. It pays the salaries of members of the military. But one of these amendments to the bill, the president vehemently objected to, was a resolution to rename bases around the country that are currently named after dead Confederate war generals from the Civil War. The president objected to that, but it remains in the bill as of today. The president also wanted attached to this bill a repeal of Section 230. That's a part of the Communications Decency Act of 1996 that governs liability protections for internet giants and social media companies alike. That is not included in this. Remember, the president wanted that included in the government funding package that was just passed on Sunday. So, just in a couple of minutes here, we'll begin to see the roll call vote of this override of the president's veto on the National Defense Authorization Act.
Mr. Perdue. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Roberts.
I've only got 38.
Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey.
Megan, Senator Young wants her relief. Thank you.
That's right. I think he's got like a flight delay. I think I was told about that.
Pardon?
Senator Kramer's going to have
Mr.
Udall.
sort of.
Yeah.
That's what I was told.
Yeah, if you need like a quick swap out, I can give you a little break.
Mr. Van Hollen.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
It's actually, there's not a senator that if you care less about a gavel, to be honest with you.
Ms. Warren.
Okay.
No, I'm
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
A quorum is now present. Senate will come to order. Majority leaders recognized. Senate will come to order.
Mr. President, I ask the chair to lay before the Senate the veto message on H.R. 6395, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carver. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collin. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar.
I'll get you water.
Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Loeffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Baldwin, Barrasso, Blumenthal, Blunt, Booker, Bozeman, Brown, Burr, Cantwell, Capito, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Duckworth, Enzi, Fisher, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Inhofe, Johnson, Kane, Kelly, King, Langford, Leahy, Manchin, Menendez, Moran, Murphy, Reed, Risch, Roberts, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Sass, Schatz, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Shelby, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Udall, Warner, Whitehouse, Wicker, Young. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Hoeven, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Kennedy, Lee, Markey, Merkley, Paul, Sanders. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Wyden, no.
And this is Andrew Kraft, and for those watching the Senate floor with me here on News Now from Fox, just to update everyone on what they're actually seeing. So now that a quorum is present of senators on the floor, they'll begin now to begin debate on the override of the president's veto of the National Defense Authorization Act, and all that is needed for that is a simple majority. They don't need 60 votes, they just need 51 to override that veto. You're seeing there senators on the floor speaking with each other, Democrats huddled in the corner right there, Republicans on the other side. Remember, the override does have bipartisan support, so this will be, if passed, the first override of President Trump, of a veto by the president in his one term in office. Remember, the House has before vetoed legislation, but the Senate has never overridden a veto of the House. Remember, the House already overrode this yesterday. And so, you know, usually presidents do incur some type of override, even amongst members of their own party. It's happened under George W. Bush, under President Obama, but in President Trump's first and only term, his 4 years in office, it hasn't been the case. There never has been an override of the president's veto. So right now we are moments away from that. So somewhat historic there. The beautiful shot of the Capitol Dome in your lower right hand of the screen there. It's about 5:30 Eastern in the nation's capital. And just to give our viewers some perspective and context, this is quite rare for the Senate to even be in session at this time of year. Remember, they're usually would be on holiday, out of session somewhere. The new Congress gets sworn in January 3rd. For new House members-elect and senators-elect will be sworn in on the 3rd. And then, of course, the inauguration on January 20th that we will have live coverage for here on News Now from Fox. But the big date everyone's talking about is January 6th, when Congress needs to certify the Electoral College. That's a joint session of Congress. The House and the Senate will be in joint session. Remains to be seen yet, will Vice President Mike Pence preside over that? Remember, the president has been voicing his frustration and mounting pressure on the vice president for exactly what he will do. We learned today Senator Josh Hawley, the Republican of Missouri, says he will contest in the Senate the results of the election on the 6th of January. So the 6th of January could well end up lasting into the 7th, as a very, very small minority of House members and one lone senator that we're learning today, Hawley of Missouri, will object and contest to certifying the Electoral College on the 6th. And remember, the Senate is now voting, well, they just have voted, to begin debate on the override of the NDAA that the president so vehemently wanted, and a simple majority is needed. Just to update our viewers, that the reason we're bringing this to you live, we bring things to you live, raw, and unfiltered all the time here on NewsNOW, but just to go into the particulars of the National Defense Authorization Act that sets funding priorities and the budget for the Pentagon, for the Defense Department. It authorizes money to DoD for procurement, including aircraft weapons, combat vehicles, shipbuilding and missiles, research and development. It funds military construction projects. It funds the salaries of military personnel and service members. So it's very important. And remember, the president wanted those two attachments to it. Well, one attachment, rather, the repeal of Section 230. That is the line item in the 1996 Communications Decency Act that kind of governs internet giants and social media companies on what people can and cannot post on their platforms. It gives them liability protection. The president wanted that included in the NDAA. What he wanted stripped from the NDAA, remember, was that resolution that had bipartisan support that called for the renaming of military installations and bases around the country that are currently named for Confederate war generals. As it stands, that is included in this bill. They will be required to change their names. Installations and forts and bases like Fort Hood, Fort Bragg, and the like.
Mr. Van Hollen, no.
So we are going to revisit this. It seems as of right now that they're still commiserating on the floor there. And so once we have any news out of the chamber there, we will bring it to you live here on News Now from Fox. Although we do want to bring you what we promised earlier. We were having audio issues with that. That's that conversation between Governor Gavin Newsom of California and Dr. Anthony Fauci. So we're going to listen into that. It's about 25 minutes.
It's not very efficient human to human. Then it was, well, it can go from human to human, but it's mostly people who are symptomatic. And then they began to say, now, wait a minute, we're seeing that even people without symptoms are transmitting it. And that, to me, is something that was the game changer. It was the game changer in everything we did. It was the game changer in testing, because you can't just test people who are with symptoms, because you're going to miss the asymptomatic people. Number two, mask wearing became much more important, because if you're only worried about somebody who's symptomatic, then you know who you're dealing with. But if you don't know who's infected, then everybody should be wearing a mask, which is the real fundamental rationale for saying we need universal and uniform wearing of masks. So to me, that was one of, I guess you could use the word surprising. It was a combination of surprising and disturbing.
Yeah.
The other thing that has really been an issue is that I've never seen a virus like this, and I've been dealing with viral outbreaks for the last 40 years, where you have such a range of involvement of seriousness from 40% of the people who get infected and have absolutely no symptoms at all, to those who have symptoms. About 80% have mild to moderate symptoms that generally require staying at home for a few days, maybe sometimes a couple of weeks. And then you get about 10 or 15%, not 10, maybe 20%, 20 to 25% of the people. That's, a quarter of the people who get symptoms, get severe enough symptoms that they may require hospitalization, intensive care, intubation, and they die. Hence the 335,000 deaths that we've had so far. So usually when you have a disease that is so virulent, it can kill people, not just old people and not just people with underlying conditions, but now we're starting to see even some more younger, relatively healthy people can get involved. And I think every one of us know someone who has gotten sick and has died from COVID-19. The mystery of how you can have so many people who have no symptoms and so many people who get seriously impacted is one of the reasons why we have a messaging difficulty, because most of the people who do well are young people. And they say, what do I got to worry about? My friend gets sick, they don't even know they're sick. My friend gets infected and he's out of action for 2 days and then he's back. And they don't see the people who are in the intensive care units and who are dying. So they say to themselves, why do I need to interrupt my life and interfere with a normal life when I need to get shut down? And that's the reason why there's that, in some respects, dichotomy of people that sometimes takes political connotations. Like you wear a mask if you're on this side of the group and you don't wear a mask if you're on the other. Yep. The uniqueness of, I've been through many, many crises for public health. I've never seen some infection that has been in the middle of such divisiveness. That makes public health messaging and public health implementation extremely difficult.
And Doctor, you say that in everybody's full knowledge of your involvement with HIV and AIDS, which certainly had a political component, but you suggest nothing like this, huh?
No, not at all. There was the in many respects, shameful stigma with AIDS for a while, particularly among men who have sex with men in this country. There was the lack of paying enough attention to it in the early years, when in the very early years of the Reagan administration, with all the many good things that President Reagan has done, The fact is they didn't put enough of the bully pulpit of the presidency to warn people that this is a disease that is not a problem of people, it's a problem of a virus. But other than that, it wasn't anything like the divisiveness that we're seeing right now, which really makes implementation of public health measures and public health messaging very difficult.
Yeah, no, I can concur. I can assure you. There's no daylight in that point of view in the practical application. We're in a state that's, in population terms, is larger than the populations of 21 states combined. And with a form of government, a system of government, where we put a lot of pressure and responsibility and accountability at the local level, local county sheriffs, rural, urban, all of those traditional divides. And so you're right, the mixed messaging has been a challenge, not just from the top, but also looking subnationally, state by state, but looking within states and looking at those realities in the application. From your perspective, did you see, I mean, 6 months, even 6 months ago, did you think we'd be where we are today, 300,000+ lives lost? Or did you think that we would get it and get something done more impactfully in terms of mitigating the spread and transmission of this disease?
Yeah, I thought the latter, Governor, people who might be transmissible. So I think if we just very, very much utilize that testing in schools, for teachers, even ultimately for the students intermittently, you could get a good feel for what the penetrance of infection is, and you can do something about it. So rather than individual identification, isolation, and contact tracing, which we shouldn't abandon, there's still a role for that. I think we should put much more emphasis on community type of surveillance testing so that you get a feel for where you are with schools, with prisons, with nursing homes. That's the way to go, because this virus is spread in a way that's without symptoms of many people. And you're not going to get to them by only testing people with symptoms.
For antigen testing, despite some of the false positive debates. Are you, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it's sort of, someone described to me the difference between the tests in sort of layman's terms, like an X-ray or an MRI. We keep focusing on these MRIs, these PCR tests, when X-rays may work just for broad understanding of community spread.
Exactly.
What do we need to do more? Is it just, you know, folks in positions like mine just need to make the case anew, or FDA needs to do that, or we all, you know, what's been the friction point on broader distribution and recognition of the potency of antigen versus PCR testing?
You know, that's a great question, Governor. I think it's a multifaceted reason. I don't think there's been one reason why we've not done it. I think it's just a gradual evolution now. We're starting to realize some of us realized it all along, but we're starting to now putting the pressure on. We really need to do this. We've shown that when you do that kind of testing, like in universities and colleges, the ones who've done it right have a very low level of infection, where you can just continually screen. And then when you get somebody who's infected, you pull them out of circulation, you keep them isolated for a while, and then you bring them back, rather than closing everything down when someone gets infected. That doesn't work well. And we've proven that it doesn't work well.
Yeah. You talked about schools a moment ago. Today we rolled out our plan for safely reopening schools. What do we say, and I've heard some of your public comments around the importance of default for in-person instruction, for socio-emotional, not just data and intellectual purpose or academic purely rote, but on the basis of also the epidemiology and the basis of spread or the lack thereof comparatively. What do you say to anxious parents? I've got 4 young kids. We have 2 anxious parents at home. That includes me. What do we say to the millions of others? What do we say to the teachers that are still very worried, particularly when you have substantial rates of background and community spread, that we can honestly do this safely?
Yeah, we can do it safely. And I think there are 2 elements to that. One is the safety of the children, and it's the safety and concern, appropriate concern, that the teachers have. So as you know, you alluded to it, Governor, just a moment ago, my stance has been that we should use as our default position getting the children back to school and keeping them in school by putting together a program of supporting ways to prevent infection, by giving the schools and the teachers the resources that they may need to do that, including what I was alluding to just a moment ago of testing them and doing testing of the teachers and of the students in a surveillance way. We know something that we didn't fully appreciate several months ago, that unlike influenza, where the children get infected and they come home and they infect the parents, it looks now like if you look at the school as a unit where people are versus the community and the home as a unit where people are, the children in school seem to be doing better when it comes to the level of infection than whatever going on in the community. So that was almost counterintuitive, but it's turning out to be that way. So with that as an epidemiological bit of data, what we should do is to do everything to support the maintenance of the children in school for several of the reasons you mentioned. There's so many reasons for that. Psychological for the children, the impact on working families. I mean, if you really want to get society back to some form of normality, one of the first things we have to do is to get the children back in school.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And Doctor, I'm very sensitive to your time. Just a few additional questions. I mean, the top question we're all getting right now. And I'm of the humble opinion we all should be a little humble because I think it's an extraordinary accomplishment. And I want to just congratulate you and all the team, Vice President on down, on Operation Warp Speed. I think it's an extraordinary accomplishment. The idea that, you know, I was here in February learning about this virus. It was Corona, it was C9. I didn't even understand it. We had a Princess cruise line off the coast of California. We were starting to bring repatriation flights from Wuhan. No other state wanted those flights. And we were just grappling with the idea that now we've already applied and administered over 300,000 doses, I think is extraordinary. So I say that with respect that is, I think, deserved and is well earned by all of you that made that possible. But there's been some frustration, a little bit of frustration. We may have overpromised a little bit in the short run about the availability and the distribution of the vaccine. Have you adjusted based upon some of your previous comments where you expect we will be? I know we've gotten into herd immunity conversation. Is it 70%, 75, 80, 85%? But moreover, what's your sense? What do you say to someone who's looking out and is just hoping they're going to have a 4th of July like they had 2 years ago? Or is it really a September, October reality of some semblance of normalcy? Are we behind a number of months, or are we within a margin of error, 3rd quarter, 2nd quarter of the next year of hitting close to herd immunity?
Okay, no, you've asked a lot of questions, but they're all connected, so they'll be relatively easy to answer, Governor. So first of all, I had a good conversation at 7:30 this morning with General Gus Perna, who, as you know, is the person in Operation Warp Speed, is responsible for the delivery of the vaccines. And he admits that we're a bit behind, but what he believes strongly that in any massive undertaking, like the initiation of a massive countrywide vaccine program, you're going to get some bumps in the roads and some hiccups. And we believe, and he believes, and I trust him. He's somebody who is the kind of a person who is he's all into this, and he's doing everything he can, and he's good at his job. He feels that as we get rolling, we're going to be able to catch up. So the original proposal was 20 million doses, 40 million doses for 20 million people by the end of December, where you would give 20 million doses and hold 20 million back for the second shot. So they've delivered 11 million doses, and there have been about 2 to 3 million people who've been vaccinated. That's below the 2020. But as we get into January, the feeling is that we're going to gain momentum to be able to catch up. So that my feeling then is, let's assume, Governor, that we do catch up. And I'll answer the rest of your questions, which are all important questions. If we go through the priority people, we started off with healthcare workers and people in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. The next level were 75 and older and people who were critical to the running of society. And then the third level and the fourth and the fifth. By the time we get to the priority people, it likely will be the beginning of April. I would say end of March, beginning of April. So let's say at April, it will be what I call open season, namely anybody who wants to get vaccinated can get vaccinated. If we then diligently vaccinate people in April, May, June, July, that we will gradually and noticeably get a degree of protection approaching herd immunity, which I believe, first of all, no one really knows what absolute herd immunity is for coronavirus. We know what it is for measles because we have decades of experience with measles. So I would say it's somewhere between 70 and 85%. I believe that if we do the kind of vaccines through April, May, June, July, that by the time we get to the early fall, we will have enough good herd immunity to be able to really get back to some strong semblance of normality. Schools, theaters, sports events, restaurants. I believe if we do it correctly, we will be there by the early fall.
That's encouraging. And final question. A lot of asked, lessons learned, 1918, 1919, so many ways, some similar contours, the politics, the politicalization of masks, even back 102 years ago. Some of the issues around surge. Some have suggested we're in a second wave. Some have suggested this is a third wave. Some have suggested it's insignificant debate. But there is a sense that there's a hopefulness, rather, not just a sense that this may be the last big surge. And some have described a surge on top of a surge. You have others, surge on top of a surge on top of a surge, with the prospect now of Christmas, Hanukkah, obviously the holidays, more broadly defined, New Year's. Do you believe this is the last big surge that we will have to battle through?
Governor, I can tell you that, again, you can never guarantee anything, but I believe strongly that if we pull together as a nation and do the kind of public health measures seriously and uniformly up into and beyond the time that vaccines kick in, I believe that we can crush this outbreak within the time frame that I just mentioned to you. I really strongly believe that if we get people vaccinated, and let me use my conversation with you to encourage my friends and colleagues and everybody who I don't know in California, that if you have the opportunity to get vaccinated, please get vaccinated. It's a safe and it's a highly efficacious vaccine that could save your life, the life of your family, and the community. So I believe with those two things, adherence to the kind of things that you've been talking about in California, the public health measures, and as we gradually get more and more people vaccinated, we're going to be looking at this thing in the rearview mirror. I'm very confident that if we do those things right, that will happen.
I appreciate it. And forgive me for belaboring just one quick question, because we're in the midst of this intense dialectic, not in the midst. We've been for many, many months on stay-at-home orders, on guidelines, modifications to how businesses operate. I come from a private sector background, restaurants, hotels, bars, and wineries that have all been impacted. So it's not an intellectual exercise for me as an entrepreneur before I got into elected office, and the impact, the emotional impact, not just financial impact, of people whose entire dreams are on the line in terms of that entrepreneurial mindset and the impact it's having on their families and those that they employ and they support. There's this intense debate we're all having around the issue of the economy or public health. And I've heard you say it before, and it's so important if you can just help amplify the public health message is the gateway economic message to get us exactly where you just described we're about to go.
You said it very well. I've been saying this now for, 9 or 10 months, ever since we tried to so-called open up the economy again. And that is, we need to use public health measures as a vehicle, a gateway, a tool to get the economy back. It isn't the economy versus public health. It's public health bridging you to getting the economy back. That's what we've got to realize, and not say, I don't want to do this because I want the economy to open. You will open the economy when you get the level of infection down, and the only way you're going to get the level of infection down before the vaccine kicks in is by the public health measures that you have been talking about and that we all have been talking about.
I appreciate it. And let me just close, as only a former San Francisco mayor can, by quoting the late, great Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead, who was asked, or rather once stated, that you don't want to be the best of the best. You want to be the only one that does what you do. That is a great way to describe you, Dr. Fauci, a national treasure. I'm humbled, honored, and so grateful for everything you've done for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for having me with you. It's been a pleasure to partner with you on this.
Thank you.
All right, well, that was a really interesting conversation there between Dr. Fauci and Governor Gavin Newsom from California about kind of what rules and lessons that Dr. Fauci has learned, having covered infectious diseases his whole career and his whole life. So we do want to just update at the moment. Remember, we've been following all these movements there on Capitol Hill, especially on the Senate floor. So we just learned while we were playing that out for you that the Senate has adjourned for the day. Mitch McConnell, the majority leader, has filed cloture on that defense bill, on the veto override of it. So essentially what that means is, by rule, a vote on cloture ends the debate. It would be taken up again at the earliest next Friday. It needs 60 yeses. They need to vote on opening debate, remember. So by rule, a cloture petition does not, quote unquote, ripen until Friday. An intervening day is required in the middle. So Thursday serves as that intervening day. This is coming to you from our own congressional correspondent, Fox's Chad Pergram, who has kind of broken this all down. But at the moment, the Senate is out of session until Friday at the earliest to take up this override of this veto for the National Defense Authorization Act. Remember, we thought this would happen today. The House has already voted to override that veto yesterday, so it's just a matter of time. I was not expecting that. Remember, this is quite unusual to have the Senate even in session at this time, especially around the holidays between Christmas and New Year. It's almost, unheard of to see them back in Washington. They're usually on holiday or on recess. So we'll be following all of that here on News Now from Fox. What we're going to do right now is take a quick commercial break. So we'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. We have a lot of great content coming up, some live reports as well from a lot of our reporters in the field. So we'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back. This is Andrew Kraft again. You're taking a live look at the Capitol Dome there in Washington, D.C. The Senate has adjourned for the day, and they'll be back Friday at the earliest to consider that veto override of the National Defense Authorization Act, that defense policy bill. The majority leader, Senator Mitch McConnell, filed cloture, which means debate ends. So it sets up this procedural vote to limit debate for later in the week. And the Senate will be back in session tomorrow at noon. And we will have that live for you on News Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to take it out now to some more coronavirus news, this time out of the state of New Jersey with Governor Phil Murphy there. He made some announcements at his press conference from earlier today. He was meeting with state and local officials over Zoom. So we're going to bring that to you. It's about an hour long. And here is Governor Murphy out of New Jersey.
Are important for both the physical and mental wellness of our youth and our other residents. We will continue to closely watch the outbreak data and reserve the right to pull this back if we must. I have to say, we thought about, okay, what if we extended this from January 2nd to January 9th or January 16th? And frankly, we did not have any conviction, and Judy should weigh in here at some point as well if she wants to. We did not have any conviction that the numbers would be showing us a particularly different look at that point that would lead us to a different conclusion. So as long as folks play it straight, they play it right, they do the right things, we're open for business again on January 2nd for indoor sports. However, as we allow indoor sports to continue to resume, all interstate youth sports competitions will continue to be prohibited. The prior exceptions for collegiate and professional sports teams remain. We know that interstate travel and associated activities among teams are particularly risky as these settings create opportunities for the virus to spread. And we continue to work with our colleagues in Maine, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, and Massachusetts to maintain the regional compact prohibiting interstate youth hockey that we announced on November 12th. And if we have updates there, we'll come back to you. Before we go to the next slide, Mahan is directing us today. I want to make sure that we sort of say the following. Our indoor limits are 10 persons and fewer, period. But if you need more than 10 folks to actually play the game, between the teams, the coach, the referees, you could go above that, but only for those individuals. There could be no, if you're above 10, there could be no spectators, period. And that brings me no joy to say that, but that's the way it's got to be. If for whatever reason the number of people required to compete is below 10, including coaches, players, refs, for instance, I could see a one-on-one tennis match would be an example of this. You can have folks, as long as they're socially distanced, they're wearing face coverings, to observe up to a total of 10, including the participants. And we're going to be watching this. We have to watch it, and all options remain on the table. Finally, unrelated but importantly, we are extending the deadline for eligible homeowners ages 65 and older to apply for the Senior Freeze Property Tax Relief Program. The deadline was to be tomorrow, December 31st, but we're going to push that out to Monday, February 1st, 2021. For more information on the Senior Freeze, including eligibility requirements, please visit that website, nj.gov/treasury. Let's turn with that to the overnight numbers. Today, we're reporting an additional 4,664 positive PCR test results. That's a statewide cumulative total since March 4th of 472,264. The positivity for all 22,823 PCR tests recorded on December 26 was 15.19%. Before we go on, Judy made a good point to us this morning as a group. The chances, if you're getting tested on Christmas Day, when the spot positivity, by the way, was 14.46%, or on Saturday, December 26th, so-called Boxing Day, the chances are probably higher than normal that you've got symptoms, that you're going out volitionally getting tested on those days. So we want to see these numbers as they shake out over the next number of days. Statewide rate of transmission is currently at 0.95. In our healthcare system, as of last night's reports, and again, these are the numbers we cannot allow our state to be overrun on. There's a total of 3,727 patients being treated across our 71 hospitals. Of those, 3,523 are known COVID positives. The 204 are so-called PUIs, persons under investigation, awaiting confirmation of their test results. Good news is, through Tuesday, 24 hours, 437 live patients walked out of our hospitals. Another 428, unfortunately, were admitted. And again, at the risk of comparing apples to oranges, because these are not confirmed fatalities, but 66 in-hospital deaths yesterday. There were 701 patients of that total of 3,727. Of that number, 701 were in our intensive care units as of 10 p.m. last night. 467 of them were on ventilators. And sadly, with the heaviest of hearts, we must report another 99 confirmed losses of life from our extraordinary New Jersey family from COVID-19. That gives us a statewide cumulative total since March 10th, which was the date of our first confirmed death, of 16,931. And the number of probable deaths, and we expected this and previewed this, has been revised upward to 2,021. So in 10 months, this virus has cut a deep scar across countless families, entire communities, and indeed our entire state. The scale of infection and death in 2020 that it would bring is not anything any of us could have imagined at this time a year ago. We have fought this virus, folks, together. We have embraced new practices. We have battled through this pandemic, and we're currently battling pandemic fatigue together. We've worked hard to protect our families and friends and to save lives. We know that 2021 will bring better days, but we're going to have to greet the new year on the same war footing with which we're ending 2020. I wish there was magic on Friday. It's going to be better. The year 2021 unquestionably will be better, but it will not be on day one or even on the first days, weeks, or months. The new year brings with it hope and optimism from the vaccine program that is expanding every day. But look at the numbers, all of them. We can't consider ourselves done with this virus because this virus, unfortunately, is not done with us. Let's keep fighting. And if we all do our jobs, we will make 2021 so much better than our 2020. And with that, let's take a couple of minutes and honor, for the last time this year, I have to say, 3 more of those we have lost from our blessed New Jersey family. We want to begin today by remembering 33-year Brick Township resident, Walter Rochalski. Walter was a real estate appraiser, and he also served with the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection for 16 years, bringing his expertise to the tidelands management and the Blue Acres programs specifically. Walter was a man of faith, a member of the Epiphany Roman Catholic Church in Brick, and a coordinator of its interfaith hospitality network. He also took great pleasure in the arts, especially music, living by the motto that, quote, music is the emotion of life. Walter's family was his priority, and he leaves behind his beloved wife, Maureen, his son, Brian, his 2 daughters, Lauren and Jennifer, and I had the great honor of speaking with Maureen, Lauren, and Jennifer. Brian wanted to be there, but had to work. And Jennifer's fiance, his future son-in-law, Douglas. Walter was only 60 years old when he passed 12 days ago. Walter's family and friends will never forget his good humor and his ability to make others laugh. They'll miss his company on dinners out, on restorative walks along the beach, and on vacations and other adventures. And I said to Maureen that the name of my late brother and my late dad is Walter, so this one has a special place in my heart personally. And we'll miss all of us his presence in our New Jersey family. We thank Walter for his years of service to the state of New Jersey and his lifetime commitment to his faith and family, and may God bless and watch over him, his memory, and his family. Next up, we honor Michael Riley of Toms River. Michael was only 47 years old when COVID took him on December 9th. He was born in Morris County, but called the Toms River area home for most of his life. Michael was a proud member of the United States Marine Corps as a veteran, where he had trained as a firefighter. And following his service, he owned and operated the ServPro franchise in Toms River. In the early days of the pandemic, it was his business that took on the task, and Pat Callahan will appreciate this, of cleaning and sanitizing the township's police vehicles and offices. As a business owner, he was an active member of Ocean County Business Association and lent his support to numerous local charitable organizations and events. He was also a huge fan of both the New York Yankees and the New York Football Giants. He will be rooting for the Giants at 1 o'clock on Sunday to beat the Cowboys, and assuming Washington loses on Sunday night, and probably find their way into the playoffs, and Michael would be thrilled with that. Michael leaves behind his wife of 10 years, Rebecca, who you can see on the left, and his two blessed kids, 8-year-old Leah on the right and 4-year-old Michael the second. He also leaves his sisters, Janice and Marianne, his brother John, and his twin brother Patrick. Michael was predeceased by his parents, but is also survived by his aunt and uncle, Carol and Butch. We thank Michael for his service to our nation and his community. May God bless and watch over him. And may young Leah and Michael grow to emulate their father's selflessness and spirit. And Rebecca wanted me to say, and folks need to hear this, that Michael was lost at the age of 47 with absolutely no underlying conditions. This can happen, folks, to any of us, and tragically it happened to Michael Riley. And finally for today, we remember this guy with that smile, Eduardo Hubertus. He was born and raised in the Dominican Republic and proudly called Jersey City, New Jersey, his home. For nearly 15 years, Eduardo served NJ Transit commuters as a bus operator. He was a member of Amalgamated Transit Union Local 821, a local I know well, based out of the Greenville Garage in his hometown. Eduardo passed away only last week on December 22nd, again at the age, folks, of just 49 years old. He leaves behind his two sons, Hosias and Nehemias, ages 22 and 17 respectively. He also leaves behind his brother Juan, with whom I had the great honor of speaking, his sister and his mom. He also leaves behind the NJ Transit colleagues that he called his family and the ATU family, and he leaves an empty space in our proud Dominican community. Like so many before him, Eduardo came to New Jersey in search of his American dream. We're honored that he chose to be a part of our family. May God bless and watch over him, his memory, his family, especially his two sons. If you want to help two kids out this holiday season, they could use it. And I'm sure ATU Local 821 will let you know exactly how you can do that. So we began celebrating the lives of those lost to COVID-19 on March 30th, 9 months literally ago today. We began doing so for a couple of reasons, and you've heard this from us, but not in a while. First, we wanted to make sure that as much as data and facts and science matter, and they do, and they drive our decisions, that at the same time, none of these folks who we lost could ever become mere statistics. They are the faces of New Jersey in all of our great diversity. They are worth seeing and remembering. They are lives, individual lives lived and lost with families left behind. We also began doing this because we knew that this pandemic had forced many families to change the ways in which they honor and memorialize their loved ones. In the spring and frankly into the early to midsummer, many families simply couldn't hold funerals. Now many families are holding smaller ones to help protect against the further spread of the virus. I can't tell you how many folks I heard from. We had the 3 strikes you're out reality. We lost a loved one. We couldn't see them in the hospital at the end of their life, and we couldn't give them a proper send-off after they were lost. But by remembering those we've lost, I hope that we've been able to help these families achieve a measure of closure, and not just for the specific families who we've memorialized, but as a statement, not just for them, but on behalf of the other thousands of families who would like to memorialize. So with Walter, Michael, and Eduardo today, over the past 9 months, we have remembered 404 of our fellow New Jerseyans who we've lost. And again, that's out of a total of 16,931 confirmed, and likely over 2,000 more we've lost to COVID. That's just a small percentage of all those we've lost, but they also represent the whole. As I mentioned, it is their stories, yes, but their stories are mirrored in the stories of countless thousands of others. And whether we spoke about them or whether I spoke, as I have to each one of these 404 families, or to the thousands more that they represent, we remember every single one of them we have lost this year and the families they've left behind. And may God bless and watch over every single one of those we've lost, and again, the families that they leave behind. We've also used our platform here to highlight a few of the nearly 55,000 small businesses and community nonprofit organizations who have been supported by the New Jersey Economic Development Authority throughout this pandemic and the economic emergency it created. The EDA has stepped forward with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of direct grants and loans, with new capital guarantees for startups, and with many other innovative programs like which was spoken about lately, their Sustain and Serve NJ program to support our restaurant industry, to keep Main Street, New Jersey working. And today we're recognizing one of the key institutions in Central Jersey, RISE, which has provided essential supports for families in Hightstown and East Windsor since 1967. RISE offers multiple support services, but one of the ones that has been the most impactful over the course of 2020 has been the RISE Pantry, which has seen a 300% increase in the number of families requiring assistance. Roughly 325 families per week are turning to RISE to help them put healthy food on their tables. RISE has also teamed up with other regional programs like the Trenton Area Soup Kitchen to help meet the needs of thousands more families. To keep up the tremendous increase in the demand for its services, RISE worked with the EDA to receive 2 separate grants, which supplemented increased individual and corporate giving and generous support from the New Jersey Pandemic Relief Fund, and they're doing a great work. njprf.org, look them up. With these funds, RISE has been able to triple food storage capacity at the RISE Pantry, to get additional grocery carts for their clients, and to purchase a used refrigerated truck and rent forklifts and pallet jacks to keep essential goods moving. I had the opportunity to check in with RISE's executive director on Monday, my good friend, I have to say, Monroe Township's very own Leslie Koppel. You can see Leslie's smiling face. By the way, Leslie keeps a few balls in the air. She also serves as a Middlesex County freeholder about to be commissioner. I thank Leslie and her entire team at RISE for all they've done and continue doing to support the families in their area. I know she shares our optimism that 2021 will bring better days for us all. RISE, by the way, is the 61st EDA partner that we have recognized since we began shouting out our small businesses and community organizations on July 2nd. And as I noted, that is a fraction of the group that the EDA has helped, nearly 55,000 other small businesses and organizations statewide. Chief Executive Officer Tim Sullivan and his team, including the EDA Extraordinary Board, both the team and the board are extraordinary. The board's led by Chairman Kevin Quinn, have done tremendous things with the resources at their disposal. And because of them, our economy is poised and ready for growth in the upcoming year on the back of a, please God, a far better public health reality in the spring. And that's a good note on which to end. 2021 will bring better days, but for us to reach them, we're going to have to maintain all we've done throughout 2020. Social distancing, wearing our masks, washing our hands, using our common sense. So on behalf of my family and me, I wish you and your families a happy and healthy new year. Let's celebrate the end of 2020, folks, responsibly, small ball, so we can all celebrate the better days to come. So one final note for this year. We also owe a quick thanks to the folks who you've seen on screen with Judy and Pat and me throughout these 144 briefings. The folks providing American Sign Language interpretation for the deaf and hard of hearing. They're as much a part of our team as anyone else. So today, I want to give a shout out in the upper left right now to Eileen Forrestal, and she's going to be joined by Kathy Farrajon. They're with us interpreting today. But I also want to give a shout out to their colleagues, Noah Buchholz, Ronnie Lepore, Rachel Owens, Steve Toth, April Ritchie, and Pat Filipovitz. Thank you to each and every one of you for all you do. And with that, I want to turn things over to an extraordinary fighter on behalf of New Jersey's interests. There's none better. He's among the most senior members of Congress. He's the dean of our Democratic delegation. I want to give a big shout out to my congressman, our friend, our fighter, Congressman Chairman Frank Pallone.
Thank you, Governor. Let me first thank you for, and also Tammy as well, for constantly reminding us about how we have to look at this on a personal level. I know when you mentioned the people who passed away, and you mentioned Leslie Koppel and others who work every day, you know, one of the best things about you and Tammy is that you constantly, you don't just look at data, you don't just look at this in a, you know, macro sense, you look at how everything affects the individual, and I appreciate that, and I know everybody does. And, you know, I do have to say, you know, you remind me today that I woke up this morning and read about a congressman-elect from Louisiana. I didn't even know him. His name is Luke Letlow, who was going to be sworn in this Sunday from Louisiana, and who unfortunately passed away from COVID, only 41, with young children as well. It's just another reminder of how, you know, this affects everyone, and it doesn't matter how young or old you are, and the seriousness of this pandemic and this crisis. But let me also thank you and Colonel Callahan and Commissioner Judy. You know, one of the things that I have to tell the media here, because I haven't had the opportunity, is that, you know, and I've been in office as a congressman for 32 years, going back to Governor Kane, and I'm not trying to take away from anybody else, but you have just been, and your cabinet have just worked with the congressional delegation and been so transparent. And anytime we had a problem with constituents or had questions, you were always there. And that's been a hallmark of your administration. And I want to thank the commissioner and the colonel as well, because that has been the case from day one during this COVID crisis. Now, I wanted to, you know, I'm going to talk about this latest package as briefly as I can that addressed the COVID crisis that was signed by the president, I guess, on Sunday. But I don't want to be too much of a bureaucrat, but I want you to understand I'm just focusing on the COVID part of this, because this was married, as many of you know, with the budget, with the annual appropriation bill. So there were a lot of good things in this that I'm not going to talk about today, like, you know, getting rid of surprise billing, having a major down payment on addressing the climate crisis by phasing out HFCs and so many other things like that. But I'm going to focus on COVID. And I do want you to understand that, you know, I see this bill as a down payment. I am not going to oversell this bill. If I could speak for all the Democrats in our delegation, we obviously thought the number should be much higher. Overall, we wanted 600 instead of 300 for unemployment. We're still trying to get 2,000 for direct cash payments instead of the 600. And probably most important, we wanted to have money for direct state and local aid for the state and our towns. And we understand that this is very insufficient in the sense that that money for the state and the towns is not there. And so when I say, you know, I don't want to oversell this, I want you to understand, you know, we're looking forward to this new administration under Joe Biden, and we fully expect that we can do a lot more, particularly with regard to the state and local aid. But the bottom line is we were able to get this done. We were able to get it at the end of the year, and it's very important. And I'm going to focus just on the things that relate to healthcare and a few other things directly. When we started out, remember this bill came from this bipartisan Senate group. It only had $17 billion for the vaccine, for testing and contact tracing. We thought that that was woefully inadequate, and we managed to bump up those numbers considerably. And I wanted to explain specifically how that affects the state. So for example, now there is for testing, $22.4 billion for testing, 2.5 specifically for low income. And the information that I have today says that about 100 million of that, at least, will go 100. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to correct that. With regard to the testing and contact tracing, we're estimating that 500 million will go to New Jersey. Now, with regard to the vaccines, we bumped up the number to something like $9 billion for vaccine distribution, which we expect most of that to go to the states. And that is, the figures that they gave me today is about 115 million of that will go for vaccine distribution to the states. And it specifically says that that has to go out within 21 days, where hopefully that it'll be even sooner. Now, I mention this because I know how hard Commissioner Judy put together this vaccine plan, which she's talked about to the delegation. And I know that you need the money for that. And so, you know, again, let me commend her for putting together a very good plan. But I know you need the cash. And, you know, hopefully this is going to come out. You're going to be getting it in the next few weeks, if not sooner. And it's specifically for that. Now, there's also another, there's a lot more for vaccine. There's another 19 billion for vaccine and therapeutic development and procurement as well, Commissioner. But there is specifically 9 billion for vaccine distribution, of which I told you what the figure is for the state. Now, I could go through all these other numbers, and I won't, but what I want to stress is that it's not just a question of the money. As you know, Governor, since when we had the first CARES Act back in March or April, when the pandemic, you know, started to reach its height, the biggest problem that we had with the Trump administration, and I am going to be somewhat critical, is that the states were on their own. You were constantly competing with other states. Hospitals were competing with each other. There was no effective national coordination. And I think the most important thing that we need to understand is that President Biden has made it quite clear that that ends on January 20th when he gets inaugurated. First of all, he said he's going to appoint a national supply commander who's going to coordinate this. And of course, Carol Johnson, who you mentioned and who I know because she worked so much on 21st Century Cures when she was at the White House and at HHS, she's going to be in charge of the testing program and coordinate the testing program. So what you're going to see with Carol, with the new supply commander, with the money, there's also 3.25 billion of this 69 billion for the stockpile, for the national stockpile, for PPE testing supplies. Colonel Callahan knows what I'm talking about. We're hopeful that when we have this new administration and the money that's coming forth in this bill and more that we hope, that we will now have a national coordinated plan. So you're not competing with other states. So hospitals are not competing with each other. And we have cooperation with these key people under the Biden administration and the money and the supplies that goes. So you can do a lot more with testing. So you have the reagents. So you don't end up with the problems that you've had all along. And I really want to stress that because it's the money, but it's also the lack of coordination and the lack of doing the right thing at the federal level. I mean, look, you, Governor, have been out there on a regular basis telling people, wear masks. You've made a lot of hard decisions about things you've had to close down, but you keep telling people this is being done to crush the virus. We need to crush the virus because otherwise we are never going to get out of the problem with the economy and the slowdown of the economy if we don't crush the virus. So I really want to stress all that and say how important it is in the overall scheme of things. Now, I just wanted to mention one more thing that is in the bill that came out of my committee. You know, one of the things that you've been concerned about with the schools is the fact that a lot of kids and people of low income do not have internet connections. Either they don't have a computer or they can't pay for the connections. So one final point before I wrap up is that we have a lot of families in our state who are struggling to connect the internet. So we put into this COVID package, it was not again in that Senate bipartisan initial bill, up to $50 per month to allow struggling families to help pay their internet bills. That's an entirely new program that we put in there that I wanted to mention to you as well. So let me conclude by now introducing, or not introducing, but we're going to turn it over to Rob Angelo. And Rob, I want to tell you, again, I didn't talk about unemployment or the cash or any of these other things, but I do want to commend the fact that the governor and you have really worked hard to help with the unemployment problem and providing extra money and managing, even though the president delayed this, signing this for a week, to make sure that there's no gap in people getting this extra 10 or 11 weeks unemployment. Again, it'd be nice if it was 600 but instead of 300, but you've been actually shelling out a lot of this money on your own through the state, Governor. And Rob, of course, has played a major role in helping with that. So thank you again, and I'll turn it over to Rob.
Before Rob jumps in, Frank, I want to thank you again for fighting for us. Ask you a quick question if I can. State and local aid is a big deal for us. It's a big deal for you. You mentioned it. You've been fighting for it. In the absence of it, you know, we're risking the services that are being delivered. We're risking the frontline workers being able to stay on their jobs, frankly. Is there magic when January 20 comes on this front? You and I both see this, the way we've talked about it, I think is very similar. We'll take every penny of the $908 billion that is coming New Jersey's way, but you know, it's a fraction of what we need. But specifically on state and local, where do you see that when President Biden is sworn in?
Well, I'm going to have to be very partisan now. Unfortunately, I've tried not to be, although you know I tend to be partisan. Look, the bottom line is that the biggest problem we've had, or the two biggest problems we've had with state and local aid, first of all, is President Trump, who doesn't really want to do it. And second, or maybe I'll put him first, was Mitch McConnell, right? So obviously having Biden, he's going to push for it and see if we can get it another appropriations bill or find money without an appropriations bill. And with Mitch McConnell, my hope is obviously that we win those two Senate seats and we have a majority in the Senate and we don't have to worry about him anymore, but or at least not as much. But we'll see. I think the bottom line is there's an understanding on behalf of Democrats that this is very important because, again, how do we talk about bringing back the economy if you have to lay off people or can't function and provide government services? That is not shared by a lot of the Republicans in red states. But with having Biden president and maybe having a majority Democrat in the Senate would change things. If not, we're going to fight like hell for it anyway.
I think that was incredibly diplomatically partisan. And in fairness, the partisanship was not started by you or me or us. This is the other side making something a partisan matter when it should not be. This is about state and local aid to red states as much as it is to blue states. It's like wearing a mask. It should not be political. This is just, it's factually based what we need. Thank you. I'm sure there'll be questions for you, Frank. Can you hang on, or you got to go?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
For consideration.
Great to have you, and thank you for everything. You've already introduced him. I'll just jump and add to that. Please help us welcome, among other things, Rutgers' #1 fan, the Commissioner of the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, Rob Acero-Angelo. Rob, thanks to you and your colleagues for all you have done in this extraordinary year and continue to do as you and we run through the tape of the end of 2020.
Thanks, Governor, and thank you for all your support for our claimants and for our staff through these difficult times over the past 8 months. I'm glad to be joining you today to share what we know and don't yet know about the new stimulus signed this past weekend. Part of the process is that all states must wait for federal guidance on how to implement these programs. However, we don't expect this to negatively affect the majority of our claimants. We're thrilled that workers who've been deemed eligible for benefits will get the help they deserve. It's no secret our unemployed and underemployed neighbors in dire need of additional economic assistance to feed their families and keep the lights on and the heat on. The Continued Assistance to Unemployed Workers Act of 2020, which is part of the bill signed over the weekend, extends by 11 weeks the eligibility period for Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, or PUA, and the Extended Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation, or PEUC. Despite earlier analysis and guidance last have assured us there will be no missed week in benefits, even though the stimulus bill was signed a day after the commencement of some of its programs. If I bring one message with me today, it's that all current eligible claimants should continue to certify for their weekly benefits. We also know this new bill restarts the federal pandemic unemployment compensation,